Lin Yue had just awakened his profession, only to be labeled as a failure. The profession he awakened to was gunner. What was even worse, his rating was only F grade. In this era where monsters roamed freely and strength was revered, F grade was almost synonymous with a lack of future prospects. Ordinary people would react to this result at most with sympathy. Some might even mock him. Lin Yue was well aware that what awaited him next wasn't just the strange looks from others, but also the harsh blows of reality. As expected, the Liu family quickly showed their true colors. For the past 10 years, Liu Zhenxiong had kept him in the family under the guise of repaying the favor of raising him. But now that they discovered he had no value, their attitude abruptly turned cold. To people like them, familial bonds always took a back seat to personal gain. Lin Yu stood in the living room, gripping his profession certificate so tightly that his knuckles had turned white. He could feel it. He had become nothing more than discarded trash. The humiliation he was experiencing wasn't just embarrassment. It was as if his dignity had been publicly stripped away. Liu's mother, Wang Lan, had the sharpest tongue. She didn't care what Lin Yu thought, only whether or not he could continue bringing benefits to the Liu family. To her, the words failure and freeloader came easily, as though Lin Yu's existence over the past years had been nothing more than an unnecessary burden. The appearance of Liu Manyu was even more like a knife, severing Lin Yu's last sliver of hope. She had awakened as an S grade, forming a stark contrast to Lin Yu's F grade. She represented the future, the dazzling light, and the person whom the Liu family was willing to continue investing in. As for Lin Yu, he was just the one they were ready to discard. At that moment, Lin Yu finally understood one truth. In this world, whether others were willing to keep you around didn't depend on how much hardship you'd endured in the past or what you'd sacrificed. It only depended on whether you still had anything to offer. And clearly, he had already been sentenced to death. But what no one knew was that just when everyone had written him off as useless, the true change had only just begun. A faint glimmer of spiritual light flickered around her, making her appear like a lofty angel, holy and radiant. But in Lin Yu's mind, an old memory suddenly surfaced. Back then, a little girl with pigtails had timidly stood before him, slipping a piece of fruit candy into his hand and softly saying, "Big brother Lin Yu, don't cry, this is for you." That piece of candy had been one of the few sweet moments in his otherwise barren childhood. And it was precisely because of this that the face before him, one that overlapped with that memory, now seemed particularly unbearable. Liu Manyu walked up to Lin Yu, a faint smile on her lips, though her gaze was laced with a sense of superiority that she couldn't hide. "Lin Yu, I know you're upset right now. But the process of awakening relies solely on talent. It's not something you can force. An F-grade gunner really doesn't have much of a future. My parents are doing this for the Liu family's sake, so don't blame them." Lin Yu let out a cold laugh, his voice hoarse and tinged with an irrepressible chill. "For the sake of the Liu family's future? So the favor my parents risked their lives for is only worth the result of an awakening in your eyes." He locked his gaze firmly on Liu Zhenxiong, as though determined to find a trace of guilt on his face. But Liu Zhenxiong simply frowned, casually flicking the ash from his cigarette, his tone filled with impatience. "Lin Yu, I've raised you for 10 years. Isn't that enough to repay the debt owed to your parents? Man Yu is the hope of the Liu family. All the family's resources will be directed to her from now on. Since you've awakened to a useless profession, you should face the reality." "Face the reality?" Lin Yu laughed, but his laughter was full of bitterness. His eyes reddened uncontrollably. "My parents didn't even leave intact remains when they died saving you. And now you're asking me to accept this reality? Enough." Liu Zhenxiong slammed the table hard, causing the teacups atop it to rattle. "There's no point dwelling on the past. The dead can't come back to life. Are you planning to live off the favor of a pair of dead people for the rest of your life in this household?" Wang Lan directly pulled out a wad of cash from her wallet and threw it at Lin Yu's feet with a contemptuous slap. 2,000 yuan, take it. Consider it your travel expenses. Before dawn, you must leave the Liu family. I don't want to see you again, You bring bad luck. Red banknotes scattered across the floor, glaringly eye-catching. Lin Yu's gaze slowly swept over the money before he lifted his head again to look at the three members of the Liu family. Lu Zhenxiong turned his face away, unwilling to meet Lin Yu's eyes. Wang Lan's expression was filled with disgust, as though looking at him for even a second longer would taint her vision. Lu Manyu gently smoothed her hair, her sense of superiority undisguised, a faintly indifferent smile lingering on her lips. 10 years of living under someone else's roof, 10 years of treading carefully, 10 years of believing in repaid kindness. In this single moment, it all shattered. Humiliation washed over him like a tidal wave, threatening to swallow him whole. Anger roiled in his chest, burning him from the inside. But heavier than the anger was a bone-deep chill. Just as he was on the brink of being consumed by despair, thinking that the whole world had turned gray, a cold and resolute mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected that the host has experienced extreme humiliation, meeting the system binding conditions. The God-level passive generator system is binding. 10%, 50%, 100%. Binding successful. Lin Yue froze in shock. God-level passive generator. Every time the host levels up, they gain a chance to draw a God-level passive skill. Host is currently LV1, granting one draw opportunity. Would you like to draw immediately? God-level passive generator? Each level grants a chance to draw a God-level passive skill. Lin Yu's heart pounded fiercely. A surge of heat rushed through him, spreading from his chest to every corner of his body, dispelling all the coldness he had felt just moments before. The humiliation and despair that had crushed him seemed to be snuffed out in an instant by an invisible hand. Wang Lan impatiently kicked the cash at her feet when she saw him standing motionless. What are you staring at? Think it's too little. I'm telling you, even 2,000 yuan is a bargain for you. If it weren't for the sake of your dead parents, you wouldn't get a single cent. Lin Yue slowly shifted his gaze to her. In his eyes, there was no longer anger nor sadness, only a kind of calm indifference. It was as if he were looking at someone completely irrelevant to him. He didn't touch the money, but instead quietly swept his gaze across the cold and harsh faces of the three members of the Liu family. He spoke, word by word. I don't want a single cent of the Liu family's money. I remember the kindness of 10 years of raising me. But the life-saving grace of my parents, you'll never repay it in this lifetime. Today, you've thrown me out like garbage. Someday, I'll make you regret everything you did today. With that, he turned and left, his back straight like a steel rod. He didn't look back, nor did he hesitate. The boy who used to be humble and fawning died in that room. From today onward, the one walking out would be a brand new Lin Yue. Lu Zhenxiong frowned tightly as he watched him leave. Wang Lan couldn't help but curse. Ungrateful brat. A useless F-class trash dreaming of making a comeback? Dream on. A thankless wretch who doesn't know what's good for him. He'll starve to death on the streets. Lu Manyu gently caressed the flickering spiritual light at her fingertips, the corners of her mouth curving into a mocking sneer. Lin Yue, in the world of awakened ones, everything depends on talent. Someone with no talent will always end up as a laughingstock, no matter how much they struggle. But Lin Yue couldn't hear any of this anymore. The moment he pushed open the doors of the Liu family villa, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The night wind brushed against his face as if it was carrying away all the humiliation, endurance, and unwillingness of the past. The starry sky glittered above. Dreams that once seemed unreachable now suddenly felt possible to achieve. A gunner, a useless profession. Lin Yue raised his head, gazing at the starlit sky. A cold smile slowly formed at the corner of his mouth. In the past, he thought he would have to accept his fate. But things were different now. From this day onward, I will make everyone who looks down on me remember my name. He clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. After being driven out by the Liu family, he didn't lose control in his anger. Rather, he became clearer. He finally understood that tolerance wouldn't earn respect. Bowing down would only lead to harsher trampling. He glanced back at the tightly shut doors of the Liu family home, coldness flashing through his eyes. Those who treated him like trash and threw him out today would one day pay for their disdain. The summer night wind brushed against his face. It no longer felt despairing like before. It felt like the fuse to a fire just about to ignite. Lin Yue knew his life had reached a pivotal moment. He no longer wanted to be driven by fate. This time, he would take control and turn things around. In his heart, he silently murmured, "System, extract." The next second, a translucent panel suddenly lit up, and a blinding light exploded before him. When the light dissipated, a giant wheel appeared mid-air, spinning like a blazing sun. The wheel was densely inscribed with the names of various passive skills. Weakness gaze, infinite firepower, gun specialization. Each name was like a key, seeming to unlock a path to becoming a powerful figure. Lin Yu's breath caught for a moment. Skills for the awakened were categorized into ordinary, advanced, epic, legendary, and mythical levels. The higher the level, the rarer and more powerful they were. Legendary level skills were already exceedingly scarce. There were almost none to be found in the entirety of Longxia. As for mythical level, they were practically the stuff of legends. And now, such an opportunity was right before him. Moreover, it was an entire wheel of mythical level passives. Lin Yu's heart pounded violently. He hesitated no longer. The wheel began to spin rapidly, all words blurring into streaks of light flying past his eyes. Lin Yu's palms were drenched in sweat, and even his breathing became heavy. Finally, the wheel stopped. A golden light suddenly exploded. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the mythical level passive skill, Infinite Ammo. The moment the notification sounded, Lin Yu's gaze completely transformed. The panel refreshed, and a line of golden text appeared in the otherwise empty skill slot, so dazzling that one couldn't look away. Infinite Ammo. Mythical level, all ammunition for firearm-based weapons is automatically imbued with spiritual energy, permanently unlimited, with automatic reloading. Lin Yue froze. Then, his fingertips began to tremble. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. He stared at the words over and over again. Permanently unlimited. Automatic reloading. All standard ammo would automatically transform into spiritual energy bullets. He knew exactly what this meant. For gunners, the deadliest issue wasn't how strong the enemies were, but how unaffordable ammunition costs were. After the calamities began invading, conventional firearms were ineffective against magical creatures. Only spiritual energy bullets could break through their defenses. But spiritual energy bullets were absurdly expensive. A single battle against a low-level magical wave could easily cost thousands of bullets, with expenses high enough to bankrupt an average family. Many gunners didn't fall on the battlefield. They were dragged down by the exorbitant cost of ammunition. But now, that problem was gone. From this moment on, he would never have to worry about bullets again. Worried, he could open fire freely, raining down firepower without any reservations. The chains that once bound a gunner were completely shattered here. Lin Yue clenched his fists tightly, a burning fire raging in his chest. Right now, he only wanted to do one thing: get his hands on a gun. Immediately. At once. He looked up and scanned his surroundings, his gaze quickly landing on a nearby internet cafe with its lights still on. In Longxia, firearms were banned, but awakened individuals could, with a professional license, purchase weapons from the official Awaken Mall. Naturally, gunners fell within the permissible scope. The internet cafe was smoky and noisy, with the clatter of keyboards, cursing voices, and in-game explosion sounds blending into an unruly chaos. Lin Yue found a corner to sit down, logged into his ID account, and entered the Awaken Mall. He entered his Awaken ID number and professional certification information. After verification passed, the weapon category page instantly popped up. The screen was filled with guns. Pistols, rifles, heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, an endless array of choices, overwhelming in their variety. But after just one glance at the prices, his brows furrowed deeply. Even a most basic psionic rifle cost 20,000 credit points. Heavy machine guns were even more absurd, their prices outright terrifying. He scrolled down the page, finally stopping at a standard pistol named Nova P1. This was the most basic entry-level weapon for gunners. It had a simple black design with weak attack power, barely sufficient for dealing with low-ranking monsters. But even such an entry-level gun was pricey enough to make him feel suffocated. Nova P1 standard pistol, priced 10,000 credit points. Lin Yue clicked open his account. The next moment, the number on the screen poured over him like cold water. Balance, 325 credit points. 325 versus 10,000. The gap was insurmountable. This wasn't a small shortfall. It was an unfathomable chasm. Without a gun, even the strongest passive abilities were meaningless. Lin Yue stared at the image of the pistol on the screen, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table as his mind raced. Working at a restaurant? Impossible. Even if he worked himself to the bone all day, the earnings wouldn't even be close to enough. Borrowing money? Also unrealistic. He had no relatives or connections in Xinjiang City. Who would lend money to a supposedly failed, worthless gunner? For a brief moment, he even considered taking a risk and trying his luck on the black market. But the thought was quickly dismissed. The black market was too dangerous. One wrong step could lead to consequences even worse than being broke. As he sat there racking his brain, a flashing red ad banner suddenly popped up in the lower right corner of the computer screen. Urgently hiring. West City Outer Loop Goblin Sewers Cleaners. Base pay 5,000 credit points per cleanup. Lin Yue froze instantly. His body straightened abruptly, and his eyes lit up. Goblin Sewers. He had heard about this place during his Monsters and Dungeons class at school. It was a low-level F-class dungeon in Xinjiang City that had long been abandoned. Because it wasn't particularly dangerous and brought in hardly any profit, many people had completely overlooked it. Even calling it a place, not even dogs would bother going to. But for Lin Yue, this place had just become his one and only opportunity. Lin Yue gripped the shotgun in his hands, staring at it in a daze. That earlier pump-action reload, it felt like an instinct etched into his very bones. But he was just a newbie who had awakened today, someone who had barely touched a gun. How could he possibly be this proficient? The next moment, that cold system notification echoed in his mind once more. Ding! The host has equipped the firearm SRS shotgun ungraded. Mythical passive skill Infinite Magazine has been activated. Current ammunition, Infinity. Regular shell ammunition has been automatically converted into the equivalent caliber psionic shells. Lin Yue's breath hitched for a moment. Infinite magazine? Unlimited ammo? He could hardly believe his eyes. He understood all too well what this meant. For a gunner, the deadliest obstacle wasn't the enemy. It was the bullets and equipment. No money meant no firepower. Without firepower, gunners were weaker than even ordinary melee classes. But now, this fatal flaw had been entirely negated by the system. Lin Yue gripped the gun tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white. His mind soon regained clarity. This wasn't luck. This was his chance to turn his life around. He had once been trampled upon, treated as a joke, and regarded as a disposable waste. But now, things are different. If this gun truly offered infinite firing capability, then he wasn't just here to earn some measly wages. He would survive. He would grow stronger. He would take back everything he had lost bit by bit. Li Hu, standing nearby, hadn't noticed Lin Yue's unusual demeanor. Impatiently, he barked, "What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and get changed. Then grab your gun and head out to stand guard. Remember, don't wander off or act recklessly. If you die, no one's going to pick up your corpse." Lin Yue lifted his head, his expression regaining its calm. Understood. He didn't say another word, because he knew this wasn't the time to reveal anything. In a place like this, the weak couldn't even breathe without caution. He quickly put on the wrinkled gray work uniform, steadied the shotgun in his hands, and followed Li Hu deeper underground. The road ahead grew increasingly damp, the air thick with the stench of rot and decay. Water seeped from walls, and the uneven ground was covered in filthy, black puddles that splashed underfoot. This was no place for people. It was more like a death trap, waiting to swallow its victims. Before long, faint clamoring sounds began emerging from ahead. And then came the sharp shrieks unique to goblins. Lin Yu's expression darkened. The real fight had arrived. Li Hu stopped in his tracks and pointed to a fork in the path ahead. You stay here and guard. If you see any lone goblins, shoot. Don't wait for it to leap at your face. Remember, once the gun goes off, don't stop until it's done. Coming back alive is all that counts. Lin Yu nodded without protest. He knew these people looked down on him. They thought he was just a newly awakened rookie, a penniless and resourceless gunmaster, here to throw his life away. But they didn't know that a shotgun in his hands wasn't just any ordinary firearm. It was his first trump card. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu walked slowly toward the dim fork in the tunnel. In the darkness, several green eyes had already begun to glow. The psionic shotgun upgrade had succeeded. Lin Yu gripped the shotgun tightly, his palms burning with heat. He could clearly feel it. He made the right gamble. This gun was no longer a piece of junk meant to scare others. It had grown stronger, absurdly strong. But before he could feel any triumph, Li Hu had already turned back and barked at him. What are you daydreaming about? Change your clothes and get ready for the job. Li Hu spat out his cigarette with a fierce glare. And stay sharp later. Don't screw up. Understood, brother Hu. Lin Yu quickly set aside his feelings, efficiently changing into the work uniform and following the group deeper into the sewer. The further they went in, the staler the air became, and the dimmer the lights grew. The emergency lamps could only illuminate a few meters ahead. Beyond that was suffocating darkness. The stench in the sewage grew increasingly foul, like rotting meat soaking for days and nights, making it hard to breathe. After walking for several more minutes, the space suddenly widened. Scattered on the ground were 8 or 9 goblin corpses, bloated and blackened, leftovers from a cleanup by another team during the day. Get to work. At Li Hu's command, several workers instantly pulled out sacks, swiftly grouping up and dragging the bodies, their efficiency reflecting countless repetitions. Lin Yu didn't join in. He clutched his shotgun, stationed at his post per Li Hu's instructions, his eyes scanning the surrounding darkness ceaselessly. He knew the real danger wasn't in front of them, with these lifeless corpses, but hidden in the shadows. The next second, sharp, eerie shrieks suddenly echoed from the depths of the darkness. "Ch Kai." The sound was piercing and vicious, like wild beasts driven mad by hunger. Then, 3 green figures lunged out of the shadow with a sudden burst. Each was nearly human-sized, with grotesquely exaggerated musculature. They wielded crude, nail-studded clubs, their bloodshot eyes gleaming red, and saliva dripping from their foul grins. These weren't weak, injured monsters fleeing for their lives. These were hunters, ready to kill. What the hell? These are goblins. Lin Yu felt his heart sink. The goblins he remembered were small, skulking creatures, only half a person's height and utterly lacking in fighting prowess. But the 3 before him were feral beasts, practically rabid. Li Hu's face went pale. Shit, 3 of them. The cleaning squad consisted mostly of unawakened civilians. The only awakened one among them was that tall, lanky guy, but his awakening ability was sewer worker, a purely vocational skill. While it made him a bit faster at work, it was utterly worthless in combat. He wasn't even as strong as an ordinary burly man. Usually, they relied on their numbers to deal with 1 or 2 lone, injured goblins. But this was different. 3 complete, frenzied goblins could tear this group of people to shreds. The fastest one bolted forward, closing the gap in a matter of strides, almost spraying a white-haired old worker's face with its vile, putrid saliva. The old man's legs gave out, and he collapsed into the sewage, frozen in terror. He knew he was done for. But at that exact moment, bang! The sound of shotgun blast ripped through the narrow sewer passage, making everyone's ears buzz painfully. Lin Yue had fired. A psionic shotgun slug blasted out, its pale blue halo flashing in the dark. The steel pellets hammered into the goblin's stomach, tearing out a gruesomely mangled hole. The monster let out a chilling wail, its charge abruptly halting as it thrashed around on the ground in pain. Li Hu and the others stood frozen in disbelief. The trashy shotgun issued by the company. When had it become this powerful? One shot to bring down a monster. Like that? This F-ranked gunmaster didn't seem as useless as they'd assumed. The old worker snapped out of his daze. And when he realized Lin Yue had saved him, his eyes were filled with the shock of a survivor just pulled from death's claws. He scrambled to his feet, trembling lips trying to speak, though no words came out. But the crisis was far from over. The other two goblins, infuriated by the gunfire, roared and charged. Li Hu couldn't bring himself to put his faith in a rookie. Survival instinct overwhelmed everything. What are you standing there for? Run, he bellowed, bolting toward the entrance. At once, the other workers snapped to their senses. Unable to care about the body bags on the ground, they scrambled for their lives, tripping and stumbling over one another. The attention of all three goblins had locked on Lin Yue, granting the rest of the team a chance to escape. The old worker who'd been saved looked back desperately as he ran. "Kid, don't fight them. Run while you can." In his eyes, Lin Yue had only one gun, and eventually, that gun would run out of ammo. When that happened, death would be inevitable. But Lin Yue didn't move. He stood his ground, steadying the shotgun with both hands, swiftly ejecting a spent shell and chambering a new round. The barrel lifted again, unwavering as it zeroed in on the injured goblin. This time, there was no hesitation in his heart, nor any thought of conserving ammunition, because he understood one thing clearly. This fight wasn't optional. He had to win to stay alive. "Cool, mate." He pulled the trigger. Bang! Flames erupted again, as blinding as a brief flash of lightning. The shell ejected and landed in the sewage with a faint splash. "Old Wong, forget about him." The tall and skinny man yanked the old worker's arm, practically dragging him as they ran out. "He's courting death. If we don't leave now, we'll all die." This time, no one looked back. In their eyes, the newcomer, the young man, was already a dead man. But Lin Yue knew clearly this fight had just begun. The second shot, fired at closer range, was even more powerful. The goblin hit by the shot had half its body blown to shreds, collapsing into the sewage, twitching twice before falling still. The remaining two goblins were stunned at first, then became completely enraged. They did not retreat. Instead, they locked their fiery red eyes, filled with murderous intent, right onto Lin Yue. Lin Yue's gun paused slightly, but his heartbeat instantly quickened. The sound of footsteps was heavy, unlike the chaotic flailing of goblins. It was more deliberate, more methodical, as if something stronger was advancing toward him. He didn't rush forward, but immediately stepped back half a step, pressing himself against the wall and hiding his body in the shadows. At times like these, recklessness was the last thing he could afford. Just because things had gone smoothly earlier didn't mean they would continue that way. True danger often emerged when one let their guard down. The beam of his flashlight couldn't penetrate the deepest darkness. It could only faintly illuminate a blurred silhouette. That thing was a head taller than a regular goblin, its shoulders broader, its build more muscular. It slowly lifted its head, a low growl rumbling from its throat like it was sniffing out the scent of blood from its prey. Lin Yue's gaze turned icy. He understood. This wasn't an ordinary monster. This was a tougher foe, but he had no way out. From the moment he set foot in this sewer, there had been no turning back. Either he fought his way out, or he died here. If he wanted to survive, he had to be faster, fiercer, and colder than his enemy. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the shotgun more tightly. His movements rock steady, without the slightest tremor. After killing so many goblins earlier, he was no longer the average person who could only charge forward by sheer willpower. The fear was still there, but he had learned to suppress it and convert it into the force driving his actions. The shadow in the distance abruptly stopped. The next second, it lunged forward fiercely. Lin Yue pulled the trigger almost instinctively. Bang! The gunshot exploded in the narrow sewer, the impact rattling his eardrums. Steel pellets hit the creature's chest, splattering blood, but it didn't collapse immediately. Instead, It let out an even more ferocious roar, charging forward despite its injury. Lin Yu's pupils constricted. Tough hide, thick flesh, and faster reflexes. As expected, this one was harder to kill, but he remained calm. In moments like these, panic would only lead to death. As long as he maintained his distance, no matter how strong the creature was, it would still bleed. He swiftly retreated, raised his gun, loaded another round, and fired again. His movements were fluid, like a machine programmed through relentless training. Bang! Bang! The second and third shots fire in succession, finally interrupting the beast's momentum. It staggered back, its massive body slamming into a nearby pipe, producing a loud, echoing thud. Lin Yue didn't give it a chance to recover. He knew what he lacked most wasn't courage. It was time. If he hesitated even for a second and the creature regained its footing, he would be the one to die. So, gritting his teeth, he fired again. At such close range, the shotgun pellets exploded, leaving nearly half the creature's body a mangled mess of blood and flesh. Finally, it could hold on no longer. With a pained howl, it toppled heavily to the ground, twitched a few times, and lay motionless. Lin Yue stood there, his chest heaving violently, his palms soaked with sweat. Not until he confirmed that the creature was truly dead did he slowly exhale. Killed a level 2 mutant goblin, EXP plus 20. Current level, 1/100/100ths. When the system notification appeared, Lin Yue was momentarily stunned. Then, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He had leveled up. The very next second, a rush of unfamiliar, yet palpable power surged from deep within his body. It felt as if a parched man had suddenly drunk his fill. He felt refreshed, lighter, and rejuvenated. Clenching his fists, he could distinctly sense his strength increasing, his reactions growing sharper. His chances of surviving had improved. But before he could relish his small victory, the system interface flashed again. Level up, unlocking the second divine passive ability draw. Lin Yu's breath hitched. Another one? Without hesitation, he focused intently on the new notification. This time, he knew his fate's turning point might be right in front of him. Suddenly, a shadow far bigger and taller than a regular goblin emerged from the darkness. Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply. A level 2 goblin warrior. This creature was bulkier and stronger compared to level 1 goblins. While its movements were noticeably slower, the massive machete in its hand was enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. One hit from that thing meant certain death or serious injuries. Lin Yue tightened his grip on the shotgun, his left hand slightly adjusting the flashlight beam. The goblin warrior spotted him too, letting out a deep, guttural growl. Its hideous face appeared particularly sinister under the light. Beneath its yellowed skin, muscles bulged ominously, giving the impression it could pounce at any moment. Without hesitation, Lin Yue raised his shotgun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Shoot first, or lose your chance to survive. Bang! The steel pellets flew, but they only struck the goblin warrior's lower body, splattering sewage everywhere without delivering significant damage. Damn it, this shotgun's effective range was still too short. Roar! This shot completely enraged the goblin warrior. It let out an earth-shaking howl, raised its machete high, and took large strides as it charged toward Lin Yue. Retreat? Lin Yue had no intention of retreating. While rapidly chambering a new round, he continued firing and even proactively advanced. He was well aware that a shotgun's maximum power is within its optimal range. As long as his opponent stepped into that range, he could kill it before it got close enough for melee combat. Gunfire echoed incessantly in the tunnel. Flashes of fire illuminated the dim passage intermittently. The distance between Lin Yue and the goblin warrior grew closer and closer. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. With an endless supply of bullets in his shotgun, he had nothing to fear. The relentless barrage of firepower created an iron wall, forcefully stalling the goblin warrior's charge while whittling away its life bit by bit. Lin Yue had lost count of how many shots he had fired. All he could feel was the shotgun barrel growing hotter and his arm starting to go numb. Finally, when the distance between them was less than 5 meters, a mass of steel pellets blasted out in unison, blowing apart half of the creature's head. The goblin warrior's body stiffened instantly before collapsing straight into the foul water, splashing up a wave of stinking liquid. Killed level: 2 Goblin Warrior *1, EXP plus 10. Current level: 190 out of 100. Just 10 more experience points to level up. A glint of anticipation flashed in Lin Yue's eyes. Last time, he had unlocked the unlimited ammo reservoir, which completely eliminated his concerns about running out of ammunition. So what would happen this time? What kind of change would the new mythical passive bring? But before he could think further, he suddenly heard the crisp sound of metal clashing in the darkness ahead. Immediately after, 2 even harsher roars echoed out. 2 goblin warriors wielding machetes forced their way through the narrow tunnel, one following closely behind the other. Their blood-red eyes locked onto Lin Yue in an instant. Perfect. Instead of being afraid, Lin Yue felt a rush of excitement. He swiftly chambered around, aiming the shotgun directly at the goblin warrior in the lead. The distance between them was less than 10 meters. This was precisely the most lethal range of a shotgun. Boom! The first shot tore through its chest, leaving a bowl-sized bloody hole. Before the sound of the firing pin resetting had faded, the second shot followed immediately. This time, it blasted a gaping hole straight through its body. Before the goblin warrior could even let out a scream, it collapsed on the spot. Without missing a beat, Lin Yue flicked his wrist, aiming the shotgun at the other goblin warrior. Click! Boom! Click! Boom! Green blood and white brain matter exploded simultaneously, spraying nearly half a meter high. The head of the second goblin warrior was blasted to pieces. Its body swayed twice before crashing into the filthy water with a splash. 4 shots, total annihilation. Killed level: 2 Goblin Warrior *1, EXP plus 10. Killed level: 2 Goblin Warrior *1, EXP plus 10. Congratulations, player level increased to LV2. 200s. Congratulations, you have gained 1 mythical passive skill draw chance. Would you like to draw immediately? Draw immediately. As soon as the words left his mouth, a familiar virtual roulette appeared before Lin Yue. Countless golden mythical passive skill icons flashed by in dazzling succession. The next moment, the roulette spun slower and slower. Lin Yue's heart raced faster and faster. Finally, the pointer came to a stop in a blinding flash of golden light. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the mythical passive skill, Gun Extension. Gun Extension, mythical. For every target killed, the maximum range of all equipped firearm weapons increases by 1%. This effect stacks infinitely and has no cap. Lin Yue's breath caught in his throat, and then his heart started pounding wildly. An infinitely stackable range extension? He looked down at the worn-out SRS shotgun in his hands, and his expression instantly changed. This shotgun originally had an effective range of only 25 meters, but now it was different. As long as he kept killing enemies, its range would continually increase. Kill 100, and its range doubles. Kill 1,000 or 10,000. By then, this old shotgun, originally suited only for close combat, could transform into a long-range scatter sniper capable of killing enemies hundreds of meters away. This wasn't just luck. This was a complete game-changer. Lin Yue gripped the scorching hot shotgun, turning his gaze deeper into the sewer. In the darkness, the sounds of goblin roars echoed incessantly. Clearly, the earlier gunfire had attracted more monsters from the depths. But now, his heart harbored not the slightest fear. There was only an ever-mounting battle fervor. This sewer was no longer a dead end. It had become his hunting ground, his path to leveling up, and the beginning of his journey to change his destiny. Li Hu and his group were gathered around a worn-out table, eating dinner. Hard, leathery buns and overly salty pickled vegetables. What would be unbearable under normal circumstances was considered a rare blessing here, where one could eat a hot meal in relative safety. Half an hour ago, they'd vaguely heard gunfire in the distance. Unconcerned, none of them gave much thought. But now, as a new and denser round of gunfire erupted in the distance, they all paused mid-bite, raising their heads in unison. HM? Again. The tall, skinny one put down his bun, peering through a crack-lined window toward the sewer entrance. Who's the unlucky team still grinding goblins at this hour? The short, stocky worker frowned and firmly set his enamel bowl back on the table. No, it's something else, said the worker with a small mustache, shaking his head decisively. The gunshots are too consistent. This isn't some random solo adventurer. It's got to be a team of awakened. The squad of the awakened went in. Old Wong paused his chewing, a hint of hesitation flashing in his clouded eyes. You mean, could it be that young guy is still alive? Isn't he the gunner? Impossible. The tall worker dismissed it without a second thought, his tone laced with obvious disdain. With his few bullets? By now, he'd probably been gnawed to the bone by the goblins. But enough. Li Yue cut off Old Wong coldly, biting harshly into a steamed bun. Maybe it's just some rookie squad, grinding for experience overnight for tomorrow's rookie exam. After saying this, he swallowed the food in his mouth, his tone growing even colder. Finish eating. We need to go in tomorrow to retrieve the bodies. Don't delay the important stuff. Hearing this, the others too dismissed Old Wong's idea as overthinking. A rookie gunner, and one running out of ammunition? There's no way he could have survived until now. Old Wong opened his mouth, but seeing Li Yue's dark, stormy face, he dared not say anything more. He could only lower his head and continue gnawing on his steam bun. Yet, the faint yet persistent sound of gunfire never stopped. The more Li Yue listened, the tighter his brow furrowed. The gunfire was too rapid and too steady. It wasn't like those rich kids who treat their psionic firearms as life-saving trump cards. When they encounter danger, they tend to fire wildly, losing any semblance of rhythm. Unless there was indeed a gunner inside. Just as this thought surfaced in Li Yue's mind, he immediately suppressed it. Impossible. That kid was clearly at his limit and couldn't possibly last until now. He could only reassure himself with this thought, stuffing the steamed bun into his mouth in a few quick bites, as if doing so could swallow down the unease within him as well. The gunfire echoed ceaselessly through the depths of the sewers, reverberating so sharply it made one's ears ring. Lin Yue gripped his shotgun tightly as its barrel burned hot, yet his hand remained steady. In the darkness ahead, figures flitted constantly. The deeper he went, the more goblins he encountered. After taking down 3 level 2 goblin warriors earlier, most of what he encountered since were level 1 ordinary goblins. Now, 5 more had charged out from the shadows. They shrieked piercingly, waving their rusted spiked clubs, splashing through sludge like a pack of bloodthirsty mad dogs. Having dwelled in the dim environment for so long, Lin Yue's eyes had fully adjusted, sharp enough to even make out the slick moss coating the walls of the pipe. A thought passed through his mind, and the skill gunner's extension from his skill bar appeared immediately. 15%. In just a few short minutes, he had killed 15 more goblins. The vintage SRS shotgun in his hand, originally with an effective range of only 25 meters, had now been forcibly extended to 28.75 meters. In other words, the more he killed, the greater his advantage. Welcome, experience bags. The corner of Lin Yue's mouth curled as he advanced instead of retreating, steadying the gun on the lead goblin charging toward him. He didn't fire immediately. He waited for them to get closer, for the perfect moment to land the most effective shot. 20 meters, 17 meters, 15 meters. Now, bang! The shot exploded. Dense steel pellets rained down like iron hail, directly shattering the lead goblin's head. The headless corpse stumbled forward a few paces before collapsing into the sewage, splashing up foul-smelling water. Defeated level 1 goblin *1, EXP +5. Gunner's extension effect activated. Maximum gun range +1%, accumulated bonus, 16%, effective range, 29 meters. As a notification flashed, The other 4 goblins closed to within 10 meters. Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged, his arm muscles tensed, and his reloading motion was a blur. The gun's muzzle swung sharply, locking onto a new target. Through his experience, he'd realized one thing during this series of skirmishes. The most effective tactic was a headshot. Whether it was an ordinary goblin or tougher monsters, as long as their head was blown apart, survival was not an option. Click, bang, click, bang. 2 more shots rang out. 2 green heads burst like spoiled watermelons, spraying foul liquid everywhere. The remaining 2 goblins, witnessing their companions dying one after another, finally showed a flicker of fear in their eyes. Yet hunger and instinct compelled them, forcing them to charge forward nonetheless. Click, bang. Another precise shot shattered one goblin's head. Only one remained. Now fully panicked, it let out a sharp scream and turned to dart back into the shadows. Think you can run when you're already in my grasp? Lin Yue raised his gun again. Click, bang. The steel pellets erupted from the barrel, piercing through the back of its skull. Its final struggles came to an abrupt end. Defeated level 1 goblin *1, EXP plus 5. Defeated level 1 goblin *1, EXP plus 5. Gunner's extension effect activated. Maximum gun range plus 1%. Accumulated bonus 20%. Effective range 30 meters. Lin Yue exhaled softly, sweat beading on his forehead. The continuous firing had heated the gun to an extreme. The barrel had begun to glow faintly red. Although he had the infinite ammo skill and didn't need to worry about running out of bullets, the weapon itself was just an ordinary one without any great enhancements. If this kept up, an overheated barrel could potentially explode at any moment. If that happened, the gun would be destroyed, and he'd likely be injured as well. His gaze dropped to the dark sewage at his feet, quickly formulating a solution in his mind. Lin Yue approached the sewage, crouched, and carefully dipped the glowing red barrel into the foul water. SSSSSS. White smoke sizzled up instantly, accompanied by a sharp sound as the barrel's heat dissipated rapidly. This makeshift and improvised method somehow turned out to be surprisingly effective. Not only could it lower the temperature, but it also prevented water from seeping into the gun barrel, avoiding any impact on the weapon structure. Taking advantage of this brief respite, Lin Yue managed to catch his breath. But he was well aware he couldn't afford to stop now. The night was still long. The only thing he could do was to keep killing, keep leveling up, and steadily increase his shooting range bit by bit. Once the gun's temperature dropped to a manageable level, Lin Yue gripped the shotgun tightly again and continued advancing deeper into the sewer system. Not long after, goblins appeared ahead once more. This time, however, it wasn't just the regular goblins. 2 larger, fiercer-looking level 2 goblin warriors were among them. After the preceding battles, Lin Yue's movements had become increasingly practiced. Firing, reloading, aiming, it was almost instinctive. Every motion was quicker, steadier, as though his body was fighting autonomously instead of him forcing it through. About 20 more minutes passed before the area ahead suddenly opened up into a spacious square zone. A dozen or so level 1 goblins were fighting over an unidentified pile of rotting meat, resembling a pack of frenzied, mindless dogs. The 2 machete-wielding goblin warriors stood in the middle, looking particularly dangerous. Lin Yue pressed himself against the shadows at the corner, taking a deep breath before suddenly pressing the flashlight switch. A piercing beam of light tore through the darkness, landing squarely in the midst of the goblins. Raff! The sudden light startled all the goblins, causing them to simultaneously look up, their eyes filled with bewilderment and anger. One of the goblin warriors reacted the fastest, letting out a furious roar and charging at him with its blade. But Lin Yue remained calm. He raised his gun, pulled the trigger, and executed the movement as smoothly as if he had practiced it countless times. The distance was just within his effective shooting range. Bang! The steel shot hit the goblin warrior squarely in the chest, blasting a fist-sized bloody cavity into it. The creature howled in agony, halting its charge abruptly. Now was the opportunity. Lin Yue wasted no time, quickly reloading and pulling the trigger again. Bang! The second shot blasted through its throat. Killed level 2 Goblin Warrior ×1, EXP plus 10. Gunfire extension effect triggered. Maximum gunshot range plus 1%. Current cumulative 21%. Effective range 30.25 meters. The other Goblin Warrior watched its companion fall and flew into a rage, charging at him like a mad beast. The result, however, was no different. Lin Yue remained calm, precise, and lethal, dispatching it with 2 clean shots. Bang! Bang! The Goblin Warrior fell to the ground on the spot, not even having the chance to get close. Killed level 2 Goblin Warrior ×1, EXP plus 10. Gunfire extension effect triggered. Maximum gunshot range plus 1%. Current cumulative 22%. Effective range 30.5 meters. With the 2 most dangerous enemies taken care of, the remaining dozen or so level 1 goblins, seeming to sense the scent of blood like rabid beasts, all surged at him en masse. For the first time, Lin Yue faced so many enemies at once. But he didn't panic. Fear would only make one die faster. To survive, you had to stay calm. He retreated while creating distance, his grip on the shotgun unwavering. Click, bang, click, bang. The gunshots resonated wildly in the sewer, flashes of fire bursting forth like relentless blades, harvesting life after life. One goblin after another fell. Killed level 1 goblin ×1, EXP plus 5. Killed level 1 goblin ×1, EXP plus 5. Killed level 1 goblin ×1, EXP plus 5. The system notifications flooded his vision, almost making his eyes blur. Meanwhile, the shotgun in his hands grew increasingly heated from the intense firing. Finally, when the last level 1 goblin fell, a new prompt appeared in his mind. Congratulations, host has leveled up to LV3. 300s. Gunfire extension effect triggered. Maximum gunshot range plus 1%. Current cumulative 36%. Effective range 34 meters. Congratulations, host has obtained 1 divine passive skill draw. Would you like to draw it now? He had leveled up. Additionally, he'd earn a chance to draw another divine passive skill. More importantly, his gunfire extension had soared to 36%, increasing his effective range to 34 meters. Lin Yue's heart raced with excitement. Claim the reward first. Everything else could wait. Draw now, he silently commanded. The virtual roulette in front of him spun rapidly, countless skill icons flashing by, until eventually the pointer stopped on a golden, glowing icon. Ding! Congratulations, host. Acquired mythical passive skill, damage amplification. Damage amplification, mythical. For every target killed, the damage of the equipped firearm increases by 1%. This effect can stack infinitely, with no upper limit. Lin Yue's breath halted for a moment. In the next second, an overwhelming surge of ecstasy erupted in his chest. Another ability without a ceiling. Each kill permanently increased his weapon's damage by 1%, and the effect could accumulate infinitely. Lin Yue understood better than anyone what this meant. This wasn't mere progression. It was a push towards a pinnacle beyond anyone's imagination. If he managed to upgrade to an even stronger weapon and steadily increase this damage, he felt as though he might truly be able to shoot through the heavens with a single shot. Dense steel pellets repeatedly struck the goblin leader, forcing it to retreat step by step. Its skin was exceptionally tough, making ordinary attacks difficult to land a fatal blow. But Lin Yue remained unfazed. When he first entered the dungeon, things were different. Now, he understood his greatest advantage wasn't brute strength, but distance, patience, and the ability to wear down his opponent bit by bit. He steadily held the shotgun, always maintaining a safe distance with his steps. The more enraged the goblin leader became, the sloppier its movements were. Its injured left leg grew heavier with each charge. Lin Yue clearly saw that this kind of monster, though it looked ferocious, was similar to any opponent who acted out of impulse. Once it lost control, its openings would only grow larger. Less than 2 minutes later, the massive goblin was visibly at its limit. Its left leg was nearly useless, and its body was beginning to lose balance. Lin Yue didn't waste the chance and decisively pulled the trigger. The final shot hit its forehead squarely, completely shattering its defenses. The massive body collapsed forward, dirty water splashing everywhere, and the stench instantly filled the air. Killed LVL 3 Goblin Leader *1. EXP plus 120. Congratulations, host. Level up to LV4. 10 400s. Triggering cannon extension effect. Maximum firearm range plus 1%. Current total 72%. Effective range 43 meters. Triggering damage amplification effect. Firearm damage plus 1%. Current total 36%. Congratulations, host. You have gained a one-time chance for a mythical passive skill draw. Draw now. Lin Yue stood still, chest heaving, breaths filled with the damp and bloody smell. He knew he had made the right bet. This leader was indeed much stronger than the prior monsters, but strong didn't mean invincible. As long as he stayed calm and judged accurately, even the strongest enemy could be worn down step by step. What thrilled him the most wasn't leveling up, but this new draw opportunity. Draw now. As his words fell, the familiar golden wheel appeared once more. The pointer spun wildly as Lin Yue's gaze locked onto that constantly shifting golden light, his heartbeat quickening. Finally, the pointer slowed to a stop. Congratulations, host. You have gained the mythical passive skill, Psionic Penetration. Psionic Penetration. Mythical enhances equipped weapons with powerful penetration effects, ignoring the target's defenses. Lin Yue froze for a moment before his breath hitched. He fully understood what this meant. No matter how strong his gun had been before, its damage was still partially obstructed by armor, flesh, or hard shells. But not anymore. With this ability, his attacks could directly pierce into a target's body. Defenses would no longer be an absolute barrier. This wasn't just an enhancement, it was a transformation. Lin Yue lowered his gaze to the shotgun in his hands, his expression gradually sharpening. He knew that even more troublesome enemies awaited ahead, but from this moment on, he was no longer the same as when he first entered the dungeon. Li Hu's thoughts suddenly became active. 30,000 credit points. This wasn't a small amount. For someone like him, scraping by at the bottom, this sum was enough to make anyone envious. He stared at Lin Yue, quickly calculating in his mind. This kid looked so young and so easygoing. If he could press things down this time, he'd pocket much more. But Lin Yue was sharper than he expected. In places like this, the ones who survived weren't the loudest, but the ones who could think clearly. Lin Yue had spent the entire night killing monsters, using his life to earn his rewards. There was no way he would give it up for nothing. He could already tell that Li Hu was scheming, but he didn't immediately react. The more critical the situation, the calmer he needed to remain. Brother Hu, Lin Yue's tone was calm. The bodies are all here, and the numbers match. If you refuse to pay now, things will only get more complicated when the company checks. Then, it'll be awkward for everyone. Li Hu's expression shifted slightly. Of course, he understood that logic. But the thought of those 30,000 credit points made him hesitant to let go. Greed stiffened the smile on his face. You're right. Li Hu coughed awkwardly. But since it's your first day here, there's still some process to go through. I'll keep a record for now, and once I file the report, I'll settle it with you. It sounded procedural, but in reality, he was just stalling. Lin Yue smirked internally. He wasn't stupid. In his past life, he'd seen plenty of people who seemed polite but were really just trying to pocket what wasn't theirs. If he gave an inch today, these people would only grow bolder in the future. All right, Lin Yue nodded. Li Hu was surprised, not expecting him to agree so readily. But in the next moment, Lin Yue added, then file the report now. Do it in front of everyone. When the company confirms on the spot, I'll take my share immediately. It's the simplest and fairest way. Li Hu's expression darkened completely. He hadn't expected this kid to be so hard to fool. He thought Lin Yue was just some student out to make ends meet, but instead, he had a sharp mind. The workers around them noticed the tension and kept their heads low, unwilling to get involved. Just as the standoff continued, Old Wang suddenly spoke up. Brother Hu, Lin Yue did all the work, and the bodies are right there. The money owed to him shouldn't be denied. Though the words weren't loud, they hit like nails that pinned Li Hu down. The muscles in Li Hu's face twitched, and his gaze turned cold. But he knew that if he forcibly took the money now, it could blow up into a larger issue. If the company investigated, his private embezzlement would be uncovered. Though bitter and unwilling, he managed an ugly smile and said, "Fine. Since everyone agrees, we'll follow the rules." Lin Yue didn't respond, simply watching him silently. He knew people like Li Hu. Suffering a loss today, such individuals would hold grudges. But what of it? In the face of true strength, those harboring sinister intentions would eventually have no choice but to bow their heads. Li Hu turned to, contacting the company was a slow process, as if they were deliberately stalling. But Lin Yue wasn't in a hurry at all. To him, tonight's true gain wasn't just the money. The more important thing was that he had proven one thing. This gun, this path, this world. He's not destined to always be trampled upon. As long as he's given enough opportunities, he can take back his destiny. Lin Yue did not answer immediately. He merely stood there, his face devoid of any unnecessary expression. That kind of calmness, in turn, made Li Hu feel uneasy. Because the truly dangerous people are often not the ones who shout the loudest, but those who can't even be bothered to show their emotions. Li Hu forced a smile, as if trying to wrest control of the situation back into his hands. 3,000. He deliberately said the number in a casual tone. That's already a lot. For a student like you, this money should last you a while. Don't be too greedy, got it? The workers around him immediately chimed in, their laughter carrying a tone of obvious ridicule. Brother Hu is already being generous with you, and you're still not satisfied? A temporary worker without proper credentials should be thankful to even get paid. Don't be ungrateful. Take the money and leave. Old Wang stood off to the side, his lips twitching as though he was about to say something, but in the end he swallowed his words. It's not that he didn't want to help. He was too familiar with what kind of person Li Hu was. If he stepped in today, he'd be losing his job at the very least, or worse, he might get beaten up. In a place like this, it's not about who's right, but about whose fists are harder. But Lin Yue wasn't angered by their words. He simply raised his head slowly and looked at Li Hu. Sweat mixed with grime dripped down his face, making his young features appear even sterner. His gaze was calm like the ocean before storm. 3,000, Lin Yue repeated, as if confirming whether he had misheard. Then, he curved the corner of his lips into a faint smile. The laughter from the people around was abruptly silenced. Li Hu's heart skipped a beat. Something fell off. He instinctively sensed that something was spiraling out of his control. Lin Yue looked at him, his tone still calm, but colder than before. Li Hu, do you think I'm easy to bully? Li Hu was momentarily stunned, and then, as if hearing the most ridiculous joke, burst into laughter. Easy to bully? He flicked the cigarette but onto the ground, his expression full of disdain. Who do you think you are? A poor student? A worthless F-rank gunsmith? And you dare put on airs in front of me? He took half a step forward, his voice growing louder. I'll bully you right here, right now. What can you do? The other workers egged him on, their words growing nastier. Yeah, 3,000 is more than enough for you. Anyone else wouldn't even get that much. Better know your place. A fiery glint crossed Li Hu's face. Clearly, his patience had run out. Take the money and leave while you still can. If you dare keep dragging this out. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yue moved. The sharp sound of a shotgun chambering a round echoed unnervingly in the dim space. The next second, Lin Yue raised the shotgun at an unhurried pace, its dark muzzle aimed steadily at Li Hu's forehead. Everyone's breath hitched. The sneer on Li Hu's face froze, and cold sweat instantly formed on his brow. His previously arrogant demeanor was completely wiped out by the sudden wave of fear. What are you trying to do? His voice faltered, shaking all the way to the end. This is Xinjiang City. You wouldn't dare do anything reckless, would you? Lin Yue stared at him, his gaze devoid of the slightest emotion. "Reckless?" he murmured. "Didn't you just wonder what I could do to you?" Li Yu's Adam's apple bobbed violently as he swallowed hard. He finally realized that Lin Yue wasn't bluffing. This young man was truly willing to pull the trigger. What's more, he was colder, far more ruthless than Li Hu had ever imagined. "Okay, killing someone means you'll have to pay the price." Li Hu tried to suppress his trembling voice, attempting to use the law to intimidate Lin Yue. But Lin Yue looked as though he'd just heard the most childish joke. "Who said I was going to kill you?" The moment those words dropped, the muzzle of the shotgun dipped slightly. Bang! A thunderous roar broke the stillness, reverberating through the dim corridor. Li Hu let out an inhuman scream, collapsing to the ground with a thud. His right arm had been completely blown apart from the wrist, sending blood and flesh scattering everywhere. The severed hand landed in the dirty water, quickly swallowed by the murky darkness. My hand! My hand! Li Hu clutched his mangled arm, writhing in agony on the floor. What little arrogance and glee he'd shown moments before had all turned into gut-wrenching cries of pain. The other workers were struck dumb, their faces pale, their legs shaking so much they could barely stand. The tall, thin one and the short, stocky one both collapsed into the filthy water, trembling uncontrollably, not even daring to lift their eyes to look at Lin Yue. They finally understood that this young man before them wasn't a pushover they could casually exploit. He was calm, but that didn't mean he was weak. Lin Yue lowered the shotgun, glancing impassively at the groaning Li Hu on the ground, his tone steady as ever. "I'm just helping you cure your bad habit of overreaching." With that, he crouched down and fished out the bulging wallet from Li Hu's pocket. Opening it, he saw it was stuffed with 40,000 credit points. Lin Yue gave the contents a brief glance, his eyes devoid of surprise. Money like this didn't need questioning. It was obvious where it came from. Over the years, Li Hu had extorted and withheld untold amounts of others' hard-earned wages. Today, he'd finally coughed it all up. Lin Yue pocketed the money, straightened up, and looked down at the wailing Li Hu. 30,000 is what I deserve." His voice calm. Jing said calmly, "The extra 10,000 is for the corpse of that goblin commander." Li Hu's face turned pale from the pain, beads of cold sweat on his forehead, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. He stared intently at Lin Yue, as if engraving his face into memory. You better watch your back." He gritted his teeth, forcing the words out of his throat. "This isn't over. It's not over. I have connections. You're dead. Is that so? Should I cripple your other hand while I'm at it?" Lin Yue, expressionless, raised his gun again. The dark muzzle pointed steadily at Li Hu's remaining left hand. "No, don't shoot." Li Hu's face turned as white as a sheet, retreating repeatedly in fear, completely losing his earlier arrogance. Sweating and trembling from the pain, he could hardly keep himself upright. "Take the money. Take it all. We're even. Really, we're even." Only then did Lin Yue lower his gun, calmly tucking the wallet into his pocket. "Now that's better." After saying that, he turned and walked away without looking at Li Hu again. It wasn't until his figure had completely disappeared that a few workers dared to rush in to help Li Hu up. "Boss Hu, should we call the police?" The short and stout man's voice trembled. "Call the police for what?" Li Hu gritted his teeth, his face twisted in pain, his eyes full of malice. Awakeners carrying firearms is perfectly legal. He could easily claim it was an accidental discharge. The police would at most ask a few questions and be unable to do anything to him. He stared furiously in the direction Lin Yue had left, the hatred in his chest almost exploding. "But I'll remember this. Lin Yue, you better watch out." Qingjiang City Inner Ring, Awakeners Association Tower. A 32-story, silver-white skyscraper stood at the city center, its outer walls covered in thick alloy armor, gleaming coldly under the sunlight. Lin Yue, carrying an old shotgun, pushed open the heavy glass door and was immediately drawn to the bustling scene inside the lobby. On the broad marble floor, the place was teeming with awakeners. There were mages dressed in extravagant robes, berserkers carrying giant swords, archers with compound bows slung over their shoulders, and healers holding staffs. Each emanated varying levels of energy waves, their aura significantly more powerful than that of ordinary people. When Lin Yue walked in, he was a stark contrast. His school uniform, washed to a pale color and stained, along with his lingering stench of sewage, clashed sharply with the shiny and clean environment. Murmurs around him quickly broke out, unreserved and blunt. Did this guy crawl out of a garbage pile? Look at that broken gun on his back. Is he a gunner? That class is way too weak. Isn't that gun an antique? Does it even still work? It probably can't even scratch the hide of a level 1 monster. I bet his awakening wasn't as a gunner, but as a sewage cleaner. Lin Yue ignored the comments and walked straight toward the consultation desk in the center of the lobby. A receptionist in a black pencil skirt and high heels greeted him with a professional smile. "Hello, how may I assist you?" But when Lin Yue approached, she instinctively wrinkled her nose. The disdain was practically written on her face. "Hi, I want to buy a gun." "Sir, please present your Awakener certificate first." Lin Yue took out his certificate and handed it over. Clearly printed on it were the words, F-Class Gunner. The receptionist glanced at it, and her smile faded slightly. "The firearm sales section is on the 3rd floor. The escalator is over there." "Thank you." Lin Yue turned and went upstairs, his steps steady. The 3rd floor weapons section resembled an enormous exhibition hall, with various weapons and equipment organized neatly in transparent display cases, each price tag more shocking than the last. Lin Yue didn't glance around, heading straight to the firearms section, where he quickly found what he wanted. The Storm K2 semi-automatic shotgun rested quietly in its case. The black body of the gun emitted a faint energy glow, and its metallic stock reflected a cold, hard light under the overhead lamps. Storm K2, E-Class range 50 meters, ammo capacity 12 rounds. Original price 30,000 credit points. Today's special offered 24,000 credit points. Lin Yue stared at it, and for the first time, his expression changed. This gun was the first step in turning his life around. "I want this one," he said. The middle-aged salesman, wearing glasses, looked up at him, seeing Lin Yue's plain and rather shabby appearance. The salesman was momentarily surprised, but maintained a polite smile. "Great choice, sir. The Storm K2 is an excellent weapon for gunners just starting out. E-Class quality, and it just happens to be on an 88% discount today, making it only 24,000 credits." He adjusted his glasses, speaking courteously while privately doubting Lin Yue's purchasing capability. "Are you sure? We also offer installment plans if needed." To him, this plainly dressed young man seemed highly unlikely to afford such a purchase all at once. "Positive." Lin Yue interrupted him curtly. "Cash." He pulled out the thick wallet taken from Li Hu earlier and slapped it on the counter. That stack of thick credit notes immediately made the salesperson's eyes light up. His attitude shifted instantly, his smile now 10 times warmer than before. "Absolutely. I'll process it for you right away." Before long, the brand new Storm K2 was packed into its designated case. "Sir, do you need any additional equipment?" The salesman eagerly rubbed his hands, his tone exceedingly enthusiastic. "A Nova P1." "Certainly. Nova P1, 10,000 credit points. And a set of tactical gear, lightweight armor, and a gun holster." "Of course. Also, give me 2 touch." The signal for the remote detonation mine was tracked. The salesperson quickly tapped on the calculator, speaking faster as well. "Tactical suit, 2,000. Lightweight armor, 2,000. 2 remote detonation mines, 1,000. Gun holster, 500, for a total of 15,500, including the Storm K2. The grand total is 39,500 credits." Lin Yue nodded and paid on the spot. "Sir, you're truly decisive." The salesperson's smile almost made their eyes disappear as they hurriedly packed up all the equipment and handed it over. "By the way, sir, for esteemed customers spending over 30,000 in a single purchase, we offer complimentary." When Lin Yue stepped out of the lounge, he was an entirely changed person. The black tactical suit clung tightly to his body, sleek and unyielding, accentuating his strong and upright figure. The lightweight armor on his chest and back glimmered with a cold metallic sheen. The Storm K2 was slung diagonally across his back, while the Nova P1 rested securely in the holster on his thigh. Tactical gloves encased his fingers, and a black helmet covered most of his face, leaving only a pair of calm, yet piercing eyes exposed. If earlier he still carried some fatigue and embarrassment from being beaten down by reality, now he already looked like someone truly ready to step onto the battlefield. 40,000 yuan, in the blink of an eye, was reduced to just a few hundred. In the past, he would have been so distressed he couldn't sleep. But now, he only felt it was worth it. Because what he bought wasn't just equipment, but the confidence to survive, the chance to turn his life around. Host detected equipped with Storm K2 shotgun, Mythical passive infinite ammo, automatically adapted. Host detected equipped with Nova P1 pistol, Mythical passive infinite ammo, automatically adapted. Current equipped weapon range increase, 72%. Current equipped weapon damage increase, 36%. The system notification sounds rang out in succession. Lin Yue lowered his head to look at his own hands, and a smile finally appeared on his lips. He could clearly feel that a connection had been established between himself and those two guns, a connection that was hard to describe. It wasn't simply possession, it was a true sense of control. If he wished, the next second he could make his enemies understand the price of underestimating him. Yesterday, he was still a failure, driven out of his home and trampled underfoot. Today, he was no longer the same. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Lin Yue answered the call, his voice calm. "Hello, is this Lin Yue?" A formal female voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm a staff member of the Xinjiang Awakeners Association. Just a friendly reminder, don't be late for the rookie assessment being held at 2 p.m. this afternoon at the Xinjiang Sports Center." Rookie assessment. Lin Yue's eyes flickered slightly. For others, this was an exam that determined their future, a gateway to entering prestigious schools, competing for resources, and changing their destiny. To him, this felt more like a feast delivered right to his mouth. Others take exams for their future, but he goes to level up by grinding. Such a great opportunity. If he doesn't go all out, even he would feel it's a pity. Chapter 9. Encountering the Liu family father and daughter again, hypocritical faces. After leaving the Awakeners Association building, Lin Yue directly hailed taxi. "Driver, Xinjiang Sports Center." "All right." The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror and said with a smile, "Young man, are you heading to the rookie exam? Judging by your gear, it doesn't look cheap." Lin Yue responded briefly. The driver, while driving, couldn't help but sigh. "Good luck to you. My son is going to awaken next year too. I just hope he can get a good profession. In this world nowadays, without some skills, even breathing is hard." Lin Yue didn't reply, simply watching the rapidly passing street scenes outside the car window in silence. A massive electronic screen stood by the roadside, looping a promotional video for the rookie exam. The scenes of past geniuses fighting fiercely in dungeons were enough to stir one's blood. For many young people, this was not just an exam, but also a chance to change their fate. The annual rookie examination of Longxia Kingdom, the Xinjiang city subvenue, is about to begin. The future champions will be born today. Along the way, the entire city was ignited by this atmosphere. By the time Lin Yue arrived at Xinjiang Stadium, the scene was already packed with people. The young awakeners gathered together, their faces filled with tension, anticipation, and excitement. Some whispered about dungeon intelligence. Some checked their equipment, while others kept adjusting their breathing, trying to calm themselves down. "I heard this year's dungeon is the mutated spider nest. That place is disgusting, with so many venomous spiders. They're annoying, and if you're not careful, you'll get caught. I'm a B-rank shield warrior, so tanking isn't a big problem. It's just the toxins I'm worried about. If it really drags on, it'll be troublesome. Don't panic. We have a healer in our team, and antidote potions are prepared. We should be fine." Lin Yue stood on the edge of the crowd, silently listening to the conversation, quickly organizing conclusions in his mind. Mutated Spider Nest, a level 1 to 10D level dungeon. For most newcomers, this is already challenging enough. Especially the final boss, the Spider Queen, is definitely not someone who has just awakened recently can handle easily. Under normal circumstances, going in now would indeed be no different from seeking death. But the problem is, normal circumstances don't apply to him. With a god-level passive ability, his fighting style has long been different from others. While others rely on their team, coordination, and cautious advancement, he relies on higher output, stronger survivability, and the courage to turn risks into opportunities. As he was pondering, a commotion suddenly arose ahead. Look quickly, it's Lin Yue. Oh my god, it really is her. The S-Class Elemental Saintess, the top genius of this generation in Xinjiang City. She looks even better in person than the videos. This is unbelievable. The crowd instantly parted to make way. A young girl dressed in an elegant white robe walked slowly. Her demeanor was extraordinary, her expression gentle, and she wore a perfectly measured smile, as if she were born to stand at the center of everyone's attention. It was none other than Lin Yue. Behind her followed 4 young awakeners, well-equipped and with arrogant expressions, clearly a team formed temporarily. Mind you, this exam is just a formality for you. First place is definitely yours. A boy with dyed yellow hair immediately approached her, his face full of flattery. Exactly, an S-class profession. Who in Xinjiang City can compare? The red-haired girl next to her chimed in, her tone full of flattery. Lin Yue smiled faintly, her tone modest and appropriate. Please don't say that. Everyone has their own value. I just happen to be a bit luckier. As soon as she said this, a wave of praise immediately erupted around her. Lin Yue is not only highly talented, but also so gentle. And she's not arrogant at all, which is so rare. She truly deserves to be called the top genius. Her demeanor is just outstanding. Listening to these compliments, the smile on Lin Yue's face deepened, clearly enjoying the feeling of being admired by everyone. But at that moment, her gaze inadvertently swept across the crowd and suddenly stopped on Lin Yue. In that instant, she was visibly stunned, as if she hadn't expected to see him here. The next second, the smile on her face faded slightly, and her eyes turned cold. The blonde-haired boy followed her gaze and immediately recognized Lin Yue. Isn't that Lin Yue, the one who left her house? It really is him. The red-haired girl also saw him and instantly showed a disdainful expression. An F-grade loser dares to come and participate in the rookie exam? He really thinks he's something. The blonde-haired boy let out a cold laugh, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke. A loser who was kicked out of the Liu family still dares to stand here? Doesn't he know his own worth? The red-haired girl crossed her arms and looked Lin Yue up and down with disdain. Once we enter the instance, I bet he won't even survive the first wave. Forget the monsters. I reckon just those venomous spiders alone would scare him stiff. Many people around heard this and also turned to look at Lin Yue, their eyes filled with doubt, curiosity, and undisguised contempt. But Lin Yue just stood there, his expression calm, as if he hadn't taken any of the mockery to heart. He knew very well in his heart. The real test is about to begin. Lin Yue's words were like a slap in the face, striking Lu Jinxiong hard. The surrounding noise suddenly quieted down. Everyone was looking at them, their eyes filled with shock and doubt. Relying on dead connections to cling to the Liu family's good-for-nothing? $2,000 to send someone away? That's just too cruel. Does the Liu family really owe Lin Yue's parents something? This twist is way too fast. It's like watching a play. The people who were just speaking up for Lu Jinxiong now had their expressions completely changed, because every word Lin Yue said was entirely inconsistent with the heartbroken and indignant demeanor Lu Jinxiong had displayed earlier. Lu Jinxiong's face instantly darkened, his lips pressed tightly together, and the veins on his forehead faintly throbbed. He never expected that Lin Yue, who had been silent and tolerant yesterday, would dare to reveal everything word for word in front of so many people today. What made him feel even worse was that Lin Yue's words were not out of anger, but were facts. Lin Yue stood in place, his expression calm, but within that calmness was an anger suppressed to the extreme. Scenes from last night resurfaced in his mind. Wang Lan's sharp and mean face, Lu Jinxiong's condescending humiliation, and Lin Yue's cold and indifferent gaze as she stood by and watched. That wasn't a misunderstanding. That was the method they had long planned to drive people away. Last night, they could treat him as a useless burden, and today, they want to act magnanimous and kind in front of everyone. Unfortunately, Lin Yue no longer wants to play along with their act. Who was it yesterday that said I was useless, that I had long repaid my parents' kindness? Lin Yue asked word by word. And who was it that threw 2,000 yuan in front of me and told me to get out before dawn? Lu Zhenxiong's eyes flickered for a moment before he immediately said coldly, "Don't spout nonsense here. Those were just words said in anger, meant to wake you up." "Wake me up," Lin Yue sneered, "calling me someone who lives off the kindness of the dead. Does that count as waking me up?" He lowered his head and glanced at the equipment on him, his tone even colder. "What I'm wearing and using now didn't cost the Liu family a single penny. You keep saying you raised me for 10 years, but when you kicked me out yesterday, those 10 years were already over. The debt that can never be repaid is the kindness my parents owed. Unfortunately, your Liu family will never have the right to settle that account." Lu Zhenxiong's face turned completely dark. He opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but couldn't utter a single complete sentence for a moment, because Lin Yue had left him no way out. Even more so, because the people present had already started doubting what he had just said. Lu Manyu's expression didn't look good either. She originally thought that as long as she pretended to be acting in Lin Yu's best interest, she could easily suppress the matter. She even believed that Lin Yue would endure it like before, bow his head, and remain silent. But she forgot. When a person is pushed to the brink, the first thing they lose is not their sanity, but their patience. Lin Yue looked at her, his gaze devoid of any warmth. "Didn't you say I wasn't suitable to team up with you? Didn't you say that as an F-rank gunner, I would only be a burden? Very well, I don't want to be with you either." After saying that, he directly shifted his gaze and never looked at her again. In that instant, Lu Manyu's heart inexplicably tightened. She had originally thought her rejection was firm enough, lofty enough, but now she realized that Lin Yue was not here to beg her at all. He was here to completely sever ties with her and the Liu family. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense. Lu Zhenxiong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, and his voice turned cold. "Lin Yue, don't forget that the reason you can stand here today is still because of the Liu family's years of nurturing." "Nurturing?" Lin Yue laughed, but there was not a trace of warmth in his smile. "If treating people like trash and using kindness as a bargaining chip is what you call nurturing, then the Liu family really has some thick skin." As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell completely silent. Lu Zhenxiong was utterly speechless. He knew that continuing to argue would only make himself more embarrassed, but he was unwilling to accept it. Someone he had stepped on for 10 years. What gave him the right to suddenly raise their head? What gave him the right to embarrass him in front of so many people? Lin Yue didn't give him another chance. He raised his head, his tone calm, yet as sharp as a blade. "Since yesterday, I have nothing to do with the Liu family anymore. I've repaid everything I owed you that I could. From now on, you go your way, and I'll go mine." After saying this, he turned and left. His steps were not fast, but steady. This time, there was no hesitation, no turning back, because he knew very well that some relationships, once shattered, can never be pieced back together. And true strength does not begin with defeating others. It starts with learning to walk away from those who only drag you down. The panic on Lu Zhenxiong's face flickered for just a moment, only to be quickly suppressed by an even stronger fury. "You're talking nonsense." His voice trembled with agitation as he raised his hand to point at Lin Yue, as if he had suffered a grave injustice. "When did I ever say such a thing? Lin Yue, I really misjudged you. To make excuses for yourself, you actually dare to slander me, slander the entire Liu family." After speaking, he immediately turned to the onlookers, putting on an expression of both heartbreak and grievance. "Everyone, don't listen to his wild accusations. I admit, as an elder, I did say some harsh words yesterday, but that was only because I was disappointed in him. An F-rank gunner. Tell me, what kind of future can such a profession have? I don't want him to aim too high and fall short, or to take the wrong path in the future. That's why I pushed him to face reality. Everything I did was for his own good." These words were spoken with such conviction. Even the tone seemed genuinely concerned for Lin Yue. The onlookers, upon hearing this, began to waver again. It seems the head of the Liu family does have a point. An F-level profession really doesn't have much of a future. As parents, who doesn't worry about their child's future? The words may sound harsh, but the intention might truly be good. Isn't Lin Yue being too impulsive? Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Not necessarily. If there really is a problem at home, the child is bound to be affected. Seeing this, Lu Manyu's eyes flashed with a hint of smugness, but her face immediately showed a look of sadness and understanding. She stepped forward, gently tugged on Lu Zhenxiong's sleeve, and spoke in a soft voice as if comforting an angry father. "Dad, don't be angry. It's not worth harming your health over this. Lin Yue, he might just be unable to accept the outcome all at once. After speaking, she looked at Lin Yue again, her eyes slightly red and her face full of disappointment. Lin Yue, how can you say that about Dad? Don't you have any idea how he's treated you all these years? I heard that after learning your awakening result wasn't good, he even asked someone to help you find a clerical job in the Awakeners Association, just so you wouldn't be left without a place to go in the future. How can you make up these things just to vent your emotions and hurt the person who cares about you the most? Make up. Lin Yue sneered inwardly. This father and daughter pair really cooperate quite skillfully. One plays the role of the enraged, strict father, while the other plays the understanding and considerate good daughter. Back and forth, they successfully divert everyone's attention. But as Lin Yue listened, he only felt disgusted. Care about him? Arrange a job for him? What an enormous joke. He still remembers last night's scene vividly. He returned after awakening and stood outside the door, just in time to hear Wang Lan's words to Lu Jinxiang. Our Lu family has supported him for 10 years, and we've already done more than enough. Now he's awakened to a useless profession. He's just a burden. Are we supposed to support him for a lifetime? He awakened to an F-level profession. If this gets out, what will people think of our Lu family? Will they say we specialize in raising useless people? How will Man Yu face others in the future? How will she hold her head high among those young people with status? Those words pierced his heart like a knife. It was precisely because Lu Jinxiang had long harbored the thought of driving him away that Wang Lan's few words, adding fuel to the fire, made him completely resolved to do so. Lin Yue slowly raised his head, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. Lu Jinxiang, do you dare swear to the heavens that you didn't say those words last night? His voice wasn't loud. It was like a needle piercing clearly into everyone's ears. Do you dare to swear that you're not rushing to kick me out of the house because I awakened an F-level profession and you think I'm useless? Lu Jinxiang's eyelid twitched violently, and his expression instantly turned grim. Swear? Of course, he wouldn't dare. But in front of so many people, he couldn't directly admit it. You're being unreasonable. He could only grit his teeth and shout harshly. Unreasonable. Lin Yue took a step forward, his gaze as cold as a blade. Then let me ask you again, how exactly did you repay my parents' kindness? Lu Jinxiang was stunned and instinctively repeated what he had said last night. My Lu family raised you for 10 years, provided for your food and clothing. Isn't that enough? Is it enough? Lin Yue suddenly raised his voice, his tone like a clap of thunder, silencing the scene by a few degrees. Far from enough. He swept his gaze over the faces around him, some doubtful, some disdainful, some waiting for a spectacle, and said word by word. 10 years ago, who was it that risked their life to save you from the clutches of danger at the most critical moment? Lu Jinxiang's shoulders visibly trembled, and his pupils contracted. Lin Yue didn't give him a chance to catch his breath and continued pressing. Who exchanged their life for yours? Lu Jinxiang? It was my parents. They exchanged 2 lives for yours. Is this what you call the kindness of the dead? For 10 years, you relied on the resources my parents sacrificed their lives for, climbing step by step to where you are today, successful, thriving, sitting in the position of a steward in the Awakeners Association, admired and respected by everyone. But what about me? The only son of my parents. What kind of life have I been living in your Lu family? Living under someone else's roof, enduring your wife Wang Lan's attitude, and listening to your daughter Lu Manyu's sarcastic remarks. Now that I've awakened an F-level profession, in your eyes, I have no value left, and I'm just a useless person clinging to your family under the guise of the kindness of the dead? Lin Yue stared at Lu Jinxiang, his gaze unwavering. Lu Jinxiang, think carefully. Are you the one supporting me? Or are you using my parents' life-saving grace as an excuse to ease your conscience? Each word fell like a heavy hammer. The entire outer hall of the gymnasium instantly fell silent. So silent it was terrifying. Everyone was stunned, as if hit on the head with a heavy hammer. No one expected Lin Yue to reveal the truth he had hidden for so many years at such a moment. It turned out that the death of Lin Yue's parents was not an accident. It happened because they were saving Lu Jinxiang. If this is true, then the Lu family's adoption of Lin Yue over the years was not an act of kindness at all, but a responsibility they should have borne. It could even be said that the Lin Yue family exchanged 2 lives for Lu Jinxiang's 1 life. This account is impossible to settle. In an instant, everyone's gazes changed. The admiration, envy, and flattery from earlier had all disappeared. Instead, there was suspicion, disdain, and blatant disgust. Lu Zhenxiong's face turned pale, and his breathing became erratic. It was the first time he had ever felt this way. It was as if he were standing under the gaze of countless eyes, with every layer of his dignity stripped away on the spot, leaving not a shred of decency behind. What he cared about most, his reputation, status, and dignity, was completely shattered by Lin Yue at this moment. "You're spouting nonsense." Lu Zhenxiong's voice trembled, yet he still tried to hold his ground. "Things back then weren't like you think. There were other reasons." "Other reasons?" Lin Yue sneered, his gaze devoid of any warmth. "Then go ahead and tell me, what were those reasons? Was it that my parents overestimated themselves and insisted on courting death? Or was it that you always saw them as tools to shield you from disaster?" "I did not." Lu Zhenxiong practically roared, the veins on his forehead bulging. "Dad!" Lu Manyu's face was pale, her hands trembling. She instinctively looked at Lu Zhenxiong, seeking support. But she quickly realized that her father had also lost his composure. She could never have imagined that Lin Yue, whom she had always trampled on and regarded as worthless, would push them to this point today. Actually, she had known about this since she was a child. It was just that her parents always told her this was a secret of the Lu family and must never be revealed to outsiders. According to their explanation, Lin Yue's parents' death was nothing more than an accident. As for the Lu family adopting Lin Yue, it was merely out of kindness, an act of goodwill. After hearing it for a long time, she started to believe it. A little longer, and she even got used to standing above Lin Yue, used to taking this favor for granted. But now, the truth has been exposed in public. Once that beautiful facade shattered, the filth inside was revealed as well. Those who once envied her and admired her now had eyes as sharp as needles. It wasn't admiration. It was seeing through her hypocrisy. "Lin Yue, that's enough." Lu Manyue finally couldn't hold back and shouted sharply. "It's been so long. Why do you have to bring it up? We raised you for 10 years. Isn't that enough? Do you have to make such a scene and ruin the reputation of the Lu family?" Lin Yue finished listening and burst out laughing. He laughed loudly, so much that his chest hurt. There was no joy in that laughter, only long-suppressed anger and sorrow. "Your Lu family's reputation?" Lin Yue stared at her and asked word by word. "When you kicked me out of the house, why didn't you think about your reputation? When your family shamelessly enjoys the things my parents traded their lives for, and then turns around to call me useless, a jinx, did you ever think there would be retribution today? Lu Manyue, drop that pretentious act of yours. It disgusts me." Lu Manyue was so shaken by these words that her whole body trembled. Her face flushed red with a mix of shame and anger, almost unable to stand. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak of tension, a loud voice suddenly rang out. "Silence. The rookie assessment is about to begin. All candidates, enter the inner hall immediately and prepare to enter." The speaker was a middle-aged man dressed in the uniform of the Awakeners Association. A badge of senior officer hung on his chest, clearly indicating his identity. He had obviously noticed what was happening here, his gaze pausing briefly on Lin Yue and the members of the Lu family, with a clear look of scrutiny in his eyes. Lu Zhenxiong seemed to grab onto a lifeline and immediately responded. He glared fiercely at Lin Yue and lowered his voice, saying, "Lin Yue, just you wait. This isn't over." After speaking, he no longer dared to meet the surrounding gazes and hurriedly led the pale-faced Lu Manyue and her equally stunned teammates toward the inner hall. From a moment Lin Yue revealed the truth, he had completely severed ties with the Lu family. From now on, there is no sentiment left to speak of. What remains is only the reckoning. Lin Yue took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the emotions surging in his chest, and also turned to walk toward the inner hall. But he had only taken 2 steps when he was stopped by the senior officer from earlier. "This student, please wait a moment." Lin Yue stopped, looked up at him, his expression calm. The staff member glanced at him a few times, then took another look at the examinee number on his chest, frowning slightly. "Your name is Lin Yue? F-class gunner." Lin Yue nodded without speaking. The officer remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "I am the chief examiner for this rookie assessment, Zhou Zhang. I heard most of what just happened. As for Lu Zhenxiong's situation, the association will investigate it thoroughly later. But for now, during the exam period, I hope you won't let personal grievances affect the normal examination." Zhou Zhang looked at him, his tone very serious. Don't let a moment of impulsiveness cost you your life. His words were very straightforward. In his view, Lin Yu's emotional outburst just now already indicated that his mindset had gone awry. He seemed to be deliberately challenging fate, carrying a reckless determination, insisting on taking the D-level dungeon exam alone. An F-level gunner going solo to tackle a D-level dungeon was inherently an unwise choice. Lin Yu could sense the goodwill in Zhou Zheng's words, but he didn't need such advice. I know what I'm doing. His tone was calm, even somewhat cold. Zhou Zheng looked at his overly calm eyes, and his heart stirred slightly. This wasn't the look a young man who had just experienced a family tragedy should have. That calmness was too steady enough to not seem like a newcomer. All right, since you understand, go ahead and enter. Find your designated exam area according to your number. Zhou Zheng nodded and stepped aside. Lin Yu said nothing more and directly walked into the indoor gymnasium. Under the massive dome, thousands of young awakened had already gathered. The noise of voices echoed continuously. Some were quietly discussing tactics, others were checking their equipment, and faint glimmers of psionic energy flickered everywhere, filling the air with a palpable sense of pre-battle tension. Lin Yu's arrival did not cause much of a stir. Although the commotion outside earlier was quite loud, it was still some distance away from here, and many people had no idea what had happened. He found his designated exam area according to his candidate number. It was a spot in a remote corner where most people around looked dejected and their equipment was quite ordinary, compared to those top-tier teams in the distance, who were well-equipped and exuded confidence. The people here were clearly a notch below. No need to think too much. This area was basically filled with people who had awakened D-level or even lower professions, belonging to the group most easily overlooked. Lin Yu walked over and immediately attracted everyone's attention. The reason was simple. He came alone. In this rookie exam, which heavily relies on team cooperation, solo actions are extremely rare. Usually, there are only two scenarios. One is being so strong that teammates are unnecessary, and the other is that no one is willing to team up. On the identity card on Lin Yu's chest, it clearly read F-Class Gunner, which undoubtedly categorized him among the latter group. F-Class Gunner? He's probably just here to go through the motions, right? Alone? He doesn't seriously intend to solo the mutated spider nest, does he? That place is no joke. He probably won't last more than 3 minutes. A low murmur of discussion arose around him, with tones of sympathy and ridicule. Lin Yu seemed not to hear it, casually found a corner to sit down, closed his eyes, and began checking his equipment. A brand new Storm K 2 automatic shotgun, an E-grade standard pistol Nova P1, and an SRS that had been used for a long time. This was all the weaponry he had now. There aren't many things, and it could even be described as shabby. But Lin Yu knew very well that what truly determined the outcome was never just the weapon itself. At that moment, a somewhat hesitant voice came from the side. Classmate, are you really planning to enter the dungeon alone? Lin Yu opened his eyes and saw a slightly chubby, round-faced boy cautiously looking at him. The boy was wearing a fairly sturdy set of armor and holding a helmet in his hands, looking like a shield warrior. Behind him stood another man and 2 women, all sizing up Lin Yu. What's the matter? Lin Yu asked. The fat man paused for a moment, then scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. It's nothing, just wanted to ask. He said, my name is Chuan Hao, a D-level shield warrior. These are the members of our team. Li Mo, D-level melee class. Sun Xiao, D-level shooter. Wang Ting, D-level priest. The 3 people behind him also nodded. Chun Hao took a deep breath, as if he had made some kind of decision. I want to ask, do you want to temporarily join our team? As soon as the words left his mouth, the tall and thin Li Mo behind him immediately changed his expression, hurriedly tugged at him, and said in a low voice, Captain, are you crazy? Don't you know how fast the worker spiders in the mutant spider nest are? Bringing an F-rank gunner in, he might not even be able to hold his gun steady. If something really happens, how will we have the capacity to protect him? Sun Xiao also frowned, her tone clearly disapproving. Exactly, Captain. Our team already lacks burst damage output, and clearing mobs is already a big pressure. The gunner's early damage is inherently low, and bullets are expensive. Bringing him along will only hold us back. Wang Ting didn't say anything, but her expression was already very telling. Disapproval. Clearly, their team's configuration wasn't strong to begin with, ranking only mid to lower among all teams. Originally, they were looking for a teammate to supplement their damage output, but unexpectedly, Chen Hao wanted to actively invite someone from a universally recognized weak class. Chen Hao seemed to have anticipated his teammate's reaction long ago and could only explain with a wry smile. I know what you're worried about, but you've seen it too. Any slightly better DPS players have already been snatched up by other teams. The ones left either look down on us or simply aren't willing to come. He paused at this point, his tone becoming more earnest. What we lack most right now isn't a perfect setup. It's someone who can hold out a bit longer. Even if their damage output isn't high, at least they can help share the pressure at critical moments, throw a flashbang, or fire a couple of shots to draw the monster's attention. It's better than having no one at all. Lin Yue sneered coldly. Drawing fire? I think it's more like delivering meals to the spiders. Chen Hao did not argue, but continued to look at Lin Yue, his expression somewhat awkward. Of course, classmate, if you're really willing to join, the spoils of our team will be distributed based on contribution. It's just you might not get much. He spoke very tactfully, but his meaning was already clear. You can join, but you're just there to make up the numbers temporarily. Don't expect to gain too many benefits. Chen Hao originally wanted to say one more sentence, but seeing Lin Yue's indifferent demeanor, he swallowed his words. It wasn't that he couldn't see Lin Yue keeping people at arm's length. He was simply used to reaching out to others and treating such gestures as goodwill. But in Lin Yue's eyes, this so-called goodwill was no different from charity. Lin Yue doesn't need sympathy, nor does he need others to stand on high ground, putting on a "I'm helping you" attitude. Forget it. Chen Hao gave a bitter smile, his tone carrying a hint of awkwardness and helplessness. Take care of yourself. After saying that, he turned around with his team and left. Lin Yue walked behind, muttering under his breath. Acting all high and mighty, really thinks he's something. An F rank, and still dares to put on airs. Another team member chimed in. Ignore him. Once we're in the instance, he'll realize how harsh reality is. Lin Yue heard every word clearly, but he didn't even lift an eyelid. He had long understood that this world has never lacked people who enjoy watching others' misfortunes. What truly matters is not what others say, but whether he can survive and gradually reclaim what he has lost. He closed his eyes and quietly adjusted his breathing. On the surface, it seemed as though he was waiting. In fact, he was channeling all his focus deep in his heart, like a concealed blade, quietly waiting for the moment to be unsheathed. Time ticked by second. The atmosphere inside the hall grew increasingly tense. Everyone knew that the moment to truly decide their fate was about to arrive. The broadcast suddenly sounded, causing the entire hall to fall silent. Attention all examinees, the dungeon portal will open in 5 minutes. Please ensure your teams are ready for final preparations. This sentence was like a spark, instantly igniting everyone's emotions. Some lowered their heads to check their weapons, some repeatedly confirmed their armor, and some took a deep breath, forcing themselves to calm down. Nervousness, excitement, and fear, several emotions mixed together, making it almost impossible to breathe. Lin Yue also stood up, stretching his shoulders and wrists. His movements were not quick, but they were steady. Unlike the people around him, whose faces were filled with anxiety, his gaze remained calm, like a bottomless well. At that moment, a noticeable commotion suddenly came from ahead. Lin Yue looked up. Lin Yue appeared. She walked at the front, surrounded by several companions, followed by a group of people eager to curry favor with her. Everyone instinctively made way for her. There was no choice. She was an S-class professional genius, one of the brightest stars in this assessment. She was entitled to walk the VIP passage and deserved to be admired by others. But the more dazzling she was, the deeper the chill in Lin Yue's heart grew. Once, he also thought there was at least a bit of affection between him and her. But reality proved time and again that, in the eyes of the Liu family, he was nothing more than someone to be used and discarded. When a person has been abandoned once, they come to understand that so-called kindness is sometimes just a rope in the other person's hand. It can pull you up, but it can also tighten around your neck. Lin Yue seemed to have noticed his gaze. She stopped in her tracks and slowly turned her head. Their eyes met in midair. In that moment, it felt as if the surroundings fell silent. The air felt as if something was pressing down on it. Even the sound of others breathing became indistinct. Lin Yue's gaze was icy. Within the coldness, there was anger, hatred, and even a trace of embarrassment from having her facade torn apart in public. She clearly hadn't expected Lin Yue to look at her so calmly in such a situation. The blonde-haired boy beside her was the most adept at reading the room and immediately followed her gaze. When he spotted Lin Yue standing in the corner, an exaggerated look of mockery appeared on his face. Well, isn't this the guy who got kicked out by the Liu family? He deliberately raised his voice, laughing frivolously. You actually dared to show up. So, have you found a team yet? Or is it that no one wants you even now? People around immediately turned to look. There is curiosity, disdain, and the simple excitement of watching the spectacle. In places like this, the weak are always the easiest topic of conversation. And Lin Yue had clearly already become the most glaring laughingstock. So he is Lin Yue? Doesn't seem particularly special. An F-class gunner dares to fall out with the Liu family. Quite bold indeed. This is getting interesting. Lu Manyu definitely won't let him off. The chatter came in waves, like countless tiny needles pricking Lin Yue. Lin Yue still stood there, his face devoid of any emotion. He had long witnessed too many people's hypocritical faces. The more someone enjoys stepping on others, the more they fear being stepped on themselves. As for the group around Lu Manyu, they were merely using her influence to vent on her behalf. The red-haired girl crossed her arms, deliberately raised her chin, and her eyes were filled with a sense of superiority. Lin Yue, weren't you quite talkative? Weren't you acting tough just now? Why are you standing here alone now, like an unwanted dog? After speaking, she deliberately let out a laugh, sharp and grating. How about this? She looked at the people around her, as if announcing something amusing. Let's make a bet. We'll bet whether this useless person can survive more than 10 minutes after entering the instance. The blonde-haired man immediately responded. 10 minutes? You're overestimating him. I bet 5 minutes. Several people burst into laughter. The laughter carried no trace of kindness, only blatant humiliation. Lu Manyu did not intervene. She just quietly looked at Lin Yue, as if she were watching someone destined to be crushed to death. In her eyes, Lin Yue's resistance now was nothing more than a futile struggle. An F-level profession, no background, no team, yet daring to fall out with the Liu family. Such a person, even if they manage to survive today by sheer luck, will still be slowly dealt with afterward. But she didn't expect that Lin Yue didn't take these words to heart at all. He wasn't even angry, because he knew very well that what truly mattered wasn't how filthy these people's mouths were, but when he could make them shut up. The next second, Lin Yue raised his hand. The movement was very slow, yet unusually clear. He raised his middle finger toward Lu Manyu and the people beside her. The entire hall seemed to pause for a moment. Everyone was stunned. Lin Yue neither cursed nor explained. He just looked at them, his gaze as cold as a blade. Then, he silently moved his lips. Just wait and see. These 3 words made no sound, yet they carried more power than any curse. Lu Manyu's face instantly darkened. The blonde-haired boy and the red-haired girl exploded on the spot. You're looking for death. An F-level waste. How dare you provoke us like this? The more intense their reaction, the calmer Lin Yue became. Because he knew that the ones truly hurt were not him, but them. If someone is truly superior, they wouldn't lose composure over a silent counterattack. The angrier they are, the more it shows they care. And caring itself is a kind of flaw. Lu Manyu's chest heaved, clearly furious. She stared intently at Lin Yue, as if trying to etch this face into her memory. All right, she said word by word. Very well. Lin Yue, I will remember you. I want to see how an F-level waste like you dares to compete with me. At that moment, the ground in the center of the gymnasium suddenly lit up. A massive silver magic array quickly unfolded, its patterns spreading like a spider web, and spatial energy began to gather frantically. Immediately after, an oval-shaped light gate with a diameter of over 10 meters slowly emerged. Inside the light gate, it was pitch black. It wasn't ordinary darkness, but a kind of deep gloom that seemed capable of devouring everything. Just one glance instinctively brought a sense of oppression and unease. The broadcast sounded again. The replica portal has been opened. The first batch of examinees enter immediately. Lu Manyu's team was precisely the first batch. She took one last look at Lin Yue. There was no longer any trace of concealment in her gaze. Only cold hostility remained. Then, she turned around and led the team through the light gate. With a flicker of her figure, she disappeared into the darkness. As they entered, the other candidates also began moving forward in order. The crowd started flowing again, but the atmosphere was even more oppressive than before. Everyone knows that on the other side of the door, it's neither a training ground nor a game. It's a place where people can truly die and where destinies can truly change. Shenhao's squad also arrived near the entrance. Liu Mo turned back to glance at Lin Yue, who was still standing in place, curling his lips as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he just let out a cold laugh and continued walking forward with the team. In his view, Lin Yue's defiance just now was nothing more than a pitiful last shred of dignity. But what he didn't know was that some people, the more desperate the situation, the tighter they cling to their resolve. And Lin Yue was precisely such a person. Lin Yue couldn't help but sneer again, his tone full of schadenfreude. "Fatty, did you see that? That guy is a lunatic. He actually dared to offend Goddess Lu. He's doomed this time. Luckily, if we didn't pull him into the team earlier, or we'd be in trouble too." Shenhao sighed and said nothing. He simply gave Lin Yue a complicated look, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed it back. In his view, the person in front of him was too quick to jump to conclusions. Some people seem like they're courting death, but those who truly step into danger are often calmer than others might think. Soon, it was Lin Yue's batch's turn. He didn't pair up with anyone, nor did he glance around. He simply took a step forward alone and walked toward the giant door of light. That door was intimidatingly tall, its dazzling light silently reminding everyone. Once you step through, there's no turning back. Lin Yue's figure appeared somewhat frail under that blinding light, even a bit lonely. The surrounding examinees all turned to look. Someone sympathized, someone mocked. There were also those with a look of amusement, waiting to see how he would embarrass himself. In their eyes, this F-rank gunner entering the dungeon alone was no different from seeking death. The rookie trial is originally the first true test of life and death for the awakened. Only those who survive are qualified to continue climbing upward. Those who cannot survive will only be mercilessly eliminated by this world. This world has never been about fairness. It only recognizes strength. So every year, there are quite a few newcomers who die in the rookie exam. But Lin Yue seemed to not hear any of those discussions at all. His expression was calm, his steps unusually steady, as he walked step by step into that twisted darkness. The next second, the world spun around. The light before his eyes was completely swallowed. When his vision returned, a cold, damp air mixed with a strong stench suddenly rushed into his nostrils. Lin Yue was already standing inside the instance. Here is a massive underground cave. The surrounding rock walls are covered with dense white spider webs, layer upon layer, like nets waiting to tighten. Some of the spider webs are wrapped around unidentified corpses, slowly being digested. Their broken outlines sink gradually into the mucus, making one's scalp tingle. The ground beneath is no cleaner. The ground was sticky, as if stepping into some kind of biological fluid just left behind, and each step produced an unsettling squelch sound. In the air, there was a pervasive, faint rustling noise. It sounded like countless tiny feet slowly crawling out of the darkness. If it were any other newcomer, just standing here would probably make their legs go weak. Colin Yu's face showed not the slightest trace of panic. He simply raised his head and quietly looked toward the depths of the cave. Then, his gaze darkened. In the darkness ahead, countless scarlet points of light were beginning to glow densely. That is not a light. That is an eye. In the next instant, swarms of mutated spiders rushed out from the dark corners and leapt down from the top of the rock wall, like a black tide, crazily surging toward him. The sheer number was astonishing. There are dozens of them. This density is nothing like the intensity a D-level instance should have. This isn't ordinary monster farming. This is a trap specifically set up for people to enter. Colin saw this scene more clearly and instead laughed. A trap? Perfect. It saved him the trouble of searching everywhere. Good timing, he murmured softly, with even a hint of excitement in his eyes. What others saw was a dead end. What he saw was prey delivering itself to his door. Lin Yue advanced instead of retreating, stepping forward. The next second, a rugged semi-automatic shotgun appeared directly in his hand. Storm K2. The gun's body was cold and heavy, like a beast ready to tear its prey apart at any moment. Storm K2 E-Class. Category: Shotgun. Operation: Semi-automatic. Attack power: 55-100. Maximum range: 50 meters. Damage range: 20 to 100. Ammunition capacity: 12 rounds. Special effects: infinite magazine, gun extension, damage amplification, psionic penetration. The leading mutated spider had already leaped high into the air. Its 8 limbs spread wide, and its carapace glinted with a cold, hard sheen in the darkness. Its mouth parts opened wide, green venom dripping down, splattering onto the ground, and instantly corroding it into sizzling pits. Mutated Soldier, Spider LV1, D-Class. Health points, 120. Defense points, 15. Skills, Bite, Venom, Corrosion. This type of monster is merely the most basic cannon fodder in D-level dungeons. Individually, they are not strong. What is truly terrifying is when they charge in swarms. An ordinary 5-person team, without the advantage of terrain, would face almost certain doom if surrounded by such a number of monsters, completely overwhelmed with no chance to escape. But Lin Yue stood his ground, showing no intention of retreating. He raised the muzzle of the gun, aiming steadily ahead. Bang! The first gunshot rang out, shattering the silence. The roar echoed through the underground cave, shaking the surrounding cobwebs. A flash of fire. A shotgun shell infused with psionic energy burst out of the muzzle, shattering into countless scorching pellets the moment it flew out. These pellets formed a deadly net, covering the space several meters ahead of Lin Yue. The first mutated worker spider that lunged forward had its carapace explode mid-air, scattering green bodily fluids and shattered tissue in all directions. It didn't even have time to land before it completely shattered in mid-air. But this was just the beginning. The penetrating effect of the psionic energy made the power of these projectiles almost undiminished. They passed through the remains of the first spider, continued piercing through, then hit the second, the third, the fourth. With one shot, the 7 or 8 spiders at the front were instantly wiped out. In front of Lin Yue, a small clearing was forcibly created. System notifications flashed wildly before Lin Yue's eyes. One mutated worker spider after another fell, but the spider swarm behind them did not retreat. Instead, the scent of blood made them even more ferocious. Like beasts cornered with no way out, they charged forward recklessly, knowing full well it meant certain death. Lin Yue's movements showed not the slightest hesitation. His trigger-pulling hand was terrifyingly steady, with almost no unnecessary tremor. The muzzle adjusted slightly with his arm and body, always aiming at the densest cluster of monsters. With each gunshot, an entire fan-shaped area was covered by a rain of bullets. The swarm of spiders wasn't driven back, but directly shattered. The effect of the infinite ammo chamber spared Lin Yue from the most fatal reload gaps. For others, the greatest fear of a gunner was a break in firepower, but for him, this weakness had been completely eliminated. All he needed to do was aim and fire. The cave quickly turned into a one-sided slaughterhouse. Gunfire merged into a continuous roar, like unending thunder, becoming the only sound in this place. The number of mutated soldier spiders dwindled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their relentless charges only resulted in one shattered corpse after another. They were fearless in the face of death, but no matter how ferocious the monsters were, they could not break through the death barrier of bullets in front of Lin Yue. Charge, death. Charge again, die again. Lin Yue's experience bar was also rising crazily at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, the 2 scalable mythic-level passives kept stacking with increasingly exaggerated effects. Killed LV1, Mutated Engineer, Spider, *1, Experience plus 10, Gun Extension Effect triggered, Maximum Gun Range plus 1%, Current Total 98%. Damage Amplification Effect triggered, Firearm Damage plus 1%, Current Total 62%. Killed LV1 Mutated Engineer, Spider, *1, Experience Points plus 10. Firearm Extension Effect triggered, Maximum Firearm Range plus 1%, Current Total 123%, Effective Range 111.5 meters. Damage Amplification Effect triggered, Firearm Damage plus 1%, Current Total 87%. Killed LV1 Mutated Engineer, Spider, *1, Experience Points plus 10. Firearm Extension Effect triggered, Firearm Maximum Range plus 1%, Current Total 146%, Effective Range 123 meters. Damage Amplification Effect triggered, Firearm Damage plus 1%, Current Total 110%. Killed LV1 Mutated Engineer, Spider, *1, Experience Points plus 10. Firearm Extension Effect triggered, Maximum firearm range plus 1%. Current total 179%. Effective range 139.5 meters. Damage amplification effect triggered. Firearm damage plus 1%. Current total 143%. The barrel of the Storm K2 had already started to heat up, but Lin Yue had no intention of stopping. When the firearm extension and damage amplification both stacked into triple digits, the power of this E-grade shotgun had already far exceeded its original limit. It was no longer just an ordinary weapon, but a true killing machine. Lin Yue pulled the trigger once again. Bang! This shot sent the projectile flying farther, covering a wider range, even creating a clearly visible shockwave in the air. Wherever the projectile passed, the mutated worker spider's originally somewhat sturdy shells were as fragile as paper, instantly pierced through. Even the worker spiders farther away, if merely grazed by the edge of the projectile, would have half their bodies blown apart, turning into a pile of flesh. This shot nearly cleared all the monsters within a 30-meter fan-shaped area ahead. This is the effect after damage amplification exceeds 100%. The power of each bullet has more than doubled. What was originally just clearing out enemies has now turned into a true massacre. At this moment, the spider swarm in front of Lin Yue has less than 30 remaining. The surviving worker spiders finally realized something was wrong. They stopped charging forward and stood still, emitting uneasy screeches and pacing back and forth anxiously, as if experiencing fear for the first time. Lin Yue did not give them any chance to catch their breath. He even took a step forward, the muzzle firmly aimed at the area where the monsters were most concentrated. He knew very well that the longer the battle dragged on, the more variables would arise. Since he had already gained an absolute advantage, he had to completely break through them in one go. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more shots. The last spider swarm was completely overwhelmed. The entire cave suddenly fell silent. Only the lingering warmth of the firearms remained, along with the nauseating stench in the air. The ground was covered with the severed limbs and remains of the worker spiders, their green bodily fluids forming small streams that slowly flowed to lower areas. In Lin Yue's field of vision, the last few kill notifications flashed in succession. Killed LV1 mutated worker spider *1. Experience points plus 10. Gun extension effect triggered. Maximum gun range plus 1%. Current total 202%. Effective range 151 meters. Damage amplification effect triggered. Gun damage plus 1%. Current total 166%. Immediately, a golden light rose from beneath his feet, instantly coursing through his entire body. A warm current surged through his limbs and bones, sweeping away all the accumulated fatigue. Leveled up. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to LV5. 580/1000. Your personal attribute panel has been activated. Strength plus 1, agility plus 1, constitution plus 1, health points plus 1, perception plus 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 chance to draw a god-level passive skill. Would you like to draw now? Lin Yue looked at the prompt that popped up in front of him, his heartbeat clearly quickening. Level 5. This was not an ordinary level change, but a critical threshold known to all awakened. Only by crossing this step would the personal attribute panel truly unlock. At that point, his strength, speed, constitution, spirit, and perception would all be clearly visible. For Lin Yue, this meant he could finally judge more accurately just how strong he was and understand more clearly how to survive moving forward. Name, Lin Yue. Level, LV5, 580/1000. Profession, Gunner, F rank. Strength, 12. Agility, 15. Constitution, 11. Spirit, 13. Perception, 14. Health points, 110/110. Psychic energy, 130/130. This is his current foundation. If judged solely on the surface, this value is already not bad among F-level professions. But Lin Yue knew very well in his heart that what truly allowed him to rise was never these basic attributes, but those god-tier passives that defied common sense. For ordinary awakeners, every level up automatically increases their 5-dimensional attributes by 1 point. To grow stronger, they either need long-term training or must spend a fortune on those rare attribute potions. But such things are only affordable for big corporations and wealthy conglomerates. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream of them. Lin Yue withdrew his thoughts, a trace of uncontrollable anticipation surfacing in his eyes. Now is the time to truly decide fate. Draw immediately, he silently chanted in his heart. The familiar golden roulette appeared once again, spinning rapidly. The light grew brighter and brighter until it finally stopped steadily on a glowing name. Divine passive, life amplification. Mythical level, life amplification. Upon killing a target, immediately restore 100% of current health and permanently increase constitution by 1 point. This effect has no limit and can stack infinitely. Lin Yu's pupils contracted instantly. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. This ability is too outrageous. The biggest weakness of the gunner has never been just ammunition and firepower, but rather the lack of survivability. Once this class is approached by enemies, their body is as fragile as paper, and taking just a few hits can lead to their downfall. Precisely because of this, the gunner has always been seen by many as not strong enough, or even somewhat of a dispensable class. But now, things are different. This passive ability directly compensates for his shortcomings. With each enemy killed, not only does he instantly regain full health, but his constitution is also permanently enhanced. In other words, as long as he keeps fighting and continues to eliminate targets, his vitality and resistance to damage will keep growing stronger with almost no limit. No need for arduous training, no need to buy medicine. Just keep killing monsters, and he will become tougher and harder to kill. Lin Yue couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. If only this ability had come a little earlier. In a previous battle, he had probably killed more than 90 mutated worker spiders. Based on the life amplification effect, his physique and maximum health had already far surpassed their current numbers. For other professionals, such a growth rate would be unimaginable. Even those high-level professionals who pride themselves on their incredible defense might not achieve such an exaggerated improvement in such a short time. With this passive ability, who would still dare to say that a gunner is just a glass cannon? Lin Yu's lips slowly curled into a smile. A true gunner, capable of continuous growth through kills and becoming stronger with each battle, was taking shape. As long as there is enough time and enough monsters, he could even pile himself up into a moving fortress. What's even more terrifying is that every kill instantly restores him to full health, which means he is almost impossible to wear down in battle due to injuries. As long as the firepower keeps coming, he is like a machine that never stops. Lin Yue took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Now is not the time to relax. The dungeon has only just begun. He looked around. The ground was littered with the corpses of mutated soldier spiders, but he didn't find any valuable loot. Lin Yue quickly understood that it was hard to get anything good from such low-level mobs. To truly gain something worthwhile, he would have to venture deeper and seek out stronger monsters. He casually checked the condition of the Storm K2. After continuous high-intensity shooting, the gun barrel was only slightly warm, with no signs of significant overload. This E-grade psionic firearm was far more durable than ordinary guns. Lin Yue gripped his weapon tightly and continued walking deeper into the cave. The deeper they went, the more oppressive the surroundings became. The spider webs grew denser, with sticky threads clinging everywhere on the rock walls and the ground. Some of the webs even held corpses, clearly just recently dragged up, with faint traces of struggle still visible. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay, making it almost impossible to breathe. Lin Yu's nerves gradually tightened. At that moment, a new sound came from ahead. Rustle, rustle, rustle. This time, the sound was deeper, slower, and more oppressive than before. It wasn't the noise of a group of weak creatures, but something far more dangerous approaching. Lin Yue immediately stopped in his tracks, raised his shotgun, and fixed his gaze on the direction the sound was coming from. Soon, 3 noticeably larger spiders slowly crawled down from the rock wall ahead. They are much larger than sapper spiders, with bodies almost as big as an adult bull. 8 sturdy arthropod legs step on the ground, producing crisp, clicking sounds. What's even more spine-chilling is that the ends of their abdomens continuously emit silvery white spider silk, moving with remarkable steadiness, as if they are preemptively setting up traps. Mutated web-spinning spider LV2 degrade. Health points 180. Defense points 30. Skills Webbind, Fatal Bind. This is a monster even more troublesome than before. Not only is its level higher, but it also comes with control skills. Once entangled by them, the rhythm of the battle can easily be completely disrupted or even lead directly to a deadlock. For the average awakened, such a monster is already dangerous enough. But Lin Yu's face still showed not the slightest trace of panic. The battle just now not only leveled him up, but also further increased his damage amplification. Coupled with the true damage effect of psionic penetration, he no longer needed to fear this type of monster. He stared at the 3 web-weaving spiders slowly approaching, his hand holding the gun steady without the slightest tremor. The real hunt had only just begun. Bang! Lin Yue fired the first shot. Dense bullets formed a web of death, instantly engulfing the leading web-weaving spider. The spider's body was shattered on the spot, green blood splattering everywhere. It didn't even have time to struggle before collapsing to the ground. The other 2 spiders, sensing danger, immediately split to the left and right, attempting to flank from both sides. But Lin Yu's gun extension effect had already increased the effective range of the shotgun to 151 meters, with an astonishingly wide coverage. As soon as they moved, they were already within the firepower zone. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out in quick succession. The remaining 2 web-weaving spiders were also blasted away directly, without even getting a chance to approach Lin Yue. Killed LV2 mutant web-weaving spider, *3, EXP plus 60. Gun extension effect triggered. Firearm effective range plus 1%. Current total 205%. Damage amplification effect triggered. Firearm damage plus 1%. Current total 169%. Health amplification effect triggered. Health plus 100%. Constitution attribute plus 3. Current 140/140. Lin Yue did not stop. He continued to advance deeper into the cave. Soon, 5 pitch-black spiders appeared ahead. They emitted a strong, poisonous aura, their abdomens glowing with a purplish-black hue, exuding a sense of danger even from afar. Mutated poison spider, D-level, LV3. Health, 220. Defense, 40. Skills, toxic spray, poison fong bite. Level 3 monster. Lin Yu's eyes lit up, becoming even more excited. For him now, the stronger the monster, the greater the reward. The 5 venomous spiders also noticed him and let out sharp screeches almost simultaneously, charging at him like mad. They moved quickly, clearly intending to overwhelm him with their numbers and tear Lin Yue apart. But Lin Yue did not retreat. He even took a step forward and raised his gun to shoot. Bang! 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 Several shots were fired in quick succession, each hitting the target. The 5 mutated venomous spiders were all blown apart in just a few seconds. Not a single one managed to reach him. Killed LV3 mutated venomous spider, *5, EXP plus 150. Firearm extension effect triggered. Effective range of firearms plus 5%. Current total 210%. Damage amplification effect triggered. Firearm damage plus 5%. Current total 174%. Life amplification effect triggered. Constitution attribute plus 5. 190/190ths. Lin Yue felt the surge of new power within him and casually glanced at his attributes. His constitution had skyrocketed from 11 points at the time of his last level up to 19 points. The maximum health has also increased to 190 points. As for his shotgun, its maximum attack power has surged to 274, and its effective range has been exaggeratedly extended to 155 meters. Compared to the F-grade trash that almost no one paid attention to when he first arrived, he is now a completely different person. He is no longer weak, nor is he easily bullied. At that moment, intense sounds of fighting suddenly echoed from deep within the cave, accompanied by terrified human screams. "Help! I'm trapped. Think of something quickly. I can't hold on. Priest, heal me quickly." Lin Yue paused in his steps and immediately rushed toward the direction of the sound. After turning a rocky corner, the scene ahead made his gaze turn slightly cold. He saw a 4-person team surrounded by more than a dozen mutated spiders. Their formation had completely fallen apart, and everyone knew that if this dragged on, the entire team would perish here. Standing at the very front was a slightly chubby shield warrior. He was gritting his teeth, holding up a shield full of notches, desperately blocking the spider's attacks. That man was none other than Chun Hao, whom they had seen earlier at the examination site. The heavy armor on his body had already been corroded into a pitted mess, and there was a deep wound on his leg that exposed the bone. Green venom was continuously seeping out, and his face was frighteningly pale. Chen Hao, how much longer can you hold on? A tall, thin boy was frantically waving a dagger while desperately trying to draw the side spider's aggression. However, he looked extremely disheveled, his voice hoarse from shouting, clearly panicked. This person was Lin Yue. He was originally skilled at agile control, relying on positioning and technique for coordination. But now, faced with a swarm of frenzied mutant spiders, his advantages were completely nullified. He couldn't dodge, couldn't effectively attack, and could only endure the chaos with great frustration. I can't hold on any longer. Chen Hao gritted his teeth and forced out a sentence. The defensive skill has 30 seconds left. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's hearts sank halfway. 30 seconds? Forget 30 seconds. Given the current situation, they probably couldn't even hold out for 10 seconds. The archer at the back of the team, Sun Xiao, was still shooting arrows nonstop, but her attacks landed on the spiders with only about 20 points of damage, barely more than a tickle. What truly determined whether they could survive was the priest Wang Ting. But at this moment, Wang Ting was already so anxious that she was about to burst into tears. I'm out of mana. Chen Hao, hold on a bit longer. I'll drink a mana potion first. Her voice was trembling as she frantically rummaged through her backpack to pull out a blue potion, eager to restore her magic power as quickly as possible. But her movements were still half a beat too slow. Just as she hadn't yet managed to twist open the bottle cap, a mutated venomous spider hidden on the flank suddenly seized the opportunity and pounced fiercely. The venomous spider bared its glistening fangs and lunged straight for her neck. The shadow of death instantly engulfed her whole being. Watch out! Lin Yue's eyes were bloodshot as he tried to turn back to rescue, but another spider was entangling him tightly, giving him no chance to break free. Everyone understood very clearly. A priest without mana, once approached by a monster, almost has no chance of survival. Wang Ting watched helplessly as the pair of venomous fangs rapidly enlarged before her eyes. Her mind went blank, and she closed her eyes in despair. It's over. Chen Hao turned his head and saw this scene, his heart sinking sharply, a chill running straight to his bones. But at this critical moment, bang! A muffled gunshot suddenly exploded. The sound wasn't loud, yet it felt like a heavy hammer, fiercely striking everyone's hearts. The mutated venomous spider that had leapt into midair suddenly burst apart, turning into a shower of green flesh and blood fragments that rained down all over Wang Ting. Warm, sticky liquid splashed on her face. Wang Ting's body trembled, but the anticipated sharp pain did not come. She froze for half a second, then suddenly opened her eyes and looked in the direction of the gunshot. From the shadows deep within the cave, a figure emerged unhurriedly. It's him! Wang Ting suddenly widened her eyes. The person who came was Lin Yue. He still had that calm, almost indifferent demeanor, standing there alone, with faint wisps of smoke still rising from the muzzle of the shotgun in his hand. The shot just now had directly disrupted the spider swarm's attack. Those mutated spiders were obviously stunned, their scarlet eyes all fixed on Lin Yue, emitting a piercing screech from their throats, as if warning or perhaps in fear. The pressure on Chen Hao and the others instantly lessened significantly. How is this possible? Lin Yue stared at Lin Yue, who was slowly approaching, his face full of shock, even his voice trembling. That shot just now, he saw it clearly. A level 3 mutated venomous spider was taken out in an instant like that. How is this possible? The power of that shot was even greater than the combined damage their entire squad had dealt earlier. Monsters are more sensitive than humans. They know that Lin Yue is currently the most dangerous target. Almost at the same time, all the mutated spiders abandoned the few prey in front of them, who were already on the verge of collapse, and suddenly changed direction, surging toward Lin Yue like a black tide. Not good. Chen Hao ignored his own injuries and hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs. Classmate, run. They're all coming for you. But Lin Yue's reaction left everyone stunned. Facing the swarming spiders rushing toward him, he didn't even frown. Instead, he took a step forward, actively confronting them. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire instantly merged into one. The next second, Chen Hao and the others witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lives. Each time Lin Yue pulled the trigger, It was as if an invisible shockwave swept through the air, fiercely blasting forward. The 4 spiders at the very front didn't even have time to scream before being directly blown to pieces. The shotgun that Chun Hao and the others thought was only suitable for dealing with minor enemies suddenly turned into a machine specialized in harvesting lives in Lin Yue's hands. In just a few seconds, the dozen or so mutant spiders that had cornered them into a dead end were completely wiped out. The entire cave was eerily silent. Chun Hao and the other 3 stood frozen in place, their minds blank, even forgetting to feel the relief of surviving the ordeal. All of this before their eyes had completely surpassed their understanding. An F-level gunner actually soloed a group of monsters that the 4 of them couldn't withstand? This is impossible. Limo's voice had changed, and the dagger in his hand almost fell to the ground. His face burned hot, as if he had been slapped hard in public. The mocking words about Lin, "you just now," sounded like a complete joke. What can't last 3 minutes? What F-level trash? And the result? They simply raised their hand and fired a few shots, effortlessly clearing out the horde of monsters that the 4 of them couldn't handle. And it was a complete domination. Gulp! Chun Hao swallowed hard, looking at the ground covered in spider corpses, then at the calm figure. After opening his mouth for a long time, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Classmate, thank you." Lin Yue put the gun away, glanced at them indifferently, said nothing, and walked past them directly, continuing deeper into the cave. That gaze was very calm. So calm, it was as if looking at a few inconspicuous stones by the roadside. It's not contempt, but a complete disregard for them. It was precisely because of this indifference that Li Mo and Sun Xiao felt even more embarrassed. Wait. Chun Hao hurriedly called out. "It's still very dangerous inside." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yue's figure had already disappeared into the darkness ahead. The 4 of them stood in place, silent for a long time. Shock, lingering fear, and a hint of indescribable loss weighed heavily on their hearts. Cough. Finally, Chun Hao was the first to regain his composure. He supported his injured leg, barely standing upright, glanced at the other 3, and said in a deep voice, "Stop zoning out. Those who need to take medicine, take it. Those who need to bandage. Deal with your wounds first." Speaking, he took out a healing potion from his backpack, gulped it down, then tore open a bandage and began treating the wound on his leg. "Do we still need to continue?" Sun Xiao's voice trembled slightly, clearly still shaken from the earlier shock. "Continue my ass." Li Mo let out an irritated growl. "Didn't you see how dangerous it was just now? A few seconds later, we would all have been done for, if it weren't for that F-class." Halfway through his words, he abruptly stopped, his face alternating between pale and flushed. "Let's follow them." Chun Hao suddenly spoke, interrupting everyone's thoughts. His tone was very steady, even carrying an undeniable firmness. "What?" Limo's eyes widened instantly. "You mean to follow that gunner? Big brother, ahead is the elite monster's lair. No matter how strong he is, there's no way he can one-shot that elite monster. If we follow him, we're just heading to our deaths. Staying here is the real way to wait for death." Chun Hao suddenly retorted, raising his hand to point at the spider corpses scattered all over the ground. "The difficulty of this instance has completely exceeded our expectations. On our own, there's no way we can make it out. The only way to survive now is to follow him." He paused, his tone softening slightly. "At least by following him, there's still a chance to save our lives." Wang Ting and Sun Xiao exchanged a glance and finally nodded silently. They had witnessed Lin Yue's strength firsthand. In a place like this, following the strong is the only way to survive. Li Mo watched as the 2 girls stood by Chun Hao's side. His lips moved slightly, but in the end, he chose not to argue further. Yes, pride is not more important than life. Surviving is the most practical thing. Lin Yue continued walking forward, his steps still steady. He did not look back, nor did he pay attention to the hesitation and shock of the people behind him. For him, the real danger of this instance had only just begun, and in the darkness ahead, a new target had already emerged. Everything had just entered the true conflict. After eliminating those dozen or so mutated spiders, Lin Yue's level increased once again. The growth in all attributes instantly restored his stamina to full. The fatigue he had accumulated earlier vanished completely, and he returned to his peak condition. However, what truly caught his attention was not these basic attributes. It was the reward brought by this level up. God-level passive extraction opportunity. Lin Yue had been waiting for this. After every upgrade, this was the moment he looked forward to the most. Extract immediately. As soon as the words fell, a golden roulette wheel that only he could see appeared out of thin air. The pointer spun rapidly. The next second, the result emerged. Mythical passive skill, weakness gaze. Lin Yue's breath momentarily hitched and his heartbeat quickened. Weakness stare. As long as the attack hits the target's vital point, it can directly trigger a one-hit kill effect. If the vital point isn't hit, it doesn't mean there's no chance. As long as 3 consecutive shots are fired, a kill is still guaranteed. This ability is ridiculously strong because every creature has weaknesses. No matter how powerful the monster or how troublesome the awakened one, it is impossible to have no flaws. As long as the vital point is hit precisely, the damage often multiplies several times or even dozens of times. And now, this passive ability directly turns hitting a vital point into instant kill. What's even more outrageous is that even if it doesn't hit 3 shots later, it can still forcibly take the opponent's life. Lin Yue looked at this notification, and the corners of his mouth slowly curved upward. This cheat of his is getting more and more absurd. However, the stronger, the better. In a place like this, kindness and hesitation will only get you killed. If you want to survive and obtain more resources, you must be faster, fiercer, and more precise than your enemies. Lin Yue took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and continued moving deeper into the cave. The further he went, the more oppressive the surrounding environment became. The spiderweb became thicker and denser, with strands as thick as an adult's arm, resembling grayish-white ropes that covered the cave walls and ceiling. There were also many skeletons hanging on the stone walls. Some belonged to beasts, while others were human. The air was filled with a heavy stench of decay and blood, making one's stomach churn with just a single breath. Lin Yue did not stop, because he knew that the real prey was just ahead. The elite monster's lair was near. Sure enough, after rounding the last bend, the view suddenly opened up. A massive cave as large as a football field appeared before him. The ceiling was covered with stalactites, and dense spider webs stretched out from all directions, forming a giant web that seemed to engulf the entire space. Faint light filtering through the cracks illuminated the stone walls, casting distorted shadows that looked particularly eerie. And right in the center of the cave, a gigantic figure was slowly turning around. Mutant Spider General, LV6, Déhanquilite. Health 100%. Defense 120. Skills, Earthquake Strike, Web Restraint, Frenzy. This elite monster is over 5 meters long, its entire body covered in black carapace, resembling a heavy armored war vehicle, with a metallic cold sheen on its surface. 8 sturdy limbs support its massive body, and 4 pairs of crimson compound eyes stare ahead like 8 blood-soaked gems, exuding a chilling, killing intent. Lin Yue squinted his eyes, sizing up this colossal creature. Level 6, Grade D Elite. As expected, not easy to deal with. Unlike those ordinary small monsters, this type of elite monster already has a clear attribute panel, and its defense is terrifyingly high. 120 defense points, placed in front of ordinary awakeners, is almost a hopeless threshold. Most people can't even break through the defense, let alone kill it. But Lin Yue just lowered his head to look at the shotgun in his hand, with no trace of retreat in his eyes, only a hint of excitement. In the past, when encountering such monsters, he might have hesitated. But now it's different. He just obtained weakness gaze. As long as he hits the vital point, he can take them out directly. Even if he misses, the battle will still end after 3 shots. Moreover, he now has a 187% damage boost, and the power of his bullets is far beyond what ordinary firearms can achieve. This seemingly ferocious elite monster actually didn't seem so terrifying in his eyes. At most 3 shots, Lin Yue made a judgment in his mind, and at that moment, the mutant spider general also noticed this intruder. It emitted a deep and frantic sound, its 8 jointed limbs heavily striking the ground with a muffled thud-thud. The entire cave trembled slightly in response. It began to advance forward. With each step it took, the ground quivered faintly. The sense of oppression was intense. If it were another awakened one, they would likely have panicked by now. But Lin Yue did not retreat. He raised a shotgun, ready to give it a shot first to test just how tough this elite monster really was. At that moment, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed from a nearby corridor. "Hurry up! The elite monster is just ahead." Immediately after, a voice with a hint of arrogance echoed. A few seconds later, 5 fully armed figures rushed into the cave. Leading them was a tall young man. He was wearing a set of high-grade silver-white armor, which still shone dazzlingly even in the dim light. In his hand, he held a long sword emitting a blue glow, clearly expensive and obviously not an ordinary item. 4 teammates followed behind him. One was a heavily armored knight carrying a giant shield and wielding a broadsword. Another was a female mage dressed in a robe, an archer carrying a longbow, and a girl healer holding a staff. As soon as the 5 people rushed in, their eyes immediately fell on the mutated spider general in the center of the cave. At that very moment, they also saw Lin Yue standing at the front, already raising his gun. Lin Yue immediately recognized the leader, Meng Tao, the eldest son of the Meng family in Qingjiang City. The Meng family is one of the 4 major families, wealthy and influential. Meng Tao himself had also awakened an A-level profession, berserker. But what truly made him famous was not just his strength, but his almost irrational pursuit of Lu Manyu. To put it bluntly, he was a suitor who had thrown away all his dignity. Meng Tao also saw Lin Yue. He was stunned at first, then a contemptuous smile appeared on his lips. Isn't this the Lin Yue who was just kicked out of the Lu family? An F-rank gunner, and he's still alive? He even made it here? A thought immediately popped into his mind. This guy probably just got lucky to survive until now. With such a low-level class, it's usually hard to even hold out on the outskirts of a dungeon, let alone venture deep into the elite monster's lair. Lin Yue ignored his gaze and instead quickly scanned the people around Meng Tao. The equipment on these people was clearly much better than that of Chen Hao and his group. Each of them was almost fully decked out in a complete set of C-rank psionic gear. Just judging by the quality, it was obvious that the value was not low. Such a setup would already seem quite extravagant to ordinary people. The starting point of wealthy people is indeed different. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps sounded behind Lin Yue. Chen Hao and the other 3 had also arrived. As soon as they entered the cave, they were stunned by the scene before them. Lin Yue stood alone at the front. Next to him was a massive elite monster, and beside that, there was a well-equipped 5-person team. The situation was clearly not simple at a glance. Wang Ting couldn't help but ask softly, What's going on here? Meng Tao glanced at them, his gaze quickly falling on Chen Hao and the others' obviously shabby equipment. In that instant, all the confusion on his face turned into undisguised mockery. So that's how it is. It's not that Lin Yue is particularly skilled, but rather that this group barely managed to make it here together. He sneered coldly in his heart. A team that can't even gather decent equipment wants to challenge an elite monster? It's simply a joke with their lives. Thinking of this, Meng Tao simply stopped paying attention to Lin Yue and the others, raising his hand to directly command his team. Same old rules. Zhang Lei takes the front, Li Ming handles the damage output, Wang Lei controls, Zhao Jing focuses on healing. I'll take the main attack. The 5 people immediately dispersed, their movements very practiced, clearly not their first time working together. Lin Yue stood to the side, not making a move, just quietly watching. He wanted to see how much real skill these rich kids, who relied on resources, actually had. The mutated spider general clearly wasn't going to give them much preparation time. It let out a sharp screech and lunged fiercely at Zhang Lei, who was closest to it. "Come!" Zhang Lei roared furiously, raising the giant silver glowing shield in his hand and bracing himself to meet the impact head-on. The next second, a massive collision echoed through the cave. Boom! The airwaves scattered, and the ground trembled along with it. The stone ground beneath Zhang Lei's feet cracked instantly, and he was knocked backward repeatedly, dragging 2 deep marks on the ground. He gritted his teeth, desperately trying to steady himself, but his right arm still trembled uncontrollably. "Damn it, such strength," he panted heavily, turning back to shout at his teammates. "But I can still take this kind of damage." Hearing this, a hint of pride flashed in Meng Tao's eyes. This equipment was painstakingly gathered by the Meng family at great expense, leveraging numerous connections. The C-grade shield in Zhang Lei's hand even approaches the defensive power of B-grade equipment. Withstanding this strike is not surprising. Li Meng attack. Wang Lei control the tempo. Meng Tao immediately commanded. Li Meng was already prepared. She raised her staff, fire elements quickly converging. A basketball-sized fireball formed at the tip of the staff and then fiercely smashed toward the Spider General. Boom! The fireball exploded on the Spider General, bursting into a ball of flames. But when the smoke cleared, everyone realized that the monster shell only had a small scorched patch, causing no significant damage. The defense is too high. Li Meng frowned but didn't stop, continuing to launch fireballs one after another. On the other side, the sharpshooter Wang Lei quickly drew his bow and shot arrows, each imbued with energy, aiming at the Spider General's joints. Ding! 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 The arrows struck the carapace, producing a series of crisp sounds. Most were deflected, with only a few barely piercing through, causing negligible damage. Healer Zhao Jing kept her eyes fixed on Zhang Lei's health bar, casting healing spells without pause to steadily mend his injuries. As for Meng Tao himself, being the strongest damage dealer in the team, he continuously swung his blue longsword, the sword light forming a seamless arc. Each strike landed precisely on the same spot, attempting to gradually break through the Spider General's defenses. Finally, after round of their attacks, a small crack was forcibly carved into the carapace on the Spider General's leg. Although the damage wasn't high, the coordination among the five was indeed steady, with no obvious mistakes. Coupled with Meng Tao's command, they maintained control over the battle rhythm, and the Spider General's health was gradually decreasing. Lin Yue leaned to the side, holding a shotgun, like a bystander, quickly forming a judgment in his mind. Not bad. Judging by their equipment alone, this team was indeed much stronger than the kind of makeshift civilian team like Chen Hao's. At the very least, they wouldn't collapse right at the start. They could hold their ground and fight steadily. But the problem is, it's too slow. Lin Yue glanced at the Spider General's health bar, which showed almost no change, and gently shook his head. At this rate, it would take at least 20 to 30 minutes to finish the battle. Meng Tao led the team at the front, fighting fiercely with decent coordination. But he knew in his heart that this elite spider was not easy to deal with. If it weren't for their good equipment and numerical advantage, they probably wouldn't have lasted this long. Replacing it with Lin Yue's hastily assembled team, Meng Tao didn't take them seriously at all. In his view, those people didn't even qualify to step onto the stage. The battle continued, with the cave echoing with the roars of monsters and the clash of weapons. Time passed bit by bit, and the Spider General's health was slowly decreasing. 90%, 80%, 75%. Victory seemed to be within reach. But only those who have truly fought know that the closer you get to victory, the more likely problems arise. After 10 minutes of intense output, Meng Tao and his team were quickly depleting their psionic energy. The female, Mage Li Meng, was already sweating on her forehead, and with each spell she cast, her face grew paler. The healer Zhao Jing was also starting to struggle, with the frequency of her healing noticeably slowing down. Meng Tao, however, grew more and more excited, because he saw Lin Yue and his group. Those people were standing not far away, as if watching the commotion. This made Meng Tao even more smug. He not only wanted to win, but also wanted Lin Yue and his group to see with their own eyes what true strength, teamwork, and disparity really meant. See that? This is what you call skill. Meng Tao shouted while swinging his sword, his voice full of disdain. You people, even if you train for another 10 years, you won't catch up to us. Chen Hao and his group listened with darkened expressions. Those words were no longer just boasting. They were outright humiliation. But they had to admit, as unpleasant as Meng Tao's words were, his strength was undeniable. Equipment, level, coordination, all of it outclassed them. The battle continued for a while longer. The carapace of the Spider General began to crack, and its movements noticeably slowed down. Zhang Lei panted heavily, but his eyes were filled with excitement. Almost there. It only has half its health left. Meng Tao grinned, his eyes brimming with confident excitement. Brothers, the final wave. Don't hold back. Take it down directly. As soon as he finished speaking, the five of them unleashed their strongest round of attacks, almost simultaneously. Even Zhao Jing abandoned her healing efforts and switched to her offensive skills to add damage. In an instant, flames, sword light, arrows, and spells all struck the Spider General. The monster's health bar dropped rapidly. 50%, 40%, 30%. Meng Tao laughed even louder. He had even started imagining the expressions on Lin Yue and the others' faces when this elite monster fell. At that moment, the Spider General suddenly let out a piercing screech. Its entire body shuddered violently. Its aura surged instantly, and its size expanded by a notch. It's gone berserk. Zhao Jing's expression changed, quickly giving a warning. Meng Tao, however, remained calm. He knew that monsters in a berserk state would have stronger attacks but lower defense. As long as they could endure this wave, it would actually be the easiest time to take it down. Don't be afraid. Drink all the potions. Hit it hard for me. Meng Tao roared, his eyes bloodshot, charging even more fiercely toward the monster. Everyone attacked together and finished it off in one blow. 5 people unleashed all their hidden skills, and the scene instantly became extremely intense. But just when everyone thought the outcome was decided, bang! A muffled gunshot suddenly exploded in the cave. That sound wasn't particularly loud, yet it was like a knife, cutting off everyone's breath. The next second, the Spider General, who had just 30% of its health remaining, suddenly had its head explode, and its massive body collapsed with a thud. The entire cave fell silent in an instant. A silence so terrifying. Meng Tao's smile froze on his face. Even the upward curve of his lips remained, making him look both ridiculous and embarrassed. He and his 4 teammates all stood in place, their movements still paused at the moment of releasing their skills, as if someone had directly turned them into statues. Their minds were completely blank. Just now, what happened? Meng Tao mechanically turned his eyes and looked at his teammates. Everyone's face showed the same confusion, clearly not having reacted yet. That shot couldn't have been fired by them. Even if Li Meng and Wang Lei had extremely high bursts of power, it was impossible to instantly kill an elite monster under these circumstances. Meng Tao's gaze swept back and forth between the corpse on the ground and his teammates. The more he looked, the more chaotic his thoughts became. That was the elite monster they had spent over 10 minutes fighting to the brink of death. How could it suddenly be taken down with one shot? Who was it? His gaze slowly moved past his teammates and landed at the rear. Lin Yue and his 4 teammates stood right there. Chun Hao and the others had expressions equally filled with shock, clearly startled by the scene. But Lin Yue remained very calm. He simply stood in place, slowly lowered the shotgun in his hand, his face showing no trace of emotion. A faint wisp of blue smoke was still drifting from the muzzle. Meng Tao's gaze finally fixed firmly on that gun, the shotgun. Its appearance looked very ordinary, like a low-grade weapon unworthy of attention. Gunshot. Meng Tao's mind felt as if something had suddenly exploded. He suddenly remembered that just now, he had indeed heard a gunshot. At that time, the battle was too chaotic, everyone was fighting desperately, and no one had the time to think carefully. Now, looking back, that sound, wasn't it the sound of gunfire? As soon as this thought emerged, Meng Tao himself found it laughable. Gunfire? Lin Yue? An F-class gunner, holding a broken gun, actually one-shot an elite monster with 30% health remaining? How is that possible? Even if the Spider General had just entered Berserk mode, significantly reducing its defense, it was still an elite monster. 30% health, at the very least, would be several hundred points. The one with the highest damage in their team was himself, an A-grade Berserker. Even if he used his skills to unleash a full-powered strike, it would only deal 70 to 80 points of damage at most. If it was really Lin Yue who did it, then how much damage did that shot just now deal? 500? 600? An F-grade profession, capable of dealing such damage? Simply absurd. Tao, brother Tao, look at him. Sharpshooter Wang Lei stared at the blue smoke coming out of Lin Yue's gun barrel, his voice trembling slightly. Just now, that shot, it really seemed like a gunshot. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tang Zhonglei was the first to jump out and refute. His face changed. A useless gunner. How could he have such high attack power? He must have used some special item. Yes, an item. Meng Tao suddenly felt a sense of relief. It must be some kind of high-damage tool or extremely powerful bullet. Only this explanation makes sense. But regardless of what method Lin Yue used, he stole the monster from the Meng family's elite squad. That's a fact. They had fought hard for over 10 minutes and were about to claim the fruits of victory, only for Lin Yue to swoop in and steal it. How could he possibly swallow this anger? Lin Yue, Meng Tao roared, gripping his blue longsword as he strode toward him. You damn well dare to steal this young master's monster. The 4 teammates behind him also reacted immediately, quickly following up. The five of them aggressively surrounded Lin Yue and his group. Chun Hao, Li Mo, Sun Xiao Xiao, and Zhang Ting were so frightened by the scene that their faces turned pale. They instinctively took a few steps back, their breathing becoming erratic from nervousness. But they quickly snapped out of their shock. That shot just now was really fired by Lin Yue. It was Lin Yue who took down that elite monster with a single shot. The impact of this fact was even greater than what Meng Tao and the others experienced. When Lin Yue took out over a dozen small monsters with just a few shots earlier, they already found it unbelievable. But no one expected that he could be this strong. One shot to instantly kill a weakened elite monster. Can a gunner really achieve this? Lin Yue ignored Meng Tao and the others who surrounded him, calmly opening the Storm K2's ammo chamber, as if checking the remaining ammunition. This completely dismissive attitude instantly ignited Meng Tao's anger. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Meng Tao took a swift step forward, standing right in front of Lin Yue, his long sword pointed directly at his throat. "Apologize to me immediately and hand over all the profits from this run. Otherwise, none of you are leaving this dungeon today," he threatened viciously. Lin Yue's expression still didn't change in the slightest, not even glancing at the sword pressed against his throat. His gaze passed over Meng Tao's shoulder and landed once again on the corpse of the Spider General. The corpse was glowing. The elite monster had already dropped equipment. "You were too slow in the fight. I just gave you a hand. No need to thank me." Lin Yue's voice wasn't loud, but it was clear and reached everyone's ears. "Help your damn mother." Meng Tao completely lost his temper. From childhood to adulthood, as the eldest young master of the Meng family, when had he ever been subjected to such disregard and mockery? An F-level trash, relying on some tool from who knows where to steal monsters, and still dares to act pretentious in front of me. I'll show you right now what a real gap looks like. Meng Tao flipped his wrist, and the blue light on the long sword suddenly surged, about to strike down. "Tao Ji, wait." At this moment, the therapist Zhao Jing next to him suddenly spoke. She quickly walked to Meng Tao's side, lowered her voice, and said rapidly, "I used a detection skill to check. This Lin Yue is already at level 6. Level 6? Meng Tao's movements instantly froze. In their squad, Zhao Jing was the only one who had learned the C-level skill detection technique. This skill could investigate information about magical creatures or awakened individuals within 5 levels higher than her own. But how long had it been? Less than 2 hours. Their elite squad fought their way here and only just reached level 4. Zhao Jing quickly used the probing skill on Chun Hao and his team, then spoke again. Among his teammates, the highest level is only level 2. As soon as these words were spoken, Meng Tao felt a buzzing in his head. It seems that Lin Yue is definitely not the one holding the team back. The real situation is that he brought along 4 burdens and forcibly led the team all the way here. That's not right. At this moment, Zhang Lei suddenly seemed to think of something and shouted loudly. "We didn't seem to get any experience from killing the Spider General just now." Meng Tao's heart sank suddenly, and he immediately opened his attribute panel. On the panel, the experience bar remained completely still. According to the rules of the instance, when killing monsters in a team, as long as team members are within a certain range, everyone can gain experience. Even if it's not the final blow, at least some benefit can be shared. But now, the 5 of them hadn't gained even a shred of experience. What does this indicate? It indicates that the system directly determined that this elite monster was killed solely by Lin Yue. And there's only one scenario that can trigger such a determination. That is, the single-shot damage from Lin Yue's attack just now exceeded a certain threshold of the monster's total health. Typically, this threshold is 30%. Meng Tao's mind was racing. This elite monster has a total health of 8,000, and 30% equals 2,400 points. In other words, Lin Yue's shot just now likely dealt damage exceeding 2,400 points. And that doesn't even account for the monster's inherent 120 defense points. 2,400 points of damage. This is no longer an exaggeration. It's absurd. Don't say Lin Yue is just a level 6 F-class profession. Even a level 40 A-class awakener might not be able to deliver such a strike. An item? Incorrect. If it were truly a prop, the dungeon rules would classify it as a prop kill. In that case, as long as the 5 of them contributed, they should have received at least some reward, even if just a little experience. But now, there's nothing at all. This can only mean that the previous strike was entirely calculated as Lin Yue's personal damage by the dungeon. Meng Tao's hand holding the sword began to sweat, and even the tip of the sword trembled slightly. When he looked at Lin Yue again, the anger and contempt in his eyes were completely gone. All that was left was shock, doubt, and a trace of fear he was unwilling to admit to himself. For the first time, he realized that he couldn't see through this classmate he had always regarded as useless. "Now, can you make way?" Lin Yue's voice was very calm. It was like a stone thrown into water, instantly interrupting Meng Tao's thoughts. Meng Tao was momentarily stunned. Lin Yue had already reached out and pushed aside the long sword blocking his path. Meng Tao froze completely. He didn't stop her and could only watch as Lin Yue walked past him toward the corpse of the Spider General. "Tao, what should we do?" The teammates behind him all looked at Meng Tao, waiting for him to make a decision. Snatch or not? If they snatch, their side has the advantage in level and equipment. If it really comes to a fight, there's a chance of winning. But just thinking about the power of that shot earlier, who wouldn't feel intimidated? Who dares to bet that Lin Yue won't fire that shot again, and this time aimed at them? But if they don't fight for it, all their efforts just now would have been in vain. In the end, they would get nothing and could only watch helplessly as Lin Yue took away the spoils that should have belonged to them. Who could swallow such a grievance? Meng Tao's face grew darker and darker. His expression twisted as if he had swallowed a dead fly. And Lin Yue had already walked to the corpse of the Spider General and began searching. Before long, he pulled something out from the mass of mangled flesh and blood. It was a fist-sized crystal, entirely emerald green, with a layer of mucus coating its surface. Lin Yue held it up to his eyes and examined it closely. This thing looks like the heart of the Spider General, even faintly pulsating. He gently blew on it, dispersing the surface mucus and revealing the smooth luster beneath. Lin Yue's lips curved slightly. Still warm, good quality. Mutant Spider General's venomous heart. Quality, D rank rare. Type, special material / consumable. Effect, contains pure life energy and highly concentrated neurotoxins. Can be absorbed through special methods, with a very small chance of causing a mutation in class traits. Warning, the absorption process is extremely dangerous, with a 99% failure rate. Failure will result in permanent attribute reduction or even instant death. Estimated value, 100,000 credit points. Lin Yue looked at the item description. His expression slightly changed. This turned out to be a special consumable that could be absorbed by awakeners, and it even had a chance to cause a mutation in professional traits. But the cost is just too high. The failure rate is as high as 99%. This is not taking a risk, it's gambling with your life. If you fail, at best your attributes will permanently decrease, and at worst, you'll die on the spot. But if you succeed, then his professional abilities are very likely to undergo a qualitative leap. Lin Yue knew very well in his heart that this kind of thing was a life-and-death gamble for anyone. For him, it was even more so. A 1% success rate is so low that it's almost non-existent. Still, selling it is the safest option. 100,000 credit points were already enough to alleviate his immediate crisis. He was about to put away the heart when a cold mechanical prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the current item has a high compatibility with the host profession. Absorption failure rate reduced to 70%. Absorption method has changed. Can now be absorbed through direct consumption. Warning! Failure may still result in attribute reduction or direct death. Please choose carefully. Lin Yue's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The failure rate dropped from 99% to 70%. This number seems to have changed significantly, but in essence, it is still extremely dangerous. Out of 10 attempts, 7 will fail. The cost of failure is not just starting over, but injury or even death. This is no different from gambling with one's life, except this time, the gun is loaded with more bullets. If it were any rational person, they would choose to give up. He put away the still, faintly pulsating toxic energy heart, his palm involuntarily tightening. Lin Yue knew very well what this thing meant. It could be exchanged for money, solve his immediate crisis, and even be enough to instantly equip himself with decent gear. But what truly attracted him was not these few credit points, but that instinct almost etched into his mind. This is not an ordinary loot. This is an opportunity that could possibly change his fate. He is a gunner, naturally high in damage output, but his weaknesses are equally fatal. Weak defense, fragile body. Once someone gets close, he often doesn't even have the chance to react. Money can buy equipment, but it can't fix the inherent flaws of the profession. However, if this heart can truly bring about the changes mentioned in the system prompt, then it's not just about making money anymore. That is turning the tide. It is a true step upward. The risks are certainly there, and they are significant. But Lin Yue knows better than anyone that to reach higher ground, one cannot always prioritize safety. At times like this, one must dare to take a gamble. The hesitation in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by an almost calm determination. This round, he bet on it. However, not here. Lin Yue raised his eyes to look at Meng Tao and the others not far away. His expression was calm, but he was well aware in his heart that absorbing this thing would definitely not be a simple process and might even be dangerous. He absolutely could not take this risk in front of these people. He needed a place where no one would disturb him, a truly safe place. Thinking of this, he carefully placed the mutant spider general's poison energy heart into his backpack, then slowly raised his head to look at Meng Tao. Meng Tao's face looked grim, and the hand gripping the sword had turned pale from exertion. To snatch or not to snatch, he had thought about taking action, but Lin Yue's shot just now had already snapped him out of it. Over 2,400 points of damage. That wasn't luck, nor was it fluke. That is truly a strength capable of killing. Meng Tao was well aware that his squad was not in good shape right now. Everyone was exhausted, and their morale had been crushed. If they really charged forward, even if they won, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory, and someone might fall. Risking their lives for a few spoils of war wasn't worth it. But just walking away like this, he couldn't swallow his pride. When had the Meng family ever suffered such a loss? Behind him, Zhang Lei lowered his voice as he spoke, his tone already showing signs of retreat. He glanced at the other team members, whose faces were marked with exhaustion and vigilance. Continuing to fight would only make the situation worse. The final exam wasn't over yet. They couldn't afford to waste all their energy here. Meng Tao's chest heaved a few times, but in the end, he suppressed his anger, though his gaze grew even colder. Go! He squeezed out this word through clenched teeth, turned around, and walked away, never looking at Lin Yue again. The others hurried to follow, but couldn't help glancing back, fearing Lin Yue might suddenly fire another shot. Just as they were about to leave, Lin Yue's voice came from behind. Wait! Meng Tao stopped in his tracks, suddenly turned around, and his expression immediately tensed. What else do you want? Lin Yue didn't rush to answer. Instead, he leisurely picked up the other two spoils of war from the ground. A piece of D-grade armor, a D-grade skill book. Neither of them could be used by him at the moment, but selling them would at least fetch a decent amount of money. He put the items into his backpack and then looked up at Meng Tao. You're not taking the corpse of this elite monster. He raised his chin, pointing at the massive corpse on the ground. I heard the materials from this kind of elite monster are quite valuable. If you take them to the Awakeners Association, you should be able to exchange them for a good amount of credit points. You've worked hard fighting for half a day. You can't possibly walk away with nothing. These words sounded like a kind reminder, but every single one felt like a knife, making Meng Tao's face turn pale. Especially the last sentence. Clearly, it was Lin Yue who took their spoils of war, but now it seemed like he was giving them charity by letting them pick up the leftovers from the corpses themselves. This was even more unbearable than direct humiliation. Meng Tao's face instantly turned extremely grim. His chest felt like it was blocked by a ball of fire, yet he couldn't vent it. You, Tao, forget it. Therapist Zhao Jing quickly pulled him and gently shook her head at him. Meng Tao stared at Lin Yue intensely, his eyes almost blazing with fire, wishing he could tear the other person apart right now. But a few seconds later, he suddenly laughed. The smile was cold and sinister. Good, very good. He stared at Lin Yue and said word by word, Lin Yue, I'll remember you. Let's wait and see. After speaking, he shook off Zhao Jing's hand, turned around with his team, and quickly disappeared down the passage ahead. After walking a certain distance, Meng Tao suddenly punched the rock wall. With a loud bang, fragments of stone scattered. Lin Yue! He shouted the name in a suppressed voice, the venom in his eyes almost overflowing. I'll make sure to kill you. Tao, don't act rashly just yet, Zhang Lei advised from the side. That guy is definitely off, but there's no need for us to confront him head-on right now. Head-on. Meng Tao turned his head, his face twisted with anger. So what if he hurt Gao? Gunners are just squishy. As long as I get close, I can crush him with one hand. But the Awakeners Association has rules. Rules? Meng Tao let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with malice. The association forbids awakened ones from killing each other. But what if he dies in a dungeon, killed by monsters? Zhang Lei froze for a moment, not daring to respond. Meng Tao's lips curled into a cold, sinister smile, his tone full of calculation. As long as I don't do it myself, if he dies, no one will trace it back to me. As he spoke, he took a black communicator out of his backpack and pressed the call button. Thoid, fourth, respond if you hear me. There was first a crackling sound of static in the communicator, followed by a gloomy voice. Young master, what are your orders? I'll give you a set of coordinates. Go there immediately. Meng Tao sent out Lin Yue's location, his tone icy cold. The target is Lin Yue, a level 6 gunner. Find him and keep a close watch. Wait until he's alone or busy clearing monsters, then strike directly. Remember, make it clean. Make it look like he was killed by a monster siege. The communicator went silent for 2 seconds. A level 6 gunner? The voice on the other end carried a hint of doubt. Young master, is someone like that really worth the two of us taking action together? The speaker was Yuan San. Yuan San and Yuan Si were enforcers trained by the Meng family from a young age. The two were twins who had awakened the B-level shadow assassin class, excelling in stealth, tracking, and assassination. Meng Tao's father had always treated them as personal bodyguards, specifically assigning them to stay by Meng Tao's side. Stop talking nonsense. Meng Tao lowered his voice, his eyes filled with anger. That kid is suspicious, his attack power is high, and he can kill in seconds. Do as I say, and don't mess this up. Understood, young master. Once the task is completed, I'll credit you for it. The communication ended. Meng Tao put away the communicator and stared into the deep darkness ahead, his gaze as cold as a blade. He wouldn't let it go just like that. From childhood to adulthood, he had never failed to get what he wanted. Suffering a setback at Lin Yue's hands today, there was no way he could swallow his pride. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, he led his men to continue advancing. On Lin Yue's side, just after finishing collecting the loot from the elite monsters, his gaze fell on the massive corpse of the Spider General. The corpse was like a small mountain, pressing against the ground and exuding a strong smell of blood. Lin Yue took just one glance before turning away. This Spider General was full of valuable materials. Even taking a small piece back to the Awakeners Association could fetch a considerable amount of money. For him now, this was a significant income. But he knew very well that what he lacked most right now wasn't money, but time. The big exam was just around the corner, and every minute wasted could affect the final results. What's more, his goal had never been just these small monsters. What was truly worth his all-out effort was the Spider Queen deep in the cave. Money can be earned later, but opportunities won't wait for anyone. Lin Yue didn't hesitate for a moment, stepped forward, and continued walking deeper into the cave. As soon as he moved, the 4 people behind him, including Chun Hao, immediately followed. The 4 of them were like frightened rabbits, always trailing about 10 meters behind him. Too close, they were scared. Too far, they feared being left behind. The cave was eerily quiet. Only Lin Yue's footsteps could be heard, along with the heavy breathing of the 4 people behind him that couldn't be suppressed no matter how hard they tried. Lin Yue didn't look back, but his heart sank slowly. He knew that he had just offended Meng Tao. People like Meng Tao, who have been spoiled since childhood, cannot stand losing face in public. Today's humiliation is something the other party will never swallow easily. Right now, that guy is most likely hiding in some dark corner, waiting for an opportunity to kill him. In this kind of dungeon, there are countless ways to make someone disappear without a trace. Lin Yue knows very well that the real danger isn't just the monsters ahead, but also the unseen blade behind. At the moment, he himself might not be able to escape unscathed. Taking these 4 burdens with him would only drag them into danger along with him, or even make them sacrifices for Meng Tao's revenge. Therefore, he must quickly make these 4 retreat on their own. Meanwhile, in another fork of the path, 2 dark figures were swiftly advancing along the rock wall. Their movements were as light as the wind, landing with almost no sound. The small monsters along the way didn't even notice their shadows before being silently bypassed. Found it. One of the dark figures suddenly crouched down, reached out to wipe the damp soil, and brought it up to take a closer look. It was a series of footprints left not long ago. 5 people, he said. The one who spoke was Yuan San. Yuan Si straightened up, lazily stretched his shoulders, and a series of faint cracking sounds came from his joints. The young master is being overly cautious. He curled his lips, his tone full of disdain. A level 6 gunner, accompanied by 4 level 2 ordinary people. Does it really require both of us to take action? Yuan Sin did not respond. He simply picked up a golden empty shell from the ground and brought it to his nose for a gentle sniff. The smell was quite ordinary, no different from those cheap psionic bullets on the market. But when he saw the shattered spider corpses around him, his brows furrowed slightly. "Don't be careless," Yuan San said in a low voice. "The young master said he can take people down in an instant." "Take people down in an instant." Yuan Si laughed, a trace of bloodthirsty excitement flashing in his eyes. "So what? Can a gunner's body be tougher than paper?" He flexed his wrists, his joints cracking audibly. "As long as I get within 3 meters, forget people. Even monsters will have to bow down to me." Yuan Sin glanced at him and said no more. The two lowered their bodies again, like 2 venomous snakes hidden in the shadows, continuing to creep forward. The scent of prey was getting closer and closer. A few minutes later, Lin Yue stopped at a fork in the road. He slowly turned around, his dark eyes sweeping over the 4 people not far away. "That's far enough," he said calmly. His voice was not loud, yet it sounded particularly clear and cold in the empty cave. Chen Hao's heart tightened, and he quickly took a few steps forward. His Adam's apple bobbed as he forced out a flattering smile. "Lin, you know, brother you." His voice was shaky, but he deliberately made it sound very respectful. "Just now, thank you so much for saving us. If it weren't for you, we'd have been spider food by now." He spoke while hurriedly rubbing his hands. Even his words were somewhat disorganized. "Brother you, this dungeon is too difficult. With just the 4 of us, there's no way we can make it out alive. Can we keep following you? We promise, we absolutely won't cause you any trouble, and we definitely won't hold you back. As long as we can make it out alive, we'll do whatever you ask." Behind him were Li Mo and Sun Xiao. Xiao and Wang Ting also nodded desperately, their eyes full of pleading. Lin Yue glanced at their faces one by one, but in the end, he still shook his head. His voice was very calm, yet left no room for negotiation. "Following me will only make you die faster." He raised his hand and pointed to the dark passage on the left. A faint stench wafted out from inside, mixed with a bone-chilling coldness that made one's scalp tingle just hearing about it. Inside there is the territory of level 7 to 9 mutated bloodthirsty spiders. They have sharp ears and keen noses, and are best at hunting in packs. Once one of them gets to you, you won't even have a chance to escape. Judging by the time you've managed to survive in the dungeon so far, as long as you make it out alive, you'll pass this major exam. There's no need to risk your lives further. As he spoke, his tone suddenly grew colder. "Saving you earlier was just a coincidence. I can't protect you all the time. Next time, I won't step in." These few words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly waking up Chen Hao and the other 3. They recalled the scene just now. Lin Yue's shooting was terrifyingly fast. Bullets swept through like a torrential rain, forcibly tearing the monster into pieces. They were well aware that if Lin Yue hadn't acted just now, the 4 of them would have been dead long ago, unable to last even 3 seconds. "But if we go on our own, isn't that also a dead end?" Li Mo couldn't help but ask. "Who says you all have to go out?" Lin Yue retorted. "The exam rules never stated that you must leave the instance to pass." He paused, his tone growing a bit impatient. "There are so many paths here, and thousands of newcomers are crammed in. It's impossible for everyone to go looking for the exit. If that were the case, what would be the point of this exam? Find a corner, move a few stones to block the entrance, and just stay put for 4 hours. Once the time is up, you'll naturally be able to leave." "Got it." The 4 people listened and were all stunned. Hide and stay down for 4 hours? Sounds easy enough. But in this hellish place, staying even 1 more second is unbearable, let alone 4 hours. What's more, no one knows if a stronger monster might suddenly block the exit. If that happens, it would truly be a case of crying out to heaven and earth with no response. But Sun Xiao Xiao mustered up her courage and whispered, "What if the place we're hiding isn't safe?" Lin Yue's gaze instantly turned cold. He no longer wanted to explain. He was neither their babysitter nor someone who cleaned up other people's messes. Being able to guide the way here is already doing my best. That's your own business. After saying this, he never looked at them again, turned around directly, and stepped into the passage on the left leading to the territory of the mutated bloodthirsty spiders. The darkness quickly swallowed his figure. In the nearby shadows, Yuan Si watched this scene, the corners of his mouth slowly spreading into a grin, almost reaching his ears. The opportunity had arrived. The target had separated from those four ordinary people. Moreover, he had already entered the area of advanced monsters. As long as he waits for him to fight the monster and then strikes from behind, the matter will be settled. By then, even if the Awakeners Association investigates, they will only come to one conclusion. Lin Yue died in a monster ambush. Perfect. The moment Lin Yue stepped into the passageway, a strong stench immediately hit him. The air was filled with the scent of blood and decay, and fine cobwebs hung on the damp, cold rock walls, glinting with an eerie cold light under the faint illumination. Scattered on the ground were broken pieces of equipment and fragments of skeletal remains. The flesh on them had been almost entirely gnawed away, with dark red bloodstains splattered everywhere. In many places, the blood had dried, leaving only a blackened residue. It was clear that a brutal battle had taken place here not long ago. Moreover, it was not a fight between equals, but a one-sided massacre. These remnants are left behind by those novice awakeners who recklessly ventured into this area without knowing the danger. Lin Yue slowed his steps, walking steadily and cautiously with each step. His gaze, sharp like an eagle's, calmly scanned the surroundings, not missing a single corner. The most terrifying aspect of the mutated bloodthirsty spider is not just its strength, but its cunning. They are cunning, greedy, and bloodthirsty, and their greatest skill is setting traps in advance, waiting for prey to step into them. Lin Yue continued to advance several dozen meters. Soon, he saw another corpse. This corpse was relatively intact, clearly having died not long ago, and had not yet been dragged away and devoured by those bloodthirsty spiders. It was a novice awakener in a blue robe, seemingly a priest. His chest had been completely pierced through, leaving several bowl-sized, bloody holes. Shattered organs mixed with fresh blood were still slowly oozing out, making the stench in the air even more pungent, almost nauseating. His eyes were open, his face still frozen in the terror of his final moment. Seeing this scene, Lin Yue said nothing, merely letting out a soft sigh. Before the major exam began, the chief examiner had repeatedly warned that without sufficient strength, one should never step into the territory of level 7 to 9 monsters lightly. Yet, there are always those who think they are smarter than danger, believing they can take a gamble, only to end up losing their lives. At that moment, a chilling cluck-cluck sound suddenly came from overhead. Lin Yue looked up. On the web at the top of the cave, a spider as large as a small car hung upside down. It was clutching a human upper torso with its 2 pairs of front limbs, greedily tearing into it, as if enjoying a freshly delivered dinner. Its entire body was pitch black, with a plump abdomen covered in red markings. Its 8 legs were lined with sharp barbs, and among its 4 pairs of crimson compound eyes, 2 pairs were fixed intently on Lin Yue, as if eyeing a piece of freshly delivered meat. Mutated bloodthirsty spider LV7, grade D. Health points, 720. Defense value, 50. Skills, pierce, web restraint, bloodthirst. This bloodthirsty spider has clearly spotted fresh prey. The next second, it suddenly swung its plump body, and a mass of white spider silk shot out from its tail without warning, heading straight for Lin Yue. Lin Yue's gaze darkened, and his body sidestepped almost simultaneously, moving so quickly it seemed he had anticipated the strike. The blob of spider fluid flew past him, narrowly missing, and smashed hard against the rock wall behind. Gunshots echoed repeatedly in the narrow passage, each one striking like a blow to the nerves. The mutated bloodthirsty spider that lunged at him almost brushed against the hem of Lin Yue's clothes as it swept past. It was so close to dragging him into the depths of the spiderweb. But in the end, it was just a fraction too slow. A missed strike, the mutated bloodthirsty spider immediately let out a piercing screech, its 8 legs frantically scuttling across the web. It seemed to be summoning its companions, or perhaps sending out a distress signal. The next second, a dense rustling sound came from deep within the passage. In the darkness, massive black shadows rapidly approached. Crimson glimmers connected in the shadows, resembling countless eyes fixed on their prey. Lin Yue merely glanced at it, his expression remaining calm. 6 more level 7 mutated bloodthirsty spiders rushed out. They were restless, their jointed limbs moving rapidly, emitting excited yet ferocious shrieks from their mouths. They were not afraid. They were waiting to tear apart the person in front of them. But Lin Yue did not retreat. He raised the Storm K2 in his hand, the muzzle steadily locking onto the bloodthirsty spider that lunged first from above and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! The gunshot exploded, bullets violently spewing out, accurately hitting the head of the bloodthirsty spider. Its densely packed compound eyes didn't even have time to dodge before its head was forcibly blown apart. The other 6 bloodthirsty spiders had already closed in to less than 10 meters away. The distance was too close, almost face-to-face slaughter. But Lin Yue's movements were even faster than theirs. He pressed down his wrist, causing the gun barrel to lower smoothly, and pulled the trigger repeatedly. A barrage of death unfolded instantly. Enhanced by psychic penetration and weakness gaze, every bullet seemed like a blade of death with a clear target, piercing directly into their most vulnerable spots. The gunfire wove into an impenetrable net, enveloping all 6 bloodthirsty spiders. In the next moment, a series of explosions erupted. The bodies of 6 giant spiders exploded almost simultaneously, with shattered limbs, fluids, and shells scattering in all directions, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. In less than 10 seconds, all 7 mutated bloodthirsty spiders were completely eliminated. Killed LV, 7 mutated bloodthirsty spider, *7, EXP plus 420. Gunfire extension effect triggered. Firearm effective range plus 7%. Current total 231%. Damage amplification effect triggered. Firearm damage plus 7%. Current total 195%. Health amplification effect triggered. Constitution attribute plus 7. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to LV7. 23,000. Strength plus 1. Agility plus 1. Constitution plus 1. Spirit plus 1. Perception plus 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a chance to draw a god-level passive skill. Would you like to draw now? Lin Yue did not hesitate and directly chose to draw. In a place like this, the stronger the power, the greater the chance of survival. He was well aware that as he continued forward, the real danger lay ahead. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the god-level passive skill, Extraordinary Perception, Mythical level. Extraordinary Perception increases perception by 100% and permanently increases perception attribute by 1 point for every target killed. This effect has no limit and can stack infinitely. The higher the perception attribute, the sharper the awareness of the surrounding environment. The moment the reward descended, a strange force surged into Lin Yue's body. His world seemed to suddenly magnify. His hearing became clearer, and even the faintest friction sound in the distance couldn't escape his ears. His sense of smell also became exceptionally sensitive, allowing him to distinguish every scent in the air. The dampness of the soil, the coldness of the rocks, and the stench of the monsters all became remarkably distinct. Even the skin seemed to have gained an extra layer of awareness. The changes in the nearby airflow, the subtle vibrations of a spider's web, the breathing rhythm of a lurker in the depths of darkness. He could perceive them all with absolute clarity. A trace of satisfaction flashed in Lin Yue's eyes. This ability came at just the right time. With extraordinary perception, he was no longer someone who passively took hits. Wherever the enemy was hiding, he could know in advance. Anyone attempting a sneak attack, an ambush, or trying to stay hidden in the shadows, waiting for him to approach, would become prey with nowhere to hide. He could even preemptively target those bloodthirsty spiders lurking in the darkness and eliminate them one by one with long-range shots and high damage. Thinking of this, Lin Yue felt a surge of intense fighting spirit. He gripped the semi-automatic shotgun tightly, his steps unwavering, and continued deeper into the cave. The deeper you go, the more monsters lurking around. They are like hunters scattered in every corner, in groups of 3 or 5, 7 or 8, quietly lying in ambush in the darkness, waiting for prey to deliver itself. But no matter how deeply they hide, they cannot escape Lin Yue's notice. Every breath, every vibration of a spider web, every faint ripple of murderous intent is precisely detected by him. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out repeatedly, echoing through the narrow passage. With each shot fired, one or even several bloodthirsty spiders were blasted to pieces on the spot. They fell under the gunfire before they could even pounce. Killed level 7 mutated bloodthirsty spider *3 gained 210 experience points. Kill level 8 mutated bloodthirsty spider *5 gained 400 experience points. Kill level 7 mutated bloodthirsty spider *4 gained 280 experience points. As the number of kills continued to increase, Lin Yue's various attributes steadily improved. Longer range, higher damage, stronger physique, and increasingly sharper perception. Now, he was like carrying an invisible radar with him. Within a radius of 20 to 30 meters, any slight movement of wind or grass could not escape his judgment. Those mutated bloodthirsty spiders that were supposed to hide in the shadows for an ambush appeared to him like torches in the night, glaringly conspicuous and impossible to conceal. They didn't even have time to launch an attack before Lin Yue discovered them first and blasted them away with a single shot. This feeling of firmly controlling the situation was indeed addictive. Lin Yue advanced steadily, calmly harvesting his prey while savoring the rhythm of suppressing every step forward. But at this moment, his keen senses suddenly caught two unusual auras. Not monsters, awakened ones. Moreover, they had been following him for quite some distance. About 40 to 50 meters. The two were very cautious, keeping their breathing extremely low and their footsteps light, making almost no sound. Clearly, they were deliberately hiding their tracks, trying to conceal themselves in the darkness, waiting for the right moment to strike. Lin Yue's lips slowly curled up, but there was not a trace of smile in his eyes, only a cold, killing intent. The people sent by Meng Tao had finally caught up. Unfortunately, they targeted the wrong person. Lin Yue pretended not to notice and continued walking forward. Soon, he arrived at a relatively open intersection, deliberately slowed his pace, stopped, leaned against the wall, and acted as if he were checking his ammunition while taking a break. On the surface, he appeared to be relaxing. In reality, he was waiting for the prey to walk into the trap on its own. 40 meters away, two dark figures crept along the cave wall like ghosts, slowly closing in. "Brother, that kid has stopped," Yuanxi whispered, his eyes gleaming with greed. "It looks like he's resting. This is our chance." Yuanxin did not respond immediately. He stared ahead, his brows gradually furrowing. "Don't rush. Let's observe a bit more," Yuanxin said in a deep voice. "That kid killed so many mutated bloodthirsty spiders on his own. It definitely wasn't just luck. If he dares to stop, it means he's either not off guard or has something planned. We must strike in one blow and leave him no chance to counterattack. He's just a level 6 gunner." Yuanxi sneered dismissively. "So what if his attack is high? His body is still as fragile as paper. I'll take care of him. One strike is enough." As he finished speaking, he had already drawn the short dagger from his waist, its blade glinting coldly in the darkness. Yuanxin did not argue, but a layer of caution still crept into his heart. After all, the two brothers had been nurtured at great expense by the Meng family to become B-class awakeners. The stealth abilities of their shadow assassin class had also been enhanced with skill upgrade stones. They had always been very confident in their concealment abilities. Even when facing reconnaissance from awakened beings of a higher level, they were confident they wouldn't be discovered. "Let's go." Circle around from the side. Yuanxin raised his hand slightly and lowered his voice, avoid his direct line of sight. The two continued to move forward silently, each step so light it was almost inaudible. They were getting closer and closer to Lin Yue. Yuanxi had even begun to imagine the scene of slashing the opponent's throat with a single stroke. Just as he was about to take another step forward, his ankle was suddenly brushed lightly by something extremely thin. The sensation was so faint that it was almost negligible. But Yuanxin noticed it immediately. He reacted swiftly, pressing down on Yuanxi's shoulder and forcing him down almost to the ground. The next second, Yuanxin slowly reached out and pulled out a nearly invisible thin wire from near Yuanxi's ankle in the darkness. Both their expressions changed simultaneously. "Damn it, this kid actually set up a booby trap." Yuanxi cursed under his breath, suppressing his anger, his eyes filled with even stronger killing intent. If Yuanxin hadn't reacted quickly enough, they would have been blown up just now. Even if they didn't die, they would have been seriously injured. "This young-looking guy is way too ruthless." Yuan San's expression also darkened. A thought he was reluctant to accept emerged in his mind. Could the other party have already discovered them? This idea just came up, and even he felt it was unlikely. A level 6 gunner, could they really detect their level of stealth actions? Not very realistic. Maybe this kid just habitually sets traps, specifically to guard against monster ambushes. Be more careful. Yuan San lowered his body, his eyes fixed intently ahead. There might be more up ahead. He carefully inspected the ground bit by bit, and sure enough, it wasn't long before he found a second booby trap. This time, he was completely certain. The positions of these two booby traps were precisely placed along their inevitable route. It was obvious they weren't placed randomly, but were specifically set up for them. So cunning. Yuan San felt a chill in his heart as he dismantled the booby traps. And just as the second booby trap was dismantled, Lin Yue suddenly heard a faint click sound in the distance. This was the special alert that would only be triggered when the tripwire booby trap he had personally set was dismantled. Only those who set the traps can hear them. Lin Yue's eyebrows raised slightly. He hadn't expected these two to actually see through his trap and completely dismantle the mines. But he wasn't disappointed. Instead, he revealed a cold smile. The fish has already taken the bait. Through the sequence in which the traps were dismantled, he had precisely pinpointed the positions of the two individuals. More importantly, the opponent had already stepped into his perception range. Since you're here, don't think about leaving easily. Lin Yue switched the shotgun to his left hand, while his right hand slowly reached for the Nova P1 in the holster at his thigh. At that moment, he seemed to completely quiet down. Even his breathing became extremely light. On the other side, after dismantling the second trap, Yuan San carefully checked again before finally straightening up and nodding to Yuan Si. There shouldn't be anything else ahead. Get ready to move. Finally, I've been waiting for those words. A fierce glint flashed in Yuan Si's eyes as his mouth curled into a cruel smile. Kid, your life is mine now. As soon as the words fell, his figure suddenly became blurred, like an elongated shadow, silently gliding swiftly across the ground. This was precisely the stealthy assault of a B-class shadow assassin. In stealth mode, speed is greatly enhanced, and the figure becomes extremely difficult to detect. Yuan Si moved like an invisible ghost, charging straight at Lin Yue, with the short blade in his hand silently drawn. 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. The distance kept shrinking, and Yuan Si's excitement kept rising. In his view, a level 6 gunner, no matter how high their attack power, could never see through his advanced stealth state. But just as he was less than 20 meters away from Lin Yue, an unexpected event occurred. Lin Yue, who had been leaning against the wall, as if resting with his eyes closed, suddenly raised his right hand. The dark muzzle of the gun, along with the terrifyingly calm eyes under the tactical helmet, locked firmly onto him. The excitement on Yuan Si's face froze instantly, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe. What? He noticed me, he exclaimed in disbelief, his face full of shock. Yuan Si suddenly emerged from stealth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He no longer had time to think about anything else. Since he had been discovered, he could only fight desperately. He roared as he charged forward, his speed surging underfoot. His whole figure turned into a shadow, lunging straight at Lin Yue. But Lin Yue's reaction was even faster than his. Is this your stealth technique? Lin Yue's voice was as cold as ice. I saw through it long ago. As the words fell, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, the bullet piercing through the air and hitting Yuan Si squarely in the center of his forehead. Yuan Si's charging momentum abruptly halted, as if an invisible giant hand had forcefully pressed him down. He then crashed heavily to the ground, motionless. His life ended in an instant. Target eliminated *1. Gun extension effect triggered. Firearm effective range plus 1%. Current total 273%. Damage amplification effect triggered. Firearm damage plus 1%. Current total 237%. Life amplification effect triggered. Constitution attribute plus 1. Extraordinary perception effect triggered. Perception attribute plus 1. A glint of sharp light flashed in Lin Yue's eyes. Killing awakened ones can also continue to stack the god-level passive. This means the stronger he becomes, the faster he grows. Not far away, Yuan San watched his younger brother get shot in the head in the shadows, his eyes instantly turning red. fourth brother. The fury in his heart was almost enough to burn through his chest. But compared to anger, the fear was even stronger. Their brother's most prideful stealth ambush, which even many higher-level opponents find hard to detect, was easily seen through by Lin Yue, a mere level 6 gunner, who even managed to counterkill them directly. This proves one thing. Lin Yue is no ordinary person. He is a truly dangerous monster. Damn, who the hell is this kid? Yuan Sin clenched his teeth, forcing himself to calm down. His younger brother was already dead. Now it was his turn, although he was still hiding in the shadows. Lin Yue had clearly pinpointed his location. In the opponent's eyes, he was now nothing more than a living target. Rushing forward would only result in ending up like old 4, taken down with a single shot. But if he didn't flee, death would come even faster. Only by staying alive would there be a chance for revenge. Thinking of this, Yuan Sin slowly retreated, his eyes fixed on Lin Yue, not even daring to breathe too heavily. But soon, he discovered a fact that left him in despair. No matter where he retreated or how he changed his position, Lin Yue's gun barrel remained steadily aimed at him. It was as if there truly was a pair of eyes in the darkness, watching his every move with absolute clarity. Cold sweat instantly soaked Yuan San's back. From the moment he awakened until now, he had never encountered anything so bizarre, nor had he faced an opponent as terrifying as Lin Yue. Only one thought remained in his mind: run. And Lin Yue also clearly felt that heart hidden in the darkness, beating wildly. It was fear. Do you think you can still escape? Yuan San's body trembled slightly in the darkness, cold sweat dripping down his cheeks. He finally realized that not only had his location been pinpointed, but even his every move couldn't escape Lin Yue's perception. This is impossible. He roared furiously in his heart. He's just an F-level gunner. How could he possibly see through my stealth? But reality did not give him any explanation. Lin Yue stood still, the muzzle of the Storm K2 always aimed in the direction of Yuan San, motionless. Under heightened perception, Yuan San's breathing, footsteps, and even heartbeat became distinctly discernible. Now Lin Yue's perception attribute had already reached 58 points. This value, placed on any low-level awakener, would be enough to bring earth-shattering changes. Perception as an attribute may not seem as direct as strength or agility, but once elevated to a sufficiently high level, it can turn many seemingly impossible things into reality. And now, Lin Yue has already begun to possess this ability. His eyes grew increasingly bright. Even he himself still doesn't know to what extent this perception can take him. But he is certain of one thing. With that series of kills just now, his range of perception has already expanded to nearly 100 meters in radius. Yuan San's heartbeat grew faster and faster, so fast it felt like it was about to explode out of his chest. Fear had already pushed him to his limit. Finally, he stopped retreating, because he had nowhere left to retreat. The scene of his younger brother's tragic death resurfaced in his mind, and anger instantly overwhelmed the fear. Lin Yue, I want you dead. Yuan San completely lost control. He revealed himself from stealth mode, gripping a gleaming dagger in each hand. With his ghost shadow step fully activated, he charged madly toward Lin Yue. Shadow Clone Technique. At the moment he lunged forward, he let out a furious roar. His figure suddenly blurred and split into 3, attacking Lin Yue simultaneously from 3 different directions. Lin Yue slowly put away his gun, standing before the 2 corpses, his expression as calm as if nothing had happened. To him, an enemy is an enemy. As long as the other harbors murderous intent, he will show no mercy. Moreover, these people were assassins raised by the Meng family. Letting them go today could mean more innocent lives lost at their hands tomorrow. He lowered his head and glanced at the corpses of Yuan San and Yuan Air, feeling not a shred of sympathy. Meng Tao, the name sank in his heart like a block of ice. The other party had already handed the knife to him, so there was no need for him to be polite anymore. Lin Yue crouched down and briefly searched the 2 corpses. Their equipment was very ordinary, with nothing noteworthy. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he suddenly found a black communicator on Yuan San's body. He picked it up and took a look, a cold smile slowly curling at the corner of his mouth. Since the other party had delivered themselves to his doorstep, he might as well return the favor with a grand gesture. Lin Yue pressed the call button, and soon, Meng Tao's anxious yet expectant voice came from the other end. "Third brother, how did it go? Did you get it done?" Lin Yue cleared his throat, lowered his voice, and deliberately imitated Yuan San's tone. "It's done. That's great." Meng Tao visibly breathed a sigh of relief, his voice even carrying a hint of excitement. "Everything's been taken care of. Yes, everything's been handled. Ha ha ha, well done." Meng Tao burst into laughter. "Once this major exam is over, there will be a hefty reward. Join us immediately. I'll send you the coordinates." After the communication ended, Lin Yue looked at the displayed location, his gaze gradually turning cold. The coordinates were already very close to the Spider Queen's lair. Sounds of battle continued to come from that direction, indicating that Meng Tao's team was clearing monsters along the way, advancing toward the final target. It seemed they planned to charge straight into the core area once the path ahead was cleared. Unfortunately, they didn't know that they had already been targeted. Lin Yue casually tossed the communicator to the ground and turned to glance at the other side of the corridor. A faint crawling sound came from the left, as if something was being drawn by the scent of blood. Without looking back, he directly chose the path on the right, because he knew very well that staying in place would only waste time. What truly needed to be done was not to tangle with these minor soldiers, but to quickly reach Meng Tao and settle all accounts at once. His steps were not fast, yet exceptionally resolute. From the left corridor behind him, the restless sounds of several mutated bloodthirsty spiders soon echoed. They had caught the scent of blood and frantically rushed out, pouncing on the two corpses on the ground. The law of the jungle. In such a place, these four words are expressed most directly and most cruelly. Lin Yue no longer intends to stop. He wants to keep moving forward, to venture into deeper areas, to hunt more dangerous targets, and to claim what belongs to him. This trial has only just begun. Meng Tao's name flashed through Lin Yue's mind, instantly igniting the killing intent in his heart. That guy actually sent someone specifically to kill him. This was no longer a simple provocation, but a direct violation of his bottom line. In a world where strength speaks louder than anything, being soft-hearted would only get oneself killed. Lin Yue understood this very well, so he had no intention of letting Meng Tao off the hook. If he ever had the chance to encounter him again, he wouldn't mind taking him out along with anyone else involved. In this major exam instance, no one would specifically investigate a death. As long as the rules weren't blatantly violated, the Awakeners Association wouldn't intervene. No matter how impressive the final results looked, it all boiled down to one thing. Walking out alive was the only true victory. Lin Yue quickened his pace as he pondered and pushed forward. Ever since acquiring the mythical passive ability, Extraordinary Perception, this complex underground cave had almost no secrets left in his eyes. Within a 100-meter radius, no movement could escape his perception. He could detect where monsters were, where the forks in the path lay, and where other awakened were hiding, all in advance. He could even clearly hear the faint movements of spiderlings inside unhatched spider eggs deep within the cave. This near-omniscient sense of control made him feel completely at ease in such an environment. The right side passageway before him was colder and more oppressive than any he had encountered before. The air was so thick with the stench of blood that it seemed almost tangible, indicating that this was already the core territory of the level 9 mutant bloodthirsty spiders. But in the face of Extraordinary Perception, ambushes were utterly meaningless. Those bloodthirsty spiders hiding in the cracks of the rock walls or hanging upside down in webs on the cave ceiling were immediately rendered into clear, three-dimensional images in his mind the moment they entered his sensory range. Even the rhythm of their breathing and the faint sound of their limbs scraping against the rocks were precisely locked onto. 30 meters ahead to the left, behind the rock wall, 4 of them. Lin Yue quickly made a judgment in his mind, raised the Storm K2 in his hand, and without even glancing at it, directly pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet, enhanced by psionic energy, unleashed terrifying penetrative power, instantly shattering the thick rock wall and blasting the 4 lurking level 9 mutated bloodthirsty spiders behind it into pieces. Killed LV9 mutated bloodthirsty spider *4 EXP plus 360. Gun extension effect triggered. Firearm effective range plus 4%. Current total 278%. Damage amplification effect triggered. Firearm damage plus 4%. Current total 242%. Life amplification effect triggered. Constitution attribute plus 4. Extraordinary perception effect triggered. Perception attribute +4. Lin Yue kept walking forward without stopping. Above 5. Bang. Another shot. The thick web on the ceiling, along with the 5 bloodthirsty spiders hidden inside, exploded, shattered corpses, and foul-smelling fluids raining down like droplets. This is no longer a battle. This is a one-sided sweep. For other newly awakened individuals, a level 9 mutated bloodthirsty spider, capable of causing a team wipe, didn't even have the chance to show itself in front of Lin Yue. They often just caught the scent of their prey, and death had already arrived ahead of them. Killed LV9 mutated bloodthirsty spider *5 EXP +450. Killed LV9 mutated bloodthirsty spider *6 experience points +540. Killed LV9 mutated bloodthirsty spider *6 experience points +540. Kill LV9 mutated bloodthirsty spider *13 experience points +1170. Experience points skyrocketed continuously, and the stacking effects of several mythic level passives were rapidly increasing. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to LV8. 64,000. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Spirit +1, Perception +1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one chance to draw a god-level passive skill. Would you like to draw now? Draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the god-level passive skill. Kinetic Barrier, Mythical level. Kinetic Barrier. Each time you kill a target, you store one layer of kinetic shield. Each layer can negate one instance of damage, with no limit to the number of layers. Automatically consumed when attacked. Lin Yue's eyes lit up. As long as he keeps killing, he can continuously stack shields, and there's no limit. In other words, from now on, the more he kills, the harder it will be for him to die. With this passive ability, he had finally achieved true offense and defense integration. On the system interface, a new counter quietly appeared. Kinetic Barrier, 0 layers. Perfect, let's test it on the guy ahead. Lin Yue's senses shifted, immediately locking onto 2 mutated bloodthirsty spiders stealthily moving together not far ahead. He raised his gun and fired without any hesitation. Bang! The bodies of the 2 mutated bloodthirsty spiders were instantly torn apart. Killed LV9 mutated bloodthirsty spider *2 EXP +180. Kinetic Barrier effect triggered. Current layer 2. At that very moment, a sharp, piercing screech echoed from the depths of the darkness. A bloodthirsty spider suddenly lunged out of the shadows, its 8 long legs frantically scuttling, rushing toward Lin Yue like a black blur. Its forelimbs were raised high, gleaming coldly, laced with deadly venom, aiming straight for his vital points. This bloodthirsty spider was deliberately left behind by Lin Yue. He wanted to use it to test the passive skill he had just acquired. So, faced with this potentially fatal attack, he neither dodged nor retreated, not even a flicker of panic in his eyes. He simply stood his ground, personally experiencing just how powerful this new ability was. The next second, the bloodthirsty spider's sharp claw struck him fiercely. But at the moment of contact, a nearly invisible ripple flashed by. Immediately after, a dull thud echoed. The forelimbs, capable of piercing through steel plates, seemed to collide with an invisible mass of air, with all their force forcibly neutralized. Kinetic Barrier has consumed 1 layer, currently 1 layer remaining. Lin Yue remained unharmed, not even taking a single step back. Not bad, it's really quite useful. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and a satisfied expression appeared in his eyes. At the moment when the bloodthirsty spider froze due to its failed attack, Lin Yue raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! The bullet pierced directly through its skull, turning it into a pile of mangled flesh on the spot. With this life-saving measure, he had an additional trump card in this perilous cave. Lin Yue put away the gun and continued walking deeper. Over the next half hour, the level 9 area completely became his hunting ground. As long as they entered his perception range, not a single bloodthirsty spider could escape alive. The experience points increased rapidly, and his level quickly broke through to level 9. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to LV9. 55,000. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Spirit +1, Perception +1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one chance to draw a god-level passive skill. Would you like to draw now? Draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the god-level passive skill. Ballistic Warp, Mythical. Ballistic Warp. Bullets you fire can perform a short-distance spatial warp based on your will, bypassing physical obstacles. The higher your perception attribute, the more precise the control. Lin Yue's breath suddenly paused, and his heart thumped heavily. Ballistic Warp. Ignoring obstacles, spatial leap. He understood almost immediately what this meant. He raised his eyes to look at a massive stalagmite dozens of meters ahead. Behind the stalagmite, a level 9, mutated bloodthirsty spider was hiding. It only revealed half of its head, cautiously observing its surroundings with great vigilance. For others, this would be a perfect blind spot for shooting. But for Lin Yue, such a position no longer mattered. He had a thought and raised his hand to draw the Nova P1 from its holster. The muzzle pointed in the direction of the stalagmite. He didn't aim carefully, just casually raised his hand, his movements as calm as if he were doing something utterly ordinary. Then he focused his mind and locked onto the vital spot of the spider he sensed. Then pulled the trigger. Bang! The moment the gunshot rang out, the bullet unexpectedly disappeared right in front of the muzzle. The next second, dozens of meters away behind the stalagmite. The mutated, bloodthirsty spider that was still secretly spying suddenly had a blood hole burst open on its head without warning. It was as if the space had been forcibly twisted by some invisible force. The bullet, which should have followed a normal trajectory, bypassed all obstacles and appeared directly at its most vulnerable spot. The bloodthirsty spider's body stiffened abruptly, its compound eyes still filled with confusion and bewilderment. Immediately, its entire body fell from a height, crashing heavily onto the ground, no longer moving. Lin Yue quietly watched the scene. After a few seconds, he slowly exhaled, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. From this moment on, the barriers in front of him almost lost their significance. As long as he wished, the bullets could curve around them. In his pitch-black eyes, for the first time, a true sharpness ignited. Meanwhile, in another passage leading to the Spider Queen's lair, the atmosphere was completely different from Lin Yue's side. Here, there was no ease, no composure, only distress and despair. Healer, quickly heal Zhang Lei. He can't hold on much longer. Meng Tao's face was ashen, his voice already hoarse from shouting, as if he was on the verge of losing control. At the very front, the heavily armored warrior Zhang Lei was gripping his tower shield tightly with both hands, single-handedly enduring the frenzied assault of 2 level 9 mutated bloodthirsty spiders. His armor was already riddled with cracks, and a piece of the shoulder guard on his left side had fallen off, exposing mangled flesh. Blood was continuously streaming down his shoulder. A forelimb of a bloodthirsty spider was firmly stuck on the shield, and every time it exerted force, Zhang Lei's body would tremble violently. Meng, I can't do it. The team's only healer, Zhao Jing, looked pale, her voice tinged with sobs. I'm almost out of mana. The glow of the staff in her hand grew dimmer and dimmer, and the last healing spell cast on Zhang Lei had an almost negligible effect. Meng Tao's face was so dark it seemed like water might drip from it. He originally thought that, with his status as the young master of the Meng family in this well-equipped squad, he could easily achieve a good score in this major exam. But he never expected that, in order to take a shortcut, he would choose the most dangerous route. The battles along the way had already consumed most of their supplies. Now, things were even worse. They were tightly entangled by 2 level 9 bloodthirsty spiders, unable to advance or retreat, and were already on the verge of collapse. Trash! All of you are trash! Meng Tao cursed angrily while awkwardly dodging another bloodthirsty spider's attack. A high-grade mental power potion costs 50,000 per bottle. Not for you to just look at. Zhao Jing's face turned bright red from the scolding, yet she didn't dare utter a single word in retort. She could only grit her teeth, pull out a bottle of mental power potion, and gulp it down fiercely. Then she desperately squeezed out the little bit of mana she had just recovered, trying to hold the situation together. Actually, it wasn't just her. The other members of the team were also on the verge of collapse. They had originally thought that following the young master of the Meng family would allow them to easily achieve a good ranking in this major exam. But reality gave him a harsh slap in the face. Meng Tao was only focused on taking shortcuts, completely ignoring how dangerous the path ahead was. As a result, they fought their way through, nearly running out of supplies, exhausting their strength, and almost losing their retreat. Just as the team was on the verge of total collapse, a clear and composed sound of footsteps, accompanied by the faint crackling of ice crystals breaking, slowly came from ahead. The sound came from the direction they had come from. Everyone immediately turned around. They saw Lin Yue leading her team, walking over unhurriedly. She was still wearing that pristine white dress, spotless and immaculate. The damp air in the cave, the dust stirred up from the ground, and even the bloody scent left behind by the recent fierce battle all seemed to avoid her automatically. She didn't look like someone who had just fought her way out of a life-and-death situation, but rather like someone who had just attended an elegant banquet. She raised her hand, her fingertip moving slightly, and an ice crystal instantly shot out, accurately striking a bloodthirsty spider. The creature was frozen on the spot, allowing Zhang Lei to finally catch his breath. The team members behind her also showed signs of fatigue, but compared to Meng Tao's side, their condition was noticeably much better. The moment Meng Tao saw Lin Yue, his entire demeanor changed. Just a second ago, he was berating his subordinates for being useless, but the next moment, it was as if he had been injected with a shot of adrenaline. He immediately forced what he thought was a dignified smile onto his face. He knew all too well that in front of the woman he admired, he absolutely could not appear disheveled or lose face. Hold it together. He suddenly turned around and roared at the group. In order to impress Lin Yue, he unexpectedly abandoned the more secure strategy of maneuvering and fighting, instead letting out a loud roar. His charge skill instantly erupted, and he fiercely slammed into the bloodthirsty spider that was entangled with Zhang Lei. In his view, this was called bravery, this was called responsibility. But in the eyes of Zhang Lei and the others, this was simply risking his life to show off. Charging recklessly at this moment wasn't about showing off, it was courting death. But Meng Tao was already completely carried away. In order to maintain the image of a strong man in front of Lin Yue, he began recklessly commanding the team to push forward, even treating the injuries and exhaustion of his teammates as the price for earning her favor. Zhang Lei used taunt to draw the aggro of those two monsters. Zhao Jing, if you're low on mana, drink a potion. I'll reimburse you later. You're an archer, stop trying to control the field. Just keep shooting, hit them hard. He shouted with such confidence, as if these commands were perfectly reasonable. But the members of Meng's squad had already cursed him countless times in their hearts. It's not that they didn't know Meng Tao wanted to show off in front of Lin Yue, but the problem was showing off had to be done at the right time. In the current situation, every move could cost them their lives. But they had no choice. When working under someone else, you can only grit your teeth and push forward. One by one, they clenched their teeth, endured their injuries, and drank the potions they usually couldn't bear to use. Those potions were normally quite valuable, and they wouldn't even touch them. But now, to save their lives, they could only swallow them like bitter medicine. With their injuries and sacrifices, they forcibly paved a hero's path for Meng Tao. Finally, the two obstructing monsters were dealt with. A brief moment of respite arrived, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Tao, panting heavily, retreated to the rear and immediately took out his communicator to contact Lao San and Lao Si. He called out several times, but there was no response from the other end, only a piercing, static noise. ZZZ, ZZZ. His smile gradually froze. Immediately after, the smile vanished completely. A chill surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, like a cold, venomous snake crawling into his mind. Something's wrong. Something's really wrong. Could it be that something happened to those two people? But how is that possible? Yuan San and Yuan Si were the most reliable assassins under his command, with high levels and talent enhancements. Dealing with an F-level gunner should have been a piece of cake. How could they possibly fail? But the cold crackle of static in his ears seemed to mercilessly mock his wishful thinking. Just as unease crept into his heart, a faint fragrance wafted over. Lin Yue had already walked up to his side. Her footsteps were very light, as if she was afraid of disturbing something, or perhaps intentionally walking so close. She slightly tilted her head, quietly watching Meng Tao. Those peach blossom eyes carried just the right amount of concern, while also hiding a trace of barely noticeable probing. She observed every subtle change on Meng Tao's face with absolute clarity. Meng Tao, she spoke softly, her tone as gentle as a feather. Judging by your expression, have you encountered some trouble? The voice was so soft, yet it seemed to land directly on Meng Tao's heart, making him feel a sudden warmth. Nothing, nothing. Meng Tao quickly put away the communicator, letting out a dry laugh. Just a small issue, it's fine, really fine. Lin Yue didn't press further, only offering a faint smile. That smile was beautiful and had a way of making people lower their guard. Then, she took another step forward. The distance between the two suddenly shortened significantly, so close that Meng Tao could even catch the faint fragrance in her hair. She lowered her voice, her tone softer than before, yet more compelling. This top score in a major exam is very important to me. She looked at Meng Tao, her gaze so earnest it was almost impossible to refuse. I must claim the first kill of the Spider Queen. Meng Tao's heart skipped a beat. He stared at the face so close in front of him, his mind momentarily blank, even forgetting how to adjust his breathing. Lin Yue observed his reaction, a trace of understanding flickering in her eyes. She raised her hand, her slender fingertips gently brushing over a scratch on his armor. Her movements so tender they seemed both soothing and deliberately teasing. If you can help me get the first kill, her voice dropped even lower, as if painting an irresistible future for him. I wouldn't mind agreeing to be your girlfriend. This sentence, like a bomb, exploded directly in Meng Tao's mind. Girlfriend? Lin Yue wants to be his girlfriend? At this moment, all thoughts of the third and fourth brothers, any ominous premonitions, and Lin Yue were completely thrown to the back of his mind. In his eyes, there was only ecstasy, only possessiveness, only the breathtakingly beautiful woman before him who could drive anyone mad. Man, you for you. It's worth it even if I risk my life. He almost roared the words. The next second, Meng Tao, as if completely losing his sanity, suddenly threw his head back and let out an enraged howl. For Man Yu, charge with me. His eyes were bloodshot, and a blinding light erupted from the surface of his body in an instant. Without hesitation, he activated his ultimate explosive skill. Meng Tao, like an out-of-control tank, dragged along his few teammates who were already on the verge of losing their minds, and charged straight at the last few mutated bloodthirsty spiders blocking the path in the corridor ahead. That momentum seemed as if he had no intention of coming back alive. Lin Yue stood at the back, watching his nearly self-destructive figure, and a cold curve slowly formed at the corner of her mouth. She knew very well that the crazier Meng Tao became, the more it showed he had been pushed to the brink. When people lose their rationality, they often make the dumbest choices, and such choices usually only make the situation worse. Lin Yue did not turn around, nor did he pay attention to the chaos behind him. He walked through the long, foul-smelling passageway, his steps crushing broken cobwebs and shattered insect shells. The air was thick with the stench of blood and a nauseatingly sweet odor. The further he went, the greater the pressure became, as if the entire underground nest was silently watching him, waiting to devour him. But when he finally stepped into the deepest part of the spider's nest, what lay before him still exceeded his expectations. It was a massive underground cavern, astonishingly vast, almost as wide as several football fields. The ceiling was so high it disappeared into darkness, with stalactites hanging down like inverted spikes, exuding a chilling aura. Between the stalactites hung enormous white spider eggs, their shells constantly writhing as if something inside was desperately struggling to break free. The smell they emitted was so pungent it made one want to retch. The ground and surrounding walls were all covered in thick layers of cobwebs, overlapping like a pre-spread net of death. In the center of the cave, on a massive web spanning hundreds of meters, a colossal creature lay quietly, as if waiting for prey to deliver itself. It was an absurdly large spider. Its size was beyond what ordinary monsters could describe, almost comparable to a heavy truck. Its dark purple-black carapace gleamed with a cold, somber light, covered in eerie magical patterns. Its 8 segmented limbs were as thick as steel spears, sharp, heavy, and exuding an oppressive presence. The crimson compound eyes densely packed on its head glowed like blood, and when they coldly stared over, it felt as though even one's breath would be stifled. Spider Queen, Protoss. Sea level, Lord level. LV10. Health, 100%. Defense, unknown. Skills, unknown. A string of question marks lay there, silently reminding Lin Yue that this entity was far beyond the ordinary D-level monsters he had encountered before. Its very existence was oppressive, a formidable enemy that instinctively instilled fear simply by standing there. But Lin Yue merely glanced at it, his expression remaining calm. He had long understood that true danger is never written on the surface. The more powerful an enemy appears, the less opportunity it should be given. As long as a weakness is found, even the strongest shell can be torn apart. The moment he stepped into the cave, all of the Spider Queen's compound eyes simultaneously turned toward him, locking onto him with precision. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. The next second, a sharp screech exploded, piercing the eardrums painfully, as if someone were scraping a rock wall directly with a file. The entire cavern echoed. Fragments of stone from the ceiling crumbled and fell, and even the ground beneath trembled slightly. Immediately after, countless egg sacs hanging overhead suddenly burst open, splattering viscous liquid in all directions. Swarms of spiderlings frantically crawled out, their numbers terrifyingly large. Though small in size, they moved incredibly fast, descending like a torrential downpour from midair, instantly converging into a dense, black tide of insects, rushing straight toward Lin Yue. If it were someone else, they would have likely been forced to retreat by this situation, or even completely lose their composure. But Lin Yue did not. He stood his ground, not taking a single step back. He knew very well that at times like this, one must not panic. The stronger the enemy, the calmer one must remain. As long as the judgment is accurate enough, fear becomes meaningless. What truly determines victory or defeat has never been about who shouts louder, but who seizes the critical point first. He slowly raised the Nova P1, the muzzle steadily aimed at the Spider Queen 100 meters away. Under the dual effects of extraordinary perception and weakness gaze, the Spider Queen's massive body quickly became transparent in his eyes. The thick shell, complex muscle tissue, skeletal structure, and the trajectory of blood flow were all clearly visible, without any concealment. At the junction of its chest and abdomen, a rapidly pulsating, faintly glowing core was being protected layer by layer. That was its magic energy core. It is also its most important and most vulnerable spot. Lin Yue did not waste time probing. He simply calmly locked onto an extremely tiny node on the outer side of the magic energy core. It was not the most conspicuous point, but it was the spot most likely to trigger a chain collapse. Then, he initiated ballistic warp. The first shot, bang! The gunshot was crisp and brief, disappearing into the air almost as soon as it sounded. The bullet did not fly out in a straight line, but vanished instantly the moment it left the muzzle. The next second, the Spider Queen in the distance jolted violently. Inside its body, at the node marked by Lin Yue, a bullet appeared out of thin air, as if torn directly from the air itself, striking with pinpoint accuracy. The Spider Queen let out a scream of both pain and confusion, clearly unable to comprehend where the attack had come from. There were no visible damages on its exoskeleton, yet intense pain surged from within, as if something had forcibly exploded inside. It thrashed its body wildly, its compound eyes scanning everywhere in an attempt to locate the attacker, but found nothing. Lin Yue did not stop. The second shot, bang! This time, the target of the bullet's warp was precisely the center of the energy disturbance caused by the first attack. The bullet appeared out of thin air once again, as precise as a scalpel, following the already torn opening and directly striking the unstable node. This shot completely ignited the chaotic energy flow within the Spider Queen's body. If the first shot only caused it pain and confusion, then the second shot was like a boulder smashing directly into its energy cycle. The barely maintained balance was instantly shattered, and the power began to spiral out of control, crashing wildly in the wrong direction. The Spider Queen's movements suddenly froze for a moment. This is the moment. Lin Yue's gaze instantly sharpened. He had been waiting for this moment. The third shot. This time, no more probing, no more holding back. A direct hit to the weak spot, a fatal blow. The bullet, infused with psionic energy, pierced through with a series of terrifying enhancements, such as penetration, critical strike, and damage amplification, following the most perfect trajectory to execute the final ballistic warp. Bang! The power of this shot was pushed to the extreme. The massive body of the Spider Queen suddenly froze, all movements halting in an instant. Even the ear-piercing screech abruptly ceased, as if her entire life had been forcibly cut off. Immediately, at the junction of its chest and abdomen, a blindingly intense light suddenly exploded from within its shell. Lin Yue stood in place, his expression calm, as if he had long anticipated their arrival. He did not answer Meng Tao's question, but simply raised his hand, revealing the spatial storage wristband on his wrist, his tone utterly devoid of emotion. "The Spider Queen is already dead," he said. "You're too late." This sentence was like a heavy hammer, striking hard on everyone's hearts. Meng Tao froze completely, his face alternating between pale and flushed, his chest heaving violently. He had paid such a huge price, leading his team all the way into the level 9 monster zone, enduring injuries, enduring pain, enduring the constant loss of team members along the way, all for the sake of claiming the first kill of the Spider Queen. But now the first kill was gone. The spoils were gone. Even the ending he most wanted to see was gone. He stared intently at Lin Yue, his gaze as sharp as a knife, as if he wanted to tear the other apart on the spot. "You're talking nonsense," Meng Tao growled through gritted teeth. "You? A useless outcast from the Liu family. How could you possibly kill a sea-level lord? Do you think we believe that?" Lin Yue finally came back to her senses. Her gaze first fell on the empty center of the cave, then slowly shifted to Lin Yue, the shock in her eyes gradually turning into solemnity. She was not the type of person like Meng Tao who acted purely on emotional impulse. She was well aware that the Spider Queen was no ordinary monster. It was a sea-level lord with speed, strength, and recovery abilities far surpassing monsters of the same level. Not to mention Lin Yue was just an F-level professional. Even a well-trained team of awakened individuals might not be able to take it down unscathed. But the facts are right here. There is no Spider Queen in the cave. Only shattered spider eggs scattered across the ground, and the spatial bracelet Lin Yue had just put on his wrist. What this indicates couldn't be clearer. Her heart sank suddenly. If Lin Yue really achieved it, there was only one possibility. This man, whom all of them looked down upon, was no longer the same Lin Yue who used to be bullied by everyone. He had grown stronger during this time, and he had grown stronger in a way far beyond their imagination. Thinking of this, Lin Yue's breath tightened slightly, and for the first time, unease arose in her heart. She had originally thought that after Lin Yue left the Liu family, he would only end up like a dog thrown out, eventually trampled into the mud by reality. But now it seemed that the one truly cast aside might not be Lin Yue. It might be them. Lin Yue spoke, her voice a few tones lower than usual. "What exactly did you do?" Lin Yue glanced at her, his gaze as indifferent, as if he were looking at someone insignificant. "Didn't you all see it?" he said. "The Spider Queen is dead, and I took the spoils. That's all." These words, spoken so lightly, completely ignited Meng Tao's fury. "That's it," he almost shouted. "Do you know what we sacrificed for this trip? Do you know how hard it was for me to lead my men here? What gives you the right? What gives me the right?" Lin Yue interrupted him, his voice not loud, but very clear. "Because you came too late." Meng Tao froze abruptly, his face instantly turning even redder. He wanted to argue, but found himself unable to say a single word. Because Lin Yue was speaking the truth. No matter what they experienced along the way, no matter how much they paid, in the end, they were indeed one step too late. And in this world, being one step late often means getting nothing at all. Lin Yue no longer looked at them and turned to leave. He didn't want to waste time here. To him, these people were no longer of any value. But just as he took a step forward, Meng Tao suddenly rushed up, his face twisted in ferocity. "Stop!" His voice was sharp, and his eyes were filled with greed and jealousy. "Hand it over. The Spider Queen spoils aren't something a worthless piece of trash like you can take." Lin Yue paused in his steps and slowly turned around. The eyes hidden beneath the tactical helmet revealed no emotion, yet inexplicably sent a chill down one's spine. The air suddenly fell silent. Everyone could feel a dangerous sense of oppression slowly emanating from that silent figure. Lin Yue looked at Meng Tao, his tone calm to the point of cruelty. "Are you sure you want to snatch it?" The fallacy was like a thorn, suddenly piercing into Lin Yue's mind. She almost immediately dismissed the thought. The Spider Queen is dead, killed by Lin Yue? How is this possible? That's a Lord-level boss. Even she, an S-class elemental saintess, leading an entire team in an assault, doesn't have absolute confidence in taking it down. What does Lin Yue count for? An F-class gunner, someone who might not even be able to harm monsters. How could he possibly kill the Spider Queen? This thought was so absurd it was laughable. Even Lin Yue found it ridiculous. But ironically, Lin Yue was standing right in front, his expression calm, without a trace of panic. Meng Tao was completely furious. Lin Yue, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or mute? He took a step forward, his face dark and terrifying. Don't play dead with me. If you don't explain the whereabouts of the boss today, I'll make sure you won't leave this dungeon alive. The teammates behind him also closed in, their gazes fiercer than ever. They fought tooth and nail to get here, not to stare at an empty field. Lin Yue acted as if he hadn't heard, slowly turning around. The tactical helmet concealed his expression, leaving only his eyes, calm as a stagnant pool. Are you looking for it? His voice was very flat, neither provocative nor tense. He raised his hand and pointed to the ground beneath him. There was nothing there, only a few strands of golden light that hadn't completely dissipated, gently floating like freshly extinguished embers. It's already dead. Lin Yue spoke lightly, as if he were talking about something utterly ordinary. Dead. Meng Tao was initially stunned, then, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! Lin Yue, are you treating me like a fool? He pointed at Lin Yue, laughing so hard his shoulders were shaking. You say it's dead, and it's dead? You don't mean to tell me that you killed the Spider Queen, do you? With just you? An F-class loser. His laughter echoed back and forth in the spacious cave, full of contempt and malice. The blonde-haired boy and the red-haired girl also laughed. That's hilarious. If he can kill the Spider Queen, then I can solo a dungeon. Exactly. Even bragging should have its limits. Saying something so absurd, who would believe it? Lin Yue did not laugh. She just stared intently at Lin Yue, trying to find even the slightest hint of guilt on his face. But she saw nothing. Lin Yue stood firmly, his breathing calm, his tone equally composed. The kind of composure, however, made people feel stifled inside. Believe it or not, it's up to you, Lin Yue said calmly. You're late. The first kill is already mine. Yours? The smile on Meng Tao's face froze instantly. The next second, his expression completely twisted. Lin Yue, I'll give you one last chance. He gripped the long sword tightly, his voice squeezed out through clenched teeth. Tell me right now, where is the Spider Queen? Don't force me to act. The blue long sword lit up once again, and the aura of an A-rank berserker erupted without restraint, pressing directly toward Lin Yue. Lin Yue looked at him and suddenly found it a bit funny. Is there any point in explaining to someone like this? No, he didn't even bother to speak, just stood there quietly, watching Meng Tao lose his temper like a raving lunatic. This disregard made Meng Tao feel more humiliated than any counterattack. Good, very good. Meng Tao was so furious that he ended up laughing. This is your own choice to seek death. Today I'll cripple you first, then slowly look for the boss. As soon as the words were spoken, he was about to rush forward. But at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. In the cave, silver-white teleportation halos simultaneously lit up beneath everyone's feet. The light quickly spread, like an invisible giant net, enveloping everyone. A powerful sense of spatial pull suddenly struck, leaving no chance for resistance. Newcomer exam time has arrived. All candidates will be teleported out of the instance in 10 seconds. The cold system notification sounded simultaneously in everyone's mind. No! Meng Tao let out an unwilling roar. He glared at Lin Yue fiercely, his eyes seeming as if they could tear him apart alive. Just a little more, and he could personally destroy this guy who had humiliated him completely. Lin Yue's expression also turned extremely grim. All her original plans revolved around the first kill of the Spider Queen. What she wanted was glory, an overwhelming victory, to make everyone see her worth. But now everything was gone, and the one who destroyed all of this was none other than Lin Yue, the person she and the entire Liu family looked down upon. That sense of humiliation drilled into her heart like poison. The light grew stronger and stronger, and everyone's figures began to blur. In the final moment before being teleported away, Lin Yue calmly glanced at Lin Yue and Meng Tao through his helmet. That gaze was cold and indifferent. No anger, no pride, not even treating them as real opponents. It was more like looking at two strangers arguing annoyingly. In the next second, white light engulfed everything. When a solid sensation returned underfoot, the blinding sunlight made everyone instinctively squint their eyes. The square outside Xinjiang Sports Center was bustling with noise and activity. Thousands of examinees who had just been teleported out, along with waiting parents, teachers, media reporters, and people from various factions, were all crowded here, creating a scene that was almost chaotic. Meng Tao and Lu Manyu's teams appeared almost simultaneously. As soon as he landed, Meng Tao frantically searched everywhere for Lin Yue. Where's Lin Yue? Where's that useless trash? His eyes were bloodshot, his breathing rapid, like a beast completely enraged. Meng Tao had completely lost control, disregarding the dignity of being the eldest young master of the Meng family. His face was ashen, and it seemed as though fire was about to burst from his eyes. Tao, calm down. There are a lot of people here. A teammate beside him quickly grabbed him, fearing he might cause an even bigger scandal in public. Lu Manyu's expression was also grim. She didn't lose her temper on the spot like Meng Tao, but her tightly clenched fingers gripping the hem of her dress revealed her inner unease with absolute clarity. She was also looking for Lin Yue. She didn't believe what Lin Yue had said earlier, but for some reason, an increasingly intense sense of crisis, like cold water, was gradually seeping into her heart. Soon, they saw Lin Yue on the other side of the square. He was still alone. Among the examinees gathered in groups of 3 or 5, excitedly discussing their experiences in the dungeon, he appeared particularly quiet and isolated, as if standing in a different world outside the bustle. Lin Yue. Meng Tao suddenly shook off his teammates, strode over, and directly blocked Lin Yue's path. I don't care what methods you used. The first kill of the Spider Queen must be ours. He pointed at Lin Yue, his tone both fierce and urgent, as if raising his voice would somehow suppress the truth. You'd better be sensible and take the initiative to explain the situation to the chief examiner. Just say you used a special item to steal our boss. Otherwise, before he could finish his sentence, an even louder commotion suddenly erupted nearby. Look at the big screen. The final results are about to be announced. This sentence was like a stone thrown into water, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The gazes of thousands of people in the square all turned toward the giant electronic screen on the outer wall of the gymnasium. On the screen, the names and scores of countless candidates scrolled rapidly, and finally, the display froze. A golden leaderboard appeared before everyone's eyes. Longsha Nation Newcomer Exam, Xinjiang Division, final results. The entire venue fell silent instantly. Everyone raised their heads, held their breath, and searched from the bottom up for their own name or the names of acquaintances. 10th place, Jiang Family Team, score 8,530 points. 9th place, 3rd place, Zhao Family Team, score 32,400 points. 2nd place, Meng Family Team, score 35,600 points. When the Meng Family Team ranked 2nd, the square immediately erupted in exclamations. The Meng Family Team is 2nd, so who is 1st? Who else could it be? It must be Goddess Lu, an S-class profession. Isn't it normal for her to take 1st place? Exactly, Goddess Lu is just too powerful. The surrounding exclamations fell one by one into Lu Manyu's ears. Her tense expression finally eased a bit, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily curved slightly upward. She had initially been worried that the first kill of the Spider Queen might be snatched away, affecting her performance. But now it seemed that even if an accident occurred, with the strength of her S-class profession and her achievements along the way, the 1st place would undoubtedly be hers. On this point, she had almost no doubt. Meng Tao also saw the rankings. Of course, he felt unwilling in his heart, but he had to admit that the overall strength of Lu Manyu's team was indeed stronger than his. Moreover, the goddess taking 1st place genuinely made him happy. Manyu, congratulations. He tried hard to squeeze out a smile and quickly walked over to Lu Manyu's side. Just when everyone thought the results were already set in stone and were ready to cheer for the young lady of the Lu family, the 1st position on the leaderboard suddenly lit up with dazzling golden light. The next second, an even more striking line of text slowly emerged. 1st place, Lin Yue, personal score, 158,800 points. The entire square, with tens of thousands of people, seemed to be simultaneously choked silent. All sounds disappeared. A deathly silence enveloped the surroundings, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping to the ground seemed audible. Everyone widened their eyes, staring intently at the unfamiliar name on the screen and the string of absurd numbers behind it that made people question reality. Lin Yue? Who is this? Individual points? In other words, this result was achieved by him alone? 158,000 points. What kind of concept is this? The Meng family team, ranked second, is an elite team of 5 people who fought tooth and nail to earn just over 30,000 points. Yet Lin Yue alone managed to score more than 4 times that amount. This is not just leading, this is domination. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Personal points, 150,000. Is there a system error? How is this possible? Who is Lin Yue? A hidden genius from some great family? Why have I never heard of him before? What about the Willow Goddess? Why didn't she make it into the top 10? Finally, someone found the ranking of Lu Manyu's team at the back of the crowd. She saw it too. At that moment, all the color drained from her face, leaving it frighteningly pale. Only then did everyone realize that the S-class professional, whom they had placed high hopes on and regarded as a prodigy, didn't even make it into the top 10. The faces of her supporters all changed. Disappointment, shock, and disbelief were written all over their faces. The scene erupted into complete chaos. Everyone's perception was forcibly shattered at this moment. At the very front of the crowd, the admissions representatives from various top universities in Longxia were all frozen in place. Investigate. Immediately look into all the information on this Lin Yue. Within 3 minutes, I want to know everything about him from childhood to now. The chief admissions officer of Longdu University adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his voice low but filled with undeniable urgency. The War God Academy is the same. No matter the cost, we must secure him. And our Magic Martial University, contact the headquarters immediately. These representatives from prestigious schools, usually aloof and accustomed to seeing geniuses, now had reddened eyes like sharks smelling blood. On the other side, Lu Jinxiong was chatting and laughing with several senior members of the Awakeners Association, eagerly awaiting good news of his daughter's triumph. But when he looked up at the results on the big screen, the smile on his face froze instantly. Lin Yue? First place? He even doubted whether he had seen it wrong and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. But the name on the screen didn't change. It really is Lin Yue, the very person he personally ruined, whom he thought would never rise again. Lin Yue, who was kicked out by him, actually took first place. Lu Jinxiong's mind instantly went blank. His whole body felt as if struck by a heavy blow. Even his breathing became difficult. He just couldn't figure it out. Lin Yue was clearly just an F-rank gunner. How could he possibly rise to first place and even take the top spot on the individual leaderboard? What made his chest tighten even more was that his daughter's ranking had actually dropped out of the top 10. He instinctively glanced at the few senior association members beside him, only to find that they were looking at him with a very subtle expression. There was surprise, doubt, and a hint of undisguised amusement. Steward Lu, this Lin Yue, I remember, isn't he your adopted son? This sentence was like a needle, piercing deeply into Lu Jinxiong's heart. His face instantly flushed red, looking as unpleasant as if he had been slapped in public. On the other side of the crowd, Lu Manyu and Meng Tao were completely frozen. Meng Tao pointed at the big screen, then at Lin Yue not far away, his lips trembling for a long time, unable to utter a single word. 150,000 points. He finally understood why Lin Yue could appear alone in the boss's lair. Finally understood why Lin Yue dared to claim that he killed the Spider Queen. First kill of a C-level boss, rewarded with 100,000 points. In other words, as long as Lin Yue killed the Spider Queen, he would have already earned 100,000 points. The remaining 50,000 plus points were all painstakingly farmed by him alone in the dungeon. One person scored over 50,000 points. This score is higher than the combined total of their two elite squads. Meng Tao only felt a chill down his back, and his legs began to weaken. He suddenly remembered the harsh words he had said to Lin Yue in the dungeon, and recalled sending Yuan San and Yuan Si to block him. Finished. This time, it's truly over. Lu Manyu bit her lip tightly, her nails digging deep in her palm, yet she felt no pain at all. Her face was deathly pale, without a trace of color. The first place was snatched away. To secure the Spider Queen's first kill, she had been deliberately holding back, not desperately racking up points, just waiting to climb the leaderboard at the last moment. But she never expected that the man she had always looked down on and even mocked to his face just yesterday would use a method she couldn't comprehend at all to forcibly take the glory that should have belonged to her. Her most prideful S-class profession had now, in everyone's eyes, turned into a joke. That sense of humiliation burned her heart like fire. Jealousy surged up as well, almost tearing her apart. She raised her head, staring intently at the back surrounded by countless gazes. But Lin Yue remained calm throughout. There was no pride on his face, no show-off, not even the slightest hint of celebration. It was as if those 150,000 points, as if that dazzling first place, were nothing more than ordinary things to him. He simply glanced at the screen, then turned around, ready to leave. Lin Yue, please wait a moment. At this moment, the chief admissions officer of Longdu University was the first to react, quickly stepping forward to block his path. Lin Yue stood still, listening to the surrounding commotion, yet his mind was clearer than ever. The conditions offered by these prestigious schools were indeed tempting. Resources, mentors, status, everything was dazzling. If it were any other newcomer, they would probably have nodded excitedly by now. But he was different. He understood very well that what he could truly rely on was not the stable environment provided by these schools, but the system. His strength did not come from enduring over time, but from repeatedly slaying monsters, leveling up, and continuously stacking those heaven-defying mythic passives. University could provide him with better training and a higher starting point, but it couldn't make him stronger faster. It could teach him how to walk, but it couldn't run for him. Yet what he lacked most right now was not knowledge, but time. What he needed was faster leveling. He needed more dangerous battles. He needed a place where he could grow stronger in the shortest possible time. The wilderness was perilous, but it was the only place that had what he needed. More monsters, more battles, and greater pressure. As long as he survived, he could become stronger. As long as he killed enough, he could keep rolling his advantage forward to the point where no one could catch up. After thinking it through, Lin Yue raised his head, his expression so calm it was almost indifferent. "Thank you, seniors, for your high regard," he said, his voice not loud, but clear enough for everyone to hear. "However, I will not be attending any academy." As soon as these words were spoken, the square fell silent. The admissions officers who had been fiercely competing for him just moments ago were all stunned. The onlookers were also stunned. The expressions on everyone's faces seemed to freeze in an instant. Rejected? He actually refused all of it? Wang Hai was the first to recover, his face immediately darkening. "Lin Yue, do you know what you're saying?" he asked, suppressing his anger. "These conditions are already something others wouldn't even dare to dream of. If you miss this opportunity, it won't be so easy to get into Longdu University in the future." Lin Yue glanced at him, his tone still very steady. "I understand," he said, "but I have my own path." "Your own path?" The burly man from the War God Academy sneered. "Young man, don't overestimate yourself. Just because you got first place doesn't mean you're invincible. The path of an awakened is far more brutal than you think. Without prestigious school resources, without top-tier mentors, as an F-rank profession, you won't go far." His words were blunt and realistic. Many people around nodded in agreement. Yes, Lin Yue is very strong, even unbelievably so. But his professional rank is right there. F-level is a hard limitation. Winning now doesn't mean he'll keep winning in the future. Early on, relying on talent and bursts of effort might get you ahead, but without resources to back it up and systematic training, many geniuses eventually fade away and become ordinary people. In their eyes, Lin Yue's choice right now isn't bravery, but recklessness. It's not confidence, but gambling with his future out of spite. But Lin Yue wasn't swayed by these words. Of course, he understood why others thought this way. Because in most people's eyes, the safest, most stable, and resource-rich path is the most reliable choice. But for him, that path was too slow. What he lacks the most now is slowness. "Thank you for the reminder." Lin Yue nodded to the burly man, maintaining a polite attitude. Then, he turned to the crowd, his tone clear and resolute. "I have decided not to enter any academy. Starting today, I will head to the wilderness outside the city as a lone wanderer." As the words fell, the entire square seemed to be struck by a massive boulder completely erupting. The wilderness? A lone wanderer? Is he crazy? That place is neither a training ground nor the back mountain of the school. It's full of monsters ambushes, and life-threatening dangers. Not to mention a rookie, even many seasoned awakened ones wouldn't dare venture deep alone. But Lin Yue, a newcomer who has just begun to show promise, actually wants to go by himself? This isn't overconfidence, it's outright playing with his life. That's insane. Does he really think that just because he got first place, he can choose any place he wants? It's over. Such a promising talent is most likely going to be wasted out there. What a pity, truly a pity. Voices of discussion rose and fell, some mocking, some shaking their heads, and some genuinely feeling sorry for him. They all thought that Lin Yue was ruining his own future. But Lin Yue knew very well that some paths might seem dangerous, yet they are actually the fastest. What truly creates a gap between people has never been the comfort of a greenhouse, but the life-and-death edge of a knife. What he chose was not recklessness, but to grow stronger faster. Lin Yue stood still, not sparing anyone another glance. He had heard enough mockery and seen enough of those hypocritical expectations. Just moments ago, everyone regarded him as a rising star. But when he rejected those prestigious schools and chose to venture into the wilderness on his own, their attitudes changed instantly. Admiration turned into disappointment, enthusiasm into indifference, and even their sympathy carried a condescending tone. Kellen, you didn't care, because he knew very well that staying here was a dead end. What those big shots wanted wasn't him as a person, but the value he carried. If he followed any side today, every step he took afterward would be meticulously arranged by others. He disliked the feeling of being controlled, and even more so the idea of entrusting his life to someone else. The wilderness was very dangerous, and he knew this better than anyone. There were no rules, no protection, only the most direct confrontation between survival and death. But precisely because of this, it also represented opportunity. For him, the truly terrifying thing wasn't danger, but being forever trapped in a cage set by others. In the crowd, Lu Jinxiong's expression could no longer be concealed. He had initially been worried that Lin Yue might be recruited by a top academy and use this opportunity to soar to great heights. But now, Lin Yue had actually chosen to head toward the wilderness zone. Isn't this seeking his own demise? Lu Jinxiong almost wanted to laugh out loud in his heart. In the city, he had to consider his identity, his influence, and too many other things. But once he reached the wilderness, everything became much simpler. People died there every day, silently and unnoticed. No one would investigate. No one would dig deeper. As long as Lin Yue entered the wilderness, it was equivalent to sending himself into an unprotected graveyard. Lu Manyu was stunned. She looked at Lin Yue's figure from behind, and her heart suddenly became unsettled. She should have been happy. The person she once looked down upon had publicly rejected all prestigious schools today, choosing the dumbest and most dangerous path. Logically, she should have felt vindicated, even delighted. But she didn't. She only felt annoyed, a kind of inexplicable annoyance, because Lin Yue was too calm. Facing everyone's doubts, he neither explained nor argued, not even showing a trace of panic. He simply turned around and walked out step by step, as if he had already decided his own fate. That kind of determination stung her eyes. She had always thought that Lin Yue was just a spineless, incompetent, and submissive loser. But today, for the first time, she realized that this person no longer seemed to be the one she knew. Let's go. Lu Jinxiong spoke coldly, his voice devoid of any warmth. Such a person is not worth another glance. He adjusted his tie and resumed his lofty demeanor, as if the earlier embarrassment and anger had never occurred. He chose his own path, so let him walk it to the end. There's no need for us to worry about a dead man. Lu Manyu lowered her head and softly responded. But she understood in her heart that she couldn't pretend this had never happened. What Lin Yue brought her today was not victory, but an unprecedented sense of threat. It didn't come from strength, but from a change she couldn't comprehend. Someone who had once been trampled under her feet suddenly refused to bow down anymore. This was more unbearable than failure. After returning to the car, the air inside the cabin felt suffocating. Lu Jinxiong leaned against the back seat, his expression gradually darkening. He was not a brainless person. Today, Lin Yue publicly rejected all offers in front of everyone, which was tantamount to slapping everyone in the face and completely trampling on the Lu family's dignity. If this matter spread, outsiders would only think that the Lu family couldn't maintain control, unable to manage even a young man. He couldn't swallow this humiliation. More importantly, Lin Yue must die. Not because of emotions, but because of the risk. A person who can turn against others in public and act unpredictably is a liability. Today he can reject a prestigious school, and tomorrow he might do something even crazier. If such a person truly survives and returns from the wilderness, who knows what he might become? Dad, will Lin Yue really die there? Lin Yue finally couldn't help but speak, her voice very soft. Lu Jinxiong glanced at her, his tone as cold and hard as iron. I will. He didn't hesitate for a moment. A level 10 F-class gunner, with no teammates, no background, no protection. Entering the wilderness is no different from throwing oneself into a pack of wolves. He won't last a few days, maybe not even a single day. He spoke very slowly and steadily, as if giving his daughter the most practical lesson. Remember, the wilderness is not a place for geniuses to prove themselves. It's a place that devours people. Those without strength and who don't know how to restrain themselves are walking to their deaths if they go in. Lu Yue remained silent. She knew her father was right. For some reason, Lin Yu's calm face still lingered in her mind, refusing to fade away. She began to feel a bit uneasy. It wasn't because she was worried about Lin Yue, but because she suddenly realized that she could no longer understand this person. And not understanding meant losing control. This was harder for her to accept than any humiliation. Lu Jinxiong closed his eyes, already starting to plan his next move. The face he lost today, he would reclaim bit by bit. As for Lin Yue, let him die in the wilderness. The cleaner and more unnoticed his death, the better. That way, all the trouble would disappear along with his corpse. The car continued driving forward, but neither the father nor the daughter noticed that the real storm was just beginning. Lu Jinxiong stood in the study, looking out at the overly quiet garden, but his heart was far from calm. The daylight was bright, yet he only found it glaring. Lin Yu's performance in the rookie exam felt like a harsh slap across his face, leaving him both humiliated and uneasy. This was not just a matter of pride. What's more troublesome is that Lin Yue is no longer the useless person he could manipulate at will. A person he had always trampled underfoot suddenly turned the tables, even displaying a strength that he couldn't comprehend. This change instinctively made Lu Jinxiong feel threatened. He recalled the incident from 10 years ago. That year, Lin Yu's parents entered the wilderness zone with him to explore. The couple was very strong and stubborn, believing they could control everything. But the wilderness zone never shows mercy just because of human confidence. Danger came faster than they had anticipated, and the situation spiraled out of control in an instant. At the critical moment of life and death, Lu Jinxiong did not hesitate. He pushed the couple out and used the gap they had fought for to narrowly survive. He kept this secret for a full 10 years. It was like a thorn lodged in his heart, preventing him from ever truly relaxing. He adopted Lin Yue partly to show others and feign righteousness, and partly to keep the enemy's child under his watchful eye, lest any trouble arise someday. Over the years, Lin Yue had always been quiet and obedient. He lowered his head, endured like someone without a temper. Lu Jinxiong gradually let down his guard, even thinking he had completely suppressed the matter. As long as enough time passed, Lin Yue would forever remain someone who could be casually discarded. But now he was wrong. Not only was Lin Yue not crushed, but he seemed to have suddenly awakened. And the speed of waking up is astonishingly fast. F-level gunner, single-handedly killing a C-level lord. Lu Jinxiong repeated these words softly, the coldness in his eyes deepening bit by bit. This is too abnormal. Everyone knows what an F-level profession means. It's practically the lowest ceiling. Just surviving is already fortunate. Forget about soloing a C-level boss. Even against slightly weaker elite monsters, victory is far from guaranteed. But Lin Yue did it. This can only mean one thing. He must be hiding a secret. It might be a fortuitous encounter in a dungeon, a rare item, or even something beyond his own imagination. No matter what it is, as long as it's in hand, its value won't be low. Lu Jinxiong's breathing slowed down, but his mind was working even faster. He couldn't let Lin Yue just die in the wilderness. That would be too easy for him. What he wanted was to capture him alive, to pry out the secrets from Lin Yue bit by bit, squeezing out every last ounce of value. Once Lin Yue was completely devoid of any use, he would then let him accidentally die. This way, not only could the hidden danger be resolved, but all traces could also be cut off. Thinking of this, he picked up his phone and dialed a string of encrypted numbers. When the call connected, a hoarse and chilling voice came from the other end. "Deacon Liu, what are your orders?" Lu Zhenxiong lowered his voice, his tone as cold as ice. "I need you to take care of someone. Target information. Lin Yue, level 10, F-rank gunner." He paused for a moment and added, "Don't underestimate him. He took first place in the rookie exam this time, and even soloed a C-rank lord. This person is a bit unusual." The other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds, as if digesting the news. Then, the hoarse voice sounded again, carrying a hint of surprise. "An F-rank gunner, soloing a C-rank lord? Interesting. But no matter how interesting, he's still just a gunner. We have ways to deal with him. He is going to the wilderness area." Lu Zhenxiong continued. "This is the best opportunity. I want you to capture him alive." His voice lowered, but his tone grew more forceful. "Remember, alive. I want to know all his secrets." The person on the other end of the phone seemed to chuckle, the laughter carrying a hint of coldness. "Understood. But the price? Money is not a problem." Lu Zhenxiong interrupted him, his gaze devoid of any warmth. "As long as the matter is resolved, I won't treat you unfairly. Deal." After the call ended, the study fell silent. Lu Zhenxiong slowly put down the phone and let out a long breath, as if he had finally pushed away a stone weighing on his chest. He walked to the window, gazing at the distant sky, a cold, sinister smile slowly curling at the corner of his lips. Night Owl, the most notorious assassin organization in the underworld of Xinjiang City. They deal in shady business, and as long as the price is high enough, they even dare to target A-level awakeners. Letting them deal with a mere level 10 Lin Yue is simply overkill. But what Lu Zhenxiong wants has never been just about killing. What he wants is absolute certainty. He wants Lin Yue to die silently, to die in a way that no one can trace back to him. "Lin Yue, oh Lin Yue," he muttered to himself, his gaze vicious. "Do you think that just because you've suddenly gained some skills, you can escape from my grasp? Your parents couldn't defeat me back then, and neither can you. Your possessions will ultimately only become stepping stones for Man Yu to climb higher." The cold laughter echoed in the empty study, sounding particularly grating. On the other side, the real storm was quietly approaching in the shadows. The more Lu Zhenxiong thought about it, the more he felt that this matter could not be delayed any longer. The secrets surrounding Lin Yue, whether it was a drug that could awaken stronger powers or a fortuitous encounter that could alter professional traits, were enough to drive anyone mad. Just thinking about how, if this step succeeded, the benefits would not only go to Lin Yue himself, but to the entire Lu family, made Lu Zhenxiong's breathing grow heavier. Greed burned in his heart like a fire, almost driving him to lose his sanity. If he could get hold of this secret and hand it over to Lu Manyu, Manyu's future would not only be bright, but would directly ascend to an even higher level. She might even have the chance to touch that legendary Saint Domain realm. This thought grew wildly in his mind like weeds, completely uncontrollable. Lin Yue must die, and he must die cleanly, without leaving any traces. A gentle knock came from outside the study. "Come." Wang Lan walked in carrying a freshly brewed cup of Dahong Pao tea. She swayed her hips, placed the teacup on the table, then moved behind Lu Zhenxiong to massage his shoulders, her mouth full of venomous complaints. "Are you still angry about that ungrateful brat? I've said it before, that kid is impossible to raise properly. He used to seem honest, but now that he's grown wings, he actually dared to embarrass the Lu family in front of so many people." The more she spoke, the more resentful she became, and her tone grew increasingly sharp. "We should never have kept him back then. Just let him fend for himself in the orphanage, and we wouldn't have all this trouble now." "Enough, shut up." Lu Zhenxiong waved his hand impatiently. A woman like Wang Lan only cared about her immediate reputation and interests, completely oblivious to his true intentions. "You women are so short-sighted," Lu Zhenxiong snorted coldly. "Do you think Lin Yue is still the useless person we could manipulate at will? He's no longer just a man. He's a moving gold mine. A gold mine that can help our Lu family climb another level." "Gold mine." Wang Lan was initially stunned, but her eyes lit up immediately. She instantly understood his meaning. "You mean he was able to single-handedly defeat a sea-level lord, not because of his own ability, but because he possesses some treasure?" "That's right." Lu Zhenxiong slowly turned around, stared at her, and said word by word, "A secret that could transform an F-level waste into something extraordinary." This secret must belong to our Lu family. Wang Lan's breathing quickened as well. So what do we do now? He's about to head to the wilderness zone. Out there, it's far from authority, and it won't be easy for us to make a move. A cold, sinister smile appeared at the corner of Lu Jinxiong's mouth. I've already made arrangements. I contacted Night Owl. Wang Lan's face changed instantly. She hurriedly covered her mouth, her eyes full of shock. The name Night Owl, of course, she had heard of it. That is an assassin organization that operates in the shadows, specializing in solving problems for those who cannot see the light of day. Once they set their sights on someone, survival is almost impossible. You sent them to deal with Lin Yue? Not to deal with. Lu Jinxiong's eyes were sinister. To capture alive. I want them to first bring Lin Yue back and force out all his secrets. Once we have what we need, then we'll stage an accident. By then, the outside world will only think that the newly emerging genius was too arrogant, ventured into the wilderness, and ended up dying at the hands of monsters. No one will suspect our Lu family. Wang Lan, after hearing this, not only showed no fear, but instead revealed an almost twisted excitement. You really are ruthless, Zhan Xiong. She leaned closer, her voice sticky. Once we get that little brat's secret, our Man Yu will truly be the #1 genius. By then, let's see who dares to gossip about the Lu family behind our backs. Lu Jinxiong ignored her, got up, and walked to the window, gazing into the distance. That was the direction from Xinjiang City leading to the endless wilderness. In his plan, everything had been arranged very securely. He was well aware of Night Owl's strength. The people sent this time were the organization's top experts in capturing and interrogation, a pair of elite assassins codenamed Bloodraven and Ghost Hand. One would suppress from the front, while the other launched a sneak attack from the shadows. Both of them are veteran Grade A Awakeners. When working together, even an S-grade powerhouse might not escape unscathed. Using them to deal with a mere level 10 Lin Yue is simply overkill. Lin Yue, you're doomed. The secrets on you will also become stepping stones for the Lu family to climb higher. Lu Jinxiong picked up the tea on the table and took a gentle sip. The tea was hot, but his heart felt as cold as iron. He had already begun to imagine that once Lin Yue's secrets were fully extracted, and once Lu Man Yu rose completely with this opportunity, the entire Longsha nation, and even the whole world, would be shaken by the Lu family. As for Lin Yue, he was merely a temporary obstacle on this path. Soon, he would be like a fallen leaf, silently decaying in the wilderness, leaving not a trace behind. Because in this world, it has always been the victors who call the shots. And he, Lu Jinxiong, is destined to be the one who laughs last. Xinjiang City, West District, underground black market. Here, hidden behind the glamorous facade of the city, is a place beyond the reach of the law, the darkest, most chaotic, and most accident-prone area. The air is mixed with the smell of cheap alcohol, sweat, and smoke, stinging people's throats. In a lavishly decorated underground bar private room, deafening heavy metal music almost threatens to blow the roof off. A bald, burly man, with women in revealing clothing on both sides, is brazenly holding them in his arms while pouring expensive spirits without restraint. Around his neck hung a thumb-thick gold chain, and on his chest was tattooed a ferocious black tiger. He was the underground king of this black market, the boss of the Black Tiger Gang, nicknamed Black Tiger, Wang Biao. Wang Biao was the local tyrant of this district. He had money and a group of subordinates who were fearless and ruthless. More importantly, he was ruthless himself and never played by the rules. Whoever stood in his way, he made them disappear. It is precisely because of this that those below him all fear him. But just as he was holding a woman, drinking, and enjoying himself, the private room door was suddenly slammed open. Bang! A man with a broken arm staggered in, unable to even stand properly, and fell straight to the ground. Brother Biao, save me. The person who came was the foreman, Li Hu. His face was frighteningly pale, his whole body soaked, and his clothes carried the stench of a sewer, as if he had rolled around in muddy water. When Wang Biao saw his appearance, his expression immediately darkened. His mood was interrupted, and he felt very annoyed. What are you panicking for? Wang Biao said coldly, pushing the woman in his arms away. He grabbed the bottle of wine on the table and took a swig. Speak, what happened? Li Hu crawled directly to his feet, clutching his leg, crying with snot and tears streaming down. Biaoji, my hand has been crippled. Wang Biao's gaze instantly turned icy. Who did it? Li Yue was one of his subordinates, usually tasked with handling some shady and unsavory jobs for him. Although just a small-time leader, he still carried Wang Biao's name. Even beating a dog requires looking at its owner, let alone directly crippling one of his men. In the Western District, there weren't many who dared to do such a thing. It was a kid named Lin Yue. Li Yue gritted his teeth, his eyes full of hatred. A newly awakened gunner, and just a poor student at that. Wang Biao was first taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. What did you say? A newly awakened student crippled your hand? And he's a gunner? He laughed loudly, his laughter full of contempt. Li Yue, you've been with me for so many years. Since when did you learn to tell jokes? In his view, this was simply impossible. Li Hungria, sweating profusely, Urieli explainat. Brother Biao, everything I said is true. That guy is really something. He was using the crappy shotgun issued by the company, but the power it unleashed was almost like a psionic cannon. Just one shot, and my hand was gone. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling, and he cleared out all the monsters in the goblin sewer by himself. Even that level 3 goblin leader was taken down by him. This time, Wang Biao didn't laugh. He slowly put down the wine bottle and squinted his eyes. A person who just awakened, holding the most ordinary weapon, could actually clear an F-level dungeon? This sounds too absurd. But Wang Biao knew that although Li, who was timid and afraid of death, he wouldn't make up stories about something like this. The more it was like this, the more he felt something was off. Are you sure he's the only one? Wang Biao asked in a deep voice. I swear on my life, he's absolutely the only one. Li Yue quickly said. At the time, the rest of us were scared off, and only he stayed behind. The next day, when we went back, we saw him standing in front of a pile of monster corpses. The ground was covered with goblin bodies, stacked as high as a small mountain. That scene, I'll never forget for the rest of my life. Wang Biao's gaze turned dangerous. He had seen geniuses before, and he had encountered lucky people as well. But a newly awakened F-level gunner could achieve such an effect with an ordinary shotgun. This is not just simply impressive. This indicates that the kid must have some kind of secret. Either he's hiding his true abilities, or he's obtained some extremely rare weapon. And regardless of which it is, it means an opportunity for Wang Biao. He has made it this far not just by being ruthless, but also by having an eye for recognizing value. People like Li who can only see hatred. Wang Biao, on the other hand, sees money, treasures, and things that can make him stronger. Where's that kid now? Wang Biao asked. He went to participate in the rookie exam today and apparently took first place. Li Yue hesitated for a moment, but still shared the news he had just gathered. First place. Wang Biao sneered, his face full of disdain. A bunch of little brats who've never seen blood playing house. What's the point of getting first place? And then, where did he go? I found out that he rejected all the university invitations, saying he wanted to go to the wilderness outside the city and become a lone wolf. Li Yue quickly replied. He's probably already left the city by now. Upon hearing this, Wang Biao's eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped his thigh and stood up abruptly. All right, you're really asking for death. A sinister smile appeared on his face, and his voice carried a hint of excitement. In the city, the walls protect him, allowing him to catch his breath. But once he enters the wilderness zone, who cares whether he lives or dies? No one understood the wilderness zone better than Wang Biao. There is no law, no rules, and no one will seek justice for a dead person. Killing someone is as simple as stepping on a bug. Brother Biao, you must avenge me. Li Yue cried and shouted. That guy not only crippled my hand, but also took 40,000 credit points from the company. That money was meant to be my tribute to you. What? Wang Biao's expression changed, and his anger surged instantly. He dares to steal my money. He let out a heavy snort, his eyes surging with murderous intent. Anyone who dares to mess with my black tiger and even dares to take my money must have a death wish. Wang Biao walked to the table, grabbed his phone, and directly dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, he immediately roared. Blow the whistle, call everyone, bring the gear, and come over right away. He paused for a moment, and a slow grin spread across his face. Tell the brothers, there's big work today. Follow me to the wilderness area to catch a fat sheep. After speaking, he licked his lips, his eyes filled with greed and cruelty. In his view, Lin Yue was no longer just a student. He was prey that would deliver itself to his doorstep. Prey that was young, alone, and possibly hiding secrets and treasures. Such a person, once in his hands, there's only one outcome. Wang Biao had already begun to imagine Lin Yue kneeling before him, begging for mercy. That fear, despair, and utterly crushed expression, just thinking about it made him feel exhilarated. As for the things on Lin Yue, whether secrets or weapons, they would all eventually become his. Heck, kid. Wang Biao let out a low, cold laugh, his gaze as sharp and vicious as a knife. You can't escape. I'm coming for you. The sinister laughter, mixed with the piercing music, was like a rusty knife scraping against eardrums, causing a sharp pain. A hunt targeting Lin Yue had already begun quietly in the darkest corners of the city. But for now, he remained completely unaware. At this moment, Lin Yue was walking along the busiest central commercial street in Xinjiang City. The people around him were dressed elegantly and walked with ease, while he stood out conspicuously in his tactical outfit stained with blood and dust. Passers-by glanced at him, some curious, some disdainful, and others instinctively avoiding him. Lin Yue, however, paid no attention. The rookie assessment had yielded great rewards, and his most important task now was to sell off the spoils he couldn't use, exchange them for credit points, and upgrade to a stronger set of equipment. This time, he didn't go to the Awakeners Association building, but headed straight to the commercial street in the city center. The goods here are said to be priced similarly to those at the association, but there is a wider variety, and you can even bargain. For him right now, this is the most suitable place. However, before dealing with the spoils, he has a more important task to complete. The level 10 mythical passive skill hasn't been drawn yet. Lin Yue stopped in his tracks, took a deep breath, and suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind. The major exam was already over. Those applause, doubts, and surprises were all just temporary. The real battle is only beginning now. The wilderness is his next destination. It's dangerous, chaotic, and lawless, making it the perfect place for him to continue growing. But before setting off, he must first claim the rewards from this upgrade. System draw. As his thought landed, the familiar golden roulette wheel appeared before his eyes once again. The roulette spun rapidly, golden runes shimmering brilliantly, each pattern exuding astonishing power, as if telling him that what he drew this time would be anything but ordinary. Lin Yue stared at the roulette, his heartbeat quickening along with it. What he lacked most right now was close combat ability. The long-range firepower of a gunner was indeed strong, but once faced with close-range explosive professions like assassins or berserkers, the situation could become very dangerous. Previously, in the goblin sewers and spider nests, he could rely on ultra-long range and powerful firepower to crush enemies on the road because the monsters in those dungeons were neither complex nor ferocious. But the wilderness is different. The terrain there is complex, the types of magical creatures are numerous, and the combat rhythm is more chaotic. Enemies won't blindly charge forward to their deaths like dungeon monsters. He can't always stay at a safe distance. Once approached closely, even though his physique and shield were far stronger than ordinary people, he might not be able to hold his ground. Therefore, what he most hopes to obtain now is a mythic-level passive skill to make up for his close combat weakness. The roulette finally slowed to a stop. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the mythic-level passive skill, Ultimate Combat Mastery. Ultimate Combat Mastery. Mythical level grants the host the most advanced combat techniques. The host will instantly master unarmed combat and cold weapon usage skills, seamlessly integrating them into instincts most suited to themselves. Done. It really is a close combat skill. Lin Yue's pupils suddenly contracted, followed by an uncontrollable surge of ecstasy flooding his heart. The next second, he felt as if his brain had been forcibly flooded with a massive torrent of information. Countless combat techniques, fist techniques, leg techniques, grappling, countering, assassination, weapon usage, surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave. These included the most basic moves, the most ruthless military techniques, and even some ancient combat skills that existed only in legends. All of it was completely absorbed and mastered by him in an instant. It wasn't just his brain. Even his body is changing. His muscle memory seems to have been reshaped, and his body instinctively knows when to dodge, when to block, when to strike, and when to counterattack. Lin Yue even has an illusion that as long as he raises his hand and throws a punch, he could deliver the most effective and ferocious attack in the shortest time. If he was previously just a gunner relying on god-level passive skills, then now he is filled in the most critical shortcoming. He is no longer just a long-range firepower point. He is also someone who can truly kill in close combat. From today on, who would still dare to say that a gunner facing close combat is a dead end? Lin Yue lowered his head, glanced at the Nova P1 in the holster by his leg, and then at the Storm K2 on his back. With a mastery of ultimate combat, he could even anticipate how to raise his gun to block when the enemy charged at him, how to counterattack using their force, and how to turn the situation around in one move when the opponent was at their most confident. That feeling was overwhelming. So overwhelming that it gave him more confidence for the upcoming journey into the wilderness. However, the excitement only lasted for a moment before Lin Yue quickly calmed down. The most important thing right now is to turn the spoils in hand into credit points and then replenish equipment and supplies. The wilderness is not a dungeon. In a dungeon, you can start over if you die, but the wilderness offers no such chance. There, every bit of extra preparation increases your chances of survival. Lin Yue raised his eyes to look around. The central commercial street of Xinjiang City is the most bustling area in the entire city. Holographic advertisements on the exterior walls of high-rise buildings flickered continuously, showcasing expensive luxury goods, top-tier equipment, and limited edition items in turn, as if reminding every passerby that this is a place where only the wealthy truly have the right to linger. The streets were crowded with people, and the shops stood side by side, their signs dazzlingly bright. Wanbao Pavilion, Divine Weapon Workshop, Rare Treasure Hall. These shops are decorated more luxuriously than one another, and the receptionists standing at the entrances are all young and beautiful, with graceful smiles. Just one glance is enough to tell that the items sold here are definitely not affordable for ordinary people. Lin Yue scanned the rows of shops and quickly made a judgment in his mind. When Lin Yue poured the spoils of war onto the counter one by one, even he knew that while these items weren't the most top-notch, their combined value was definitely a fortune. At the very least, they were worth hundreds of thousands of credit points. He quickly set his sights on Tianbao Tower. Welcome to Tianbao Tower. As soon as he entered, a female attendant dressed in a cheongsam approached him. She was beautiful, and her smile was perfectly professional, but when she noticed Lin Yue covered in blood and dirt on his shoes, her smile visibly faded, and a trace of disdain even flickered in her eyes. "Sir, are you here to purchase equipment or sell materials?" She spoke politely, but the person instinctively took half a step back, as if afraid of Lin Yue's scent clinging to them. "Selling materials," Lin Yue said directly. "All right, please follow me." The female attendant endured her discomfort, led him to a counter, and quickly stepped away, seemingly unwilling to stay even a moment longer. Behind the counter sat a young appraiser in his early 20s, yawning idly. He glanced at Lin Yue, his eyes carrying a hint of disdain. "Take out your stuff," he said lazily. In his view, someone like Lin Yue, who looked disheveled and as if he had just crawled out of a low-level dungeon, couldn't possibly have anything valuable in his possession. Lin Yue didn't explain and directly emptied everything from his storage bracelet. With a clatter, the counter was instantly piled high. Glowing magic cores, equipment, skill books, and the spoils just dropped from the Spider Queen were stacked one after another on the counter, almost too much to take in. The young appraiser's got stuck in his throat. He froze completely, his eyes wide open, staring at the pile of items on the table, unable to react for a long time. C-grade magic core and D-grade equipment and skill books? He was just an apprentice who had been interning for half a month, usually only dealing with F-grade and E-grade materials. These items before him were completely beyond his capability. He even wondered if he was seeing things. "Monsieur, Mr. Du, please come quickly." His voice had changed tone, carrying obvious panic. Faced with so many high-grade materials for the first time, he couldn't keep his composure and could only rush to find someone who could truly make decisions. Not long after, an elderly man with white hair, dressed in a traditional Tang suit, walked out from the inner hall. He was the chief appraiser of Tianbao Pavilion, Mr. Du. The old man was experienced and composed, and his gaze swept over the counter without losing his composure. However, when his eyes fell on that magic core, his expression subtly changed. "Is this the magic core of the Spider Queen?" He took a few steps closer and examined it carefully, his eyes quickly showing a hint of interest. "Quite rare. New goods from mutated spider nests haven't been seen much lately." Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered that today happened to be the day of the National Rookie Exam. Looking again at the quality of this magic core, the astonishment in his eyes grew even stronger. The quality is so good, it's almost top grade among sea level. As an experienced appraiser, he could tell at a glance that this magic core's energy was intact, with no leakage whatsoever. This meant that the Spider Queen was likely killed in an extremely short amount of time, without even having the chance to fully expend her power. The person who can achieve this is definitely far beyond an ordinary newcomer in terms of strength. Old Du slowly raised his head and took another look at Lin Yue. This young man was covered in dust, with his clothes stained with blood and dirt, looking rather unremarkable. Yet, precisely because of this, it made him even harder to ignore. "Did you get all these things by yourself?" he asked. Lin Yue nodded. Old Du was silent for a moment, his brows slightly furrowed. A newcomer, all alone, not only cleared a D-level instance, but also killed a C-level boss in such a short time? This can no longer be explained by mere talent. This is simply outrageous. If it were someone else, he wouldn't believe it at all. But the pile of spoils in front of him was right there, leaving him no choice but to believe. At that moment, Shaoli glanced down at his phone, where the trending topics were displayed. As if suddenly remembering something, he abruptly looked up at Lin Yue, his voice rising sharply. "You're the top scorer in this year's rookie exam, the one who earned 150,000 points, Lin Yue." His shout, though not particularly loud, was like a stone thrown into the surface of the water in the first-floor hall of Tianbao Tower, instantly stirring up a wave of commotion. Everyone around stopped what they were doing. The customers who had been browsing the goods all turned their heads, their gazes falling squarely on Lin Yue. Lin Yue? That Lin Yue? Who else could it be? The ruthless person who ranked first in today's rookie exam with 150,000 personal points, leaving everyone else far behind. Really? Looks so ordinary and even so pathetic. Didn't you see all that blood on him? That just proves he really fought his way out of the dungeon. To achieve this kind of result, there's no way he's just an average person. The sound of discussion quickly rose and grew louder. The Cheongsam-clad waitress was completely stunned, standing frozen in place with her hand covering her mouth, her eyes wide open, utterly dumbfounded. She had actually just expressed disdain for the champion of this year's rookie examination. She even deliberately kept her distance from him, afraid of being tainted by his dirty appearance. Just thinking about it made her face burn with embarrassment, and she wished she could find a place to hide immediately. That was someone who had earned 150,000 points. Such an achievement was beyond what an ordinary newcomer could explain. It was a level of strength that truly inspired awe. It turned out that Ma was no ordinary person, but a genius sought after by top-tier academies. Old Du was also stunned by Xiao Li's sudden shout. His cloudy yet sharp eyes once again fell on Lin Yue. This time, there was no trace of disdain in his eyes, only deep interest. "You are Lin Yue?" Elder Du's voice remained steady, but there was a barely perceptible hint of fluctuation. Lin Yue looked at the scene before him, feeling a bit helpless. He had originally just wanted to sell some items quietly, make some money, and head to the wilderness to earn a fortune in silence. Unexpectedly, the title of first place in the rookie exam was so well known that he was recognized wherever he went. But even so, he had no intention of hiding it. "It's me," Lin Yue nodded. Upon receiving the confirmation, Old Du took a deep breath, and the expression on his face became particularly vivid. He looked at the pile of materials on the counter, each emitting a different sheen, and thought of the absurdly exaggerated 150,000 personal points. All his previous doubts and confusion vanished in that moment, leaving only shock. So that's how it is. It turns out all of this was truly accomplished by him alone. An F-level gunner, single-handedly, in just a few hours, not only swept through the entire dungeon, but also single-handedly defeated a C-level Lord-tier boss. This can no longer be described with the word genius. This is a prodigy, a monster. Looking around, it's unlikely that any newcomer could reach this level. This is enough to shatter many people's preconceived notions about the world of Awakeners. Mr. Du has spent his entire life in the field of appraisal and considers himself to have encountered many A-level and S-level geniuses. But those so-called geniuses pale in comparison to this young man before him. The gap as vast as that between a firefly and the sun. He suddenly felt a strong sensation. Today, he was personally witnessing the rise of a new star, one bright enough to illuminate an entire era, slowly ascending in Longxia. Good. Excellent. Old Du couldn't help but clap his hands in admiration. His gaze toward Lin Yue filled with gratification and excitement. A hero emerges from the young. Young man, you've brought honor to our Longxia nation and to our Xinjiang city. This heartfelt praise instantly ignited the atmosphere of the entire venue. That's right, this is the pride of our Xinjiang city. What's wrong with an F-level profession? Who says F-level can't produce strong individuals? Lin Yue is the best proof of that. From now on, if anyone dares to say that the gunner is a useless class, I will be the first to disagree. For a moment, the entire Tianbao Tower became lively. Lin Yue listened to these praises, but his expression remained mostly unchanged. He was well aware that these people were praising him now not for any other reason, but simply because he had taken first place and demonstrated sufficient strength. If he were still the useless person expelled by the Liu family, these people probably wouldn't even spare him a glance. In the end, this world still relies on strength to speak. Mr. Du, why don't you take a look at these items first? Lin Yue ignored the surrounding chatter and pointed to the spoils on the counter. Oh, right, look at my memory. I got so excited I forgot the main task. Mr. Du snapped back to reality, quickly put on a pair of specially made crystal glasses, and began the appraisal. The magic core of the Goblin Commander, with extremely high purity and well-preserved. Market price is 15,000 credit points. We at Tianbao Pavilion offer 16,000. D-Class melee armor, with a toughness trait, capable of reducing 10% of physical damage, 30,000 credit points. D-Class skill book, heavy strike, a hard currency for the warrior class. We'll offer 50,000 for this one. Mr. Du reported the prices one by one. With each number he announced, both Xiao Li and the Cheongsam-clad waitress felt their hearts skip a beat. Only then did they realize that the items casually taken out by this young man, which seemed unremarkable at first glance, were actually worth an astonishing amount. It was no longer just a small sum of money. That was an astronomical figure they might never earn in their lifetime. Lin Yue listened quietly, feeling fairly satisfied with the offer. Tianbao Pavilion truly lived up to its reputation as one of the top trading houses in Xinjiang City, offering a very fair price, even slightly above the market rate. They know how to do business. Just as Mr. Du was appraising the last item, his movements suddenly came to a halt. He picked up a heart that was entirely emerald green and still faintly pulsating, his expression turning unusually solemn for the first time. He brought the heart close to his eyes, examining it carefully for a long time, even closing his eyes as if sensing something. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, his voice carrying a trace of incredulous tremor. Could this be the venom energy heart of the mutant spider general? As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bomb dropped into the boiling crowd, instantly igniting the entire hall. What? Venom energy heart? The kind of legendary material with an extremely low probability of causing a mutation in class traits. Damn, I've only read about this thing in books. They say the drop rate is lower than winning the lottery. Tens of thousands of elite monsters might not even drop one. Lin Yue's luck is just too outrageous. He can even get this. This isn't just good luck. It's practically destiny standing on his side. If he doesn't take first place in this major exam, who will? Everyone's eyes were fixed intently on the still faintly pulsating heart in Old Du's hand. Their gazes were filled with greed and fervor, because this thing represents a chance to change one's destiny. For most people who awaken to ordinary professions, this is almost a hope of soaring to the top in one step. Everyone around was stunned. The value of this poison energy heart is beyond what ordinary people can imagine. For those awakened individuals whose talents are not top-notch but still aspire to climb higher, this is practically a chance to change their fate. As long as they can obtain it, they might rise from the bottom in one leap and completely turn their lives around. Xiao Li and the waitress were even more shocked, unable to speak, their eyes wide open, forgetting to breathe. They never imagined that one day they would actually witness something that only existed in rumors. Lin Yue looked at everyone's reactions and was somewhat surprised. He had long known from the system about the function and value of this heart, but he hadn't expected that taking it out would cause such a huge sensation. However, he said nothing, merely watching Old Du in silence. Old Du held the toxic energy heart in both hands, his fingers trembling slightly. Yet his expression grew increasingly serious, even tinged with a hint of gravity. He raised his head and, for the first time, looked at Lin Yue with such a solemn gaze, asking in a deep voice, "Lin Yue, do you know what this thing means?" "I know a little," Lin Yue replied calmly. "No, you don't understand." Old Du immediately shook his head, his voice sinking as well. "You only know it can alter occupational traits, but do you know how dangerous it is to absorb it? In the past century of record from the Federal Awakeners Association, there have been only 3 successful cases of absorption. Just 3. Yet the number of people who died during the absorption process exceeds 100. And there are even more who, though they didn't die, ended up completely crippled due to failure, spending the rest of their lives in agony." His voice grew louder and louder, each word striking everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. "A 99% failure rate. This isn't gambling on luck, it's risking your life. It's pushing your future into the abyss." Du Lao stared intently at Lin Yue, his eyes full of warning and regret. "Lin Yue, you have great talent and limitless potential for the future. There's absolutely no need for you to take such a potentially fatal risk for that faint and elusive hope. No matter how precious this thing is, it can't compare to your life. Your future is far more important than it." These words were heavy, yet they were spoken with genuine sincerity. He wasn't trying to scare Lin Yue. He truly valued talent and genuinely didn't want to see such a young man ruin himself out of a moment of impulsiveness. The surrounding guests also nodded in agreement. "Mr. Du is right. The risk is too great. It's no different from courting death. 1% chance is almost equal to none. Might as well sell it for money." Exactly. With his talent, he's bound to become strong in the future, even without this thing. There's no need to gamble with his life. Lin Yue listened to these words and felt somewhat emotional. After all, there are still more good people in this world. Like the Liu family, those blood-sucking ingrates are, after all, only a minority. But he was well aware that he was different from these people. A 99% failure rate? For others, it would indeed be no different from a dead end. To him, this was not a dead end. With the system in place, the danger had already been significantly reduced. Although the system only lowered the failure rate to 70%, it was no longer at a hellish difficulty level. At least it gave him a glimmer of hope. More importantly, he was never someone who was willing to accept fate. During those 10 years of living under someone else's roof at the Liu family, he had long grown tired of bowing his head and of the feeling of having his fate controlled by others. He wanted to become stronger more than anyone else. What he sought was not mere survival, not being dictated to. What he wanted was to take his destiny into his own hands. Is the gunner a waste? Then he insists on using this heart, insists on relying on this 30% success rate to fight for a future that truly belongs to him, to gamble on a chance to turn things around, to gamble on a tomorrow that no one could stop. Seeing that Lin Yue had remained silent, old Du thought his persuasion was working and quickly struck while the iron was hot. "Lin Yue, as long as you're willing to sell us this heart, you can name your price. Tianbao Tower will never shortchange you." As he spoke, he directly extended 5 fingers, his tone resolute. 500,000 credit points. As long as you agree, Tianbao Tower will take this heart. As soon as the words fell, the sound of people gasping could be heard all around. 500,000. This amount is enough to buy a decent small apartment within the inner ring of Qingjiang City. For an average family, it could even ensure a lifetime of financial security. Everyone looked at old Du as if they were looking at someone who had gone mad with spending, and their gazes toward Lin Yue were filled with shock, envy, and jealousy. This was a windfall of a huge sum of money. If it were someone else, they would have agreed long ago. But Lin Yue's reaction once again surprised everyone. He just gently shook his head. The next second, he directly reached out and took the priceless toxic energy heart back from old Du's hand. Then, in front of everyone, stored it into his own storage bracelet. The movement was crisp and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. "Sorry, old Du, but this heart I'm not selling." The voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. Old Du's entire body froze. He could hardly believe what he had just heard. 500,000 credit points, and he actually refused? Is he really going to gamble his life for that almost invisible hope? You're crazy. Old Du was so angry that his hands were trembling. Pointing at Lin Yue, his face was full of an expression of frustration and disappointment. "You're joking with your future and your life. Do you even know what you're doing?" Lin Yue looked at old Du's anxious and angry demeanor and suddenly felt a warmth in his heart. He knew that the elderly man in front of him was genuinely worried about him. Mr. Du, I appreciate your kindness. Lin Yue bowed slightly to him with a serious expression and a solemn tone. But I have already made up my mind. He did not offer further explanation because he understood very well that some things simply cannot be explained. The concept of a system, for instance, is something no one would believe even if he said it. Others would only think he was crazy. Lin Yue naturally had his own considerations. Absorbing that thing right now was too risky. With his current strength and preparation, recklessly touching it was no different from putting his life on the line. It was better to leave it for now and wait until he was more thoroughly prepared before unwrapping this enormous, unknown package. Old Du looked into Lin Yue's unusually resolute eyes and understood in his heart that further persuasion would be futile. He let out a heavy sigh, his face full of regret and helplessness. Forget it, forget it. Everyone has their own path, and no one else can force them. He waved his hand as if all his strength had been drained and turned to walk back into the inner hall. Even his silhouette seemed somewhat desolate. A peerless genius, yet so stubborn, insisting on walking down a dangerous path. What a pity, such a pity. As soon as old Du left, the atmosphere in the hall immediately became subtle. Everyone looked at Lin Yue, their expressions complicated. Some were confused, some felt it was a pity, and others were simply waiting to see a joke. Really can't understand. Refusing 50,000 credit points just to take a risk. Young people are like this, always thinking they can't lose. Only when they truly suffer a setback will they realize regret. I think he's getting too arrogant. He even dares to reject invitations from prestigious universities, and now he's doing this kind of thing. He probably thinks he's a god. Lin Yue completely ignored these voices. He didn't care what others thought. Compared to those empty words, he was more concerned about how to survive next and how to increase his chances of survival in the wilderness. He turned his gaze to the young appraiser, Xiao Li, who was already dumbfounded. Excuse me, the bill. Lin Yue pointed to the items on the counter. Huh? Oh, okay, got it. Xiao Li finally snapped out of it, nodding hurriedly and clumsily, starting to calculate, terrified of making a single mistake and displeasing this important figure. The waitress nearby quickly brought over a cup of hot tea, offering it with both hands and an extremely attentive smile on her face. Mr. Lin, please have some tea. We were a bit inattentive earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Lin Yue took the teacup, sipped lightly, and said nothing more. Soon, Xiao Li calculated the total price. Brother Lin, all these items come to 237,000. Mr. Du specifically instructed earlier to round it up for you, making it 240,000. What do you think? Okay, Lin Yue nodded. This price was already much higher than he had expected. Great, great. I'll transfer the money to you right away. Xiao Li immediately began operating quickly on the terminal. Before long, Lin Yue's personal account had an additional 240,000 credit points. Looking at the string of constantly changing numbers, Lin Yue finally felt a bit relieved. Money brings confidence, especially in the wilderness. Money isn't just numbers on paper, it's the preparation that can save lives. With this money, he could immediately upgrade his equipment and make the most thorough preparations for the upcoming journey into the wilderness. Xiao Li, do you have any better sniper rifles and military knives here? Lin Yue asked. Yes, of course we do. Xiao Li perked up immediately upon hearing that Lin Yue wanted to buy something else. Brother Lin, what level are you looking for? Our Tianbao pavilion has goods ranging from D grade to B grade. Feel free to choose. Take me to have a look. Sure, this way please. Under Xiao Li's guidance, Lin Yue arrived at the weapon and equipment section of Tianbao Tower. The weapons and equipment here were neatly arranged, with a wider variety than those in the Awakeners Association building. Lin Yue's goal is very clear. His current main weapon is the Storm K2, an E-grade semi-automatic shotgun. Although the gun's power is astonishing under the blessing of the mythic level passive skill, it is ultimately more suitable for close and mid-range combat. But the place he is heading to next is the wilderness. There is no such thing as a safe distance there. The enemy might be hiding a few hundred meters away or waiting for you from an even farther distance. Therefore, he must equip himself with a long-range weapon that has greater range and more precise lethality. Brother Lin, what do you think of this Wind Chaser A3? Xiao Li enthusiastically introduced, pointing to a sleek, jet-black sniper rifle with a long barrel. a C-class psionic sniper rifle with an effective range of 1 kilometer, equipped with a silencer and a 3x scope, boasting strong penetration power. The price is 150,000 credit points, absolutely perfect for an expert like you. Lin Yue reached out and picked up the Windchaser A3. The gun's body felt cold to the touch and was quite hefty. Windchaser A3, Class C. Category: Sniper Rifle. Metonishme, Bolt Action. Attack Power, 450-850. Maximum Range, 1,000 meters. Recoil, 50. Accuracy, 50. Magazine Capacity, 8 rounds. The firearm's data immediately appeared in his mind. After reading it, Lin Yue gently nodded. Not bad. Strictly speaking, this gun could only be considered average among C-class sniper rifles. Whether a sniper rifle is good or not depends on its range, recoil, and accuracy. Generally, the higher the values, the better the performance. With his current budget and time, it's impossible to demand too much. However, although this gun's stability is average, its accuracy can be further improved under the support of the mythic level passive ability. The real problem is the recoil. This problem can only be solved later, unless he manages to acquire a passive ability to reduce recoil. But at least for now, this gun is sufficient for long-range precision kills. This one it is. Got it. Xiaoli grinned from ear to ear. Next, Lin Yue picked a C-grade military dagger called Shadow Fang. The dagger was entirely jet black, with a blade that gleamed coldly, sharp enough to seem like it could cut through air. It came with a 10% armor-piercing effect and a poison effect, making it extremely dangerous in close combat. With it, Lin Yue's close-quarters combat abilities would undoubtedly reach a new level. However, the price of this C-grade dagger was not cheap, costing a full 80,000 credit points. Lin Yue spent another 10,000 credit points in the end, replacing his ordinary tactical suit and light armor with a D-grade Night Stalker set. The protective capabilities of this gear were noticeably stronger, and it also offered some stealth and noise reduction effects. In the wilderness, these details could often be life-saving. For Lin Yue, this wasn't just spending money, it was buying a chance to survive. After making all his purchases, the 240,000 credit points were completely used up, but he had no regrets at all. Money can be earned again after being spent, but if life is lost, then everything is truly gone. For him now, the most important thing is not saving money, but making himself stronger and living longer. When he changed into brand new equipment and walked out of the locker room, his entire demeanor transformed. If he previously resembled a rookie fresh off the battlefield, now he was like a dark hunter fully entering hunting mode. Calm, restrained, dangerous, exuding an undeniable sense of oppression. Xiaoli, thank you. Lin Yue glanced at him and nodded calmly. Xiaoli stared at him, unable to snap out of it for a long time. His mouth opened slightly, but in the end, he still couldn't utter a complete sentence. Lin Yue did not linger any longer and turned to leave Tianbao Tower. The sky outside had already darkened. He hailed a car and headed straight for the North City Gate of Qingjiang City. It was the only exit leading to the wilderness area, a place where countless people faced both opportunity and death. The car sped through the night, with the bright city lights flashing past the window. This place appeared stable and prosperous, like a world untouched by danger. But Lin Yue knew very well that this tranquility did not come out of nowhere. It was forcibly reclaimed with blood and lives from the wilderness beyond the city walls. Soon, the car stopped beneath the towering North City Gate. The 100-meter-high alloy city wall stood like a silent steel behemoth, completely separating the city from the wilderness outside. On the wall, searchlights swept back and forth, and rows of psionic turrets were mounted there, their cold metallic sheen particularly glaring in the night. Those were not decorations, they were warnings. Lin Yue stood under the city wall, looking up at this colossal structure. There was no thought of retreat in his heart. Instead, an irrepressible excitement arose. He glanced again at the 4 blood-red characters on the wall. Humanity eternal. These 4 characters were not a slogan, but a belief upheld by countless lives. Then, he stepped toward the massive gate leading to the unknown and danger. Outside the northern city gate lies a vast buffer zone. This area was once the suburbs, but after the calamity struck, it turned into ruins. Broken walls and rubble are everywhere. Weeds grow wildly from the cracked concrete ground, and abandoned vehicles sit crookedly by the roadside, covered in rust, casting twisted shadows onto the dim streetlights. Further ahead is the true wilderness. Lin Yue walked alone on the desolate road, his footsteps sounding particularly clear in the night. He didn't rush to go deeper, but stopped at the edge of the buffer zone. Under the coverage of his extraordinary perception, every movement within 100 meters around him could not escape his notice. Even the slightest sound of the wind or the faintest change in footsteps could be immediately detected by him. He slowed his pace and headed toward an abandoned factory area. He knew that true danger often did not only come from the monsters in the wilderness. At the same time, about 500 meters away from Lin Yue, Brother Biao, that kid, went into the abandoned factory up ahead. A skinny man with a goatee lowered his voice and reported to the burly bald man beside him. Wang Biao grinned, his eyes immediately revealing greed and ferocity. Very good, truly an ignorant fool. He licked his lips, his voice brimming with undisguised excitement. Brothers, stay sharp. He pulled out a massive blade from behind him, resembling a door panel. The blade was thick and heavy, clearly designed for chopping people. That kid must have something valuable on him. Whoever takes him down will be handsomely rewarded by me. As soon as the words were spoken, a dozen thugs wielding various weapons let out a low, excited growl. These people had long been entrenched in the black market, and murder and robbery were nothing new to them. To them, a rookie who had just left the city was the easiest prey to target. Spread out, surround him from all sides. Wang Biao waved his hand, the malice on his face growing even stronger. Don't let him escape. The dozen men immediately dispersed, like a pack of hungry wolves, silently closing in on the abandoned factory. And on the far side, two dark figures stood on the rooftop of a dilapidated building, coldly watching everything unfold. Bloodraven, it seems we're not the only ones eyeing this fat sheep, a tall man said in a low voice. His code name was Ghost Hand, and he was fiddling with a strangely shaped dagger. The blade glimmered with a faint green chill under the moonlight, sending a shiver down one's spine. That group is nothing but a bunch of small fry. Bloodraven's voice was devoid of any emotion, as cold as ice. He had an average build and wore a mask on his face, revealing only a pair of sharp eyes filled with a gloomy, murderous intent. Should we clear the area first? Ghost Hand asked. No need. Bloodraven shook his head. Our goal is to capture him alive. Let this group of small fry test his abilities first. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. The Liu family spent a fortune. We have to make them feel it's worth it. The Ghost Hand let out a low laugh, dry and unpleasant. All right then. I also want to see how capable this newcomer, who ranked first in the big exam, really is. Lin Yue stepped into the abandoned factory, his gaze quickly sweeping across the surroundings. The tall factory building, rusty steel pipes, and scattered abandoned containers all seemed like tailor-made cover and blind spots for combat. In others' eyes, this place was a dangerous ruin. In his eyes, however, it was like a natural hunting ground. He did not continue walking inside, but stopped at the entrance, then took out a few items from his storage wristband. A few trigger-type ghost mines gifted by Tianbao Tower lay quietly in his palm. He skillfully placed the ghost mines at several key entrances and exposed positions. Then, with a swift movement, silently climbed to the top of a container with the best vantage point and steadily set up the brand-new Windchaser, a 3-sniper rifle. Through the 3x scope, the entire factory perimeter came into his view. Soon, one sneaky figure after another appeared in view. These people thought they were well hidden, using various ruins and cover to inch closer to the factory entrance. But under Lin Yue's extraordinary perception and camera tracking, their every move was clearly visible. 13. Closing in from different directions. Looks like they want to trap me here. Lin Yue's lips curled into a faint cold smile. He steadied his breathing, his finger gently resting on the trigger. Then let's begin. Not far away, a thug crouching and trying to sneak in from behind a pile of abandoned oil drums had no idea that his forehead was already firmly locked in the crosshairs. Lin Yue's gaze remained calm as his finger gently pulled the trigger. After a soft sound, the silenced gunshot was almost completely muffled. The next second, the thug's head suddenly exploded, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. He collapsed straight to the ground without even having time to scream. Target eliminated *1. Gun extension effect triggered. Firearm effective range +1%. Damage amplification effect triggered. Firearm damage +1%. Life amplification effect triggered. Constitution attribute +1. Extraordinary perception effect triggered. Perception attribute +1. Kinetic barrier effect triggered. Current level 79. Damn, third brother got taken out instantly. It's a sniper. That guy has a sniper rifle. Shit, find cover quickly. The factory's perimeter instantly erupted into chaos. The remaining thugs turned pale with fright from the gunshot, scrambling to hide behind cover, no longer daring to show themselves easily. 100 meters away, Wang Biao, who was preparing to lead his men inside, frowned immediately upon hearing the shout over the communicator. Damn it, what's going on? He turned to look at the goateed subordinate beside him, his tone suddenly sinking. Brother Biao, it seems to be a sniper rifle. One of our brothers, his head is gone. The goatee's voice trembled, and he could barely speak clearly. Sniper rifle? Wang Biao's expression immediately changed. Gunners are naturally skilled with various firearms, and the most troublesome thing is long-range sniping. As long as they secure a good position, it's practically a nightmare for close combat professions. All of you are useless. Wang Biao angrily kicked the goatee man. Tell the brothers, no one shows their face. Use firepower to force this bastard out of hiding. Soon, gunfire erupted in the abandoned factory. Tot. Although the members of the Black Tiger Gang were terrified by Lin Yue's shot, they were, after all, desperados who lived on the edge of a knife. They quickly regrouped under new orders. They hid behind their respective bunkers, raising their old-fashioned submachine guns and rifles, and wildly firing into the factory. Dense bullets poured out like a torrential rain, hitting metal plates and walls with a clanging sound, sparks flying everywhere. Ha ha, you bastards, come out if you've got the guts. Damn it, what kind of skill is it to shoot from the shadows? If you got guts, come out and face your grandpa one-on-one. When I catch you, I'll chop you into 18 pieces and feed you to the dogs. The thugs fired wildly while shouting curses at the top of their lungs, trying to force Lin Yue to reveal himself. But at this moment, Lin Yue lay quietly atop the container, his face under the tactical helmet showing no emotion. The bullets fired from these old-fashioned firearms couldn't even penetrate the container's metal shell, let alone the D-grade tactical suit he was wearing. This kind of fire suppression, in his view, was nothing more than kids setting off firecrackers. He was waiting for these people to reveal their flaws when they fired, or rather, waiting for them to deliver their heads themselves. Sure enough, after nearly a minute of frantic shooting, seeing that Lin Yue remained silent, the thugs gradually grew bolder again. Damn it, could this kid really have been killed by us? Possible. Gunners are fragile to begin with. Maybe a stray bullet grazed him, and that's it. Brother Biao, that kid seems to have stopped moving. A thug at the front immediately reported through the communicator. On the other side, Wang Biao's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed a bit upon hearing this. Don't stop, keep suppressing fire. He ordered loudly through the communicator, Old 5, Old 6, you two sneak in from the side, and check if that guy is completely dead. As soon as the words fell, two figures immediately darted out from behind the cover, crouching as they sneaked toward the factory. But they had no idea that their every move had already been clearly observed by Lin Yue from the shadows. They're here. Lin Yue's lips curled into a cold arc. The next second, his sniper rifle was already steadily aimed at the head of the thug on the left. Just as the opponent was about to dart into cover, Lin Yue decisively pulled the trigger. Thud! The bullet pierced through the night, accurately drilling into the thug's forehead. Another headshot. The thug on the right moved quickly. Just as he dashed out of cover, he saw himself. Lin Yue's companion suddenly collapsed to the ground without any warning. His back went cold, and his first reaction was to hide behind the scrap car nearby. But no matter how fast he moved, he couldn't be faster than a bullet. Lin Yue barely paused, pulled the bolt, and raised his hand to fire another shot. Bang! The third bullet whistled out, directly piercing through the man's skull. Kill target *1. Kill target *1. In just a few seconds, two more people fell. The remaining members of the Black Tiger Gang were completely panicked. Ghost! He's a ghost. He didn't die at all. He's waiting for us to go over and die. Brother Biao, this kid is too freaky. Let's retreat. The thugs who had been arrogant and overbearing just moments ago were now completely crushed by fear. Their faces were pale, their bodies trembling, even their hands holding the guns were shaking. Not far away, Wang Biao's face was equally terrifyingly pale, with a layer of cold sweat already forming on his forehead. 3 shots, each a headshot, clean and precise like slicing through tofu. Is this damn shooting skill something a rookie could have? Even the ace snipers in the Federal Army might not be able to achieve this level. It was only at this moment that he finally realized he hadn't encountered a soft target this time, but had hit a steel wall. No, to be precise, he had run into a ferocious beast disguised in sheep's clothing. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Greed was instantly suppressed by the instinct to survive. Wang Biao hardly hesitated and immediately issued the retreat order. If they kept fighting, none of the dozen or so people he brought would make it out alive today. But the problem is coming and going as they please. It's not that simple. The corners of Lin Yue's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a cold smile. He put away the chaser, A3, and drew the Storm K2 with a backhand motion. The next second, his entire body leaped off the container like a cheetah, tracing a sharp arc through the air before charging straight into the enemy ranks. Thinking of leaving now? Too late. Chapter 38. Crushing. The close combat massacre of the gunner. Lin Yue moved. His figure darted swiftly through the ruins of the dilapidated factory. So fast, it was almost impossible to see clearly, leaving behind only a series of blurred afterimages. This wasn't merely due to speed, but rather the combat instincts and physical reflexes brought by the mythical level passive ultimate combat mastery. A thug who was about to turn and run suddenly felt a chilling wind behind him. He whipped around, but before he could make out the figure, the dark muzzle of a gun was already pressed against his face. Bang! The power of a close-range shotgun blast was utterly terrifying. The upper body of the thug was instantly blasted into a mist of blood. Target killed *1. Another thug had just hidden behind a broken wall and hadn't even had time to catch his breath when Lin Yue's figure appeared behind him like a ghost. The thug was scared out of his wits and instinctively swung his machete to strike. Lin Yue was even faster than him. Lin Yue flipped his wrist, and the Storm K2 blocked upward at a tricky angle, precisely parrying the blade. The immense force instantly numbed the thug's arm, causing the machete to fly out of his hand. Immediately after, Lin Yue took a step forward and slammed the gun stock hard into his chin. Click! The sound of bones breaking was piercingly clear. The thug screamed as he was sent flying backward. Before he even hit the ground, Lin Yue had already raised the gun and fired another shot. Bang! Another cloud of blood mist exploded. Kill target *1. At this moment, Lin Yue was completely consumed by bloodlust. The shotgun in his hand was no longer just a ranged weapon. It had become a deadly tool for close combat. The gun stock, the gun body, and even every detail became the most lethal means of attack under the mastery of ultimate combat. The Black Tiger Gang thugs in front of him were like a flock of sheep driven into a slaughterhouse, without even a chance to resist. Wang Biao, along with his remaining 2 trusted followers, scrambled and stumbled as they fled toward the factory exit. He didn't even dare to look back, only wanted to get as far away from Lin Yue as possible. At this moment, there was only one thought left in his mind. Escape. He must escape. The B-class berserker profession he had always been proud of, the robust body capable of withstanding monsters, couldn't provide him even a shred of security in front of this young man. What kind of shooting technique is that? And what kind of bizarre combat skill is this? Combining long-range firepower and close combat so perfectly, he had never seen any gunner fight like this. He even began to suspect that Lin Yue was not an ordinary gunner at all, but some kind of dual-class awakened monster. Quick, the buffer zone is just ahead. Wang Biao saw the buffer zone not far ahead, and a glimmer of hope finally rose in his heart. As long as he stepped inside, theoretically, he would be safe. But just as one foot was about to step into the buffer zone, a faint click suddenly came from underfoot. Wang Biao's entire body suddenly froze, his pupils contracting sharply. He looked down and realized he was stepping on an inconspicuous metal disc. A booby trap. No. Wang Biao let out a roar of utter despair. Boom! The sound of the explosion instantly tore through the night sky, and orange-red flames shot up into the heavens like a ferocious sun suddenly bursting open, illuminating everything outside the buffer zone with blinding intensity. A powerful shockwave, carrying rubble and metal fragments, swept outward. The explosion shockwave spread wildly in all directions. This thing is not ordinary explosives, but a true psionic ghost mine. Even if Wang Biao is a B-level awakener, he couldn't withstand this blow. His tall figure was directly blown away, landing heavily on the ground several meters away. His advanced leather armor was shredded, his body covered in bloody holes, and he looked like a torn sack, struggling weakly. The two trusted subordinates following behind him fared even worse, almost torn apart by the shockwave on the spot. The smoke and dust slowly dispersed. Lin Yue held the Storm K2 and stepped out of the shadows step by step, his movements as calm as if he had just handled the simplest of tasks. He looked down at Wang Biao, who was still twitching on the ground, the corners of his mouth beneath the mask slightly curling up with a hint of coldness. From the very beginning, he never intended to let anyone go. He had planted psychic mines outside the buffer zone in advance, precisely to prevent anyone from escaping. Even he hadn't expected the power of these psychic mines to be so exaggerated, with results far beyond his expectations. Blood kept pouring out of Wang Biao's mouth as he struggled to lift his hand and point at Lin Yue, his eyes filled with fear and venomous hatred. What exactly are you, some kind of monster? He couldn't figure out until his death. How could he, a nearly level 30 B-level awakened, fall at the hands of a level 10 F-level rookie, and lose so completely, so disgracefully? Lin Yue walked up to him, looking down from above, and slowly raised the muzzle of the gun. In the next life, keep your eyes open. The gunshot rang out. The last thing Wang Biao heard was this cold sentence. Target eliminated *1. But at this moment, his extraordinary perception sounded the alarm once again. Two cold, deadly auras had somehow appeared less than 50 meters behind him, one on the left and one on the right, perfectly blocking all his escape routes. Lin Yue could clearly sense that these two were far stronger than the group from the Black Tiger gang earlier. Their breathing was steady. Their heartbeat showed almost no fluctuation, and their entire being seemed to have merged with the darkness. If not for his high perception attribute, he wouldn't have even noticed them. They were experts, and top-tier experts at that. Lin Yue's gaze darkened, and his body instinctively entered a combat stance. He slowly turned around, looking toward two directions in the darkness. "Come out," he said calmly. The surroundings were deathly silent, but Lin Yue could still clearly catch those two nearly suppressed heartbeats. At the moment he spoke, there was an extremely subtle ripple in the darkness. They were surprised that he could actually discover them. "Do I need to invite you out?" Lin Yue sneered, raising the Storm K2, the muzzle pointing straight into the darkness ahead. "Or do you want to try this as well?" As the words fell, a slow round of applause finally echoed from the darkness. Clap, clap, clap. The voice was not loud, but it carried a clear tone of mockery. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows, dressed in black, with cold eyes and restrained, killing intent. It was Bloodcrow. He looked at Lin Yue, his eyes flashing with a sharp, eagle-like light, his tone carrying a hint of admiration mixed with a touch of amusement. Impressive, truly impressive. A level 10 gunner, managing to single-handedly wipe out the entire Black Tiger gang. This outcome has indeed exceeded our expectations. He paused for a moment, his gaze falling on the Storm K2 in Lin Yue's hand. "What surprised me even more is that you actually discovered us. Your perception is quite extraordinary." As he spoke, another figure silently appeared in the shadow to Lin Yue's rear right. Ghost Hand. He held a poison-coated dagger in his hand, the blade pressed low, ready to strike at any moment. One in front, one behind, one in the light, one in the shadows. In an instant, the two of them blocked all of Lin Yue's escape routes. No matter who Lin Yue attacked first, the other could deliver a fatal blow from a blind spot in the next second. Lin Yue stood still, his expression remaining calm. He neither panicked nor retreated. His extraordinary perception had already firmly locked onto the ghost hand behind him. He simply looked at the Blood Crow calmly, as if assessing the opponent's trump card. "Are you sent by the Liu family?" Blood Crow raised his eyebrows slightly, the smile on his face growing deeper. "Looks like you're not too stupid after all." He did not deny it. The money from the Liu family was just to have us retrieve something and cripple you in passing. But now, I'm more interested in you as a person. The Blood Raven's gaze rested on Lin Yue, as if scrutinizing a prey that had surprised him. "An F-level gunner. How exactly did you accomplish all this?" "Want to know?" Lin Yue spoke calmly. He raised the muzzle of his gun, aiming at the blood raven, his voice as calm as still water. Beat me first. If you win, I'll tell you. The smile on Blood Crow's face froze for a moment. Then he chuckled softly. Ah, interesting, truly interesting. He shook his head, as if looking at a young man who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Young man, confidence is a good thing. But when confidence goes too far, it becomes stupidity. Do you think taking care of a bunch of small fry qualifies you to challenge us? Blood Raven's gaze suddenly turned cold, and his aura erupted like a truly enraged beast. The oppressive presence of an A-level powerhouse enveloped the surroundings without restraint. We're not on the same level as those losers. As soon as the words fell, his figure vanished from where he stood. In the next second, he was already in front of Lin Yue, less than 5 meters away. So fast. Lin Yue's pupils suddenly contracted. This speed far surpasses any opponent he has encountered before. If it were an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't even have the chance to react. The Blood Raven raised his hand, his 5 fingers forming a claw, accompanied by a piercing sound as it directly aimed for Lin Yue's throat. In his eyes, dealing with a level 10 gunner doesn't require a weapon at all. One hand is enough. He wanted to make this young man understand what a true gap in strength meant, what it meant to be ignorant of one's own limits. But just as his claw was about to touch Lin Yue's throat, the situation suddenly changed. Lin Yue did not retreat, did not forcefully resist. At this critical moment, he unexpectedly made a move that completely caught the Blood Raven off guard. He let go of the Storm K2 in his hand. The shotgun fell directly to the ground. At the same time, he slightly tilted his body. The movement so subtle it was almost imperceptible, yet it perfectly avoided the Blood Raven's deadly claw. Immediately after, Lin Yue stepped forward half a step, his entire body moving like a swift hunting cat, instantly closing the distance. With a flick of his right hand, the dagger Shadow Fong at his side was already in his grasp. A flash of cold light. Nuestra moviments, no hesitación, no delay. Only the most direct and decisive strike. Blood Crow's expression changed drastically. He immediately realized something was wrong and tried to retreat, but it was already too late. Lin Yue's movements were too fast, as if they had been rehearsed countless times. The dagger was thrust out in a reverse grip from a tricky angle, aiming straight for Blood Crow's heart. What? For the first time, Blood Crow showed a shocked expression. He could never have imagined that a gunner would willingly abandon their gun and switch to close combat. What was even harder for him to accept was that Lin Yue's timing, angle, and speed with the blade were all terrifyingly precise, leaving almost no flaws. Is this really a gunner? At the last moment, Blood Crow forcibly twisted his body, barely avoiding the vital area of his heart. But that dagger still slashed open his left rib. Blood instantly splattered out. A burning pain surged from the wound, and Blood Crow staggered backward, putting a distance of over 10 meters between himself and Lin Yue. He glanced down at the wound, and his face instantly turned grim. Blood is flowing. Moreover, the skin around the wound had already started to show an abnormal layer of dark bruising. The poison had taken effect. The Blood Raven raised its head, staring intently at Lin Yue, its eyes filled with shock, anger, and disbelief. He is a long-renowned Grade A assassin, yet he was injured in a single encounter by a level 10 rookie. Moreover, the opponent is a gunner. This is simply humiliating. On the other side, the hidden ghost hand was completely stunned. He widened his eyes, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. Lin Yue not only dodged the Blood Crow's attack, but also counterattacked at the same time, even managing to injure the Blood Crow. How is this possible? Ghost Hand is well aware of Blood Crow's strength. Even an A-level expert of the same rank might not necessarily gain the upper hand in close combat. But now, Blood Crow has actually been injured by a gunner. This scene has already surpassed his understanding. Looks like you're nothing special after all. Lin Yue held the Shadow Fong and slowly walked toward the Blood Raven. His steps were not fast, but each one seemed to tread on the Blood Raven's nerves. That silent sense of oppression was even more suffocating than making a direct move. In Lin Yue's heart, huge waves were also surging at this moment. Ultimate combat mastery is indeed ridiculously powerful. Just now, in that instant, he almost completed the entire counterattack purely by physical instinct. Fast, précise, ruthless. Not a single unnecessary move. This is true close-quarters combat. Extreme, clean, lethal. Blood Crow stared at Lin Yue, who was getting closer and closer, and the contempt on his face had completely disappeared. What replaced it was an unprecedented gravity and a murderous intent. He finally realized that he had underestimated this young man from the very beginning. This guy might not be an ordinary gunsmith at all. He is more like a monster disguised as a gunner, a truly dangerous entity skilled in close combat. Ghost Hand, stop hiding, let's attack together. Blood Crow let out a low growl. He knew very well that it would be difficult to take down Lin Yue alone. As his voice fell, Ghost Hand's figure also flashed out from the shadows. The two exchanged a glance, and the murderous aura around them surged simultaneously. The next second, one in front and one behind, the two figures lunged at Lin Yue at the same time. Two top-tier A-class assassins joined forces to launch an attack. This formation is enough to make any awakened one feel despair. But there was not the slightest trace of panic on Lin Yue's face. He simply raised the Shadow Fong in his hand slowly, and a stronger fighting spirit ignited in his black eyes. The night was deep, and killing intent surged everywhere. The Blood Raven pressed forward from the front, its arms like blades, cutting off Lin Yue's retreat. The Blood Raven no longer had time to be shocked. At some point, a pair of metallic claws had appeared in its hands, gleaming coldly. Each swing produced a piercing sound of wind, as if it intended to tear Lin Yue into pieces. On the other side, Ghost Hand's figure remained elusive, targeting the weakest points in Lin Yue's defense, always ready to deliver a fatal blow. The two worked seamlessly, one in front and one behind, forcing Lin Yue into a deadlock almost instantly. If it were any other awakened individual of the same level, facing such an onslaught, they would likely have already panicked and wouldn't last more than a few rounds. But Lin Yue did not. His mastery of ultimate combat made his physical reactions unbelievably fast, and his extraordinary perception allowed him to detect every trace of killing intent from his opponents in advance. The frontal assault of the Blood Raven seemed incredibly fierce, yet Lin Yue could always, at the most dangerous moment, with the smallest movement and the most cunning angle, narrowly evade all attacks. The dagger in his hand never missed once. Every time he raised his hand, he could precisely block the steel claws of the Blood Raven. The more the Blood Raven fought, the more alarmed he became, with cold sweat already breaking out on his forehead. How is this possible? In the Night Owl group, he had always been known for his ruthlessness, precision, and cunning. His moves were highly unpredictable, making it nearly impossible for enemies to figure out his tactics. But now, he felt an absurdity to the extreme. Lin Yue was not passively defending at all, but was anticipating all his moves in advance. Every time he made a move, it was as if the opponent already knew the outcome beforehand. That feeling was like a strong man desperately throwing punches, only for the boy opposite him to calmly watch and effortlessly dismantle every attack. The attack of the Blood Raven not only failed to overwhelm Lin Yue, but also made him increasingly uneasy as the fight went on. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Yue could counterattack while defending. What kind of monster was this boy? On the other side, Ghost Hand's situation wasn't much better. What he excelled at most was stealth and backstabbing, relying on delivering a fatal blow from an angle unseen by the enemy. But this tactic was almost useless in front of Lin Yue. No matter how he maneuvered, or how he used his profession's traits to find blind spots, as soon as he made a move, Lin Yue could always neutralize his ambush with what seemed like a casual motion. The Ghost Hand grew increasingly anxious as he fought, even feeling an incredible sense of fear rising in his heart. He has already joined forces with Blood Crow, yet they still can't take down Lin Yue. Not only can't they take him down, but they're gradually being suppressed by him. This sense of oppression made Lin Yue realize that relying solely on direct confrontation wouldn't make it easy to deal with these two in a short time. He must adopt a different strategy. The current rhythm must be broken. At that moment, the Blood Raven launched a fierce claw attack. Lin Yue raised his hand to block, while the attack from the Ghost Hand behind him arrived almost simultaneously. Attacked from both front and back, there was almost no way to retreat. But Lin Yue did not panic. At the moment the Blood Raven's steel claws were deflected, he suddenly drew the Nova P1 from his side and, without looking back, pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot exploded in the night. The bullet grazed past Ghost Hand's scalp. Ghost Hand felt a scorching heat above his head, as if death had brushed past him from behind. His heart tightened abruptly, and his back was instantly soaked in cold sweat. He finally understood. Lin Yue's perception was terrifyingly strong. so strong that it was far beyond what a teenager should possess. Damn it, what on earth is this kid? The ghost hand dared not launch close-range sneak attacks anymore and could only retreat to the periphery, repeatedly throwing daggers in an attempt to disrupt Lin Yue's rhythm and create an opportunity for the Blood Crow. But it was still useless. Lin Yue's mind was frighteningly calm. He blocked the frontal assault of the Blood Raven while using his extraordinary perception to track every move of the ghost hand. At the same time, he quickly analyzed their attack trajectories, countering each move as it came. More importantly, he was waiting for an opportunity deadly enough. Finally, the Blood Raven lunged forward again, and the ghost hand threw 3 flying knives from the flank. At this moment, it seemed that Lin Yue was completely cornered, but a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Yue's eyes. Now is the time. Instead of retreating, he advanced, heading straight toward the Blood Crow. Blood Crow was initially stunned, then a thought popped into his mind. Is this kid crazy? But the next second, he realized he was wrong. Just as he was about to collide with Blood Crow's steel claws, Lin Yue's body suddenly sank sharply, almost sliding across the ground. The movement was astonishingly fast and dangerously precise. Not only did he evade the frontal attack of the Blood Crow, but he also narrowly dodged the 3 flying knives shot by Ghost Hand. And the direction of his slide was precisely toward Ghost Hand's position. Ghost Hand's expression changed drastically, immediately realizing something was wrong. Lin Yue's target was never the Blood Crow from the very beginning. It was him. He instinctively wanted to retreat, but Lin Yue's speed was faster. At the moment he slid to his feet, Lin Yue propped himself up with his left hand, his core suddenly exerting force, and his whole body shot upward like a spring. The Shadow Fong, carrying a chilling, killing intent, pierced straight toward Ghost Hand's chest. The Ghost Hand didn't even have time to make a complete defensive move and could only watch helplessly as the cold gleam rapidly magnified in his eyes. Squelch! The sound of the dagger piercing flesh was so clear it made one's scalp tingle. The Shadow Fong effortlessly pierced through the Ghost Hand's armor and plunged deep into his heart. Ghost Hand's body suddenly stiffened. He lowered his head to look at the dagger that had completely sunk into his chest. His lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence, only managing to cough up a mouthful of blood. You cough. Bang. Lin Yue didn't give him any chance to catch his breath. The Nova P1 in his left hand was already raised, the muzzle steadily aimed at Ghost Hand's head, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger again. Another headshot. Target eliminated *1. Ghost Hand. Blood Crow's roar finally tore through the night. The Blood Raven stared intently at the figure opposite him, his back already drenched in cold sweat. The night wind was filled with the stench of blood, like an invisible hand pressing down on him, making it almost impossible to breathe. Just moments ago, he had watched with his own eyes as his companion was killed on the spot by Lin Yue. In that instant, he had thought about trying to save him, but everything happened so quickly that he didn't even have time to react. His longtime partner fell right before his eyes, and the shock of it was enough to make anyone lose their composure. But the Blood Raven was, after all, an assassin. The more terrified he felt, the less he was willing to admit his fear. Lin Yue, I want you dead, he roared furiously, his entire being like a beast driven mad, charging forward with a blood-stained afterimage. The thought of revenge overwhelmed everything. He only wanted to tear the young man in front of him to pieces, even if it meant paying the price himself. Lin Yue did not retreat. He kicked away Ghost Hand's corpse, turned his body smoothly, raised his gun, locked onto the target, and pulled the trigger, his movements as clean as if he had practiced them countless times. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets flew out in a triangular formation, almost completely blocking all of Blood Crow's escape routes. But Blood Crow was ultimately an A-rank powerhouse. His rage made him lose his rationality, but it also unleashed even more terrifying strength in his body. He twisted and turned continuously during his charge, forcing his way through the trajectories of the bullets without even slowing down in the slightest. In the next second, he was already upon Lin Yue. The steel claws, accompanied by a piercing sound of cutting through the air, struck straight toward the top of Lin Yue's head. This strike, he used all his strength. In his view, no matter how strong Lin Yue was, he was still just a level 10 F-rank gunner. Taking this claw head-on, there was absolutely no way he could survive. But the result left him completely frozen. The steel claw came down, but there was no flesh and blood flying, nor any shattered bones or cracked skulls. That strike seemed to hit an invisible barrier, only rippling faintly without even harming a single strand of Lin Yu's hair. What? Blood Crow's eyes widened abruptly, his mind blank. It was this moment of hesitation that became his flaw. Lin Yu seized the opportunity, twisting his body sharply and spinning like a top to get behind him. The shadow fong in his hand thrust forward, aiming straight for the back of the heart. Blood Crow's heart sounded alarm bells, and almost instinctively, he activated his life-saving skill. Blood Shadow Escape. A cloud of blood mist exploded, and his body instantly shot forward more than 10 meters, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. The blood mist dissipated, and the Blood Crow reappeared, its chest heaving violently as it gasped for air, but its gaze had completely changed. The anger from earlier had vanished. In its place was fear, genuine fear. He finally realized that what he was facing was not an ordinary teenager. This Lin Yue had absurdly strong, close combat abilities, frighteningly quick reflexes, and even some kind of life-saving technique he couldn't figure out. How could an F-rank gunner possess such combat awareness? How could he have such hidden cards? The more Bloodraven thought about it, the more chilled he felt. He had killed many people and encountered plenty of monsters, but none had ever been like Lin Yue, capable of crushing his confidence bit by bit. Who exactly are you? His voice was hoarse, and even he could tell that the fierceness from earlier was gone. Lin Yue slowly raised his head, the gaze beneath the tactical helmet as cold as a blade. Who I am doesn't matter, he said, enunciating each word. What matters is that tonight, all of you will die here. Bloodraven's heart sank. He understood. Lin Yue was not bluffing. He truly intended to leave them all here. The night wind continued to blow, and the smell of blood grew stronger. The Blood Crow stared intently at Lin Yue, fear in his heart growing wildly like weeds. He was a seasoned assassin of the Night Owl organization, an A-rank professional with countless lives on his hands. But this scene today was something he was witnessing for the very first time. An F-class gunner was actually able to overpower 2 A-class assassins in close combat, and even killed one on the spot. Who would believe it if they heard? Why aren't you making a move? Lin Yue casually flicked off the blood droplets from Shadow Fong, while his other hand steadily pointed the Nova P1 at Bloodraven. Weren't you just shouting fiercely, wanting to tear me apart? This sentence was like a slap in the face, landing hard on Bloodraven's pride. A surge of humiliation shot up, almost overwhelming the chill in his heart. Kid, don't get too cocky. Bloodraven gritted his teeth, his voice laced with uncontrollable anger. I was just careless earlier. Do you really think killing that useless ghost hand means you can beat me? As soon as the words fell, he moved. This time, he no longer tested the waters, nor did he hold back. Bloodraven's muscles suddenly tensed, and his already burly figure forcibly grew taller. A layer of dark red, eerie sheen appeared on the surface of his skin, making him look as if he were ignited by blood. Grade A bloodthirsty warrior skill, bloodthirsty frenzy. He knew very well that in terms of technique alone, he no longer had the upper hand. Then he would use absolute power to crush the opponent directly. Go to hell. The ground shattered, and the Bloodraven, wrapped in terrifying wind pressure, charged at Lin Yue like an out-of-control, heavy armored war vehicle. This time, its speed was more than twice as fast as before. It was no longer a simple charge, but an attempt to use brute force to completely smash everything in its path. Lin Yue's gaze darkened slightly. He knew that the real tough battle was just beginning. If one were to face this terrifying impact head-on, they would be smashed into a heap of scrap metal. But Lin Yue did not dodge. He stood in place, not even blinking. Just as the Blood Crow's glowing red claw was about to touch the tip of his nose, Lin Yue suddenly moved. He did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. This confidence came from a mythic-level passive skill, ultimate combat mastery. Lin Yue's body was as light as a falling leaf, eerily sticking to the Blood Crow's arm amidst the raging wind. The new star P1 in the right hand suddenly thrust upward, accurately striking the opponent's wrist joint. Crack! The sound of the bone breaking was shockingly crisp. Blood Crow's movements froze instantly. Before the pain could spread, Lin Yue's knee, like a battering ram, fiercely slammed into his abdomen. Bang! This strike was both swift and fierce. Blood Crow felt as if his internal organs had been shattered, his entire body uncontrollably curling up like a shrimp. But Lin Yue didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. The dagger in his left hand spun around his fingertips. Then he gripped it in reverse and, using the momentum of his descent, fiercely stabbed it into Blood Crow's shoulder. Fresh blood spurted out violently. The blood raven let out a piercing scream of agony, staggering back a few steps, the confidence on his face completely shattered. The power he had always prided himself on was nothing more than a joke in front of Lin Yue. This guy is definitely not a gunslinger. This is clearly a combat monster disguised as a human. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Blood Raven clutched his bleeding shoulder, his eyes unfocused, muttering incessantly under his breath. The intelligence clearly stated that you were just an F-level loser. That old bastard, Lu Jinxiong, tricked me. It was only at this moment that he truly understood how big of a mistake he had made. The intelligence was wrong, and it was a fatal mistake. This is no helpless prey waiting to be slaughtered. It's clearly a ferocious beast in sheep's clothing. Lin Yue paid no attention to the nearly collapsing Blood Crow, merely staring at him coldly, as if looking at a corpse. Is this your final statement? Lin Yue raised his hand, and the muzzle of the Nova P1 once again aimed at Blood Crow. At that moment, every hair on Blood Crow's body stood on end. Death. If he doesn't escape now, he will truly die. Tasks, bounty, dignity, everything was thrown to the back of his mind at this moment. Now, he had only one thought left. Survive. Only by staying alive would he have the chance to seek revenge. Only by bringing this message back to the organization and letting someone stronger come can this monster be killed. A ruthless glint flashed in Blood Raven's eyes as he suddenly pulled out a dark red bead from his chest and crushed it fiercely. Boom! A thick blood mist instantly exploded, completely engulfing his figure. Kid, I'll remember this. A resentful voice of the Blood Crow came from within the blood mist. When I return next time, it will be the day of your death. This was his life-saving trump card, the blood escape technique. The price is 10 years of life. But as long as I can escape, this price is nothing at all. Blood mist churned. A beam of red light shot into the sky, seemingly about to pierce the night. Trying to leave? Lin Yue's lips curled up, carrying undisguised mockery. Did you ask me? With a flick of his wrist, the Nova P1 instantly vanished, replaced by the Storm K2 semi-automatic shotgun. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yue pulled the trigger directly. Boom! Boom! The roar of the Storm K2 tore through the night sky. With the blessing of multiple mythic-level passives, the psionic bullets fell like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, precisely striking the rising blood mist. The first shot directly shattered the protective blood mist. The second shot fiercely struck the blurred figure of the Blood Raven. A piercingly shrill scream instantly echoed in midair. Immediately after, the third shot, the fourth shot, the dense barrage of bullets wove a web of death in the air, completely enveloping the Blood Raven. No! Blood Crow screamed in despair. He could clearly sense the terrifying power hidden within those bullets. That was not damage that ordinary firearms could inflict. Every bullet seemed to tear apart his body, as well as his soul. They not only ignored the protective energy shield, but also made his physical defenses as fragile as paper. In the next second, the Blood Crow's body exploded in midair. Blood rain splattered everywhere. Shattered flesh and broken bones were scattered all over the ground. The A-level assassin who struck fear into the hearts of everyone in Xinjiang City was blasted into a pile of debris, not even leaving behind a complete corpse. Lin Yue expressionlessly put away his gun, his demeanor eerily calm. This is A-level. He shook his head lightly, with a hint of disappointment in his tone. Too weak. But just as he was about to turn around to deal with the corpse of the ghost hand, his extraordinary perception suddenly caught an extremely faint fluctuation. Lin Yue frowned and turned around sharply. In the pile of shredded flesh in the distance, a pitch-black crow, only the size of a palm, was struggling to flap its wings. Its eyes were an eerie blood red, and at this moment, it was staring fixedly at Lin Yue, filled with resentment and fear. Not dead yet. Lin Yue's gaze turned cold. The crow immediately sensed the killing intent and, using its last bit of strength, transformed into a streak of black light, darting fiercely into the depths of the night sky. Its speed was astonishing. This was the Blood Crow's final secret technique, the Bloodline Soul Crow. Its physical body was already destroyed, leaving it no choice but to use its last fragment of a soul to transform into this crow. As long as it could escape back to the organization, with the help of the organization's special secret techniques, it still had a chance to survive. It still had a chance to rebuild its body. Lin Yue slightly raised the muzzle of the gun, his finger already resting on the trigger. But in the next second, he stopped. The crow had already darted into the night, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Quite fast, Lin Yue put away his gun and didn't give chase. He stood in place, his gaze calm, even carrying a hint of mockery. Did it go back to report? He watched the direction where the crow disappeared, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. Then go back and tell Lu Jinxiong, tell the people behind you, I will be waiting for you in the wilderness. The night was heavy, like a bottomless pool of stagnant water. Lin Yue adjusted the Storm K2 on his back again and turned to walk toward Ghost Hand's corpse. This guy died completely, without even a chance for a comeback. An A-level awakened, it's impossible for him to have only one life. Lin Yue crouched down and began to carefully search the body. To survive in the wilderness, knowing how to shoot is not enough. Searching corpses, looting, and judging spoils of war. These are all skills you must quickly learn, because this is not a training ground, but a place that devours people. Soon, he placed a few items on the gravel ground. An entirely pitch-black dagger. The blade has a wavy curve, with restrained cold light that almost doesn't reflect. There's also a crystal card with a faint golden sheen. Lin Yue picked up the dagger, his fingertips lightly brushing across the blade. During the earlier exchange, he noticed that this weapon was not ordinary. Now upon touching it, it indeed proves to be stronger than the Shadow Fawn. Nether Sting Grade A. Trait, Armor Penetration, ignores 30% of the target's physical defense. Trait, Deadly Poison, inflicts neurotoxin upon hitting, causing a continuous paralysis effect. Lin Yue's eyes lit up. Good stuff. With a twist of his wrist, the dagger spun deftly in his palm. The feel is very smooth, lighter than the Shadow Fawn of Class C, yet even more dangerous. With this dagger, combined with ultimate combat mastery, his melee burst power will be elevated to a whole new level. Then, he picked up the crystal card. Anonymous Psionic Stored Value card, the most common and practical item in the black market. Whoever gets it, owns it. Lin Yue glanced at the amount, his eyebrows slightly raised. 5 million credit points. He couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth. This was just the pocket money he carried with him. In the assassin business, money does come quickly, but every penny is earned at the cost of one's life. Lin Yue thoroughly searched Ghost Hand's belongings, then walked toward the pile of mangled flesh and blood not far away. That was Wang Biao. This gang leader was much more pitiful. Aside from a few crumpled bills and a broken machete, the most valuable thing was probably the gold chain around his neck. However, Lin Yue did not let it go. Even a mosquito is still meat. He also slipped a storage ring off Wang Biao's finger. The space wasn't large, only 2 cubic meters. Inside were some miscellaneous items, a few guns, and some ammunition. Although not very valuable, it's still better than going empty-handed. Lin Yue packed up all the spoils and took one last look at the corpses scattered across the ground. The wilderness never lacks things to clean up corpses. Soon, this place will be picked clean by wild beasts. In the distance, the howls of scavenger wolves could already be heard. The sound was cold and excited, as if urging this death to come to an end quickly. Lin Yue looked up toward the direction of Qingjiang City. The high walls towered and lights flickered in the distance. That city wall separated civilization from savagery and also divided human hearts into 2 sides. But he knew very well, the true danger lies not only in the wilderness. Those seemingly decent people in the city are the ones who prefer to stab in the dark. Lin Yue's figure flickered and disappeared into the night. Qingjiang City, underground in the Western District. There is no sunlight here. Here, there is only dampness, coldness, and evil hidden in the darkness. Deep within an abandoned subway station, the once desolate underground tunnel has been transformed into a secret stronghold. Here is the branch of the Night Owl organization in Qingjiang City. In the center of the hall, a man sat on a chair crafted from the bones of an unknown magical creature. His entire body was wrapped in a wide black robe, and his face was covered by a ghastly pale human skin mask. leader of the Night Owl Division, codename Dark Burial. Still no news. His voice was as hoarse as two rusty iron sheets scraping against each other. A black-clad steward immediately lowered his head and replied, reporting to the leader, Lord Bloodcrow and Lord Ghosthand have already been gone for nearly 2 hours. Logically, it should have been over by now. The knuckles of Nether Burial lightly tapped the armrest. The movement slow, yet the tone already revealed impatience. Taking this long to deal with a newly awakened F-class gunner? If it weren't for the enticing terms offered by the Liu family, including the promise of Spot to enter the Longxia ancient ruins, Nether Burial would never have accepted such a low-level task. In his view, sending Bloodraven and Ghosthand was already giving that boy too much credit. Just at this moment, screech! A piercing bird cry suddenly exploded in the hall. Immediately afterward, a dim black streak of light burst in through the vent, tumbling crookedly to the ground. After the black light dispersed, it transformed into a distorted, shadowy figure. It was none other than Bloodcrow. However, he no longer possessed his former grandeur. All that remained was a wisp of his soul, his figure transparent, flickering on and off, like a candle about to burn out. Leader, the Blood Raven lay prostrate on the ground, its voice trembling. Save me. Ming Zong stared at the wisp of remnant soul, his gaze devoid of any emotion. He slowly spoke. Where is Ghosthand? Dead, dead. Bloodcrow trembled even more violently. That kid, he's not an ordinary person. He's a monster. The fingers of Nether Burial, which had been tapping the armrest, suddenly stopped. The air in the hall seemed to freeze instantly. The temperature dropped sharply, and even the steward standing nearby instinctively held his breath. 2 people went to deal with a newly awakened F-rank gunner, and the result was one dead and the other left with only a remnant soul. Ming Zhang's voice remained calm. The calmer it is, the more dangerous it becomes. He slowly raised his eyes, the gaze behind the mask as cold as a blade. Seems like this kid is more interesting than I thought. Everyone knows that this calm is merely the illusion before the storm. The intelligence was wrong. It's all fake. Bloodraven was so anxious that even his voice changed. He desperately tried to explain, clinging to the last straw of hope. That Lin Yue is not an F-rank at all, nor just an ordinary gunner. He's dual-trained, mastering both firearms and martial arts. The Ghosthand was defeated by him in just one move. Even my bloodthirsty frenzy was suppressed by him with one hand. His voice grew weaker and weaker. To escape back, he burned his life essence and forcibly used the blood escape technique. Now, he is already on the verge of exhaustion. Monster, proficient in both guns and martial arts. Ming Zong repeated these words softly, as if pondering or confirming something. He certainly understood what this meant. In a world of awakeners, trying to master 2 professional systems to the pinnacle requires an astonishing amount of resources. That's not a path an ordinary person can tread, let alone an F-rank orphan. An orphan? What right does he have to come this far? Unless he truly harbors a secret within him. The coldness in the eyes hidden behind the mask of Ming Zong gradually faded, replaced by a far more dangerous greed. Lu Zhenxiong, that old fox, truly has ulterior motives. He must know something, which is why he's willing to go to any lengths to capture Lin Yue. Ming Zong slowly stood up, walked to stand before Bloodcrow, and looked down at this disheveled subordinate. Your mission failed. His voice was still as cold as ever, sharp like a knife. The rules of the Night Owl, you should know them. The Bloodcrow suddenly looked up, his face turning deathly pale, his eyes filled with despair and fear. No, Chief, I brought back important intelligence. Give me one more chance. Give me a body. I can still carry out tasks. Losers have no right to bargain. Ming Zong lifted his foot and directly stepped on the sole body of Bloodcrow, which was about to dissipate. Bloodcrow let out a heart-wrenching scream, but the next second, the scream abruptly stopped. His shattered soul disintegrated on the spot, turning into wisps of black mist that slowly dissipated into the air. Ming Zong suddenly turned around, his black robe stirring up a cold gust behind him. Relay my command. Issue the Night Owl Blood Kill order. Target Lin Yue. I want them alive. If you can't capture them alive, then bring back the corpse. The bounty, 20 million. The body of the black-clad butler trembled violently. 20 million? This is no longer an ordinary bounty. It's a price enough to tempt top-tier experts. Ming Zong seemed to think it still wasn't enough. He paused, and his voice carried a sinister calculation. Additionally, spread the news. Especially make sure it reaches the mercenary groups and lone wolves in the wilderness. Just say, that kid is very likely carrying a precious treasure from ancient inheritance. The black-clad steward was stunned and hesitated for a moment. Leader, wouldn't this attract other forces as well? If everyone starts fighting over it, the situation might spiral out of control. Ming Zong sneered coldly. That kid can kill Ghost Hand in one move, which shows he's indeed extraordinary. But the more that's the case, the more it makes people jealous. Let those greedy fools charge and first die and wear him down. When he's completely exhausted, the real benefits will still be mine. He raised his hand, his tone crisp and decisive. Go ahead. Yes, at your command. Gravel Town. This place is not marked on the official map at all. It is a gray area where outlaws, mercenaries, and bounty hunters spontaneously gather. There is no order here, only deals, lies, and killings. But for many, this is also the last supply station before entering the wilderness. Lin Yue came here to gain a deeper understanding of the situation in the wilderness area. The buildings in Gravel Town were as chaotic as if someone had casually thrown them together. Abandoned containers, mutated beast bones, and dismantled steel plates were all pieced together into crooked houses. The only sturdy building in the entire town was a tavern called Silver Wolf. Lin Yue pushed open the heavy wooden door. The door was reinforced with mutated beast ribs, making it astonishingly heavy. As soon as the door opened, the pungent smell of cheap alcohol and the thick scent of blood rushed out, almost causing one to frown. The tavern was dimly lit, with a few spotlights barely illuminating the figures around tables. Various adventurers sat inside, slamming tables, cursing the weather, cursing the wilderness, cursing those man-eating monsters. Each of them looked as if they'd just crawled back from the edge of a blade, their eyes filled with exhaustion and vigilance. Lin Yue's appearance did not attract much attention. Here, a young man wearing ordinary tactical gear and carrying a shotgun was far too common. He walked to the bar counter and lightly tapped the tabletop. A glass of water and a recent map of nearby monster distributions. The bartender behind the counter was a one-eyed man with a long scar running from his forehead to his chin, making him look like someone not to be trifled with. His remaining, I scanned Lin Yue up and down, as if inspecting goods or appraising their value. Then, he lazily tossed over a chipped iron cup and a yellowed piece of animal hide. Water, 100 credit points. Map, 5,000. Lin Yue didn't say a single unnecessary word and directly swiped his card to pay. He found a corner to sit in, slowly drinking water while using his extraordinary perception to catch the movements around him. Sure enough, it didn't take long before he heard the news he wanted to hear. In the corner, a burly man with a full beard lowered his voice, but his heavy breathing still betrayed his excitement. Have you heard? Night Owl just issued a blood kill order with a bounty of 20 million. The target is actually just a kid who recently awakened. The skinny man across from him chuckled and also lowered his voice. 20 million? That's nothing. The news I heard is even more shocking. That kid might have an ancient inheritance treasure on him. Think about it. Why would an F-level gunner warrant such a prize from Night Owl? Ancient inheritance. As soon as the word was spoken, the surrounding tables quieted down a bit. The originally noisy tavern instantly fell as if someone had pressed its throat. Is it true? Someone couldn't help but ask. Most likely true, the skinny man said in a hushed voice. It said that he obtained the complete inheritance of some legendary profession in the rookie dungeon, which allowed him to level up by killing monsters and ultimately take the top spot in this year's big exam. Someone took a sharp breath. The complete inheritance of a legendary profession. These few words ignited greed in the hearts of many, like a spark setting a fire. If such a thing truly exists, who wouldn't want to seize it? Who wouldn't want to rise to the top in one step? The expressions in many people's eyes changed, from vigilance to scheming. From scheming, it turned into blatant greed. Lin Yue held the rough, iron cup, his expression unchanged. But in his eyes, a trace of coldness slowly emerged. He had already understood. The Night Owl's movements were even faster than he had anticipated. Moreover, they didn't just want to kill him. They wanted to push him into the spotlight, drawing more hunters to chase him. This was a plan to kill with a borrowed knife. It was also a way to force him to reveal his trump card. Lin Yue put down the water cup, his gaze calm, but as cold as the night wind in the wilderness. Since they wanted to play, he would play with them to the end. He had to think faster. Money, combined with an elusive legend, was enough to make even the most cautious person in the wilderness lose their sanity. Lin Yue was well aware that from this moment on, those approaching him might not just be passers-by. More likely, they were hunters. He had just stepped out of the tavern when he felt an unabashed gaze behind him. Lin Yue did not turn around. He merely glanced with the corner of his eye and saw the one-eyed bartender by the counter pretending to wipe a glass, while secretly making a concealed gesture toward the corner. In that corner, 5 mercenaries were seated. On their chests, a red fox was tattooed. Sand Fox Mercenary Group. In the area around Graveltown, this group is well known and infamous. Ruthless in action and dark-hearted, they dare to do anything as long as there's profit to be made. Leading them is a man with a hooked nose, a cold and sinister gaze, and a faintly contemptuous smile at the corner of his mouth. He stared at Lin Yue as if eyeing a piece of meat already laid on the chopping block. Lin Yue withdrew his gaze, finished the water in his cup, and got up to leave the tavern directly. He did not look back, nor did he hesitate, and walked straight into the depths of the wilderness. Behind him, the 5 members of the Sand Fox Mercenary Group exchanged glances, malicious smiles appearing on their faces, and then they followed unhurriedly. "Boss, isn't this kid a bit too calm?" one of the team members asked in a low voice. The hook-nosed man sneered. "Calm? A greenhorn who just started out? What does he know about fear? He probably still thinks we just want to rob some supplies. He'll soon find out how people die in the wilderness. That's 20 million plus ancient inheritance." Another team member licked his lips, his eyes full of greed. "After this job, we brothers can move to the inner city of Qingjiang and get a big house." "Stop dreaming," the hook-nosed man muttered under his breath. "Stay close and find a good spot to make a move. Don't let someone else beat us to it." The group chuckled quietly, as if Lin Yue was already in their grasp. But what they didn't know was that from the moment they left the tavern, the identity of the prey had already changed. Lin Yue walked among the gravel and dead trees, his steps not fast but exceptionally steady. On the surface, he seemed to be traveling casually, but in reality, everything around him became incredibly clear in his perception. The positions of the 5 people behind him, the rhythm of their breathing, the pace of their heartbeats, and even their barely suppressed excitement and greed all appeared in his mind like a map laid out before him. To him, they were not invisible pursuers, but 5 flames flickering in the darkness. Lin Yue felt a chill in his heart. A true hunter would never let their prey hear their heartbeat. But these 5 people, their heartbeats were too chaotic, too loud. A narrow canyon appeared ahead, with low terrain and few exits, making it the perfect place for an ambush. Just as Lin Yue reached the edge of the canyon, a hooked-nosed voice came from behind. "Kid, stop right there." Lin Yue stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around. 5 people had already spread out, forming a semicircle and completely blocking his escape route. They thought they had the upper hand, their greed almost impossible to conceal. Lin Yue looked at the 5 faces eager to tear him apart, and a trace of coldness slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Do you know why Night Owl is willing to offer such a high bounty for me?" The hook-nosed man sneered. "Because you're valuable." "Wrong." Lin Yue's voice was very calm. "Because I just killed their 2A ranks." The surroundings instantly fell silent. The bounty notice only listed the target and the reward. No one would write down what the target had actually done. The hook-nosed man's expression suddenly changed, and just as he was about to speak, Lin Yue's figure had already vanished from where he stood. He only caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow. In the next instant, Lin Yue had already appeared behind a mercenary. The shadow Fong had somehow been unsheathed, its blade gleaming like a cold light as it struck cleanly and decisively. The dagger pierced straight through the back, penetrating the heart. The mercenary didn't even have time to scream before his body went limp and collapsed to the ground. A single fatal blow. "Open fire. Kill him." The hook-nosed man shouted in terror, his voice distorted. The remaining 3 finally reacted, hurriedly raising their psionic rifles and firing wildly. But Lin Yue's figure was too fast. So fast it was like a shadow gliding along the ground. The bullet whizzed past his body, only shattering the stones and ground behind him, kicking up a trail of dust and sparks, but not even grazing the hem of his clothes. The next second, a muffled gunshot rang out. It wasn't a rifle, it was a shotgun. Lin Yue, while moving at high speed, had already grabbed the Storm K2 in his hand and fired a shot with a backhand motion. Boom! A ferocious projectile directly engulfed a mercenary who was reloading, blasting his upper body into pieces. Flesh and shattered bones scattered everywhere. The scene so gruesome it made one's stomach churn. Monster! He's a monster! The remaining two completely broke down. It was only then that they realized they were not facing an ordinary gunner. This was not prey. This was a close combat killer disguised as a gunner. The two turned and ran without even the courage to look back. Lin Yue did not give chase. He simply raised the Nova P1 pistol calmly. Bang! Bang! Two gunshots rang out in quick succession. The bullet, as if it had eyes, accurately struck the back of the heads of two people as they ran. The two bodies collapsed to the ground almost simultaneously. It all happened in less than 10 seconds. Out of the 5-member mercenary squad, only the hook-nosed captain remained. He stood in place, his face pale, his legs trembling violently, barely able to stand. Lin Yue walked step by step toward him, pressing the muzzle of the gun directly against his forehead. The cold metallic touch made the hooked-nosed man shudder, and a foul stench instantly emanated from his crotch. He was completely terrified. Don't kill me. He fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Big brother, ancestor, I beg you. With trembling hands, he desperately pulled out a broken metal plate from his inner pocket, as if clutching at the last straw to save his life. Buy my life. I'll give you this to buy my life. This is a fragment of an ancient map from the Longxiao ruins that we managed to obtain. Lin Yue took the metal plate, his gaze sharpening. Skeleton Storm. Longxia Ancient Ruins. These two terms almost simultaneously emerged from the depths of his mind. He had previously read related records in the school library. Longxia Ancient Ruins is a mysterious area left behind from ancient times, containing countless lost technologies, weapons, and even legendary inheritances. Anyone who understands its value will know what it signifies. This is not an ordinary piece of scrap metal. This is a key that can lead countless people into the abyss. Lin Yue stuffed the piece of metal fragment into his tactical vest, having already made up his mind. This thing was not just a trophy. It was more like a ticket to ancient ruins. Countless awakened had risked their lives trying to obtain one, only to come up empty-handed. Now, this precious item had somehow fallen into the hands of the Sand Fox mercenary group. Lin Yue was initially surprised, but he quickly calmed down, even feeling a trace of uncontrollable excitement. With it, he was qualified to enter that dangerous secret realm and try his luck with a true opportunity. He looked down at the hooked nose beneath his feet, his gaze devoid of any emotion. I've already given you what you wanted. The hooked nose's voice trembled, his face full of pleading. Can you spare my life? Lin Yue looked at him and nodded. Of course. The hooked-nosed man instantly breathed a sigh of relief, struggling to get up. But the next second, a gunshot exploded in the wilderness. Bang! The hooked-nosed man's head was blown open by the bullet, and he couldn't even let out a complete scream before his body fell heavily to the ground. Lin Yue reholstered his gun, his gaze passing over the distant gray horizon, looking toward the direction where the storm was surging. Letting you go. How could I repay you for this ticket you gave me? He let out a cold laugh, his figure quickly disappearing into the wind and sand, speeding toward the ancient ruins. The fierce wind, carrying yellow sand, lashed harshly against the rust-covered shell of the abandoned armored vehicle, producing a series of sharp, crackling sounds. The outskirts of the wilderness have never been a place for reasoning. There is no law here, no rules, only the most primal law of survival. Only those who survive have the right to talk about anything else. Lin Yue pulled the tactical hood lower, covering most of his face. The hard-soled leather boots stepped over the withered mutant vines, producing a crisp snapping sound. Not far ahead was an abandoned highway toll station. Collapsed concrete walls and rusted metal carriages were intertwined, resembling a hastily assembled trap. Though it appeared desolate, every shadow here could potentially conceal deadly danger. Lin Yue did not relax. Instead, he became even more vigilant. After fully activating his mythic-level passive extraordinary perception, everything within a kilometer radius was captured clearly by him. The sound of the wind, footsteps, breathing, and heartbeats, all of it was within his judgment. In his mind, this wilderness seemed to be disassembled and reorganized, transforming into an extremely intricate three-dimensional map. More than 20 heartbeats were scattered among the ruins on both sides of the toll station, as well as on higher points farther away. The ambushers were more numerous than he had anticipated. The 2 million bounty offered by Night Owl, coupled with the rumors of ancient inheritance, was enough to make every outlaw in Graveltown see red. Money can make people lose their sanity, especially sums large enough to change an ordinary person's life forever. These people thought themselves clever, having formed a net, and were now waiting for him to walk into it willingly. On top of the toll station, behind a long-damaged billboard, the seasoned bounty hunter Vulture was chewing gum, staring intently through the sniper scope at the figure in the middle of the road. The radio crackled with static. "Attention all units, the prey is in the net." The leader's voice was hoarse, tinged with uncontrollable excitement. "Once my chain lines go off, leave him barely breathing. Both the legacy and the bounty, we want it all." Vulture chuckled lightly and pressed the microphone, saying, "I really can't figure out what those higher-ups at Night Owl are thinking. 20 million, just to buy the head of an F-class gunner." He glanced at Lin Yue in the camera again, his tone full of contempt. "This kid walks around without a hint of caution, as if the wilderness is his own backyard. Don't underestimate him." "I heard the Sand Fox gang fell at his hands," someone reminded. "Sand Fox is nothing but a bunch of trash," the Vulture scoffed disdainfully. In the eyes of all the lurkers, Lin Yue was like an unsuspecting lamb, walking step by step toward the slaughterhouse. A kid who just ranked first in the rookie exam, just a bit lucky. But the wilderness doesn't believe in luck. The wilderness only believes in the dead. Lin Yue stopped in his tracks. He was 3 meters away from the center of the minefield. 6 military-grade, high-explosive shrapnel mines were buried underground, arranged with extreme malice. A single misstep would cause the entire area to be blown to pieces. Even a C-class heavy-armored warrior, equipped with a high-explosive shield, would be instantly torn into chunks. The ambushers held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on him. They didn't dare make a sound or act prematurely, fearing the prey would notice and turn to escape. Some even had their fingers on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. To capture Lin Yue, this group had indeed spared no expense. Lin Yue merely tilted his head, calmly scanning the hiding spots through the billowing yellow sand. That gaze was not like prey, but more like counting hunters. The next second, he lifted his foot and stepped without hesitation onto the freshly turned soil. "Damn!" on the radio channel. There was only time for a distorted scream to burst out. Boom! The chain explosions instantly tore through the desolate silence of the wilderness. Orange-red flames shot into the sky, accompanied by thousands of steel ball fragments, like a raging metal storm, engulfing Lin Yue completely. Thick smoke rose straight into the sky, and the scorching heat wave charred the dry grass on the ground instantly. From a distance, a small mushroom cloud could be seen rising from the center of the explosion. The hunters in the shadows were momentarily stunned, then one by one poked their heads out from behind cover. "It's done. That was way too easy. 20 million in the bag. Wasn't the firepower a bit overkill? That kid won't have been blown to ashes, right? Look quickly. Did the inheritance token drop or not? I want the token and the 20 million. The leader roared frantically in the channel, his voice trembling with greed. Several bounty hunters couldn't wait and rushed out with their guns, heading straight for the explosion's center. The smoke and dust hadn't fully cleared, yet they were already imagining what it would be like to have the token and claim the bounty. But just as the first layer of smoke was blown away by the fierce wind, the two people at the front suddenly froze. They seemed to have their throats gripped by an invisible giant hand. Their eyes instantly widened, their legs firmly nailed to the ground, and their entire bodies trembling uncontrollably. The previously noisy voices on the radio channel also fell completely silent at the same moment. In the charred crater's center, Lin Yue still stood where he was, his posture straight, not even the hem of his clothes truly torn. The explosion's flames were still rolling around him, yet he himself appeared as if he had walked out of a sea of fire, completely unscathed. The soil within a few meters was blasted into the air, and the ground sank directly half a foot deep. And Lin Yue stood at the center of the explosion without even frowning. A faint blue hexagonal energy shield appeared on the surface of his body, clinging tightly to his skin like an invisible shield, blocking all the impacts outside. This is the mythical passive skill, Kinematic Barrier. 6 high-explosive grenades detonated simultaneously, yet they failed to harm him in the slightest. The leader's eyes were about to pop out, his voice sharp and cracking as if someone were choking him. What the hell is this monster? An F-class gunner. How could he have such a skill? Even a heavy warrior's energy shield couldn't withstand 6 high-explosive grenades. Fire! Everyone opened fire. The hunters who reacted frantically pulled the trigger. Rifles, submachine guns, and even individual rocket launchers unleashed a barrage of firepower like a torrential downpour toward Lin Yue. But Lin Yue still did not dodge. Bullets and miniature rockets hit him, only stirring ripples on the pale blue light screen surrounding him, unable to even touch his skin, let alone cause harm. Meanwhile, Lin Yue's extraordinary perception had firmly locked onto the positions of the 3 snipers. The vulture and the other 2 snipers were hiding at a high point 200 meters away, repeatedly pulling the bolt, trying to find a flaw in him. But they didn't know that Lin Yue's mythic-level passive ability for firearm extension had already extended the effective range to nearly 250 meters. Enough! Lin Yue raised his hand, drew his gun, and loaded it. When the Storm K2 fell into his palm, he didn't even lift his head. He casually aimed the muzzle at an empty spot and directly pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot was muffled, like a heavy hammer striking the air. Countless bullets surged out of the muzzle. Strangely, they had just flown less than half a meter when the space ahead suddenly twisted as if it had been folded. Those projectiles didn't hit anything. Instead, they directly burrowed into the air and vanished. The next second, the back of the vulture's head suddenly exploded at the vantage point behind the distant billboard. A bullet appeared out of nowhere at the back of his head, carrying terrifying force and directly blasting his head apart. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before collapsing. The 2 snipers at the other vantage points met the same fate at the exact moment. They couldn't figure out, even until their deaths, how Lin Yue's shot could cover over 200 meters, how it could hit from different directions simultaneously, and how it could ignore cover and send the bullet straight into their heads. 1 second, 1 shot, 3 snipers all eliminated. The toll station, once deafening with gunfire, fell eerily silent in an instant. The bounty hunters hiding behind cover were all frozen in place. A chill surged from the soles of his feet all the way to the top of his head. Even his fingers holding the gun were numb. The leader stared blankly at the 3 bodies that had fallen from a height, his mind completely blank. He had just seen it clearly. Lin Yue had only fired 1 shot into the air. Just 1 shot, and 3 snipers in different positions were all dead. How is this possible? Could it be that he has other helpers behind him? No, that's not right. If there really were helpers, there couldn't possibly be no traces at the scene. Can someone tell me why the gunner's bullets are curving? The leader's voice was trembling. This is no longer something that can be explained by common sense. For those who live on the edge, such methods are completely beyond their comprehension. Spatial abilities, it's a high-level spatial awakener. An elderly hunter suddenly screamed in shock, his face pale as he turned and retreated. The intel from Night Owl is completely false. This is definitely not F-level. Run. Run quickly. Once fear spreads, it becomes uncontrollable. The originally fairly intact encirclement almost collapsed in an instant. Some threw down their weapons and turned to flee, while others dove straight into the ruins behind the toll station, not even daring to look back. Lin Yue stood in place, his expression as calm as if he were practicing shooting on a training field. The Storm K2 in his hands continuously spewed tongues of fire. Bang, bang, bang. With each shot, he deliberately fired in completely unrelated directions. Some hit the ground, some the sky, and some the iron shell of an abandoned armored vehicle. But under the dual effects of extraordinary perception and ballistic warping, the trajectory kept folding and leaping mid-air. Those who were fleeing for their lives or trembling behind cover were pierced one by suddenly appearing projectiles. Someone was hiding behind half a meter of concrete, frantically changing magazines. The next second, a steel ball unexpectedly ricocheted from beneath his crotch, piercing upward through his organs and shattering his chest cavity. There were also those who, realizing they couldn't escape, simply lay in a deep pit pretending to be dead. Steel balls could drop vertically from above, drilling into his head and blasting his entire face into a mess of shattered flesh. No blindes spots. No need for line-of-sight locking. This was a massacre crushed from the level of rules. In less than half a minute, more than half of the 20 or so hunters, who thought themselves seasoned, had fallen. Lin Yue raised his hand to flex his wrist and hooked the Storm K2 back onto the tactical clip on his back. Then, he drew the Nova P1 from the thigh holster with a reverse grip, while his other hand gripped the A-grade dagger, Nether Sting, that he had just confiscated from the Ghost Hand corpse. Since the kinetic barrier could block all ranged firepower, he could completely switch to a different combat style. Using a gunner as an assassin sounds absurd, but that's exactly what he's going to do now. The next second, Lin Yue suddenly exerted force under his feet, and his whole body shot forward like a shadow, instantly crashing into the densest cover area ahead. Ultimate combat mastery, full-scale eruption. The deeply buried intent to kill has finally been completely unleashed. Lin Yue's movements were clean and swift, as if he had practiced them tens of thousands of times. There were no unnecessary tricks, nor the slightest hesitation. Every step was astonishingly fast. A bald hunter had just turned around, and before he could even raise the submachine gun in his hand, Lin Yue's knee had already slammed hard into his chin. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was so clear it made one's scalp tingle. The bald hunter was knocked backward, flipping over and crashing heavily to the ground, losing consciousness on the spot. Lin Yue used the recoil from the collision to step on his chest and leap up, simultaneously aiming the Nova P1 in his hand at the abandoned oil drum on the right, firing 3 shots in quick succession. The bullets pierced through the thin sheet of iron, accurately hitting the heads of the 3 men behind it. The remaining 4 hunters completely lost their minds. They knew that continuing to run would only lead to a quicker death. Since they couldn't escape, they decided to fight desperately. Go, all together. For people lunged from the side, all switching to alloy combat knives for close quarters. With a flash of cold light, the 4 blades sealed off Lin Yue's escape routes from different directions. In the world of Awakeners, once a gunner is engaged in close combat, it almost always spells certain death. This is a rule everyone acknowledges. But Lin Yue refused to retreat. Instead, he advanced. With a twist of his wrist, the Nether Sting dragged out a pitch-black shadow, slicing forward like a venomous snake. Snort! The hunter at the forefront only felt a chill on his wrist, and in the next second, the hand holding the knife was severed at the wrist, dropping to the ground along with the blade. Before he could even scream, a flash of cold light had already slashed across his throat. The sharpness of the Grade A weapon, combined with the nerve-paralyzing effect of the Nether Sting, left him no time to react to the pain. His entire body froze in place and collapsed straight to the ground. The other 3 were completely dumbfounded. Who would have thought that a gunner would dare to charge face-first with a dagger? What's even more outrageous is that his close combat skills are actually fiercer than many assassins. This is utterly unreasonable. Lin Yue didn't give them any time to react. He twisted his body, almost brushing against the blade of the second knife as he slid in, the dagger instantly piercing the opponent's chest. At the same moment he withdrew the dagger, his elbow slammed backward fiercely, hitting the second person's ribcage squarely. Crack! The dull sound of a bone cracking was especially clear in the night. That person's entire face twisted instantly, unable to even let out a scream. Immediately after, Lin Yue turned and delivered a fierce whip kick, striking the 3rd person hard. That person, along with their knife, was sent flying, crashing heavily into a broken wall 7 or 8 meters away, and slid to the ground without any further movement. The last guy, whose rib had been broken, was just about to struggle when Lin Yue raised his hand and fired another shot. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. All 4 melee awakened were dead. The leader in the distance, who had been giving orders, now had a face as pale as paper. The greed and arrogance from earlier were completely gone, leaving only fear. He watched as his subordinates fell one after another, his legs trembling so much he could barely stand, with a large wet patch spreading across his pants. Ancient inheritance? 20 million bounty? Now, he didn't dare to think about any of it anymore. He turned and ran, even scrambling and crawling, wishing he had never come here. But he only ran 3 steps. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and his right knee instantly burst into a spray of blood. The searing pain stabbed into his brain like a knife, causing him to lose his balance and crash heavily to the ground. The leader turned back in terror and saw Lin Yue stepping over the corpses scattered across the ground, walking toward him one step at a time. The footsteps were not fast, yet they seemed to tread directly on his heart. Don't kill me." His voice trembled uncontrollably. "I'm with the Blood Wolf mercenary group. Our leader is an S-rank awakened. If you kill me, he will never let you go." Lin Yue had no interest in letting him finish his sentence. He raised his hand. Another shot. The bullet accurately pierced the leader's forehead. The world finally fell silent. Lin Yue flicked the blood off the nether sting, sheathed the blade, and then began skillfully scavenging the spoils. More than 20 desperados. There wasn't much of value, mostly standard equipment, but pieced together, the loot amounted to several 100,000 credit points. For anyone, this was no small sum. Lin Yue lifted his head and looked into the distance. At the edge of the horizon, the sky displayed an eerie dark red hue, as if something was slowly tearing open a rift between heaven and earth. A massive funnel-shaped cloud seemed to forcibly connect the sky and the ground. There, that is his target. Bone Storm, the heart of the wilderness. The last trace of the sunset's afterglow had not completely faded, yet the sky already looked as if it had been soaked in blood, a dark red that made one's heart tighten. The distant wasteland was tinted by wind, sand, and the dying light into a color that seemed almost apocalyptic, oppressive enough to feel as though it might collapse in the next moment. Lin Yue drove the off-road vehicle seized from the bounty hunter, racing westward for nearly 3 hours. He passed through abandoned urban areas, crossed desolate deserts, and pressed forward over gravel and yellow sand. He knew very well that the truly dangerous places often weren't about how far the road was, but whether you could prepare yourself before danger arrived. By evening, Lin Yue finally stopped the car. He got off the car and stood at the edge of a naturally formed rocky cliff, his gaze fixed straight ahead, where he truly saw the scene before him. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Ahead, a massive funnel-shaped cyclone with a diameter of several kilometers stretched between heaven and earth. Countless gray-white bone fragments were swept into the storm, spinning wildly and emitting piercing shrieks, like tens of thousands of lost souls wailing simultaneously. The storm's periphery continuously stirred up fragments of rock. Those stones were just swept in and instantly torn into powder, unable to withstand even half a second. This is the skeleton storm. Lin Yue squatted down, picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground, and threw it forcefully toward the edge of the storm. The moment the stone entered the airflow, it was instantly shattered, leaving not even a trace of debris. Lin Yue's gaze darkened. The information was correct. This place is indeed a death zone. It only appears in the heart of the wilderness once every few years, and no one knows why it forms or dares to venture in recklessly to court death. According to publicly available information from the Awakeners Association, the cause of this storm remains inconclusive to this day. People only know that it is likely related to an excess of psionic energy. As for why the psionic energy goes out of control, clues point to the possibility of an ancient relic hidden deep within the storm. Over the past century, countless Awakeners have ventured into the Bone's storm time and again, hoping to find a legendary relic and obtain the ancient inheritance within. For this chance, not only ordinary Awakeners, but even Grandmasters and higher-level Venerables have been willing to risk their lives to try. The ending has never changed. No one came out alive. Not even a single corpse was left behind. The storm would completely tear apart everything it engulfed, turning it into white powder flying across the sky, becoming part of the storm once again. But even so, every time a bone storm appeared, countless Awakened would rush forward, desperately vying for those pitifully few spots. Because they all knew in their hearts that as long as they could obtain the ancient inheritance, their fate might be rewritten. Lin Yue stood before the storm, slowly lifted his foot, and stepped forward. The next second, the fierce wind, like an invisible giant hand, slammed into him. Countless sharp bone fragments swept through the wind at high speed, almost grazing his face as they flew past. Those fragments looked small, like grayish-white dust, but each one was as sharp as a blade. Lin Yue did not stop. He took a few more steps forward. A pale blue energy membrane immediately enveloped his entire body, keeping the bone fragments outside. Kinetic Barrier. Current layers 989796. Lin Yue's pupils suddenly contracted. Just standing on the outskirts of the storm consumes 2 to 3 layers of kinetic barriers every second. This means that the further he goes in, the pressure will only multiply. At this rate, with his current reserves, he won't last long. He probably won't even reach the storm's center before his shield is completely depleted. In less than half a minute, he would be torn to shreds, leaving no trace behind. Lin Yue immediately took a few steps back, retreating from the airflow at the storm's edge. He was not impulsive, nor did he immediately lose his life. But he did not back down either. After steadying himself, he closed his eyes and unleashed extraordinary perception. In that instant, the perception spread like an invisible net, passing through the swirling bone fragments and gradually extending into the depths of the storm. Soon, he detected some kind of anomaly. And it wasn't just one, it was many. Those things were swimming rapidly in the storm, their movements bizarre, yet exceptionally agile. In this storm, there are actually living creatures? Lin Yue raised an eyebrow, immediately forming a judgment in his mind. These things moved extremely fast, not torn apart by the storm, but seemingly well adapted to the environment here. They were most likely creatures mutated under the influence of the abundant spiritual energy within the storm. In other words, not only can they survive, but they can also move freely through this death zone. Lin Yue's eyes lit up instantly. A bold, even somewhat crazy plan instantly took shape in his mind. The mechanism of the kinetic barrier is very simple. Each time a target is killed, one layer is added. If he can continuously kill these mutated monsters in the storm, the barrier won't just deplete one-sidedly, but can be both consumed and replenished at the same time, as long as the killing speed can keep up with the consumption rate. In theory, he could make it through alive. Of course, the risk is also astonishingly high. In the storm, there's almost no visibility, and an ordinary person entering it wouldn't even be able to tell directions. But this was something Lin Yue could almost ignore, because he possessed extraordinary perception. Even if he truly couldn't see, his perception would function like the most precise radar, directly locking onto the target. As long as those mutated creatures enter the range, he can locate them immediately. Lin Yue opened his eyes, a trace of determination flashing in them. But he did not rush in immediately. He first glanced at the barrier layers on the system panel, then looked at the gray-white wind wall ahead, seemingly connecting heaven and earth. Over 90 layers of barriers, based on the rate of consumption on the periphery, could only provide him with less than half a minute of buffer time at most. Within half a minute, if he couldn't find enough monsters and successfully kill them, he would be completely crushed by the storm, just like those who had died here, leaving not even a trace of bone fragments. Lin Yue remained silent for a few seconds. Then, he took one last look at the quiet wasteland behind him. It was calm and open there, forming a stark contrast to this land of death before him. But he had no way back. He looked at the wind wall again and took a deep breath. Take a gamble. As the words fell, he lowered his body, bracing against the violent wind pressure, and stepped in step by step. The moment he stepped into the bone storm, the entire world changed. Countless bone fragments came crashing from all directions, as dense as a torrential downpour. Each fragment spun at high speed, carrying enough force to cut through steel, relentlessly striking the kinetic barrier and producing an unending series of explosive sounds. The numbers on the system panel began to plummet wildly. 79, 76, 73, falling even faster than expected. The outer area loses only 2 or 3 layers per second, but here, it's more than double that. The deeper it goes, the denser the bone fragments and the more terrifying the wind pressure. Lin Yue felt as if he had been thrown into a high-speed meat grinder, surrounded by death on all sides. 53, 50, 47. He no longer looked at the panel. There was no time left for him to waste. Extraordinary perception fully unfolded, spreading out like a tide in all directions. The naked eye has lost its meaning here. Visibility ahead is less than 3 meters, with swirling bone mist and rapidly spinning debris everywhere. Yet within the range of perception, not far to the left front, a life force suddenly became clear. Found it. Lin Yue immediately raised the Storm K2, steadied the gun barrel in that direction, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The airflow frantically tore at the bullet, causing the trajectory to deviate severely. But in the next second, a bizarre scene unfolded. The bullets seemed to suddenly come alive, forcibly bypassing the swirling airflow, changing direction repeatedly and ultimately hitting the target with precision. This is ballistic warping. Killed Storm, Bone Erosion Beast, LV.20 Elite. Gain experience points plus 800. Kinetic Barrier Layer plus 1. Sure enough, the stacking succeeded, but it only added one layer, far from enough. Lin Yue's gaze sharpened, knowing full well that the real test was just beginning. Chapter 47. The Slaughter Feast in the Bone Storm, the death news spreading to the outside world. The number of kinetic barriers, which had been dropping to 39 moments ago, suddenly jumped back to 40. Just one more layer, but it was enough to prove that his judgment was correct. Killing mutated creatures in the storm can indeed restack the kinetic barrier. Now there's only one question left. Is he killing fast enough? 40, 37, 34. The layers are still falling, and they're falling faster and faster. This isn't ordinary consumption. It's more like death creeping closer step by step. Lin Yue no longer hesitated. He suddenly exerted all his strength, trying to speed up as much as possible within the storm. He knew very well that he was not fighting now, but racing against time to save lives. Extraordinary perception continuously scanned like radar, locking onto all the monsters entering the surrounding range. 20 meters to the right, two targets were rapidly approaching. Lin Yue immediately turned sideways and raised his gun, firing 2 shots. Bang! Bang! After 2 muffled sounds, 2 more Storm Bone Erosion Beasts fell. Killed Storm Bone Erosion Beast, LV.20 Elite. Gained experience points plus 800. Killed Storm Bone Erosion Beast, LV.20 Elite. Gained experience points plus 800. Kinetic Barrier Layers plus 2. Kinetic Barrier rose from 35 to 37. Recovered a bit, but still not enough. Lin Yue clenched his teeth and continued advancing into the depths of the storm. Soon, he discovered another pattern. The deeper they went, the denser the bone fragments became, the fiercer the storm grew, and the faster the kinetic barrier was consumed. At the same time, the number of mutant creatures also increased significantly. This is a life and death gamble. Kill fast enough, and the barrier can hold steady or even continue to rise. Fail to kill fast enough, and the layers will keep dropping until they hit 0. And hitting 0 means death. 33, 31, 29. The number of barrier layers quickly dropped below 30. Lin Yue's back tensed, and a strong sense of crisis surged up suddenly. It was the most instinctive reaction of humans to death. More than 300 meters ahead, extraordinary perception had already locked on 7 storm creatures. But this distance was already beyond the effective range of the Storm K2. Lin Yue did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately switched to the Wind Chaser, a 3 sniper rifle. In an environment where almost nothing could be seen clearly, a sniper rifle was supposed to be difficult to use effectively. But the ballistic warp just compensates for this flaw. Coupled with the effects of gun extension and psionic penetration, even a blind shot can hit the target. Bang! A psionic sniper bullet burst out of the chamber. The bullet had just flown out when it was blown off course by nearly 10 degrees due to the raging airflow. But in the next instant, it abruptly changed direction in mid-air, as if an invisible hand had forcibly corrected its course. It pierced through layers of bone fragment barriers, bypassed several rotating air columns, and finally accurately penetrated the skull of a level 20 Storm Bone Erosion Beast. But that wasn't the end. The bullet's kinetic energy hadn't been exhausted yet. It shifted direction once more, directly piercing through another Bone Erosion Beast behind it. One shot double kill. Killed Storm Bone Eroding Beast, LV.20 Elite, times 2. Gained experience points plus 1600. Kinetic Barrier Layers plus 2. 29. Jump back to 31. Lin Yue hardly paused at all. With his right hand, he pulled the bolt, and the shell casing was instantly swept away by the storm. The next bullet was immediately chambered, and the trigger was pulled again. This shot was another double kill. Time lost its meaning in the storm. All that could be heard was the howling wind. All that could be seen were the looming shadows, and all that could be felt was the relentless firing, one shot after another. Psionic bullets were fired continuously, each carrying an eerie warp trajectory, precisely taking the lives of unseen prey. Some bullet trajectories warped once, some twice, and even 3 times. They seemed to be weaving a web of death in the storm. Lin Yue's kill count began to rise rapidly. The layers of the kinetic barrier also started to slowly recover from the minimum of 29 layers. 35, 37, 38. When the kill efficiency stabilized, the stacking speed finally began to catch up with the consumption speed. Lin Yue's tense heart relaxed slightly, but his movements did not slow down in the slightest, because he knew that there was absolutely no room for complacency here. The storm won't show mercy just because you're tired. As long as there is a 1 or 2 second ceasefire, the layers will drop like a broken thread. His current state is like riding a unicycle on a tightrope while shooting targets. But he cannot retreat. Retreating means death. Thus, Lin Yue advanced forward while unleashing his full power. The Storm K2 handled close-range clearing, while the Pursuer A3 focused on long-range precision kills. Gunshots alternated in the storm, with almost no intervals. Each shot was aimed at the most lethal spot. Not a single shot was wasted. The experience points of these level 20 elite monsters were all very high. For others, this place is a death zone where no one has survived for 100 years. But for Lin Yue, this place feels like a natural monster farming ground. However, every step in this monster farming ground comes at the cost of risking one's life. No one knows how long he has been killing. In the storm, time had already lost its meaning. Lin Yue could only feel the approaching monsters, the bullets being fired, and the constantly flickering numbers, until he finally managed to glance at the stacking layers of the kinetic barrier. 62. From the lowest 29, it had surged all the way to 62. The barrier has already stacked up to 62 layers. The stacking speed has finally started to steadily surpass the consumption speed. He did it. That seemingly insane, almost impossible plan was truly forced through by him. Lin Yue not only survived the bone storm, but also made the kinetic barrier grow thicker and thicker. The next second, a line of golden text appeared before his eyes. Leveled up, Lin Yue's spirits lifted, and his body was instantly enveloped by a warm, powerful energy. The fatigue that had accumulated earlier was quickly dispelled, and his state returned to its peak. But he did not draw immediately. Now is not the time to breathe a sigh of relief. The storm is still raging, and all around are deadly whirlpools capable of tearing a person apart. If he stops now, all his previous efforts will be in vain. 3 kilometers away, on a rocky highland at the edge of the bone storm, a slender woman dressed in black crouched behind a rock, her hands steadily holding a high-powered telescope, her gaze fixed intently on the center of the storm. She was a scout sent by the Night Owl organization, codenamed Nightingale. For the past few hours, she had been secretly tracking Lin Yue. She had personally witnessed Lin Yue single-handedly counterattack and kill 5 members of the Sand Fox mercenary group outside of Graveltown. She also saw with her own eyes how those 20-something bounty hunters at the abandoned toll station surrounded him, only to be taken down one by one. Every scene made her heart tighten. A gunner marked as F-level could actually single-handedly crush so many pursuers. Whether it was the precision of his shooting or his close combat reflexes and ferocity, he was absurdly strong, even making her suspect that the information had been wrong from the start. This young man was nothing like an F-level, more like S-class, or even higher. But now, none of that matters anymore, because just a few minutes ago, she saw Lin Yue step into the bone storm step by step with her own eyes. Nightingale slowly put down the binoculars and closed her eyes. Skeleton storm. For 100 years, no one has ever come out alive from the death zone. No matter how strong or unreasonable Lin Yue is, it's impossible to survive in such a place. That is not a disaster one can endure with sheer willpower. That is a meat grinder capable of pulverizing an S-class awakener into dust within seconds. Entering it means death. No exceptions. What a pity. She remained silent for a few seconds and softly uttered these 3 words. Then, she took the communicator from her waist, switched to the encrypted channel, and pressed the call button. Nightingale calling headquarters. Before long, a cold, hard voice came through the communicator. Speak. Target Lin Yue has entered the bone storm. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, with only a faint rustling sound. Then, the voice spoke again. Repeat. The Nightingale took a steady breath and calmly reiterated. Target Lin Yue has entered the bone storm. Repeat. Target Lin Yue has entered the bone storm. She paused for a moment and added one final sentence. Target Lin Yue, confirmed dead. The communicator fell silent again. This time, it lasted even longer than before. Finally, a brief and cold response came from the other side. Understood, withdrawing. Communication cut off. Nightingale put away the communicator, stood up from behind the rock, and dusted off her clothes. Before leaving, she glanced back once more in the direction of the storm. Lin Yue. She softly uttered this name, a trace of complex emotion appearing on her face. She had witnessed too much death and had long grown accustomed to such things. But this time, she didn't turn around and leave as she usually did. She stood still for 2 more seconds. Then, she withdrew her gaze, turned around, and leapt off the rocky high ground. Her figure was light and agile, disappearing into the dimming twilight of the wilderness within a few bounds. What she didn't know was that behind her, deep within the towering wind wall that blocked out the sky, the gunfire had never ceased. Gray bone fragments, like countless sharp blades, carried a violent aura capable of destroying everything, wildly sweeping in all directions. The layers of barriers were constantly tugging between growth and depletion, as if racing against death. Lin Yue's body had long adapted to this rhythm of repeatedly sprinting on the edge of life and death. Each time the trigger was pulled, the bullet would trace a bizarre arc through the violent airflow, as if bypassing all the world's obstacles, forcibly locking onto its target. Ballistic warp allowed his bullets to no longer be affected by the storm, ensuring precise hits even in the harshest environments. However, the barrier layers fluctuated between 60 and 70, and stacking them further had become increasingly difficult. Unless a large group of storm creatures charged at him, allowing him to gain enough experience and layers in one go, breaking through further was nearly impossible. The problem, however, was that the impact within the storm was also intensifying simultaneously. The layers that had just risen would soon be consumed by an even fiercer storm of bone fragments. Time had long lost its meaning in this extreme tug-of-war. Lin Yue himself didn't know how long he had been in this deadly storm. The only thing he could be sure of was that his experience bar was steadily increasing, getting closer and closer to level 12. At that moment, a bone-eroding beast sped past from the right side. The creature resembled a twisted, oversized lizard, its body covered in grayish-white bony armor, moving with astonishing speed through the storm. This environment was practically like a fish returning to water for them. Without extraordinary perception locking onto it in advance, an ordinary person wouldn't even catch a glimpse of its shadow. Lin Yue slightly turned his body, and the gun barrel immediately shifted direction. Bang! The fiery tongue, spewed by the storm, K2 instantly tore through the raging wind ahead. The storm finally quieted down. Lin Yue stood in place, his chest slightly heaving, but his gaze did not relax immediately. Having fought his way here, he was already accustomed to the danger that could strike at any moment. Yet now, the sudden and abnormal silence around him was so quiet it made his heart tighten. The wind was gone. The overwhelming bone fragments also came to a halt. The kinetic barrier on his body was no longer consuming energy frantically. Its layers stabilized at 61 and stopped fluctuating. Lin Yue raised his head, and before him was no longer the grayish-white wind wall that obscured the path, but a space enveloped by a massive gray barrier. The barrier hung high above, like an overturned giant bowl, sealing the entire area tightly. Only then did he realize that the bone storm had not disappeared. It merely concentrated the most terrifying force on the outer circle, while the center formed an eye of the storm. In other words, he truly passed through that death storm, capable of devouring almost everything, and arrived alive at the very core. Lin Yue couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile tinged with self-mockery. Looks like I might really be the first person in 100 years to make it here alive. But he did not take this sentence as a victory. On the contrary, he was even more vigilant than before. The truly dangerous places are often not the loudest ones, but the quietest ones. Since the storm is outside, what might be hidden in the eye of the storm is even more worth being cautious about. He slowly scanned his surroundings. There wasn't a single storm creature here. Those bone-corroding beasts that had been relentlessly hunting him seemed to have never existed upon reaching this place. They had completely vanished. Before him lay only a wasteland, with broken walls and shattered columns strewn haphazardly across the ground. The fragmented stones had been weathered pale by time, and the earth beneath his feet was covered with a layer of fine sand. Occasionally, traces of a long-cracked, stone-paved road could still be seen. This place was not always a desolate land, but it is a city. Moreover, It is a very large city. Lin Yue walked up to a crumbling wall and raised his hand to touch the patterns on it. The sensation at his fingertips was rough, cold, and carried a weight left by the passage of time. The designs were completely different from any modern architecture he had seen and unlike any style he was familiar with. But he quickly remembered that he had seen similar images in his textbooks before. This is something left from ancient times. In other words, this ruin is very likely from a civilization thousands of years ago. Lin Yu's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Of course, he remembered what was written in the textbooks. Before the Awakening era, there once existed an extremely advanced ancient civilization in this world. They possessed psionic technology far beyond what exists today, even creating many things that cannot be replicated now. Later, a catastrophic calamity destroyed everything, causing the collapse of civilization, and the ruins were buried across various parts of the world. And every time an ancient ruin is discovered, it almost always changes the balance of power in the region. Some ruins directly gave rise to a top-tier power. Some ruins even gave birth to a strong individual standing at the pinnacle. It is precisely for this reason that so many awakened risk their lives to venture into the bone storm. They are not seeking death, but gambling for a chance to turn their lives around. As long as they can bring out even a bit of information or a single broken relic, it could change their fate. But the problem is, in the past century, not a single person has come out of there alive. No one can take the secrets here out. Lin Yue straightened up, his gaze sweeping from the nearby, crumbling walls to the more distant ruins. Most of the buildings here had already collapsed, leaving only some broken walls barely standing, as if they could completely fall apart at any moment. Yet even so, the remnants still hinted at the scale of what once was, a place that had been prosperous and glorious, far beyond what an ordinary settlement could compare to. At that moment, a distinctly unusual ripple emanated from deep within the ruins. It was not the aura of a monster. It is not a naturally formed psychic tide. It feels more like a conscious summoning, like lighting a lamp in the darkness, beckoning him and urging him to come closer. Lin Yu's gaze instantly sharpened as he looked in the direction from which the fluctuation came. Deep within the ruins, a faint glimmer seemed to emerge. A tall and magnificent building stood quietly under the gray-white sky. Lin Yue stared in that direction for a few seconds and immediately understood. The surge of psychic energy just now had come from there. Should he go over? He hesitated for only a moment before a trace of coldness appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had braved the bone storm to get through, and the ancient ruins were clearly right in front of him. If he didn't even dare to take a look inside, then what was the point of all the suffering he had endured before? Lin Yue no longer hesitated, gripping the storm K too tightly as he walked toward the direction of the psionic fluctuations. The deeper he ventured into the ruins, the more vigilant he became. His extraordinary perception remained fully activated, not missing a single detail. But strangely, the journey was eerily quiet. No monsters, no chirping insects or birds, not even the faintest sound of wind. The entire ruins seemed to have been completely cleansed by some force, unnaturally clean to the point of being unsettling. This silence, on the contrary, made Lin Yue even more uneasy. Having just experienced the bloody slaughter in the bone storm, the sudden calm only instinctively made one feel that there must be something more dangerous ahead. As they ventured deeper, the psychic fluctuations became increasingly distinct, and the outline of the building in the distance gradually became more tangible. After passing through a cluster of collapsed stone pillars, Lin Yue finally stood before it. He raised his head, a trace of awe flickering in his eyes. Calling it a palace wouldn't be wrong, but judging by the massive stone pillars and towering dome at the front, it resembled more the ancient temples recorded in old texts. And that surge of spiritual energy was emanating from this very temple. Directly in front of the temple stood a massive stone door. The door was over 10 meters tall, carved from a single block of gray-black unknown stone, as heavy and immovable as a mountain wall. There was no handle or gap on the door, making it seem impossible to open by brute force. Lin Yue stepped forward and tried pushing it. The stone door didn't budge an inch. He exerted more force, pressing both hands against it and giving it a fierce push. Still, there was no reaction. The hardness and weight of this thing far exceeded his expectations. Lin Yue even suspected that even if he used the Storm K2 to fire continuously at the door panel, it might not be able to blast it open. He stepped back a few paces and began carefully examining the entire stone door. Soon, he discovered a circular groove slightly above the center of the stone door. The groove was about the size of a fist, with a ring of intricate runes carved along its edge. It also had a certain depth inside, appearing to be some kind of specially designed opening mechanism. Lin Yue reached out his hand and tried to touch it. As soon as the fingertip touched the inner wall, the runes on the edge flickered briefly before quickly dimming again. There was a reaction. Lin Yue tried again, but the result was the same. The rune lit up briefly and then went out, as if confirming something or waiting for something. He withdrew his hand and lowered his head in thought. At the moment the rune lit up, he clearly felt a flow of psychic energy. At the same time, a very faint suction came from inside the groove. The answer was already obvious. This was not an ordinary mechanism, but a device that required the input of some kind of high-concentration psychic energy substance to operate. In other words, to open this door, one must first produce something containing a large amount of spiritual energy. In Lin Yue's mind, the image of that toxic energy heart immediately surfaced. It was the trophy he had obtained from the mutated Spider General, and it was still stored in his storage wristband. Originally, he had planned to find an appropriate time to absorb it to trigger a mutation in his professional traits. However, with one thing after another happening along the way, he had never found the opportunity. The toxic energy heart itself is a high-concentration spiritual energy aggregate, though it is mixed with toxic attributes. Using it to open the door would certainly come at a cost. Moreover, back then, Du Lao from Tianbao Pavilion directly offered 50,000 credit points to purchase that item, but he couldn't bear to sell it. The more crucial point is that the opportunity for a profession trait mutation, if missed this time, who knows how long it will take for the next chance to come. Lin Yue stared at the groove, silent for a few seconds. But now, he was already standing in front of the ancient ruins temple gate. Behind him was the bone storm that had devoured countless awakened ones over the past century. There are probably very few who have managed to make it here alive. Whatever lies behind this door, its value must far exceed that of a single toxic energy heart. But before going in, there's one more important thing to take care of first. He killed so many storm creatures in the bone storm, leveling up twice and earning 2 chances to draw mythic-level passive abilities, but he hadn't had the chance to use them yet. Now that the surroundings are safe enough, it's the perfect time to draw the passive abilities first. If there really is danger behind the door, having one more ability could mean one more chance at survival. System draw. As the words fell, the first draw immediately commenced. A golden roulette slowly unfolded in his field of vision, the pointer spinning rapidly before finally coming to a stop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mythical passive skill, Strength Amplification. Strength Amplification permanently increases strength attribute by 1 point for every target killed. No upper limit. Lin Yue looked at this prompt, and his eyes instantly lit up. Strength attribute. For Gunner, this is not just for show. The stability of weapon handling, melee bursts, weight limit, and even blocking and recoil resistance are all related to strength. Previously, he was able to deliver output beyond his level in close combat, relying on the skill adjustments brought by ultimate combat mastery. But no matter how strong the skills are, there's always a limit. Once the opponent's strength surpasses his, he would still suffer losses in direct confrontations. But now it's different. This mythical level passive ability means that every time he kills a target, he can permanently gain 1 point of strength. No upper limit. Moreover, this is not temporary enhancement. It's genuine strengthening. The more you kill, the stronger your foundation becomes. Lin Yue slowly clenched his fist, and the hesitation in his heart completely dissipated, replaced by an increasingly clear determination. Since he had come this far, there was no turning back. No matter what was hidden behind the door, he had to see it with his own eyes. As soon as the poison heart was embedded into the groove, the entire temple seemed to awaken. Runes lit up layer by layer, and golden light rapidly spread along the walls. Lin Yue stood still, unconsciously holding his breath. He knew that the real test had arrived. This place was fraught with danger at every turn. Any misstep could cost him his life, but he had no way out. If he wanted to become stronger, to survive, and to trample those who once looked down on him, he could only move forward. At the same time, Qingjiang City, Lu family villa. The study was dimly lit, and the air was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Lu Jinxiong sat on the rosewood chair, his fingers tapping the tabletop intermittently, as if waiting for a result he had long anticipated. The communicator was lit. There was only one encrypted message on the screen. The target has entered the bone storm and is confirmed dead. Lu Jinxiong stared at that line of text for a long time, and finally, the corners of his mouth slowly lifted. He had originally planned to personally capture Lin Yue and slowly force out the secrets he held. But now, that plan was meaningless. Once a person dies, many things are lost forever. How could he just die like that? He murmured. The tone carried little satisfaction, instead tinged with a trace of regret. At that moment, Wang Lan walked in with a cup of ginseng tea. Seeing the expression on her husband's face, she couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Lu Jinxiong pushed the communicator in front of her. Wang Lan looked down, and her eyes immediately widened. Lin Yue is dead. To be precise, he's as good as dead. Lu Jinxiong picked up his teacup and gently blew on the steam. That's a bone storm. Almost no one who goes and comes out alive. Even if he were just an F-rank gunner, even a grandmaster going in might not survive. Wang Lan was stunned for a moment. Then an uncontrollable look of joy appeared on her face. Good riddance. Such a little beast shouldn't live too long. He went to that kind of place on his own. No one forced him. He deserved it. Lu Jinxiong frowned slightly. He didn't like Wang Lan's gloating attitude, but he couldn't be bothered to say more. Since the person is already dead, there's no point in dwelling on it. All right, stop shouting. He put down the teacup, his expression quickly regaining composure. The Lin Yue lead is already cut off, so there's no need to waste any more effort on him. Next, there's something more important to do. Wang Lan sat down beside him, the smile on her face not yet fading. Of course, the most important thing is Man Yu's advancement trial. As long as she passes this time, our family's future will be secure. However, Lu Jinxiong shook his head. There's one more thing, even more important than that. Wang Lan was startled. What could be more important than Man Yu? Lu Jinxiong did not answer immediately. Instead, he got up, walked to the desk, opened a hidden compartment underneath, and took out an exquisite wooden box. The moment the wooden box was opened, a faint golden light emerged. Wang Lan's gaze was instantly drawn to it. What is this? Arcane scroll. Lu Jinxiong's voice carried an unmistakable tone of pride. It's something the Awakeners Association and the 7 major research institutes of Longxia spent 15 years creating. Once activated, it can form a psionic shield around you, specifically designed to resist the erosion of bone storms. Wang Lan was initially delighted, but then grew wary. What are you planning to do with this? Lu Jinxiong raised his eyes, his gaze profound, because places that were once inaccessible may no longer be out of reach now. What he wanted was not just the secrets Lin Yue carried. The legendary ancient ruins deep within the bone storm were what he truly had his eyes on. Inside, there might be treasures capable of changing the fate of an entire family. As long as he obtained them, the Lu family could completely turn their fortunes around and perhaps even go further. Of course, there were risks. It was worth the gamble for him, because he knew very well that the real opportunities to change one's fate in this world never come knocking on their own. Either wait to die or take a risk. He no longer wanted to wait. Wang Lan finally understood, and her face changed instantly. Are you crazy? Lin Yue went in recklessly because of youthful impulsiveness and ignorance of danger. How old are you now, and you're still taking such risks? No, I don't agree. Your agreement doesn't matter. Lu Jinxiong said coldly. This time, I must go. Wang Lan became anxious. Is it worth risking your life for a vague and elusive relic? Lu Jinxiong looked at her, his eyes showing no hint of retreat. Whether it's worth it or not is not for you to decide. He paused for a moment, lowering his voice even further. Although the Lu family looks prosperous now, in a few years, it might not even be our turn to have say. Man Yu's future is certainly important, but if I can bring out the things from that relic, only then will the Lu family truly have a solid foundation. Wang Lan opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but found herself unable to say anything for a moment. She knew that once her husband made up his mind, it was very difficult to change it. Meanwhile, in the temple, Lin Yu's hand was still pressed against the edge of the groove, and the light before him grew increasingly intense. He could feel that as the runes lit up, the power of the entire space was slowly awakening. Danger was approaching step by step, but he did not retreat. because he knew more clearly than ever that only by truly making it through would he deserve to walk out alive. Time is tight, but it's enough to delve into the core area. Wang Lan was momentarily stunned. She first looked at the scroll, then turned to Lu Jinxiong, her tone filled with uncontrollable shock. This kind of thing must be very expensive, right? 30 million per piece. Wan Lan Gapet Sapi. And even if you have the money, you might not be able to buy it. Lu Jinxiong closed the wooden box, his palm firmly pressing on the lid. Items like this are now strictly controlled by associations and official organizations. A secret technique scroll. This is the first time it's being used in actual combat. Nationwide, fewer than 100 have been produced. The one I have here took a great deal of effort to acquire. Wang Lan frowned and couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get this?" "I haven't been idling away my years at the Awakeners Association." Lu Jinxiong didn't elaborate further, but continued with the arrangements. "I've already contacted the Meng family, the Zhao family, and the Han family, asking them to prepare immediately. With the 4 families acting together, the success rate will be much higher." Wang Lan's frown deepened. The alliance of the 4 major families sounded impressive, but the more people involved, the more complicated the intentions. When it comes to dividing interests, no one can be completely selfless. But she didn't say this sentence out loud. She just lowered her voice and asked, "What about the night owl?" The room fell silent for a moment. "What should be given has already been given." Lu Jinxiong squinted his eyes. 5 relic fragments. That was the agreed-upon condition earlier. They helped us deal with the trouble of Lin Yue, and I used the fragments as payment. We're even now. Wang Lan's lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she swallowed her words. Lu Jinxiong noticed her hesitation and raised his hand to pat the back of her hand. "Don't worry, the people of Night Owl aren't stupid. Until the ancient ruins are found, we're still in a cooperative relationship, and no one will turn against each other first." As he said this, he paused, his fingertips lightly tapping on the lid of the box a few times. "When it's finally found, it will depend on each person's abilities." Wang Lan looked at his profile. She clearly had a lot more to say, but she knew better than anyone that saying it would be useless. After so many years with Lu Jinxiong, she understood this man too well. Once he made up his mind, no one could pull him back. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. "Dad!" Lu Yu pushed the door open and walked in. She was dressed in a white, tight-fitting training outfit, her hair tied back with a pink headband. Sweat still clung to her forehead, and her cheeks were slightly flushed. It was clear she had just come from the training ground and hadn't even had time to change her clothes before rushing over. "Is the information accurate?" She got straight to the point, her tone very direct. Would Lin Yue really be that stupid, walking into the bone storm to court death? Night Owl's people followed him all the way and saw him walk in with their own eyes. "There's also a video, see for yourself." Lu Jinxiong pushed the communicator over. Lu Yu took it and looked down at the screen. The video wasn't long, and the footage wasn't very clear, but it was enough to understand. She read it 3 times. Finally, the doubts in her heart gradually dissipated. The person did go in. Since they entered the bone storm, it was almost impossible to come out alive. "Dad, I heard you're planning to explore the ancient ruins in the bone storm." Lu Yu suddenly changed the topic, her gaze fixed on Lu Jinxiong. "I want to go too." Lu Jinxiong's face darkened, and he slammed his palm heavily on the table. "Ridiculous. Do you know what kind of place the bone storm is? Going in there means facing open attacks and hidden dangers, every step fraught with peril. Along the way, you not only have to guard against beasts, but also against human schemes. A single misstep could mean life or death. You're just a student who hasn't even completed the entrance trial. What could you possibly do there? Be a burden to others." "But Lu Yu was just about to explain when Lu Jinxiong interrupted her. "All right, your most important task right now is to focus on preparing for the advancement trial. You don't need to worry about the bone storm." He paused for a moment, his tone softening slightly. "But don't worry. If we can successfully bring back the inheritance this time, the benefits will definitely be yours." Lu Yu pursed her lips, stopped arguing, and simply turned around and walked out silently. The hallway lights fell on her face, and her footsteps suddenly paused. Lin Yue is really dead? That F-class gunner who made a big splash in a major exam ended up dying so miserably in the bone storm? She always felt that something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. She shook her head and turned to walk toward her room. At the same time, beneath Qingjiang City, Night Owl Organization, Qingjiang Branch. In the underground chamber, the leader Ming Zong sat in the shadows, fiddling with 5 glowing fragments in his hand. "Leader, what should we do about the Liu family?" A slender woman dressed in black asked softly. She was Nightingale, who had just rushed back from the wilderness. "Do what needs to be done." Burial calmly tucked the fragments in his chest. His tone is indifferent, as if discussing something trivial. "Lin Yue is dead, so the bounty is cancelled. This deal ends here. However, the value of these 5 fragments is far greater than those 20 million. He stood up, his dark red eyes glinting faintly in the darkness. "The Liu family has put in so much effort, and the 4 major families have joined forces. In the end, who can find the core of the ruins first is still uncertain. Go inform Wither, Dead End, and Stray Path, and have the 3 of them prepare. This time, the 5 of us will go in together." Nightingale nodded lightly and withdrew. Only Burial remained alone in the secret chamber. He leaned back against the chair, a cold smile slowly appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Ancient ruins better not disappoint me." At this moment, both the Liu family and Night Owl had already concluded that Lin Yue was dead. An F-rank gunner charging into the Bone Storm was no different from seeking death. Such things are not worth doubting, nor do they need verification. But just when everyone was thinking this way, deep within the skeletal storm, the ancient Temple of Inheritance, which had been dormant for countless years, its heavy doors had already begun to slowly open. When the poisonous heart was embedded into the groove, the runes on the entire stone door lit up simultaneously. Light spread along the patterns on the door, like thin lines being ignited. Shortly after, the runes began to connect into a unified glow, with tiny points of light continuously bursting forth. The stone door trembled in response, and a deep rumbling echoed throughout the temple. A few seconds later, the 10-meter-tall stone door slowly split along its center line. Dust fell softly from the gap in the door, and an intense, almost tangible aura of spiritual energy surged outward. The aura was so overwhelming that as soon as Lin Yue's extraordinary perception came into contact with it, it felt like being doused with a bucket of ice water, causing a sharp pain instantly. The spiritual energy circuits within his body seemed to be ignited by this force, beginning to accelerate on their own. Even the surface of his skin was enveloped in a faint halo. Just standing at the doorway, the psychic energy was already seeping into his body. Lin Yue's heart sank, but he couldn't help feeling excited. He had seen many places brimming with spiritual energy, but it was the first time he had encountered one as exaggerated as this. This is absolutely not simple. He took a deep breath, suppressed the vigilance in his heart, and stepped inside. The interior of the temple is much larger than it appears from the outside. The dome rises high, almost out of sight, and the entire space is circular, with the surrounding walls densely engraved with ancient runes. Those runes were faintly glowing, flickering on and off, as if the temple itself were breathing. The ground was made of a material resembling a single slab of obsidian, smooth as a mirror. With every step Lin Yue took, he could see his own clear reflection. But he quickly lost interest in paying attention to these things. In the center of the grand hall, something firmly caught his gaze. It was a stone stele, about 3 meters tall, entirely jet black, with a fist-sized sphere embedded at the top, emitting a silvery white glow. The light was not dazzling, yet it illuminated the entire hall like a lamp that would never go out. Lin Yue walked up to the stone stele and raised his eyes to look at its surface. Dense text was engraved on it, neither the modern script of Longxia Kingdom nor any language he was familiar with. He frowned slightly and tried reaching out his hand. As soon as his fingertips touched the surface of the stone tablet, the text suddenly began to leap, as if awakened by some force. The ancient runes rearranged and transformed themselves, eventually translating into words he could understand. Those who enter this hall must undergo 3 trials. Those who pass shall inherit the legacy of the ancient spirit Spear Master. Those who fail, their souls shall perish here, never to reincarnate. Lin Yue's gaze was fixed on the 3 words Spirit Spear Master, his breath halting for a moment. Spirit Spear Master. That was an ancient profession mentioned only briefly in the textbooks. Legend has it that it is the ultimate advanced class of the gunner. It can perfectly combine psionic energy and ballistics, using the gun as a medium to manipulate the energy of heaven and earth, possessing unparalleled power. But after the Awakening era, this profession had long disappeared. All the documents left only one cold conclusion: lost. And now, this legacy was right in front of him. What this means, Lin Yue understands all too well. This is not an ordinary opportunity. This is something capable of changing fate. But before he could continue thinking, the silver-white sphere at the top of the stone tablet suddenly erupted with a blinding light. The radiance instantly engulfed the entire Great Hall. The runes on the walls were activated simultaneously, and the surrounding space twisted violently like glass. The obsidian floor beneath Lin Yue's feet also vanished into thin air at that moment, and his whole body plummeted downward. No, this wasn't falling. It was forcibly dragged into some unknown space. When his vision was restored, Lin Yue was already standing in an endless expanse of white wilderness. All around was blank. No buildings, no trees, no flowers or grass, not even the sound of the wind. Between heaven and earth, only an oppressively monotonous whiteness remained. The next second, a few lines of blood-red text appeared in the void. Ancient Inheritance Trial Detected. First Stage. Heart of Ballistics. Requirement: hit 100 randomly appearing targets relying solely on pure shooting instincts, without any skill assistance. Time limit: 120 seconds. All skills have been temporarily sealed. The moment the last line of text fell, Lin Yue felt his whole body lighten, as if some crucial force within him had been forcibly extracted. He immediately looked at the attribute panel. Sure enough, phantom images bound by black iron chains appeared above all the passive skills. All 12 mythic-level passives were sealed, not a single one left. At this moment, he was almost no different from an ordinary person. No skills, no buffs, no sensory lock. Only himself and the gun in his hand. Lin Yue's heart thumped heavily. 120 seconds, 100 targets, averaging less than 1.2 seconds per target. Moreover, no skills can be used to correct the trajectory, no extraordinary perception to anticipate in advance. Everything relies solely on the eyes, hand feel, reaction speed, and the purest shooting instincts. This is not a test. This is simply driving people to the brink of despair. Lin Yue took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew that at times like this, he must not panic. Back in school, his shooting class grades had always been good, but that was just training completely different from now. This is not an exam hall, nor a shooting range. One mistake here could mean real death. He cannot lose. Even more so, he cannot fall at the first hurdle. Just as he quickly adjusted his breathing, the first target appeared. 40 meters directly ahead, a black disc the size of a fist suddenly shot out, moving at high speed along a completely erratic trajectory. It darted left and right, its speed dizzyingly fast. Lin Yue didn't hesitate for a moment, raised the gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Right in the bullseye. The second target popped out almost immediately from the right side, moving even faster than the first. Lin Yue had no time to think and fired again. Bang! Hit again. The third one appeared at the rear left. Lin Yue turned sharply, the muzzle almost moving in sync with the direction where the target appeared. Bang! Hit! The fourth one, then another appeared. The fifth, the sixth, the seventh. Lin Yue had no chance to stop at all. He could only rely on instinct to keep turning, firing, adjusting his movements, and firing again. Every shot was extremely decisive, with no unnecessary actions or the slightest hesitation. For the first 10 targets, he almost completed them in one go, hitting every shot without fail. But only he himself knew how strenuous this state was. Without the aid of skills, every aim became extraordinarily difficult. Every shot drained his physical and mental strength, even forcing his heartbeat to accelerate. He was not a machine. He could get tired and nervous too. But now, he couldn't afford to be tired, let alone stop. Lin Yue pressed down on the increasingly rapid thumping in his chest, his right hand making a slight turn as he swiftly switched the Nova P1 to the Windchaser. He knew that the upcoming targets would only be faster and trickier. If even the rhythm of his weapon couldn't keep up, he would be completely overwhelmed. Lin Yue did not panic. He was well aware that the farther he progressed, the farther the targets would appear, leaving him with even less reaction time. At this distance, relying solely on the naked eye to track was no longer stable enough. Only a scope could allow him to align every breath, every aim, to the most precise point. The 11th target suddenly rushed out. Lin Yue steadied the gun, clearing all distractions from his mind. Fear, exhaustion, hesitation, all were forcibly suppressed. At this moment, he had only one thought: hit the target. Through the scope, the crosshair and the distant bullseye slowly aligned in his vision. In that instant, it felt as if the air had frozen. Bang! The target exploded in midair. The 12th, the 13th, the 14th appeared in succession. Bang! 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 The gunshots were as dense as raindrops. Lin Yue's bolt action, shell ejection, and reloading were so fast that his movements were almost imperceptible. He had entered a state of near madness, consumed by an intense focus, with no room for anything else in his eyes. In his world, only the muzzle and the target remained. 30, 50, 70. His accuracy has always been firmly nailed at 100%. But just as the last 10 targets appeared, the situation suddenly changed. The speed of the targets skyrocketed, tripling in an instant. The trajectories that previously showed some patterns suddenly turned into unpredictable flashes and jumps. Worse still, some targets would produce indistinguishable afterimages the moment the crosshair locked onto them. This is no longer just a test of eyesight. This is forcing him to make a mistake. The high-frequency recoil made Lin Yue's arms start to ache, his muscles tightening in waves. Sweat slid down his forehead, stinging his right eye painfully. But he simply raised his hand and rubbed it hard against his shoulder, his gaze remaining unwavering. 93, 96. The 97th target suddenly split into two, leaving behind residual shadows on both sides, as if deliberately trying to trick him into making a move. Lin Yue barely hesitated. His intuition is one step ahead of his brain. The muzzle slightly shifted, and the next second, the bullet roared out, directly shattering the one on the right. 97 hits, only one left. But the last target was even more ruthless, unexpectedly falling straight down from above his head without any warning, as fast as a meteor crashing toward the ground. It didn't fall in a straight line, but kept spinning and changing direction, altering its course every moment, leaving no chance for anyone to predict its trajectory in advance. And in the corner of Lin Yue's vision, the countdown showed only 2 seconds remaining. This was no longer a matter of skill. This is a race against time. Lin Yue abruptly raised the muzzle of the gun, decisively abandoning all conventional aiming methods. He no longer calculated or anticipated, but instead fully entrusted himself to the instincts honed through long-term training. The muzzle locked onto the falling trajectory of that shooting star, just a moment before it was about to change direction again. Bang! The target shattered. 100/100. The next second, the white expanse before his eyes shattered like glass. Lin Yue's entire body jolted sharply, and he was suddenly back in the Grand Hall. The runes on the stone tablet flickered a few times, slowly revealing a new line of text. Heart of the ballistics perfectly passed. Congratulations, Challenger, for passing the first trial of the ancient inheritance. Acquired inheritance level unique skill, instinctive shooting, passive. Lin Yue stared at the description. His breathing grew heavier. Even when all active and passive skills are rendered ineffective, sealed, or suppressed, the shooting accuracy remains no less than 100%. Moreover, this skill cannot be stripped away by any force. Lin Yue's heart skipped a beat. This is not an ordinary reward. This is something that can save your life in desperate situations. It could even be said that this is his most important trump card for the future. Even if one day he is cornered by enemies with no way out, even if the opponent uses some strange rule to erase all his extraordinary abilities, he will still be the sharpshooter who can kill with a single shot. He gripped the gun handle tightly, suppressing the surge of excitement in his chest, and his gaze returned to the stone tablet. New text has emerged. The second trial, the soul of slaughter. As soon as Lin Yue saw these words clearly, the ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed without warning. The next second, his entire body plunged into an even larger underground space. This place resembles a circular arena. At the very center of the arena, a massive skeleton clad in black armor is kneeling on one knee, both hands resting on a pitch-black, long-handled great axe. It remains motionless, like a statue that has been dead for years. Yet even so, the oppressive aura lingering in the air still makes it hard to breathe. The moment Lin Yue landed, the skeleton seemed to sense the presence of a living being. The next second, 2 ghostly blue soul flames suddenly ignited in its hollow eye sockets. It slowly raised its head. At that moment, A few lines of text once again appeared before Lin Yue's eyes. Second trial, Soul of Slaughter. Defeat the ancient skeleton guardian. Hint, this is a life-and-death trial. All skill restrictions have been lifted. Almost simultaneously, the ancient ceiling patterns at the edge of the arena lit up one by one, finally transforming into a towering psionic light screen that completely sealed off the space. The way I was gone. This is not a test. This is a duel. The winner lives, the loser dies. Lin Yue knew very well that he no longer had any room to retreat. The skeletal guardian slowly straightened its body, the ghostly blue flames in its eye sockets flickering violently, as if ignited by murderous intent, locking onto him firmly. Ancient skeletal guardian, S-Class Lord, LV-70. In that instant, an overwhelming psionic pressure capable of crushing bones descended like a tidal wave, causing the entire space to tremble deeply. Lin Yue's breath hitched for a moment. Level 70, S-Rank Lord. He knew better than anyone what this meant. That was a level only the topmost handful of elite human awakeners could reach. For anyone else, just seeing this level would probably be enough to shatter their resolve. This was simply not a trial meant to leave ordinary people a chance of survival. But Lin Yue did not retreat. He simply lifted the Storm K2 onto his shoulder. The panic on his face gradually faded, and he regained his composure. If it were any other awakened one, facing such a gap, there would only be one outcome, being instantly crushed. But for him, the true determinant of victory has never been just the level. Perhaps it hasn't reached a dead end yet. This time, all the mythic level passives on the system panel have been unlocked, no longer suppressed by any rules. Lin Yue quickly scanned the panel, his gaze stopping on one item, and the corners of his mouth slowly curved upward. Weakness stare. As long as the attack hits the target's vital point, it can directly trigger an instant kill. Even if it doesn't hit the vital point, every 3 shots will inevitably trigger a kill effect. In other words, as long as he steadily fires 3 consecutive shots, whether the opponent is a level 100 Lord or a so-called Grandmaster, the result will be the same in the face of this shot. In the first trial, he was stripped of all his skills and had to rely solely on instinct and experience to endure, practically risking his life to pass. But this second trial, for him, felt more like a free gift. Roar! The ancient skeletal guardian clearly sensed the contempt of the tiny human before it and immediately let out a furious roar. The soul fire in its chest flickered wildly, its murderous intent almost overflowing. The next second it moved, the stone ground beneath its feet cracked inch by inch, and its massive body turned into a dark golden blur, charging straight at Lin Yue with an overwhelming force. The entire arena trembled incessantly under the impact. Lin Yue did not retreat. The Storm K2 dropped from the shoulder, the muzzle lifted, and the finger repeatedly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The first 2 shots hit the skeletal guardian's armor, only producing 2 faint sparks, failing to stop it in the slightest. But at the moment the third shot was fired, the situation completely changed. A completely different aura of terror suddenly erupted. Weakness stare activated. Those bullets seemed to be guided by some invisible force, precisely piercing into the blue core at the center of the skeletal guardian's chest cavity. The skeleton guard, who had been charging wildly, suddenly froze in motion. Its massive body froze in midair, less than 10 meters away from Lin Yue. The next second, the ghostly blue soul fire suddenly extinguished. That mountain-like skeletal frame crumbled from inside out into a sky full of ash-white powder, scattering with a thunderous crash. From strike to obliteration, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. The level 70 rank Lord was instantly killed on the spot. Second trial, Soul of Slaughter, cleared. Acquired legacy passive skill, Soul of Slaughter. Soul of Slaughter. Inheritance level, all your attacks will carry the slaughter effect. When dealing damage to a target, it can directly annihilate their soul, ignoring all resurrection and rebirth type skill effects. Another ridiculously overpowered passive skill. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Yue's eyes, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Soul of Slaughter. It doesn't seem to directly increase damage, but its true value is far more terrifying than any attack boost. Because the stronger the enemy, the more survival methods they possess. Resurrection, rebirth, substitution, reincarnation, endless techniques. But this skill directly cuts off all these escape routes. As long as it hits, it's death. A single shot to kill, obliterating both body and soul. This is the true meaning of a killing move. Lin Yue had not yet fully absorbed this gain when the surrounding gladiatorial scene began to distort and fade away like the surface of water. In a flash, he found himself back at the center of the temple. The text on the stone tablet before him had already changed. The third trial, the soul of inheritance. This time, the ground did not collapse, nor was there any spatial shift. The silver-white sphere at the top of the stone tablet slowly rose, hovering in midair. Fine cracks appeared on the surface of the sphere, and silver light poured out from the fissures, then coalesced into a vague, humanoid silhouette in the air. The silhouette was clad in an ancient psionic battle robe, its posture upright, though its face was indistinct. Yet, merely standing there silently, it exuded an oppressive aura that seemed to tighten one's very soul. Immediately, an aged and authoritative voice, as if traversing countless years, resounded thunderously throughout the entire Grand Hall. The final test does not assess combat, nor does it assess marksmanship. I will ask you only one question. If you answer correctly, the legacy will be yours. The phantom slightly lowered its head, and a faintly meaningful smile seemed to appear on its blurred face. Answer incorrectly, and your soul will remain here forever. As soon as the words fell, an invisible binding force instantly enveloped Lin Yue. The simpler a challenge appears, the more dangerous it often is. No hints, no second chances, not even room for trial and error. The phantom before him absolutely had the power to devour his soul on the spot. Answer correctly and live, answer incorrectly and die. Lin Yue's pupils contracted slightly as he stared intently at the phantom. Every nerve in his body stretched to the limit. The phantom slowly spoke, its voice seemingly coming from the deepest depths of the abyss. What is the ultimate form of the gun? The question was astonishingly brief. Lin Yue stood in place, momentarily unable to respond immediately. The ease on his face completely disappeared, replaced by intense and focused contemplation. The shorter the question, the deeper the trap often lies behind it. This question probably doesn't have a standard answer at all. Lin Yue's brain was working at full speed. The ultimate form of a gun? Is it the precision of hitting the target every time? Is it the power to destroy everything? Or is it the speed so fast that it becomes invisible? These answers all seem correct, but when placed in the ultimate trial of this ancient inheritance, they all appear too shallow. At this moment, he could clearly feel his soul being slowly pulled out by some force. It was as if an invisible hand was trying to drag him into the depths of the stone tablet. If he didn't answer soon, he might really be swallowed whole. Time was running out. Lin Yue closed his eyes. Scenes from past battles flashed through his mind one after another. Gunfire, charges, suppression, counterattacks, every decision made between life and death resurfaced at this moment. He finally understood that the true answer might not lie in the gun itself. From the moment he was driven out of the Liu family, Lin Yue had no way back. Others think he is just a worthless person abandoned by his family, but only he knows that he has never relied on luck to get to where he is today. He has ventured into sewers and fought desperately against goblins. He once single-handedly held off a tide of spiders during the rookie assessment. He also walked alone through the bone storm, facing death and moving forward step by step. Every time, it was a dead end. Every time, he never backed down. And just now, during the first trial, he finally understood the true key. In that place where all skills were stripped away, and he could only rely on his most primal instincts to shoot, why was he able to hit all 100 targets without missing a single shot? It's not because the gun is so powerful, nor is it because his skills are so perfect. It's because at that moment, he had only one thought in his mind: survive. It was this unyielding will that steadied his hand, sharpened his focus, and ensured every bullet hit its intended target. A gun is just a tool. What truly determines the outcome has always been the person holding the gun. Thinking of this, Lin Yue's heart suddenly trembled, and it felt as if something had completely awakened him. He raised his head, staring directly at the phantom in midair. His voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally firm. The limit of a gun does not lie in the gun itself, but in the person using the gun. In the end, what matters is not firepower, but willpower. As long as I refuse to give up, the bullet will not miss. As the words fell, the entire great hall instantly fell silent. Lin Yu's palms were covered in cold sweat, and even his breathing became tense. He could clearly hear the sound of his own heartbeat, one beat after another, like the tolling of fate's bell. That shadowy figure quietly watched him. The scrutiny originally displayed on the face was gradually fading away. Lin Yu's heart sank. Could it be he said something wrong? In an instant, a chill surged from his spine straight to the top of his head. He had even prepared for the worst, resigning himself to fate even if his soul were taken away. But in the midst of this suffocating silence, the phantom suddenly let out a low laugh. The laughter was soft, yet it felt as though it had loosened a corner of 3,000 years of accumulated dust. In the next moment, the phantom's massive figure abruptly dispersed, transforming into 6 streams of silvery white light that surged into Lin Yu's body like 6 swimming dragons. In an instant, a force so pure it was almost terrifying surged wildly through his meridians. It was not infusion, but more like remolding. It felt as if someone had personally shattered his broken bones to reforge them, then stuffed new power deep into every meridian. An aged and dignified voice resounded once more. This time, there was a noticeable hint of emotion in the tone. 3,000 years have passed, and you're not the only one who has made it here. But you're the first to truly answer this question correctly. Lin Yue had no time to process this sentence before the system panel suddenly popped up in front of him. The pale blue interface trembled violently, as if unable to withstand the sudden surge of power. The icon representing the F-class gunner profession first showed a crack, which quickly spread before the entire icon shattered with a loud crash. Immediately after, countless golden data streams intertwined and reassembled frantically. Ding! Ancient inheritance power detected. The profession panel is being reshaped. Reshaping complete. Congratulations, your F-level profession gunner has successfully evolved into the unique legacy profession, Spirit Gunner. Looking at those glittering golden words, Lin Yue finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. This time, the effort was truly worth it. He fought his way into this cursed place, risking his life several times, all for this very moment. Now it seems he won the gamble. But the system's notifications weren't over yet. Profession trait unlocked. Level cap breakthrough. Original F rank profession level cap, level 30. Current level cap, level 60. Lin Yu's breathing noticeably paused. In this world, the level caps for A rank and S rank professions are firmly locked at level 50. That is the ceiling that many people cannot reach in their lifetime, also known as the so-called Grandmaster realm. But even after reaching that point, taking another step forward is incredibly difficult. In recent years, those who can truly break through to the Grandmaster level are extremely rare. And now, his new profession has directly raised the upper limit to level 60. This is no longer a simple improvement. This is directly sending him into another level. In other words, from the very beginning, he stands higher than the vast majority of people. Lin Yue clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and the light in his eyes grew brighter. For him, this is not just a simple upgrade. This is the beginning of a turnaround. It is when he finally qualifies to settle the score with those who once stepped on him. At this moment, a new prompt popped up again. Third trial, Soul of Legacy, cleared. Acquired core skill of Spirit Gunner. Psionic Ammunition, Legacy level. Psionic Ammunition, exclusive skill for Spirit Gunner. Allows modification and adaptation of psionic bullets of any caliber and enables the forging of special psionic bullets. Special psionic bullets possess absolute penetration properties, capable of bypassing advanced shields, barriers, and even ignoring target invincibility status. After reading these few lines, Lin Yue took a deep breath. Ignoring advanced shields was one thing. It could even penetrate invincible states. He knew better than anyone what this meant. Many high-level awakeners, after reaching level 30, often possess their own protective psionic energy, and some strong individuals can even enter an almost invincible defensive state for a short time. That kind of ability used to be almost a life-saving trump card, leaving others helpless against them. But now, this skill is essentially telling him those seemingly indestructible defenses might be completely useless in front of him. One shot, and all protective barriers, shields, and invincibility are shattered. But Lin Yue quickly calmed down, because he noticed that there were a few lines of red notes below the skill description. Note 1. Crafting each special psionic bullet consumes 1 high-quality psionic cord. Note 2. Special psionic bullets must be used in conjunction with legacy-grade weapons. Note 3. Special psionic bullets are high-level rule-based items and are not affected by other buff skills. Seeing this, the smile on Lin Yue's face gradually faded. Strong is strong. The cost is not small either. This thing cannot be mass-produced casually, nor can it be used directly with an ordinary gun. It requires a high-quality psionic core and must be paired with a legacy-grade weapon. In other words, this is a trump card. A trump card that cannot be played recklessly. But it is precisely because of this that it is truly terrifying. The rarer it is, the more it signifies its ability to decide life and death at critical moments. Lin Yue had long been mentally prepared for the fact that he couldn't rely on an infinite ammo cheat. This ability inherently belongs to a higher-level rule product, with its priority clearly established, making it impossible for him to exploit loopholes. The real trouble lies in the forging materials. A psionic core in the Qingjiang city market costs over 100,000 credit points per piece. In other words, every time he pulls the trigger, he's firing away literal gold and silver. Lin Yue smacked his lips and couldn't help but shake his head. He was concentrating on studying the skill when the silver-white sphere in midair had already exhausted its last bit of energy. The light gradually contracted, and the outer shell began to peel off layer by layer. Finally, it condensed into a silver-white leaf-shaped object in midair. The leaf slowly floated down and finally landed steadily in front of Lin Yue. Lin Yue reached out and caught it. Item obtained. Weapon Evolution Crystal. Effect can be applied to any ordinary equipment to reshape it into legacy-level equipment. Lin Yue's eyes lit up. He was just worrying about where to find a legacy-level weapon, but unexpectedly, this legacy trial had even prepared matching rewards for him. Now, apart from 2 daggers in his hands, he only has 3 weapons left. The quality of the Storm K2 and the Wind Chaser A3 sniper rifle is fairly decent and sufficient for now. Only the Nova P1 pistol is the most basic standard issue equipment, almost no different from a blank slate. Lin Yue didn't think much and directly drew the Nova P1 from the holster at his waist. Just use it to try first. He raised his hand and slapped the silver-white crystal directly onto the gun's body. The moment it made contact, the crystal immediately melted into a mass of silver liquid, completely enveloping the entire Nova P1. A dazzling light exploded in his palm, and Lin Yue could clearly feel the weapon in his hand being forcibly reassembled. Metal parts kept emitting faint clicking sounds, as if reassembling a skeleton. The gun body grew heavier, the barrel elongated, and the shape of the grip rapidly changed in his palm. In just a few seconds, the light faded away. A silver-white revolver with an extremely imposing design appeared in Lin Yue's hand. The gun's body is slender, nearly 10 centimeters longer than an ordinary pistol. Its surface is engraved with intricate, streamlined psionic patterns. The cylinder features an extremely rare hexagonal structure, and the grip is crafted from some kind of black crystal, cold as a stone forged from pure killing intent. Nova P1 Evolution Successful. Acquired Legacy-grade weapon, Silver Soul. Lin Yue gripped the gun handle with an excellent tactile feel, his fingers turning it smoothly as he effortlessly spun it into a few beautiful gun tricks. The weight distribution was perfect, and the grip far exceeded expectations. Silver Soul, Legacy Grade, Growth Potential. Current form, untransformed, 0 out of 100. Will reach its ultimate form upon successful transformation. Category, Handgun. Attack Power, 1500-2000. Maximum range, 300 meters. Recoil, 100. Accuracy, 50. Capacity, 6 rounds. Exclusive trait, Soul Devour Transformation. Can absorb the soul energy of defeated targets as growth nourishment. The target's soul quality must not be lower than B grade. When Lin Yue saw the attack power column, even his breathing paused for half a beat. Is this really the kind of damage a pistol should have? You should know that the maximum damage of his Wind Chaser, A3 sniper rifle, is only 850. But Silver Soul's attack power is already almost on par with an A-grade sniper rifle. Not to mention, it is a growth-type weapon, currently still in its untransformed state. Once it evolves to its ultimate form, its attributes will definitely continue to rise. However, the recoil of 100 is also quite terrifying, almost reaching the limit. A regular person firing a shot would likely have their wrist ruined on the spot. Lin Yue wasn't sure if, with his current strength attributes, he could firmly control it. But that was a matter for later. The most important thing right now was to feed this gun. As long as 100 targets above level B are hunted, it can complete its transformation. For others, this might be almost impossible, but for Lin Yue, it's not unachievable. Fortunately, making it complete its transformation isn't too difficult. It just requires continuously hunting targets with level B strength. With his current strength, this goal is not far off. It's just that the ammo chamber is currently empty, and there are no usable psionic cores at hand, so it's temporarily impossible to create special psionic bullets. However, the psionic ammunition skill has another use, which is to modify the caliber of ordinary psionic bullets. Lin Yue quickly figured this out. He took a psionic bullet for a sniper rifle out of his storage bracelet and held it in his palm. The next second, the skilled glow of psionic ammunition lit up. The heart of the wilderness area, on the edge of the bone storm. A gray-white tornado shot straight into the sky, with fierce winds carrying shattered bones and gravel, emitting a piercing and eerie howl. This is a forbidden zone of life. Standing on the outskirts of the storm, a dense crowd of people gathered. Lu Zhenxiong stood at the forefront, his expression grim, his gaze fixed on the swirling death storm ahead. Behind him were over 50 fully armed elite awakened. These individuals were core members of the four major families of Xinjiang City: the Liu family, the Meng family, the Zhao family, and the Han family. At the very end of the team stood 5 mysterious figures cloaked in black. Leading them was Ming Zong, the head of the Xinjiang branch of the Night Owl organization. Beside him stood 4 top assassins: Nightingale, Wither, Dead End, and Crossroads. These 4 were all level 30 or higher awakened individuals, considered the most dangerous and lethal within Night Owl. And as for Ming Zong himself, he has reached a terrifying level above 40. An existence of this level, placed in Xinjiang City, is already enough to make any family dare not act rashly. Old Liu, is that thing of yours reliable or not? The head of the Meng family frowned, his tone full of barely concealed doubt. He asked this, but his eyes kept staring at the storm ahead, because everyone knew that what truly drove them to risk gathering here was not trust, but greed. It was rumored that a great treasure was hidden in these ruins. Whoever got it first would have the chance to instantly widen the gap between themselves and the others. But the problem lies right here. The heavier the treasure, the greater the risk. Especially in a place like this, any slight misjudgment could lead to everyone dying together in the bone storm. Lu Zhenxiong gave him a cold glance without immediately responding. Of course, he knew what these people were thinking. They talked about cooperation, but in reality, everyone was waiting for someone else to take the lead, to bleed first, to pave the way through danger for them. But he understood even better that no one could back out now. Whoever backed out first would fall completely behind in the upcoming competition. So this temporary alliance was never about unity from the start, but because no one wanted to leave empty-handed. Lu Zhenxiong withdrew his gaze, his tone low and resolute. We've come this far. Do you think there's still a way back? Meng Changhe rubbed his hands and shouted at the top of his lungs. The wind was too strong. If he didn't shout loudly, it was impossible to hear. Something bought for 30 million, developed jointly by the Longxia Research Institute and the Awakeners Association. Do you think it's reliable? Lu Zhenxiong spoke calmly, reaching into his chest to take out the exquisite wooden box and slowly opening it. Inside the wooden box, a scroll of secret techniques glowing with a golden light lay quietly. Everyone involuntarily swallowed hard. They all knew very well that whether they could walk out alive today depended entirely on whether this thing could hold up. Zhao Wuji, the head of the Zhao family, was already a bit impatient and urged, "Stop dawdling. If you keep dragging on, my bones will be blown away by the wind." Lu Zhenxiong said no more and directly picked up the secret technique scroll, squeezing it forcefully in his hand. The next second, the scroll shattered. A dense burst of golden psychic energy suddenly exploded, like a light curtain that abruptly unfolded, rapidly spreading in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a hemispherical shield with a diameter of about 30 meters took shape, firmly protecting everyone inside. Go! Lu Zhenxiong waved his hand and took the lead, stepping into the storm of bones. Everyone felt tense but could only follow along. As soon as they stepped into the storm's range, countless sharp bone fragments fiercely struck the golden shield, producing a dense clattering sound. Ripples spread across the surface of a shield, but it did not break. The howling wind outside roared like a wild beast, yet inside it was eerily quiet, making even the sound of breathing unusually distinct. Got it. Han Baichuan excitedly slapped his thigh. This 30 million was well spent. As soon as he said this, the elite members behind him also perked up, quickening their pace significantly. Only Ming Zong, at the very back of the team, kept his dark red eyes under the cloak coldly fixed on the edge of the shield, as if secretly assessing something. The team braved the storm and walked for a full half hour. The wind outside grew fiercer, but the shield held steady without the slightest sign of breaking, until the view ahead suddenly brightened. The gray-white storm barrier, like a natural wall, separated the surroundings and enclosed a quiet space. The wind stopped. Here, this is the very center of the bone storm. With the storm's impact gone, the psionic patterns on the golden shield quickly dimmed and finally disappeared silently. The power of the scroll was completely exhausted. This is... Lu Zhenxiong stopped in his tracks, staring blankly ahead. Everyone followed his gaze, and in the next second, they all gasped in shock. Before their eyes lay an astonishingly vast, ancient ruin. Broken stone pillars lay scattered in disarray, and crumbling walls stretched into the distance, like a kingdom devoured by time. And in the deepest part of the ruins, a relatively intact giant temple stood there quietly. Meng Changhe's voice changed with excitement. We made it in. We really made it in. The ancient ruins, they're actually real. Zhao Wuji raised his hand to point at the temple, his fingers trembling. Lu Zhenxiong raised his head, took a deep breath, and tried hard to suppress the emotions surging in his chest. 100 years have passed. In Xinjiang City, they're the first group of people to truly set foot here in a century. Countless images flashed through his mind in an instant. Wealth, resources, status, power, all surging like a tide. After today, the Liu family will not simply rise. It will be much more than that. He wanted the Liu family to stand at the forefront, at a position where everyone could only look up to them. The other 50 elite members were also filled with fervent excitement. They all understood that even casually obtaining something from the ancient ruins would be enough to change their lives. But just as everyone was immersed in ecstasy, an unexpected turn of events suddenly occurred. In the distance, the massive central temple suddenly lit up with a dazzling silver-white light. A pillar of light shot into the sky, instantly illuminating the entire ruins as if it were broad daylight. Immediately after, an incredibly powerful surge of psychic energy swept out, pressing heavily against the ground, causing everyone's clothing to flutter noisily. Even from such a distance, everyone could clearly feel how astonishing that power was. The scene was deathly silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed intently on the silver-white beam of light. An extraordinary treasure has appeared, someone shouted. This shout seemed to ignite everyone's greed instantly. Zhao Wuji stared at that beam of light, and his expression changed instantly. Without any hesitation, he immediately turned around and shouted at his elite troops. Zhao family members, charge with me. Whoever grabs the treasure first, I'll reward them with 10 million. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Wuji was already charging forward with his giant sword. The Zhao family's elite had bloodshot eyes, like a pack of wolves that had caught the scent of blood, roaring as they followed. No one wanted to be a step too slow, fearing they wouldn't even get a taste of the soup. Han Baichuan saw that Zhao Wuji had taken the lead and instantly turned livid, cursing outright. Old Zhao dog, you damn well promised to split it evenly among the 4 families, and now you want to hog it all for yourself. After cursing, he immediately waved his hand to give the order. Han family, move forward at full speed. We must not let the Zhao family get ahead. Meng Changhe saw the situation and stomped his feet anxiously on the spot. He turned to look at Lu Zhenxiong, who was still standing there, and said urgently, Old Lu, what are you standing there for? If we don't chase, all the treasures will be snatched by them. Lu Zhenxiong, however, kept his hands behind his back, his expression remaining calm. What's the rush? The situation ahead is unclear. Let them scout the way first. Isn't that just fine? Scout what way? Meng Changhe shouted so loudly his voice was almost hoarse. By the time they're done scouting, the stuff will already be in their pockets. Lu Zhenxiong did not respond. His gaze merely darkened, as if he were weighing something. Meng Changhe gritted his teeth, refrained from saying more, immediately drew his weapon, and led the Meng family members in pursuit. The originally grand team of over 50 people was now reduced to only the Lu family and Night Owl's people remaining in place. Ahead, the Zhao, Han, and Meng families had already rushed into the depths of the ruins, with the temple just a few hundred meters away. No one was willing to fall behind, because in a place like this, being a step slower might mean losing everything. Old Han, are you looking for death? Why are you stepping on my heels? Zhao Wuji charged forward while almost tripping, turning back to curse angrily. The road is so wide. Who told you to block my way? Han Baishuan retorted bluntly. On the surface, it was just a few verbal spats, but in reality, everyone was holding back their anger. Everyone wanted to be the first to rush into the temple, and everyone feared someone else would get the treasure first. When faced with profit, so-called alliances were as fragile as paper, breaking at the slightest touch. Soon, before the family heads even started fighting for real, their subordinates had already begun playing dirty. A mage from the Zhao family, while running, quietly dropped a freezing trap on the ground. Two warriors from the Han family behind him were completely unprepared, slipping and falling heavily to the ground, looking as pathetic as if they had rolled into a mud pit. You dare to trick us! The Han family members instantly exploded with anger. A mage of over level 30 countered with a blazing fireball, hurling it directly into the Zhao family crowd. With a loud boom, flames erupted, and two assassins were blown away on the spot, tumbling miserably into the ruins. At that moment, everyone understood. Endurance was no longer meaningful. Whoever took another step back would be seen as an easy target to crush. The Han family bastards have made their move. Fight back. The Zhao family's elite immediately turned around, unleashing spells, flying arrows, and flashing blades, fiercely striking the Han family's camp. Just at this moment, Meng Changhe also led his men in pursuit. Before he could figure out what was happening, two stray arrows had already struck his shoulders, causing his expression to change in pain. Are you blind? How dare you hit me? Meng Changhe, consumed by rage, shouted back directly. Men of the Meng family, take them down from me. The battlefield descended into complete chaos. Blades and swords clashed chaotically amidst the ruins. Various skills exploded one after another, and screams, curses, and blasts mixed together like a pot of boiling oil, making it impossible to tell who was fighting whom. The vanguard team, originally planning to explore the ruins together, hadn't even reached the temple gates before turning on each other in a chaotic brawl. Lu Zhenxiong stood at the edge of the ruins, his expression indifferent, not even bothering to lift an eyelid. In his view, this was the best possible outcome. The harder the three major families fight now, the less power will threaten the Lu family when competing for the treasure later. But he still didn't rush to act, because he knew very well that the real trouble wasn't the three families ahead. It was the few people standing beside him. Lu Zhenxiong slightly tilted his head, looking at Ming Zong, who was cloaked and had remained silent. Ming Zong happened to turn his head to look at him as well. The two exchanged a glance, but neither said a word. Yet the chill in the air suddenly grew much heavier. Lu Zhenxiong knew very well that these hired killers who took money to do the job were not easy to deal with. Their inaction now was not out of kindness or adherence to rules, but because they were waiting for others to bleed first, waiting for others to exhaust themselves, waiting to seize the ready-made opportunity in the end. The same thought was present on Ming Zong's side as well. As long as the Lu family didn't make the first move, Night Owl wouldn't easily expose themselves. Both sides were waiting for the other to make the first move. Whoever acted in haste would be the first to suffer a loss. But the situation on the battlefield wouldn't drag on forever. If they kept stalling like this, and the other three parties ahead truly decided the outcome, the treasure would be taken by someone else. Someone like Ming Zong, a professional assassin, lacked nothing if not patience. But Lu Zhenxiong was different. He cared more about time and feared losing the initiative. Finally, Lu Zhenxiong couldn't hold back any longer. He turned around and coldly looked at Ming Zong. Leader of Ming Zong, you've enjoyed the show long enough. Aren't you planning to make a move? A few low chuckles came from under Ming Zhang's hood. If the head of the Liu family isn't in a hurry, then of course, neither are we. Liu Zhenxiong let out a cold snort, cursing this group of people in his heart. He knew that if this dragged on, the only one to suffer would be himself. Everyone follow me. With a wave of his hand, he led a dozen elite members of the Liu family and began advancing toward the temple. However, he was very cautious, deliberately avoiding the front battlefield and choosing to skirt along the edges of the ruins. Crumbling walls, collapsed stone pillars, and shattered structures all became their cover. His purpose was very clear. Let Zhao, Han, and Meng continue fighting until both sides are severely weakened. Then he would quietly step in and take all the greatest benefits for himself. But he didn't notice that the cold, sinister gaze behind him had never left him. Watching the backs of the Liu family as they walked away, the corners of Ming Zhang's mouth slowly curled up under the hood, carrying a hint of cruelty. He also didn't want to be the first to charge forward, because truly patient people never rush ahead. They wait for others to finish charging and then deliver the final blow. "Leader, should we follow?" Nightingale asked in a low voice. Ming Zhang didn't answer immediately. He simply raised his hand and made a gesture to the 4 people beside him. The next second, the figures of the 5 people began to fade, as if swallowed by darkness, and in the blink of an eye, they merged into the surrounding shadows. This was the group stealth of high-level assassins. No footsteps, no breath, not even a trace of killing intent remained. On the front battlefield, the Zhao, Han, and Meng families had already fought to the point of madness. Zhao Wuji slashed a Han family warrior into the air with one strike, but he himself was grazed by a fireball from the Meng family, scorching half of his hair black and leaving him in a sorry state. Get lost! This treasure must belong to the Zhao family. Han Baichuan spat out a mouthful of blood-streaked saliva, his eyes filled with ferocity. Stop flattering yourself. Whoever has the stronger fist gets the treasure. While they were arguing fiercely, none of them realized that the real threat had already crept out from the shadows. A Zhao family mage was hiding behind a pillar, casting a spell when he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Instinctively wanting to turn his head, he didn't even have time to make a sound before his entire head had already rolled to the ground. Blood gushed violently from the severed neck, splattering the faces of several nearby guards. The headless corpse stiffened for a moment, then fell straight to the ground. The warriors responsible for cover were all stunned. They hadn't even seen clearly where the enemy was. A dark figure had already darted out from the shadows of the ruins, moving as swiftly as a gust of wind skimming the ground. A short blade coated with a ghostly green poison pierced precisely into the throat of a Han family warrior. A shadow darted out from the edge of the battlefield, like a silent blade, piercing directly into the back of an assassin. The assassin's body stiffened abruptly, unable to even let out a scream before collapsing. After succeeding, the shadow didn't pause for a moment, immediately blending into the darkness as if it had never appeared. The entire process was so swift that no one had time to react. Assassins! The crowd finally erupted in exclamations of shock. But by then, it was already too late. At the edge of the battlefield, more slaughter was silently unfolding. 2 warriors of the Meng family were holding up their shields, desperately fending off the frontal attacks. They never expected that the true harbinger of death would emerge from the shadows beneath their feet. 2 short swords thrust out abruptly, piercing through the gaps in the heavy armor and fiercely stabbing into their femoral arteries. Blood sprayed out instantly. The 2 men collapsed to their knees in pain, unable even to look for their enemy's location, as 2 sharp flashes of blades sliced out from the darkness, cleanly severing their throats. Mourning Burial and his 4 subordinates were like scavengers on the battlefield. They never confront anyone head-on. They rely solely on higher levels, stronger attributes, and extremely cold assassination techniques, targeting only the wounded on the edges, the isolated, or those who show weaknesses. Every strike is aimed at taking a single life. Clean, ruthless, without the slightest hesitation. More than 40 people who were just engaged in chaotic battle moments ago had turned into a field of corpses in the blink of an eye. Zhao Wuji finally realized something was wrong. He suddenly turned around, completely stunned. Among his elite troops, there had originally been more than 10 fighting fiercely alongside him, but now there were fewer than 5 still standing. Most of the bodies on the ground were killed with a single blow, their necks neatly slit. This is not something an ordinary martial artist could accomplish. This is not a frontal battle. This is a hunt. Moreover, it's an expert in the shadows, specifically targeting people like them. Stop! All of you, stop right now. Zhao Wuji shouted until his voice was hoarse, his face ashen. There's a sneaky dog causing trouble behind the scenes. Han Baichuan and Meng Changhe also heard it and immediately stopped their actions. They panted heavily, looking at the corpses scattered across the ground, their backs instantly chilled. The three family heads instinctively leaned together, standing back to back in a circle, staring anxiously at the shadows of the surrounding ruins, as if a moment's hesitation would bring the next strike upon them. But the attacks from the darkness did indeed stop. The 5 members of Nether Burial hid in the shadows of the ruins dozens of meters away, coldly watching this group of people who had already been scared out of their wits. Their goal had already been achieved. The manpower of the 3 major families has already been reduced by more than half. The remaining people are also injured, their eyes filled with panic, their morale completely shattered, and they can no longer pose a real threat. Let's go. Ming Zhang's voice was as cold as ice. The truly good stuff, it's time to take it. 5 dark shadows silently passed through the battlefield, avoiding the still twitching corpses, heading toward the massive temple in the distance. At this moment, Lu Zhenxiong, who had taken a long detour, finally arrived at the foot of the massive stone steps beneath the temple. He stopped in his tracks and turned to glance back at the distant battlefield. Only a few vague silhouettes could be seen huddled together, standing alone like a few withered branches left behind after being scattered by the wind. The scene made his heart sink slightly. Just moments ago, there were clearly over 40 people fighting. How could almost all of them have died in such a short time? The methods of those night owls are indeed ruthless enough to make one's heart shudder. But soon, greed overshadowed that slight unease. Lu Zhenxiong withdrew his gaze and looked up at the majestic temple before him. The heavy doors were wide open, and a dense aura of spiritual energy continuously flowed out, as if constantly tempting every greedy soul. Enter. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and waved his hand forcefully. The elite members of the Lu family immediately gripped their weapons tightly and cautiously stepped onto the stone steps, heading into the temple. One in the light, one in the dark, 2 groups with hidden agendas simultaneously approached the temple's entrance. But none of them knew that deep within the temple, in the grand hall radiating a silvery glow, the F-class gunner Lin Yue, whom they believed to be utterly dead, was slowly turning the silver revolver loaded with bullets in his hand. His gaze had already shifted toward the doorway. The prey arrived faster than he had anticipated. Beneath the tactical mask, the corner of Lin Yue's mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. Chapter 56. Enemies Meet, Silver Soul's Debut. Lin Yue stood deep within the temple, his extraordinary perception fully extended. 2 completely distinct auras were rapidly approaching the temple entrance. The group in front, about 12 people, walked heavily, with almost no attempt at concealment, clearly advancing head-on. The group behind them was different. They kept their breaths extremely low, their footsteps almost inaudible, like a pack of hounds truly hidden in the shadows. Lin Yue let out a cold laugh. Among the group ahead, there was a presence he was all too familiar with. That was Lu Zhenxiong. He would never forget it for the rest of his life. As for those people behind, 8 or 9 out of 10 are assassins from the Night Owl organization. Lin Yue was originally worried about the progress of Silver Soul's transformation, which had yet to show any results. Unexpectedly, these people actually came to him on their own, saving him the trouble of lining up. It was almost as if they were voluntarily feeding him experience. With a flick of his wrist, the silver revolver spun a cold gleam at his fingertips before he firmly grasped it. The next second, he swiftly retreated behind a massive stone pillar, using the stealth effect of the Nightwalker's suit to completely conceal his figure. The icy touch of silver metal pressed against the palm. The infinite magazine has been activated. Now, all that's left is for the prey to step into the trap. The heavy sound of boots on stone slabs echoed in from the entrance. Lu Zhenxiong strode into the temple with 12 fully armed elite members of the Lu family. The interior of the temple was vast, with remnants of energy runes on the walls still faintly glowing, giving the entire hall an ancient and mysterious aura. Patriarch, we've struck it rich. A Liu family mage held up a detector, his face flushed with excitement, his voice trembling. The psionic detector shows that the psionic concentration here is hundreds of times higher than outside. There must be an ancient treasure here. Greed instantly filled Liu Jinxiong's eyes. He stared ahead intently, his breathing becoming rapid. To him, danger, enemies, and casualties could all be set aside. As long as the treasures in the temple can be obtained, it's worth it no matter how many people die today. What he didn't know was that the real danger was already standing in the shadows above their heads. Lin Yue stared intently at the glowing stone tablet in the deepest part of the hall, his heartbeat accelerating with each passing moment. He knew that something important must be hidden there. But he was even more aware that the real danger wasn't the stone tablet, but the Liu family members who were searching their way over. Everyone split into 3 groups and conduct a thorough search. Liu Jinxiong waved his hand, his tone carrying an undeniable harshness. Examine every single floor tile carefully. Do not miss any clues. After speaking, he headed straight toward the stone tablet with 2 high-level guards at level 35. The 4-person squad at the front moved out first. They held their weapons, advancing slowly along the edge of the Grand Hall, getting closer and closer to the stone pillar where Lin Yue was hiding. The leading heavy-armored warrior had a greedy smile on his face, clearly already dreaming of striking it rich. He turned his head and whispered, "If we really find some top-tier gear later, we should at least get a share." Before he could finish his sentence, bang! Gunfire exploded like thunder in the vast hall, making everyone's eardrums ache. A flash of silvery white fire lit up the dim corner in an instant. A psionic bullet with terrifying penetration power accurately pierced the forehead of the heavily armored warrior. Silver Soul itself has a base attack power of 1,500 points, and with the amplification from the mythic level passive ability, the power of this shot far exceeded the limits of what someone at this level could endure. The heavily armored warrior, who was over level 30, didn't even have time to scream before his head exploded on the spot. Brain matter and bone fragments sprayed everywhere, splattering the faces and bodies of the 3 people nearby. The headless corpse swayed twice before crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Yue's right arm was also numbed by the exaggerated recoil of Silver Soul. The recoil of this gun was too strong. An ordinary person wouldn't even be able to handle the first shot. Even for him, he could only forcibly suppress the upward tilt of the muzzle. If it weren't for the ballistic warp assisting him, this shot would have already missed. At that moment, a faint wisp of spiritual energy slowly drifted out from the headless corpse on the ground, as if attracted by something, and directly entered the patterns on Silver Soul's gun body. Successfully killed B-level awakened +1. Soul Devourer transformation 1/100. The remaining 3 finally reacted, their faces turning deathly pale in an instant. Enemy attack. Find cover quickly. They scrambled in panic, trying to hide behind stone pillars and in the shadows, but Lin Yue gave them no chance at all. He exerted force with his feet, suddenly darting out from behind the stone pillar and swiftly moving to another stone pillar in the gap created by his movement. The gun barrel was raised horizontally, and he pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang! Bang! 2 more deafening gunshots rang out. Echoes reverberated continuously in the vast hall, making it impossible to determine where the shooter was hiding. A mage had just intended to use a blink spell to escape, but a bowl-sized transparent blood hole had already appeared in his chest. His body froze in place, unable to even cast the spell. Another archer turned to flee, only to have his neck snapped by a single shot. His head flew high into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. In just a few seconds, the 4-person team was reduced to only 1 survivor. Fear poured into the hearts of all the Liu family's elite like icy water. "Where is he? Find him for me." Liu Jinxiong roared in fury, his face as dark as it could get. Amid the chaos, a Liu family assassin in stealth mode quietly crept toward the spot where the flash of fire had just appeared. He thought he was well hidden, believing no one could detect him. But what he didn't know was that Lin Yue's senses had already locked firmly onto his position. Lin Yue didn't even turn his head. He fired a shot backward, directly blasting toward the seemingly empty shadow. Boom! The assassin's chest cavity was shattered on the spot, and he was forcibly knocked out of stealth, crashing heavily to the ground. But this person was ruthless enough. At the last moment, before losing consciousness, he used all his strength to crush an extremely precious detection scroll. The next second, a dazzling red light shot up into the sky. The invisibility effect on Lin Yue instantly disappeared, exposing him completely to everyone. Lin Yue simply stopped hiding. He carried Silver Soul in one hand and slowly stepped out from behind the stone pillar, his footsteps astonishingly steady, as if he didn't regard the group of people before him at all. Lu Zhenxiong stared at him intently, his eyes widening bit by bit, as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Yue, you actually didn't die? His voice changed tone, and the color drained completely from his face. A person they regarded as useless actually survived the bone storm. How is this possible? Lin Yue let out a cold laugh and casually blew away the smoke from the gun barrel. Old man, what a coincidence. His voice was calm, yet it pierced like a knife. I was just wondering where to find you to settle the score, and here you are delivering yourself to me. He paused, the coldness in his eyes growing even more intense. Thank you for bringing so many people here, saving me the trouble of finding them one by one. Lu Zhenxiong's face turned completely dark, his lips twitching, and he was on the verge of exploding with anger. Being humiliated in public by a junior. How could he possibly swallow this insult? What's more, this junior was someone he had tried so hard to kill, but failed. Don't hold back, Lu Zhenxiong shouted sternly. At all costs, kill him for me. I want everything on him to drop. The remaining elite members of the Lu family immediately sprang into action. Apart from the two guards beside Lu Zhenxiong, the others quickly formed a siege, closing in from three directions simultaneously. Two mages hid behind a heavily armored warrior, raising their staffs high and beginning to chant rapidly. The warrior holding the massive tower shield charged forward in great strides, like a moving iron wall pressing in head-on. As for the two agile assassins, they had already silently entered stealth mode, flanking from the left and right, ready to strike suddenly once Lin Yue was suppressed from the front. If their opponent were an ordinary, awakened individual, such coordination would be nearly flawless. Unfortunately, the one they were facing was no ordinary person. They were facing Lin Yue. In the face of absolute firepower, even the most brilliant tactics are merely for show. Not only did Lin Yue not retreat, but he also charged straight at the heavily armored warrior. While moving at high speed, he held the gun in one hand and fired 3 shots without hesitation. Bang! The first shot hit the giant tower shield squarely. The steel-forged shield surface cracked on the spot, with fractures around the impact points spreading wildly like a spider web. As the gunshot faded, the heavily armored warrior's shield could no longer hold. The second bullet directly shattered the A-grade tower shield into pieces, fragments scattering in all directions. The impact sent the heavily armored warrior staggering backward. Just as he tried to steady himself, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The third shot rang out. This time, Lin Yue triggered the mythic-level passive skill Weakness Gaze, activating the one-hit kill effect. The bullet traced a bizarre arc through the air, as if guided by an invisible hand, and pierced precisely into the warrior's heart. The heavily armored warrior's massive body collapsed heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to rest in peace. Lin Yue looked at the corpse on the ground, feeling a tinge of regret in his heart. If he could have a psionic core and craft a few special bullets, there would be no need to fire 3 shots. One shot would be enough to shatter both the person and the shield together. Unfortunately, that's not possible right now. Amidst the most intense slaughter in the center of the temple, a few cold gazes from atop the stone pillars were quietly observing everything below. Morning Burial, along with 4 of the Night Owl's top assassins, had somehow already infiltrated the area. They watched the almost predictable massacre from beginning to end. Wenming Zong saw the silver-white revolver in Lin Yue's hand. His dark red pupils suddenly contracted. With his years of experience, he could tell at a glance that the gun was no ordinary weapon. The flowing energy patterns on the gun's body, along with the eerie phenomenon of soul devouring after each kill, all indicated that this was no ordinary weapon, but rather an ancient legacy artifact from this temple. Nether Burial licked his lips, a flash of greed passing through his eyes. He didn't just want to kill, he also wanted to get his hands on that gun. He raised his hand and made a gesture to the 4 people beside him. The 4 assassins immediately understood and began to slowly spread out. Below, Lin Yue was still fighting fiercely, completely unaware that the real danger was already approaching from above. Two assassins from the Liu family seized the brief moment when the heavily armored warrior drew the fire and silently circled behind Lin Yue. They coordinated with extreme precision, one on the left and one on the right, as their poison daggers aimed for Lin Yue's heart and neck. Fast and ruthless, their strikes left almost no room for evasion. "Go to hell, you little brat." The assassin on the left revealed a ferocious smile, as if he could already see the dagger piercing through the throat. But Lin Yue didn't even turn his head. His extraordinary perception had long since captured the movements of the two. At the moment the dagger was about to touch the collar, he suddenly sidestepped, moving so quickly it was almost at the limit. The muscle memory brought by mastery of ultimate combat allowed him to execute the most precise dodge. The dagger grazed past the tip of his nose. In the next second, the silver soul in Lin Yue's hand directly pressed into the left assassin's temple. Bang! Half of the head instantly exploded, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Almost at the same time, Lin Yue used the momentum of his turn to lift his leg and fiercely kick the assassin on the right in the abdomen. The man curled up in pain, his entire body hunched like a bow, as if his internal organs were being viciously gripped by a giant hand, his whole face contorted. Before he could straighten up, the scorching gun barrel was already shoved roughly into his mouth. Another gunshot rang out. The back of his head exploded into a large hole. From dodging to counter-killing, the entire process was clean and swift, without the slightest hesitation. In less than 5 seconds, 2 bodies had fallen to the ground. At this moment, the 2 mages at the rear of the Liu family finally completed their lengthy chant. Icy Frost Sphere. 2 deep blue ice spheres, each over half a meter in diameter, whistled through the air, carrying a bone-chilling cold as they hurtled toward Lin Yue. Wherever the ice spheres passed, the ground quickly frosted over, and even the air seemed on the verge of freezing. Faced with such an advanced spell, Lin Yue did not dodge at all. He stood in place, as if he didn't take the attack seriously. Boom! Boom! 2 loud explosions erupted simultaneously, ice shards scattered, and cold air surged. The 2 mages from the Liu family thought they had finally succeeded, and a hint of relief appeared on their faces. However, in the next moment, a faint blue energy shield emerged around Lin Yue. Outsiders cannot see it, but it does exist. Mythical passive ability, Kinematic Barrier, activated. The damage from 2 high-level spells was completely absorbed by the shield, and the freezing effect had absolutely no impact. The 2 mages were stunned on the spot, their staffs still raised, but their minds had already gone blank. For the first time, they realized that what they were facing was not an ordinary teenager, but a true monster. Lin Yue did not give them time to react. He raised a muzzle and fired 2 shots. The 2 bullets almost simultaneously pierced the foreheads of 2 mages. Their bodies swayed slightly, then fell straight to the ground. By this moment, all 12 elite members brought by the Liu family had been completely wiped out. The entire temple was left with nothing but corpses scattered across the floor, along with Liu Zhenxiong and his 2 personal bodyguards. Soul Devour Transformation, 10/100. Liu Zhenxiong stared at the corpses on the ground, trembling with rage. These people were the elite carefully selected by the Liu family, originally meant to ensure the absolute success of this operation. But now, they had all died at Lin Yue's hands, and it was by a boy far younger than them, who swiftly and decisively killed them all. For Liu Zhenxiong, this was not just a loss, but also a humiliation. "You little beast, I'll tear you to pieces." Liu Zhenxiong was completely enraged. He suddenly tore off the tattered outer robe on his body, revealing a set of dark golden psionic armor underneath. In the next moment, a violent surge of psionic energy erupted from within him. The true power of a level 40 peak awakened was unleashed without reservation at this moment. With a flick of his wrist, he drew a long sword shimmering with orange light from his storage bracelet. It was a genuine top-tier grade A weapon. Coupled with his A-rank Gale swordsman class and his current level advantage, the destructive power of this strike was incredibly terrifying, enough to cleave through an armored vehicle in one blow. In Liu Zhenxiong's eyes, no matter how powerful Lin Yue's gun was, it couldn't possibly make up for the nearly 30-level gap. As long as he relied on speed to close the distance and didn't give him a chance to fire, he was certain he could personally kill him. Chop off this brat's head and take all the legacy treasures here. Lu Jinxiong roared, his voice full of greed and murderous intent. He didn't dare to charge forward first. It wasn't because he was soft-hearted, but because he feared the gun in Lin Yue's hand. That thing was too fast, too accurate, too dangerous. So he once again pushed the two guards to the front, making them the meat shields to scout the way. You two go. Kill him. Lu Jinxiong roared. The two guards exchanged a glance, both seeing the fear in each other's eyes. But they didn't dare to disobey the order. Working under Lu Jinxiong, loyalty is one thing, survival is another. In the next second, the two simultaneously drew their waist knives and charged toward Lin Yue with gritted teeth. With them taking the lead, Lu Jinxiong finally felt a bit more at ease. He stepped forward, his entire figure transforming into a series of dark golden afterimages, swiftly lunging forward with his long sword aimed straight at Lin Yue's throat. The characteristic of the swift sword master is speed. Quick strikes, swift movements, and even faster dashes. This speed is enough to leave many awakened ones of the same level unable to react in time. But Lin Yue stood still, his face showing not the slightest hint of panic. He stood firmly with both feet planted on the ground, holding the silver soul level with both hands, the muzzle locked tightly on the three figures charging toward him. In his eyes, these three people were no different from the dead. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. A dark figure suddenly darted out from the shadows, moving as swiftly as a cold wind skimming across the ground. Immediately, a ghostly green cold gleam shot straight toward Lin Yue's face. It was a poison blade. The blade was coated with deadly poison, its angle cunning, its timing ruthless, clearly aimed to kill with a single strike. For anyone else, this would have been fatal. Lin Yue merely moved the corner of his eye and had already seen that streak of green light. He didn't dodge, nor did he need to dodge. Clang! A crisp sound. The throwing knife struck hard against the kinetic barrier on his body surface and was instantly deflected. This, however, disrupted the charge of Lu Jinxiong and his two companions. They had intended to take advantage of Lin Yue's distraction to pounce directly, but the deflected throwing knife rebounded toward their original path, forcing the three to hurriedly dodge to the side. When they regained their footing, the figure in the shadows had already stepped out. Lu Jinxiong stared at the figure, his face suddenly darkened. Mingzong, you've been watching the show for so long, and now you finally decided to come out? The man who emerged from the darkness was completely wrapped in a black cloak, with a large hood covering most of his face. He held a pair of oddly shaped black scythes in a reverse grip, their blades glinting with a cold, steely light, as if they were tools designed specifically for reaping lives. Mingzong completely ignored Lu Jinxiong. He approached slowly like a ghost, his dark red eyes scanning Lin Yue up and down, with a gaze that carried a hint of scrutiny and a touch of admiration. Young man, you are indeed impressive. His tone was very calm, yet carried a dangerous certainty. He had seen the scene just now clearly from the shadows. Lin Yue was not only terrifyingly skilled with firearms, but his close combat abilities were also extraordinarily strong. What was even more crucial was that he could withstand the direct impact of advanced spells. An F-level profession should never exhibit such performance. Mingzong knew very well that relying solely on Lu Jinxiong might not be enough to defeat this opponent today. So he changed his mind. I am Mingzong, the leader of the Qingjiang branch of the Night Owl organization. He directly revealed his identity and then extended an olive branch to Lin Yue. You have great potential. As long as you're willing to join Night Owl, I can recommend you to the headquarters. In the future, you might even be able to take the position of deputy leader. He spoke very sincerely, as if offering Lin Yue a rare opportunity. But in reality, he had a different plan in mind. First, bring the person in. When it reaches the Night Owl's hands, slowly force out his secrets. No matter how tough the bone, the headquarters has a way to gnaw it down. By then, the inheritance secrets on Lin Yue will eventually be unearthed completely. The surrounding shadows began to sway gently. Soon, four other Night Owl assassins emerged from the darkness. The five of them took positions in 5 different directions, forming a silent, spread-out net that completely blocked all of Lin Yue's escape routes. Lu Jinxiong's expression changed instantly upon seeing this setup. Mingzong, what do you mean by this? This kid is clearly my. Shut up, old man. Mingzong didn't even turn around, directly cutting him off coldly. This is no place for you to speak. Get lost. Lu Zhenxiang's face twisted in anger, yet he dared not act out, because he knew very well that people like Night Owl really would kill. Lin Yue glanced at the 5 black-clad assassins surrounding him, then at Lu Zhenxiang, who was fuming with rage nearby, and suddenly smiled. His smile was faint, yet carried a clear sense of mockery. This group of people had completely discarded their dignity in their scramble for the item. As for him, what he feared least was this kind of encirclement and attack. Lin Yue weighed the silver soul. The muzzle slowly lifted, directly aiming at Ming Zhang's face. "If you can beat me, I wouldn't mind being the leader of you rats hiding in the gutter." He paused, a cold smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. But not as a deputy. The air instantly turned cold. The smile on Ming Zhang's face completely disappeared. He stopped wasting words. The black scythe, gripped in reverse in both hands, suddenly crossed. 2 arcs of pitch-black blade energy tore through the air like curves of death, heading straight for Lin Yue's face. Nether Rift Slash. This move is enough to split an A-grade heavy armored awakened, along with their shield, in half. But Lin Yue had already anticipated it. As the blade energy emerged, he suddenly exerted force under his feet, shifting his body half a meter to the right. The black blade light brushed past his shoulder, heavily striking the stone pillar behind, carving out a bottomless crack. Almost at the same time, Lin Yue raised his right hand. The muzzle of the silver soul spat fire. Bang! The bullet whistled out. The reaction of the burial was equally astonishingly quick. His entire body suddenly bent backward, with his upper body almost parallel to the ground. The bullet grazed past his face, directly tearing his hood to shreds. In that instant, a face pale to the point of morbidity was exposed to the air. His face was covered with dark red patterns, resembling some eerie curse marks or traces left by long-term practice of dark arts. The gaze of the underworld burial turned completely grim. Rage exploded in his chest. He stared at Lin Yue, letting out a low growl suppressed to the extreme. Kill. 4 top assassins struck simultaneously, their movements swift as 4 black shadows pouncing from 4 directions. Nightingale leapt down from the stone pillar above, dual short blades aiming straight for Lin Yue's head. Withering approached from the left, raising both hands, and a large cloud of dark green, poisonous mist immediately pressed toward Lin Yue. Dead end cut in from the right. 3 consecutive throwing knives sealing off all of Lin Yue's escape routes. The stranger directly hid in the shadows of the ground, holding his breath, waiting for the final fatal strike. This is not an ordinary siege. This is the Night Owl organization's most skilled killing formation, with 5 people working together like a precision machine, specifically designed to hunt down formidable enemies. But Lin Yue did not retreat. He instead took a step forward, forcefully plunging into this deadly trap. The Nightingale's double-edged dagger and the desperate flying knife almost simultaneously struck his body. But in the next second, a faint blue shield suddenly appeared, like an invisible wall, instantly blocking the fatal damage. The recoil force surged back along the weapon. The Nightingale's palm cracked, and her entire body was sent flying backward by the shock. The few flying knives on the dead and instantly shattered into fragments. Taking advantage of this fleeting moment, Lin Yue abruptly retreated 3 meters, narrowly avoiding the poisonous mist coming from the left. He didn't stop, fully unleashing his extraordinary perception and immediately locking onto the small, unnatural shadow ahead to the left underfoot. Mola was there. Lin Yue's gaze darkened, the muzzle pressed downward, and he pulled the trigger. Bang! A large-caliber psionic bullet shattered the floor and drilled fiercely into the ground. In the next instant, a scream came from underground. Mola was forcibly forced out of stealth, his right shoulder blown open with a bloody hole, blood splattering all over the ground. The 5 burial formation was broken. Ming Zhang's expression instantly turned extremely grim. He had originally thought that this formation would be enough to tear Lin Yue apart on the spot. But the reality was that they hadn't even truly broken through Lin Yue's defenses, and instead, they had already lost 1 person. Spread out. Drag him to death. Ming Zhang roared. 4 assassins immediately changed their tactics, dispersing into 4 fleeting shadows, circling Lin Yue at high speed and probing attacks from angles he couldn't see. Lin Yue stood in place, holding his gun with one hand, his gaze following the enemy's movements as he constantly adjusted the muzzle. He knew very well that at a time like this, even a moment's hesitation would allow them to exploit a gap. But just as everyone was focused on this life-and-death battle, on the edge of the battlefield, Lu Jinxiong had other thoughts. He stared intently at the silver-white, glowing stone tablet deep within the temple, his eyes filled with nothing but greed. In his view, the fiercer the fight between Lin Yue and the Night Owl organization, the better. Ideally, both sides would suffer heavy losses, allowing him to reap the greatest benefit. Lu Jinxiong signaled to the two guards beside him, and the three of them immediately crept silently along the shadows at the temple's edge toward the stone tablet. As long as the ancient legacy is obtained, everyone present here today must die. He had grand and ruthless thoughts, but Lin Yu's extraordinary perception had already caught his movements. It's just that now, he doesn't have time to deal with that fool. The speed of a nightingale was astonishing, its twin blades like two streaks of cold light close to the face, constantly forcing Lin Yue to retreat. Relying on the muscle memory brought by his mastery of ultimate combat, Lin Yue used the gun handle and barrel to block the attacks repeatedly. The sound of metal clashing was as dense as raindrops. At that moment, a flash caught the corner of his eye. 10 meters to the left, Wither raised its hands again, clearly preparing to release the poisonous mist for the second time. Lin Yu's gaze instantly turned cold. He no longer stubbornly defended against Nightingale's attack, but decisively abandoned blocking, directly letting his left shoulder meet the short sword. Nightingale was visibly stunned for a moment. She had witnessed the recoil effect of Lin Yu's shield before, so her first reaction was not to clash head-on, but to immediately withdraw her blade. It was in this very second, Lin Yue seized the opportunity. He suddenly twisted his body to the right, and the silver soul in his right hand swept past from behind his left shoulder. Without even aiming, he directly pulled the trigger. Bang! The withering, casting motion froze in midair. The psionic bullet precisely pierced through the back of his neck, shattering the cervical vertebrae on the spot. He didn't even have time to finish making a sound before his entire body collapsed straight to the ground. A wisp of soul energy drifted out from the corpse and entered the silver soul gun's body. Soul Devour transformation, 11 out of 100. With the withering death, the movements of the other assassins suddenly slowed down. The higher the intensity of such encirclement and killing, the more a teammate's death disrupts the rhythm. Useless! Ming Zong cursed angrily and finally stopped watching from the sidelines, personally charging forward. He stomped hard on the ground with both feet, his entire body shooting forward like a black lightning bolt, instantly closing in on Lin Yue. Too fast. So fast that even in Lin Yu's extraordinary perception, only a blurry afterimage remained. Two black scythes, accompanied by a piercing sound of tearing through the air, slashed in from both sides. Lin Yue immediately leaned back, while raising his leg to fiercely kick Ming Zhang's wrist, attempting to disrupt his rhythm of exerting force. However, Ming Zhang was highly experienced. With a flick of his wrist, the scythe slashed downward, forcing Lin Yue to block it directly with the body of the Silver Soul Spear. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Lin Yue only felt a numbness in both arms, his entire body shaken by a tremendous force, retreating 5 or 6 steps before his back slammed heavily against a stone pillar. The attribute suppression of a level 40 peak is extremely evident in close combat. Ming Zhang's strength, speed, and reflexes were all superior to his. But Ming Zhang gave him no chance to catch his breath, once again closing in aggressively. At this moment, the desperate figure on the right found what he believed to be the perfect opportunity to strike. He raised both hands, and 3 poison-throwing knives shot out in a triangular formation, completely blocking Lin Yu's escape routes to the left, right, and upward. Almost simultaneously, the injured stranger gritted his teeth and emerged from the shadows, ready to deliver the final blow the moment Lin Yue dodged. With his back against the stone pillar, facing attacks from both sides, Lin Yue showed no trace of panic on his face, but instead revealed a faint cold smile. He had anticipated this move long ago. At the moment the flying knives were about to reach him, Lin Yue suddenly bent his legs sharply, and his whole body slid to the ground without warning. 3 flying knives grazed his scalp and flew straight toward Ming Zhang ahead. Ming Zhang's pupils contracted abruptly. The distance was too close. He had no time to retract his move. Puffed, puffed. The first two throwing knives missed, but the third one fiercely grazed his left side, carving a blood groove so deep that the bone was visible. The eerie green poison instantly seeped into his bloodstream. He was actually poisoned by his own people. Damn it! Ming Zong let out a painful roar, his body suddenly stiffening. In just that brief moment, Lin Yu's sliding tackle had already ended. He knelt on one knee, the muzzle of his gun directly aimed ahead. There, Mo Lu had just emerged halfway from the shadows. Bang! The bullet shot out of the chamber. The trajectory traced a bizarre arc in midair, bypassing a fallen stone pillar and piercing precisely into Molu's right eye. Molu jerked backward, the back of his head bursting into a mist of blood, collapsing on the spot. Soul Devourer transformation, 12 out of 100. The gunshots had not yet faded, but Lin Yue was already on his feet. He exerted force from his waist, spinning 180 degrees in midair, and the muzzle instantly locked onto the distant Qiang Tu. Two shots fired. Bang! Bang! Qiang Tu had just thrown the flying knife, his body still frozen in place. The first shot, he dodged sideways with all his might, the bullet grazing past his ear. The second shot directly shattered his right knee. Qiang Tu let out a scream, his body lost balance, and fell heavily to the ground. Lin Yue rushed forward in one step, looking down at Qiang Tu writhing and wailing on the ground. The silver gun barrel was pressed directly against his forehead. In your next life, throw your throwing knives more accurately. Bang! The gunshot rang out, a headshot. Soul Devour transformation, 13/100. In less than 2 minutes. 3 of Night Owl's 5 top assassins were already dead. Only Burial and Nightingale, who was not far away, remained at the scene. The Nightingale's hand, gripping the double-edged blade, trembled violently. She looked at the 3 corpses on the ground, then at the man in front of her who was as calm as death itself. And for the first time, a thought of retreat arose in her heart. She began to step back. One step, then another. Ming Zong stood in place, his left hand tightly covering the bleeding side of his ribs. The toxin had already turned his face pale, yet those dark red eyes burned with an even more frenzied, killing intent. Good, very good. His hoarse voice echoed through the empty temple, as if squeezed out from the depths of hell. The Undertaker slowly raised both hands, crossing 2 black sides together and thrusting them fiercely into the stone slab beneath his feet. In the next moment, the black cloak on his body billowed violently, as if something inside was about to explode completely. A surge of psionic energy far exceeding the limits of a level 40 awakener suddenly erupted from within him. On the exposed skin of his body, one after another, dark red runes lit up in succession, writhing like living creatures. Kid, you've successfully forced me to this point. Ming Zong raised his head, his facial features completely contorted from the intense pain, with veins bulging from his forehead to his jaw. This move is a forbidden technique I mastered at the cost of 17 advanced awakeners' lives. Today, I'm going to tear you to pieces. A sudden fierce wind swept up, making Lin Yu's trench coat flap loudly. Lin Yue squinted his eyes and tightened his grip on the silver soul in his hand. He knew very well that the real life-and-death battle was only just beginning. But just as both sides were on the verge of showdown, ready to erupt into a decisive battle at any moment, a piercing scream suddenly came from the direction of the silver-white, glowing stone tablet deep within the temple. Ah! What on earth is this thing? Help! Help! It was Lu Jinxiong's voice. Lin Yue and Ming Zong simultaneously turned their heads, looking toward the depths of the main hall. The originally sacred and gentle silvery white glow had, at some point, turned into a glaring crimson. Lin Yu's movements did not pause for even a moment. He raised his gun, pulled the trigger, as fast as a flash of lightning. Bang! The bullet precisely blew off the skull of a puppet, dark red energy and shattered brain matter exploding together. The creature fell heavily to the ground, but in the next second, it staggered and stood up again. Lin Yu's gaze darkened. He understood. As long as the necroburial's spiritual energy remains, these things will never truly die. Unless they are completely smashed into pieces, any effort is futile. This forbidden technique is practically like making a deal with death itself. And just as he was focused on suppressing the puppets, the necroburial made its move. He wielded dual size and charged straight into the fray. The forbidden technique caused his speed and strength to surge once more. The black scythe tore through the air, carrying a putrid, chilling aura of death, aiming directly for Lin Yue's throat. Lin Yue immediately raised the silver soul gun to block. Clang! The sound of metal clashing exploded, sparks scattering everywhere. The immense impact shattered the stone slabs beneath his feet piece by piece. The kinetic barrier was activated in time, blocking the frontal impact. However, the dark red, corrosive energy crawled along the gun like a living creature, bypassing the shield and directly burrowing into Lin Yue's right arm. Lin Yue let out a muffled groan as the muscles in his right arm twitched instantly, causing his gun-holding hand to involuntarily tremble. In that brief moment, a chill came from behind once again. The nightingale somehow circled behind him, the short blade stabbing straight at his side with a tricky angle and ruthless precision. In front were Ming Zong and the puppet. Behind was the nightingale, and his retreat was completely sealed. But Lin Yue did not retreat. He knew very well that retreating at this moment meant certain death. He suddenly twisted his waist, forcibly enduring the oppressive force of Ming Zhang's scythe, his body turning half a circle, and his left hand gripping the nightingale's wrist. At the same time, the right hand flipped the silver soul, the muzzle directly pressed against the nightingale's abdomen. Bang! Point-blank fire. The psionic bullet instantly pierced through Nightingale's abdominal cavity, blasting out a bowl-sized bloody hole. Nightingale didn't even have time to let out a complete scream before being blown away, crashing heavily into the stone pillar and then sliding weakly to the ground. A pure soul energy drifted out from her body and was quickly absorbed by the silver soul. Soul Devour Transformation 14/100. Ming Zong watched Nightingale collapse, his face showing no trace of sorrow. Instead, he let out a hoarse laugh. "You are strong." His voice was deep, as if crawling out of a grave. "But the terror of the echo of the dead is something you still don't understand." He finished speaking and raised his hand to point. The mangled corpse of the nightingale suddenly sprang up, with eerie red light reigniting in its eye sockets. In life, she had been a high-level assassin, and even as a puppet, her speed and explosive power were almost undiminished. The next second, she turned into a blur and lunged at Lin Yue once again. Lin Yue did not confront head-on, but instead retreated continuously, creating distance while pushing his extraordinary perception to the limit. He was observing Ming Zong. Soon, he noticed the problem. Each time he controlled a corpse, the veins on Ming Zhang's forehead bulged, and his face grew even paler. Now, his originally pale face had taken on a deathly gray hue. Moreover, in order to maintain the simultaneous operation of over a dozen puppets, his movements had clearly become stiff and his reactions slowed down. The consumption of mental energy was too great. Even worse, the toxin in the wound under his ribs, which had been suppressed earlier, was now taking advantage of the weakening of his mental energy to spread again. The faint green patterns under his skin were becoming more pronounced. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yue's eyes. The weakness has been found. He no longer tangled with these puppets, suddenly exerting force under his feet. With a swift turn of his body, he used the footwork of ultimate combat mastery to weave rapidly between the towering stone pillars. The complex terrain immediately disrupted the formation of the puppets. Lin Yue seized this opportunity, locking the gun barrel firmly onto the true form of the nether burial. Bang! 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 He fired continuously. Almost simultaneously, the ballistic warp was triggered and the bullets traced bizarre arcs in the air, bypassing the stone pillars and shooting toward nether burial from all directions. Nether burial's expression changed drastically. He was forced to withdraw part of the mental energy controlling the puppets and frantically swung his twin scythes to block. Clang! 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 A series of crashing sounds erupted continuously as bullets were deflected by the scythe. But the puppets, having lost the support of mental power, immediately became sluggish in their movements, like a group of directionless corpses, and their offensive clearly weakened. Lin Yue did not waste this fleeting opportunity. He suddenly dashed out from behind a stone pillar, charging straight at Ming Zong. His right arm was corroded and turned black, the sharp pain piercing into his bones like needles. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured it, refusing to slow down, because he knew that if he hesitated now, the one who would die would be himself. Lin Yue drew the nether sting with his left hand, a flash of cold light, and in an instant he was already closing in on Ming Zong. Ming Zong swung his twin scythes repeatedly, trying to force him back. The two instantly engaged in close combat. The scythe in Nether Burial's left hand once again tore through Lin Yue's tactical suit on his left arm, and the corrosive energy immediately seeped into his skin, causing a burning pain. But Lin Yue did not retreat. Seizing the opening as Nether Burial swung the scythe, he pressed the muzzle of the Silver Soul directly against the blade of the scythe in Nether Burial's left hand and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! 1500 base attack power completely unleashed. The two black scythes let out a piercing wail and instantly shattered into countless fragments. The webbing of Ming Zhang's left hand was directly torn apart, and blood gushed out wildly. His pupils suddenly contracted, and a manic smile at the corner of his mouth froze. He never expected that Lin Yue's shot would directly shatter his weapon. The inherited weapon in this kid's hand is far more terrifying than he had imagined. Lin Yue raised the gun barrel, steadily aiming at Ming Zhang's forehead. At this moment, the outcome seemed already decided. But just as he was about to end the battle, boom! A thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the depths of the temple. The stone tablet, which had originally emitted a silvery white glow, instantly turned into a blinding crimson. A visibly destructive psychic shockwave spread wildly in all directions, with the stone tablet at its center. Lu Zhenxiong, pinned in midair, let out a piercing scream as his body disintegrated bit by bit within the scarlet beam, as if being directly torn into fragments. The entire temple began to shake violently. Massive stone pillars cracked open with wide gaps, and countless fragments of rock fell from the dome dozens of meters high, crashing heavily to the ground. Immediately, a cold, mechanical, yet ancient voice filled with the sense of endless time echoed through every corner of the temple. Unauthorized intruder detected. Purification protocol initiated. As the voice faded, large sections of the temple's floor collapsed, and blinding red light surged from below, like a gaping maw ready to devour everything in its path. The ancient mechanical prompt sound echoed repeatedly in the temple, like a cold blade slicing into people's hearts, one cut at a time. The originally dim stone walls suddenly lit up. Tens of thousands of runes awakened simultaneously, their silvery white light intertwining and extending, quickly forming a massive magic array in midair that covered the entire Great Hall. At the center of the array, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be forcibly drawn by an invisible hand, collapsing frantically toward the center. In just a few seconds, a white energy sphere over 3 meters in diameter hovered in midair, slowly rotating and exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Even the air seemed to freeze. The gravel on the ground was drawn upward, floating bit by bit. But as soon as they touched the white light, they silently turned to ash. Ming Zhang's expression changed instantly. The forbidden technique he had always prided himself on was as fragile as paper in the face of this power representing ancient rules. When the silvery white light descended, over a dozen undead puppets froze simultaneously, the dark red runes on their surfaces quickly dissipating, like bloodstains scorched dry by flames. Deprived of their spiritual energy support, the puppets collapsed one by one, reverting to lifeless corpses. The prompt tone sounded again, cold and devoid of any emotion. The purification program of the ancient ruins Temple of Judgment has been activated. Only the inheritors of the temple will be marked as approved and spared from eradication. Warning: the purification program will be fully activated in 120 seconds. All unapproved life forms within the ruins will be completely eradicated on both physical and spiritual levels. This is not a warning. This is an execution on a countdown. 2 minutes. Ming Zong showed no hesitation, nor did he intend to continue fighting Lin Yue to the death. At this point, survival was more important than anything else. He suddenly turned around, squeezing out the last bit of spiritual energy in his body, transforming into a shadow as he dashed toward the temple's main gate. He was gambling that the bone storm outside would weaken as the relic's psionic energy was drained. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. But the backlash from the forbidden technique had already begun, and his speed was much slower than at his peak. Lin Yue certainly wouldn't let him escape so easily. He raised his right hand, the muzzle of Silver Soul's gun steadily aimed at the departing figure. Without hesitation, without any unnecessary movements, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot exploded in the grand hall, making eardrums ache from the shock. Relying on the instincts honed from years of struggling on the edge of life and death, Mingzong forcibly twisted his body at the moment of the gunshot, dodging to the right. But Silver Soul's bullets were no ordinary bullets. The ballistic warp was passively triggered in an instant, and that psionic bullet bizarrely curved mid-air, forcibly locking onto Nether Burial's movement path. It didn't hit a vital spot, but viciously tore open the muscle on the outer side of his left leg. Blood splattered on the spot, staining the stone slabs crimson. Nether Burial's footing faltered, and he nearly collapsed to his knees. But he endured it. Not even a scream was uttered, nor did he glance back. He simply clenched his teeth, dragging his blood-soaked left leg, almost half running and half crawling as he rushed out of the temple, his figure quickly vanishing into the dim storm outside. Lin Yue did not give chase, because it was unnecessary. The entire ancient ruin had already been locked by the purification protocol. Even if Mingzong miraculously managed to escape alive, the skeletal storm outside would tear him apart. For someone already driven to a dead end, so-called escape was merely delaying death by a few seconds. Lin Yue turned around and walked toward the deepest part of the temple. In front of the glowing stone tablet, Lu Jinxiong was still suspended in midair. The red light of punishment continuously scorched his dark gold battle armor, melting large sections of the hard plates. The exposed flesh was burned black, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of charred flesh. The pain was not fleeting, but a second-by-second torment. The restriction on the stone tablet did not immediately kill him. Instead, it seemed to deliberately keep him hanging, forcing him to endure this slow torture with full awareness. This was far more terrifying than dying outright. Lin Yue walked up to him and stopped. Lu Jinxiong's face was covered in blood and filth, his eyes bulging severely due to the intense pain and fear, his entire face twisted beyond recognition. He stared fixedly at the young man in front of him, his gaze filled with shock and disbelief. Not long ago, he still regarded Lin Yue as a worthless nobody he could crush with ease. But now, that F-class trash in his eyes was calmly standing in front of him, the gun in his hand steadily aimed at his head. Lin Yue, you can't kill me. Lu Jinxiong almost roared, his voice breaking. I know the truth about your parents' disappearance. If you kill me, you'll never find out where they are in this lifetime. Lin Yue's gaze grew colder and colder, as cold as ice. He looked at Lu Jinxiong, his tone terrifyingly calm. Speak. Lu Jinxiong thought he had seized a chance to survive, a trace of crazed triumph flashing his eyes as he hurriedly said, Your parents aren't dead at all. As long as you save me, I'll tell you right away. Before he could finish speaking, his entire body suddenly froze. The next second, his eyes instantly filled with blood, the whites consumed by a deep black-red hue. Strange, haha, sounds came from his throat as his hands desperately clawed at his own neck. Help me. Black blood continuously flowed from his nostrils and the corners of his eyes, like a broken water pipe that couldn't be stopped. Immediately after, the blood vessels under his skin bulged one by one, and black patterns rapidly spread within his body, as if countless venomous snakes were crawling inside him. His entire body convulsed violently in midair, so agonized that he couldn't even make a sound. Purification program countdown, 60 seconds. Lin Yue stood still, neither reaching out to save nor stopping it. He had already figured it out. The red glow of punishment on Lu Jinxiong's body was not a defensive mechanism inherent to the stone tablet, but a sinister restriction specifically designed to silence. Once someone afflicted with this kind of restriction touched upon core secrets or faced a fatal threat, the restriction would automatically activate, directly destroying the host's brain and heart meridian. Being able to plant such a method in the body of a peak level 40 awakened, the strength of the person behind the scenes is definitely far above Lu Jinxiong. Moreover, that person's background is by no means simple. The Lu family is merely a pawn on the surface. The real manipulator is hiding in a deeper place. Lin Yue did not waste any more time. He lowered his head and glanced at Lu Jinxiong's wrist, which had already been charred black. He knew very well that this item was now both a clue and a trophy. Although the outer shell of the advanced storage bracelet had been discolored by the flames, the storage circuits inside were still functioning, indicating that the truly valuable items were most likely still intact. He raised his hand and reached into the red glow. Unexpectedly, the layer of punitive light only targeted Lu Jinxiong and had no effect on him. Lin Yue did not hesitate. With a sudden exertion of his fingers, the clasp snapped directly, and the storage bracelet fell steadily into his palm. At that moment, the magic array on the temple's dome began spinning faster and faster. The white energy sphere seemed to have been compressed to its limit, its dazzling light so intense that no one dared to look directly at it. The entire temple was trembling, and the air was filled with a deathly aura on the verge of complete detonation. The countdown had less than 15 seconds remaining. Lin Yue did not look back. He knew that the truly fatal moment wasn't this second, but the chain reaction that would follow. Once the magic array fully erupted, the entire ruins would enter the Purge Protocol, and no one would be able to leave alive. So he simply quickened his pace, rushing toward the temple's exit. In the next instant, the countdown hit 0. Boom! The dome formation suddenly exploded, and a pure white pillar of destruction descended from the sky like a blade splitting heaven and earth, instantly engulfing the entire interior of the temple. Lu Jinxiong didn't even manage to let out a final scream. The moment the pillar descended, his flesh was rapidly stripped away, his bones shattered inch by inch, and the armor on his body crumbled into scrap metal in the blink of an eye. Shortly after, he, along with the broken corpses on the ground, was burned to ashes. Lin Yue, however, stepped out steadily at the very last second before the pillar spread to the temple's entrance. He had just stepped outside when a deeper rumbling sound came from behind. The destruction was not over. After the temple collapsed, the ancient psionic network buried underground was fully activated, and the entire ruins began executing the most thorough cleansing protocol. It was not a simple explosion, but a form of annihilation that left no survivors. On the outskirts of the ruins, Zhao Wuji, Han Baichuan, and Meng Changhe were standing beside a broken altar. The same warning sound echoed repeatedly above the ruins. The faces of the three family heads instantly turned pale. Without the secret method scroll, they couldn't possibly pass through the frenzied bone storm on the outskirts. But staying in place would only mean waiting for death. Once the clearing program was fully activated, they wouldn't even have a chance to struggle. Both paths lead to death. Zhao Wuji finally couldn't hold on anymore. The forced calmness on his face completely shattered, and his voice trembled with despair. What on earth did that idiot Lu Jinxiong do? Han Baichuan and Meng Changhe exchanged a glance, but neither answered. They both understood that the ironclad rule of the past century had once again proven true. Anyone who entered the ancient ruins almost never came out alive. The next second, silver-white light suddenly erupted from the ground, shooting straight into the sky. Wherever the light swept, the three family heads and their remaining elites didn't even have time to react. Their bodies were directly vaporized in the white light, leaving not even a trace of blood mist. The entire ruins were completely leveled. Having lost the massive psionic support, the skeletal storm that had raged on the outskirts for who knows how long began to rapidly weaken, like a giant beast suddenly stripped of its bones. After a few struggles, it finally came to a slow halt. The heart of the wilderness area finally regained a brief moment of tranquility. And in this desolation, the only person still standing was Lin Yue. He stood on the barren ground, cold winds sweeping up dust as they passed by his feet. The once vast ruins had completely vanished, as if they had never existed. Lin Yue did not rush to leave. He found a relatively flat rock to sit on, placed Lu Jinxiong's storage wristband in his palm, and slowly infused spiritual energy. The next second, the storage space opened. His consciousness scanned the list of items inside, and his expression immediately changed. He first took out a metal box half as tall as a person. The moment the lid was lifted, a surge of intense psionic energy almost seemed to hit his face. Inside, it was packed full of psionic cores. Multicolored lights intertwined, making his eyes sting. Lin Yue paused for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. So many psionic cores, he never even dared to imagine this before. It just so happened that he had been worrying recently about the lack of materials for special psionic bullets. Who would have thought that Lu Zhenxiong, that old man, would personally deliver the ready-made materials right to him? He immediately crouched down and carefully counted. A total of more than 50, and all of them were high-purity cores. The worst ones were B-grade, and there were even more than a dozen A-grade cores among them. Lin Yue picked up an A-grade core, gently twirling it between his fingers, and quickly calculated the value in his mind. These items together were worth at least tens of millions. On the surface, the Liu family's accounts could never casually produce so many cores. This indicated that over the years, Lu Zhenxiong had secretly amassed an unknown amount of illicit gains. Unfortunately for him, all of this now belonged to Lin Yue. He quickly refocused his thoughts on reality. The special psionic bullets of Silver Soul lacked high purity cores the most. Now that the materials were in hand, he could directly produce over 50 rounds. The ammunition problem was finally resolved. Apart from the psionic cores, there were also several credit point savings cards in the bracelet, with a total amount exceeding 23 million. Lin Yue put the card away, the curve of his lips deepening. This old guy really has quite a bit of private money. He continued to search deeper into the bracelet. Soon, his movements came to a halt. It was a sealed black envelope, without a signature or mark, looking as ordinary as could be. But as soon as Lin Yue touched it, an extremely faint, ominous aura crept up through his fingertips. His brows furrowed tightly, and he immediately became alert. A trace of spiritual energy fluctuation lingered on the surface of the envelope, and this fluctuation was identical to the sealing restriction inside Lu Zhenxiong earlier. This indicated that the envelope was no ordinary object. It is very likely that it hides a secret that cannot see the light of day. Lin Yue turned over the envelope, carefully inspected it, and only after confirming that there were no new restrictions on the outside did he slowly tear open the seal with his thumb. Inside, there is only a single folded piece of thin paper. After unfolding the note, there is only one sentence written on it. The handwriting is messy, as if deliberately trying to prevent recognition. The door has been opened, the seeds have been sown. The Dragon Ridge project is ready. No signature, no date, and no name. Lin Yue's gaze slowly shifted downward, landing on the bottom right corner of the back of the note. There's a tiny brand, a blood-red eye. Its pupil is vertically slit, like a snake's, or like some kind of ferocious beast lurking in the depths of darkness. Lin Yue stared at that eye, the smile on his face gradually fading. Lin Yue lowered his head to look at the note, his thumb unconsciously rubbing the edge. This symbol, he had never seen it before. It didn't belong to the four great families, nor to the military, and it didn't seem like something from the Awakeners Association either. This indicated one thing. There was another force hidden in the shadows that had been watching all of this for a long time. Dragon Spine Project. Lin Yue repeatedly recited these 4 words in his mind. What does gate mean? And what does seed mean? This note is too short, yet the information it carries is too heavy. The simpler it is, the more it suggests a greater secret hidden behind it. Lin Yue thought again of Lu Zhenxiong's words before his death. He said that Lin Yue's parents were not dead at all. Of course, he wouldn't easily believe the words of a dying man. People like that would dare to make up anything to save their lives. Lin Yue would not let go of any possible clue. The sealing restriction within Lu Zhenxiong's body, this mysterious letter, and the emblem with blood-red eyes all point to the same truth. The Liu family has never been the ones holding the chess pieces. They are merely a pawn placed on the chessboard by someone else. The one truly controlling all of this is far more terrifying than the Liu family. Lin Yue folded the note and put it into his storage bracelet. Then he stood up and looked toward the distant, hazy horizon. In the next second, he exerted slight force with his hand. The storage bracelet, already charred black, let out a crisp sound and was directly snapped into several pieces, with fragments scattering into the sandy soil. For him, there was no turning back today. At the moment he stood up, a faint itch came from the outer side of his right forearm. It was subtle, but undeniably real. That was the residue of the toxin from the dark burial. The area that had been touched earlier now bore a faint purple mark. Lin Yue glanced at it, his expression calm. In his view, the toxin shouldn't be fatal. As long as he returned to Qingjiang City and bought an antidote potion, the problem could be resolved. What he cares more about now is how many people are still hidden behind this operation. A few kilometers away, deep in the wilderness, at the bottom of a fractured rock layer, there is a narrow burrow resembling a temporary nest dug out by some small magical creature. Ming Zong huddled in the deepest part of the cave, leaning against the cold rock wall, gasping for breath. He was covered in blood. The iconic black cloak was already in tatters, hanging on him like a discarded rag. The gunshot wound on the outer side of his left thigh was the most severe, with a gash over 10 centimeters long tearing through the muscle, exposing raw flesh, looking utterly horrifying. The edges of the wound were scorched black by the high temperature of the psionic bullet, with clotted blood mixed with fresh blood, emitting an unpleasant odor. The wound under the ribs, slashed open by a flying knife, had also started to fester and suppurate due to the erosion of toxins. Mourning Burial reached to his waist, took out a small bottle, unscrewed the cap, and tilted his head back to drink the dark red liquid inside in one gulp. The antidote couldn't completely eliminate the toxins, but at least it could temporarily suppress them, preventing further spread. As for the injuries on his body, they could only heal slowly over time. He lowered his head and looked at the object tightly clenched in his right hand. It was a palm-sized fragment. The fragment had been forcibly pried off the stone wall of the temple. Its surface still bore silvery, ancient runes, though they had now lost their luster. When the purification program started, the blinding white light capable of destroying everything had already spread to his feet. But at the very last moment, the fragment suddenly emitted a thin, silver-white light shield, protecting him within it. The light of purification brushed past him without causing him any harm. It was as if this purification program regarded the person holding the fragment as an entity permitted to exist. At least, this is how Ming Zong understands it. As for the real reason, he couldn't explain it clearly. Truly a narrow escape from death. Ming Zong let out a hoarse laugh. Laughter echoed in the narrow cave, sounding particularly jarring. To crawl out alive from an ancient ruin, I, Ming Zong, must be the first. He raised his hand and held the fragment up to his eyes. In his dark red pupils, a faint trace of silver light shimmered. This item is not an heirloom treasure, but its value is definitely not low. It is the only physical object brought out from the ancient ruins. For 100 years, no one has ever been able to bring anything out from there, not even a grain of sand. The lunatics at the Night Owl headquarters, who specialize in research, will definitely fight over it. But Ming Zong had no intention of handing it over easily. This was something he had exchanged his life for. Anyone who wanted to take it would have to ask him first. Thinking of this, a trace of somber coldness flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterward, the humiliation of the recent defeat surged up all at once. He is Ming Zong, the leader of the Qingjiang branch of the Night Owl organization. A level 42 peak awakener, S-class profession, Devourer's Spirit Lord. In the underground world of Qingjiang City, his name has always been enough to make people tremble. But today, he was actually being overpowered by a young man barely at level 10. Not only did he lose 4 subordinates, but even his dual-size, netherworld twin devourers were shattered by a single shot. In the end, he fled miserably like a stray dog. To him, this was not just a failure, but a complete and utter humiliation. Ming Zhang's breathing grew heavier, and the venomous hatred in his eyes deepened. Lin Yue, he gritted his teeth, his voice sounding as if it was forced out from his throat. You think you've won? You think obtaining the inheritance means you can rest easy from now on? As he spoke, he lowered his head to look at his left hand. A faint trace of grayish-black aura still lingered on his fingertips. If one didn't look closely, it was almost impossible to notice. It was something he had quietly sent into Lin Yue's body during close combat, using the corrosive energy of the scythe. Netherworld Corpse Chi. This is one of the most insidious methods of the soul devouring Netherlord. It does not take effect immediately like ordinary toxins. It is more like a feigning death venomous snake, hiding first, waiting for the enemy to lower their guard, and then striking with a bite. In the first few days, it is almost imperceptible, with at most occasional itching around the wound. But in reality, the corpse aura had already seeped into the blood, inching its way toward the internal organs. By the 4th day, the real trouble would begin. By then, Lin Yue would find it too late to regret. Ming Zong slowly raised his head, a cold, sinister smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. This time, he suffered a crushing defeat. However, defeat does not signify the end. The real contest is only just beginning. Lin Yue did not hesitate for a moment and raised his hand to inject the potion into his vein. The moment the emerald green liquid entered the body, a refreshing sensation immediately spread through the veins. It felt like a parched throat suddenly quenched by water. The burning, itching pain, as if insects were burrowing into the flesh, was finally suppressed a little, but only a little. The next second, Lin Yu's brows furrowed tightly. The potion wasn't ineffective, but its effect was blocked by something stronger and more sinister. The toxic gas lurking in his right arm was no ordinary poison. It seemed to have a consciousness of its own. Upon sensing the purifying force, it not only refused to retreat, but, as if enraged, began a frenzied counterattack. Lin Yue could clearly feel the cold, sinister force deep within his right arm suddenly surging, rushing toward the potion like a tide, forcibly bringing back the pain he had just suppressed. Dark red, poisonous patterns surfaced one by one under his skin, twisting like tiny blood vessels, even more distinct than before. How could this be? The waitress's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but take half a step back. She had originally thought that the top-tier antidote from Tianbao Tower would be sufficient to handle most poison injuries, but the scene before her clearly exceeded her understanding. This wasn't a simple poisoning reaction. It was more like something was competing with the potion for control over the body. Lin Yue didn't speak, just lowered his head and stared at his arm. He quickly realized that the problem was more serious than he had thought. This toxic gas didn't just corrode the body. It was also trying to climb further along the meridians. The medicine could suppress part of it, but it couldn't completely eliminate it. In other words, if a stronger solution wasn't found soon, this thing would eventually spread throughout his entire body. By then, the consequences would be far worse than just pain. He would lose his mobility, his judgment, and even control over his own body. Lin Yu's gaze darkened. He didn't like this feeling of passivity, and he disliked even more the idea of someone hiding in the shadows, setting such a vicious trap for him. If this poison was truly aimed at him, then the other party had already regarded him as prey. Prey may not always remain at the mercy of others. Lin Yue took a deep breath, suppressing the sharp pain radiating from his right arm, and directly stored the remaining 2 vials of potion into the storage space. 1 vial isn't enough, then use 2. If 2 vials still aren't enough, then keep looking for other solutions. He has never been the kind of person to wait for death. The waitress looked at his calm, almost terrifyingly composed profile and was momentarily at a loss for words. Only then did she realize that this young man standing before her had not come this far by mere luck. Lin Yue raised his head, his gaze regaining its calmness, but it was colder than before. "Do you have any stronger purification potions here?" he asked. The waitress's throat tightened, and she quickly nodded. Yes, but that kind of potion is very rare, and the price is terrifyingly high. Take me to see it." Just 4 short words, devoid of extra emotion, yet carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. The waitress dared not delay and immediately turned to lead the way. In a place Lin Yue couldn't see, the dark red, poisonous pattern continued to wriggle slowly, like a venomous snake hidden within flesh and blood, patiently waiting for the next opportunity to devour. The dark red, poisonous pattern climbed madly along the blood vessels, like a snake out of control, rapidly consuming every inch of vitality in Lin Yu's right arm. Lin Yue lowered his head to look at his arm. The cool medicinal liquid had just touched the dark red area when the previously stable poisonous pattern seemed completely enraged, suddenly twisting and swelling, its color quickly shifting from pale purple to deep black. The next second, excruciating pain exploded. It wasn't the pain of a flesh wound, but as if countless fine needles were piercing deep into the nerves, forcibly pulling outward. Lin Yue let out a suppressed, low gasp from his throat, and a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. The waitress turned pale with fright, retreating several steps, her voice trembling. How could this happen? She originally thought that the advanced antidote from Tianbao Tower would at least suppress the poison, but now it seemed that not only did it fail to suppress it, it actually made the fire burn even stronger. If something were to happen to this guest in the store, she absolutely couldn't bear the consequences. Please wait a moment. I'll go get Mr. Du right away." She almost turned and ran in a panic, her high heels clattering a chaotic rhythm on the floor. Lin Yue leaned against the counter, his chest heaving violently, and his breathing became heavy. He knew he couldn't collapse. At that moment, a blue light screen suddenly appeared before his eyes. Status: under Nether Corpse Chi erosion, Stage 1. Warning: high-level alien toxin invasion detected. This toxin possesses devouring properties and is expected to enter a full outbreak phase in 72 hours. Lin Yue's gaze darkened slightly. 72 hours. In other words, the time left for him was already running out. Not long after, a series of hurried footsteps came from the back hall. The chief appraiser of Tianbao Pavilion and the true person in charge behind the scenes, Old Du, quickly walked out under the guidance of the waitress. Dressed in a gray tang suit, exuding a calm demeanor, his eyes revealed a hint of surprise as soon as he saw Lin Yue leaning against the counter. Young friend Lin. But when his gaze fell on Lin Yue's right arm, his expression immediately changed. That arm was already covered with swirling black poison patterns, as if a mass of constantly writhing black mist was hidden beneath the skin, making one's heart tighten at the sight. Elder Du furrowed his brows tightly and raised 2 fingers, stopping an inch above the poison patterns. A strand of gentle, white, spiritual energy extended from his fingertips, attempting to probe the toxicity. But as soon as the white light approached, a wisp of gray-black aura suddenly shot out from the poison mark, like an open mouth, instantly devouring that bit of spiritual energy completely. Elder Du's finger paused and immediately withdrew, his expression growing even more grave. He silently observed for a moment, then raised his head, looking at Lin Yue with a profound gaze. Young friend Lin, what you've been afflicted with is not an ordinary toxin. Lin Yue did not speak, just quietly waited for him to continue. Old Du stared at the constantly surging poisonous patterns and slowly spoke, his voice lowered. This is Netherworld Corpse Chi. It also contains the caster's spiritual energy imprint, making it no longer just poison, but more like it has its own consciousness. It actively devours external energy, and the more you try to suppress it, the faster it grows. He paused for a moment, his expression becoming even more serious. The antidote you just injected wasn't to save you, it was to feed it. Lin Yue listened, his expression still calm, though his fingertips tightened slightly. He had already sensed it. The spread of the poison mark was indeed faster than before the injection. Can this poison be cured? He asked directly. Elder Du did not answer immediately, but slowly shook his head. Although I still have some insight in Xinjiang City, this is not my area of expertise. For this kind of exotic toxin marked by a spellcaster, Tianbao Pavilion is powerless. This statement was straightforward and cruel. It meant that Tianbao Pavilion could not save him. Lin Yue nodded without saying much, reached out to zip up his right sleeve, and turned to leave. Young Lin, hold on. Old Du suddenly called out to him. He looked at this young man, feeling somewhat conflicted inside. Lin Yue had just desperately returned from the wilderness area, yet he showed no trace of panic in the face of this almost certain death caused by the deadly poison. Either he had already prepared for the worst, or he was simply born fearless. And he could tell that Lin Yue belonged to the latter. Lin Yue stopped in his tracks and turned to look at him. Old Du took out a dark golden coin from his sleeve and handed it over. The surface of the coin has no denomination, only an intricately carved rhinoceros beetle. I can't save you, but maybe someone can. Lin Yue took the coin and found it heavy in his hand, unusually cold, clearly not made of ordinary metal. Du Lao lowered his voice and continued. In the underground black market of the West District in Xinjiang City, there is a peculiar poison master who has been hiding there for years. This person has unconventional methods, but exceptional skills, knowledgeable in both poisoning and detoxification. Take this coin and look for a shop without a sign, with a string of white bone wind chimes hanging at the door. Lin Yue put away the coin, his expression unchanged. Old Du looked at him, his tone becoming more serious. The underground black market is a chaotic place with no law and order. It doesn't rely on rules but on fists. You're injured now, so you must be careful when you go there. Thank you. Lin Yue did not linger any longer and turned to walk out of Tianbao Tower. The sunlight outside was dazzling. He slightly lowered his hood, but his steps did not falter as he headed straight toward the Western District. The prosperity and chaos of Xinjiang City were left behind by him at this moment. Soon, he entered a completely different world. West District slum. This place is completely different from the central commercial street. Sewage flows through the narrow alleys, and dilapidated tin houses are haphazardly crammed together, with an enduring stench lingering in the air. There is no order here, nor dignity. Only poverty, chaos, and the danger of erupting at any moment. Lin Yue passed through 3 intricate dark alleys and finally stopped in front of the entrance to an abandoned underground air raid shelter. At the entrance, 2 guards were holding old-fashioned rifles, lazily leaning against the wall. Lin Yue raised his eyes to look at the group of people in front of him, his expression calm to the point of numbness. In a place like this, taking a step back would only be seen as weakness. Lin Yue knew very well that these people weren't here to reason with him. They were here to pick a fight, to rob, to trample him into the mud. The surrounding vendors, sensing trouble, immediately backed away. Their movements were so swift, it seemed as if they had practiced it beforehand. That's just how it was in the black market. No one wanted to get caught up in trouble, let alone risk getting hurt by accident. If blood splattered on you, the only one to suffer bad luck would be yourself. Li Hu, seeing Lin Yue remain silent, looked even more smug. He thought Lin Yue was just putting on a brave front. A wounded gunner, venturing alone into the black market, and still daring to stand in front of him, pretending to be calm? Isn't this courting death? What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Li Hu sneered, the chainsaw in his hand emitting a piercing buzz. Weren't you so tough back then? Today, I want to see if you can still act as arrogant as last time. The group of lackeys behind him joined in the jeering, closing in tighter, their weapons all aimed at Lin Yue. Some had excitement written all over their faces, while others' eyes were filled with greed. It was clear to everyone that something was off with Lin Yue's condition. His right arm hung limply, barely moving, clearly severely injured. To them, this was the perfect opportunity to strike. But Li Hu didn't notice that although Lin Yue was injured, there wasn't the slightest panic in his eyes. It wasn't a feigned composure, but the calmness of someone who had truly faced life and death. Lin Yue was well aware that today's conflict was unavoidable. What he lacked most now was time, and what he least wanted to waste was also time. The injury on his right arm was worsening, and dragging it out would only make him more passive. Since it couldn't be avoided, he could only deal with these troublesome guys in front of him first. The blonde-haired man was still shouting, holding a steel pipe and moving forward, cursing foully. Lin Yue suddenly moved. No unnecessary movements, no words, just a clean and decisive step forward. In the next second, the blonde-haired man only felt a blur before his eyes. Before he could swing the steel pipe in his hand, his wrist was already firmly gripped by Lin Yue. Lin Yue's left hand twisted forcefully like an iron clamp. Crack! The sound of bones cracking was so clear it made one's scalp tingle. The blonde-haired man didn't even have time to scream before he dropped to his knees, his face contorted in pain, and the steel pipe flew out of his hand. For a moment, the alley fell silent. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected that Lin Yue, who seemed to be seriously injured, would strike so ruthlessly and so quickly. Li Hu's expression also changed. But before he could react, Lin Yue had already sidestepped closer, snatched up the steel pipe that had fallen to the ground, and swung it backward, smashing it heavily onto another person's knee. The man fell to the ground with a scream. Immediately after, Lin Yue delivered another elbow strike, directly knocking away the third person who rushed forward. The moves were not flashy, but each one hit the most critical spots. It wasn't for show, but to incapacitate the opponent as quickly as possible. In a place like the black market, it's not about who shouts louder, but who falls first. Li Hu finally realized something was wrong. Lin Yue wasn't just forcing himself. He truly dared to fight, and he fought with remarkable steadiness and precision, completely unlike someone cornered with no way out. Go! All of you go! Li Hu's face turned ashen as he roared angrily. A dozen or so thugs finally came to their senses and rushed in from all directions. But Lin Yue did not retreat. He stood in the narrow alley, like a piece of iron nailed into the ground. When someone charged at him, he sidestepped and landed a punch on their ribs. When someone tried to attack from behind, he grabbed their arm with a reverse grip and directly threw them into the garbage pile by the wall. When someone raised a knife to strike, he slightly lowered his head and kicked their calf, forcing them off balance. 1, 2, 3. More and more people were falling. The Black Tiger Gang, which had been aggressive just moments ago, was now in disarray. Li Hu stood at the back, his eyelids twitching. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. Lin Yue's right arm indeed barely moved, yet with just his left hand, he could still overpower so many people. This was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Li Hu suddenly realized that he might have made another wrong decision. But now it's too late for regrets. After Lin Yue dealt with the two most recent people, he finally turned his gaze to Li Hu. That glance was very calm, yet it sent a chill down Li Hu's spine. He suddenly remembered how, back in the goblin's sewer, this young man had crippled one of his arms. That's not luck, that's skill. And now, this fear has returned. Li Hu clenched his teeth, forcibly suppressing the panic in his heart, and suddenly raised his mechanical arm. The sound of the chainsaw instantly became even more piercing. "Don't be afraid, he's injured," he roared, as if trying to bolster his own courage. "Let's go together and kill him." But this time, no one had the same confidence as before. They looked at their companions lying on the ground, then at Lin Yue's cold, expressionless face, and for the first time, a sense of retreat arose in their hearts. At the moment of the standoff, a faint sound of a bell suddenly came from deep within the alley. The sound was very fine and crisp, like wind chimes made of bones gently colliding in the wind. Ding-ling. Lin Yue's gaze shifted slightly. Li Yu heard it too, but before he could turn around, Lin Yue had already lifted his gaze, looking toward the shop deep in the black market adorned with a wind chime made of white bones. Lin Yue did not touch the silver soul weapon case on his back. To deal with these street thugs, he didn't need to reveal his trump card. More importantly, his right arm was numb, and the dark red poison mark beneath his skin was slowly creeping upward, like a cold snake tightly coiling around his nerves. That hand was almost useless, completely devoid of strength. But he did not panic. Huang Mao charged at the front, the steel rod in his hand whistling sharply through the air as he swung it fiercely toward Lin Yue's head. The excitement on his face was almost impossible to hide, as if he could already see Lin Yue being struck down. The lackeys around him were also shouting, blocking all of Lin Yue's escape routes. They thought they had already won this round. But in the next second, Lin Yue moved. The instinct for ultimate combat surged through his body like an electric current, taking control of every muscle. Instead of retreating, he charged forward abruptly. His left leg tensed, his waist twisted, and his entire body became like a blade, plunging straight into the crowd. The blonde-haired man only saw a blur before the stick in his hand struck nothing but air. Before he could react, a searing pain exploded in his abdomen. Lin Yue delivered a crisp and decisive side kick, landing squarely on his ribs. The muffled sound of bones cracking echoed sharply in the narrow, dark alley. Huang Mao was kicked off the ground, flying backward and crashing into three of his companions behind him. Blood sprayed from his mouth, splattering the faces of several people nearby. "Kill him, all together," Li Hu shouted furiously from the back. Blades and clubs came down in unison. Lin Yue seemed not to hear. In the cramped alley, he moved swiftly and deftly, his actions as clean as if honed through countless training sessions. He didn't even use his spiritual energy, relying solely on physical strength and top-notch combat skills. He overwhelmed the group, leaving them unable to lift their heads. A bald, strong man swung his knife diagonally, the blade aiming straight for Lin Yue's neck. Lin Yue tapped his foot and shifted his body sideways. The blade almost grazed past the tip of his nose. In the next second, his left hand shot out like lightning, firmly gripping the opponent's wrist and twisting it sharply outward. Crack! The sound of dislocated bones made one's teeth ache. The bald, strong man didn't even have time to scream before the machete slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Lin Yue followed through with a knee strike, hitting him hard on the chin. Broken teeth and blood sprayed out together. The man's vision went black, and his body fell straight to the ground without even a struggle. Lin Yue's movements were completely precise, without the slightest excess. Using only his left hand and both legs, he turned every attack into a deadly counterstrike against his enemies. Someone tried to launch a sneak attack from behind, but without even turning his head, he kicked backward sharply with his right leg, hitting the person's knee squarely. With a crisp crack, the person's entire leg gave out instantly, collapsing to the ground while clutching their deformed leg and howling in agony. Another person raised a submachine gun, just about to pull the trigger, but Lin Yue had already stepped forward, grabbing the barrel with his left hand and forcibly lifting the muzzle, while delivering a headbutt to the opponent's nose. The sound of the nasal bone shattering was crystal clear. The man immediately fell to the ground, clutching his face. Screams echoed one after another in the alley. The black market vendors hiding outside had already shrunk into the corners, not even daring to breathe. They widened their eyes, watching the young man standing alone in the middle of the alley to face the enemy, their hearts filled with nothing but shock. In this place, they had seen plenty of ruthless people. But someone like Lin Yue, who struck fast, accurately, and mercilessly with almost every move incapacitating others, was someone they were seeing for the first time. The fight quickly turned into a one-sided crush. Lin Yue weaved through the crowd, his steps steady as if nailed to the ground. Each dodge was perfectly timed to avoid fatal attacks. Not even the hem of his clothes was touched. A thug lunged from behind him with a knife, the blade aiming straight for his lower back. Without turning his head, Lin Yue swung his left leg backward, his heel precisely striking the opponent's chin. The force of the kick was terrifyingly strong, shattering the jawbone instantly. The man didn't even make a sound, falling backward unconscious in an instant. Immediately, Lin Yue's left hand formed a fist and struck another person's temple. The opponent's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight to the ground. In less than 30 seconds, there were hardly any people left standing in the alley. The ground was littered with Black Tiger Gang thugs, either with broken arms or legs. Groans, gasps, and cries of pain mixed together, sending chills down one's spine. Blood flowed along the uneven ground, mingling with sewage, staining the entire alley even filthier. The vendors and scavengers hiding in the shadows all held their breath. When they looked at Lin Yue again, their gazes had completely changed. One person single-handedly incapacitating over a dozen members of the Black Tiger Gang. This level of strength is definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. Even if he isn't a high-level awakener, he must be a ruthless character who has crawled out a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Li Hu stood in place. The ferocious grin on his face had long since frozen. The chainsaw on his mechanical prosthetic was still idling, emitting a buzzing noise, but his entire arm was trembling more and more violently, almost uncontrollably. This is impossible. There was only this one thought left in his mind. How could that F-class loser, who was casually manipulated and humiliated by them in the sewer, suddenly become like this? Li Hu raised his head and met Lin Yue's gaze. Those eyes were terrifyingly calm. No anger, no pride, not even the slightest ripple. It's like watching a bug that can be crushed effortlessly. Li Hu's heart suddenly tightened. He suddenly remembered that Wang Biao had taken the 10 most capable fighters from the gang to the wilderness to hunt down Lin Yue. But so many days had passed, and not a single one of them had returned. And now, Lin Yue had come back alive. A thought that sent chills down his spine fiercely crashed into his mind. Wang Biao is dead, and most likely, he died at the hands of this young man. Fear, like a tidal wave, instantly drowned Li Hu's reason. He let out a sudden strange cry and turned to run. Revenge, the Black Tiger Gang leader's reputation, prestige, he had thrown it all to the back of his mind. Now, he only wanted to survive. But that mechanical prosthetic was too heavy, causing his steps to falter. He stumbled and crawled as he ran, as pitiful as a dog with a broken leg. "Did I let you leave?" Lin Yue spoke coldly. His voice was not loud, yet it pierced Li Hu's ears like a knife. The next second, Lin Yue flicked his toes, and a blood-stained machete on the ground soared into the air. Immediately after, he exerted force with his left leg, kicking the handle of the machete. The machete instantly turned into a flash of cold light, shooting straight out with a whistling sound, so fast it left only a faint afterimage. The sound of a blade slicing through flesh was so clear it sent chills down one's spine. The machete fiercely pierced through Li Hu's left leg. The immense force knocked Li Hu completely to the ground. He crashed heavily onto the rough ground. His cheek instantly scraped into a bloody gash. The wound on his thigh hurt so much that his whole body trembled, with blood continuously oozing out through his fingers. Lin Yue walked step by step toward him, looking down at him with eyes as cold as ice. The next second, he lifted his foot and stomped directly on Li Hu's chest. "Master Lin, Grandpa Lin, spare me." Li Hu was in so much pain that he could hardly breathe. He clung tightly to Lin Yue's ankle, crying with snot and tears streaming down his face. "I was wrong. I was really wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please, be magnanimous and let me go like a fart." Lin Yue found it utterly ridiculous in his heart. This type of person usually bullies the weak and fears the strong. Only by making him truly feel pain will he behave. He ignored Li Hu's pleas and slightly pressed down with his foot. A cracking sound was heard. One of Li Hu's ribs was directly broken. Ah! A scream instantly tore through the noise of the black market. Li Hu curled up in pain, his face turning pale. Lin Yue looked down at him from above, his voice calm, as if asking about the most ordinary matter. "Where's the shop with the white bone wind chime?" Li Hu gasped in pain, his lips trembling, and quickly nodded. I'll talk. It's at the northernmost part of the black market, past the scrapyard. Take a left at the third fork, and it's the innermost tin house. That's the one." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yue lifted his foot and precisely kicked him in the temple. Li Hu's eyes rolled back, his head hit the ground heavily, and he immediately passed out. Lin Yue didn't spare him another glance, stepping directly over his body and continuing deeper into the black market. But the pain in his right arm was growing increasingly severe. The dark red venomous patterns throbbed rhythmically, crawling toward his shoulder like a living creature. The ghostly corpse aura was frantically devouring his strength, and cold sweat gradually covered his forehead. He knew very well that he couldn't delay any longer. "We must find the person making the drugs as soon as possible." Lin Yue passed through the bustling outskirts of the black market and entered the more secluded scrap area. The light here was noticeably dimmer, with piles of discarded parts and rusted armored vehicle wreckage lining both sides of the road. The air was filled with the smell of rust and decay, weighing heavily on one's chest. Following the route Li Hu had described, he passed the third intersection and turned left. At the end, a dilapidated tin house appeared before their eyes. A string of eerie white wind chimes hung on the roof, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be made from the skulls of some unknown small creatures. Even though there was no wind, the wind chimes were still gently colliding, producing a muffled sound. A pungent medicinal smell wafted continuously from the cracks in the door, almost overpowering all the surrounding scents. Lin Yue stood in front of the door without knocking, directly raised his hand to press the rusted doorknob, and pushed hard. The iron door let out a piercing scraping sound as it slowly opened. As the door opened, the room inside was so dark that almost nothing could be seen. In the next second, the sound of something slicing through the air suddenly rang out. A ghostly blue flying needle shot straight toward Lin Yue's forehead like a venomous snake. The old man's face changed drastically, and the silver needle in his hand almost fell to the ground. He had practiced medicine for 40 years, had seen people corroded by corpse energy, and had witnessed those struggling on the brink of death, but he had never encountered a situation like this. Logically, the medicinal liquid should gradually force the corpse energy to the surface, where the silver needle would seal the acupoints and expel it. However, the corpse energy in Lin Yue's body seemed to be forcibly held back by something, refusing to move outward and instead desperately burrowing deeper inside. The old man's heart sank. This is not a simple case of poisoning. Clearly, there is another force within Lin Yue's body, directly clashing with the corpse energy. The veins on Lin Yue's forehead bulged, his breathing became rapid, and he seemed to be thrown into an abyss of alternating ice and fire. His skin on the outside was still burning, while inside it felt as if countless ice needles were frantically piercing through. He clenched his teeth tightly, desperately holding on to keep himself from passing out, because he knew very well that once he lost consciousness, the consequences would be far more than just pain. It could be fatal. Severe warning. Detected netherworld corpse energy within the host is resonating with an unknown energy. Resonance source locked. Core area of the host soul. Warning. The path of corpse energy erosion has shifted, deviating from the surface aggregation trajectory and concentrating toward the soul core. The system notification exploded in Lin Yue's mind, causing his heart to tighten abruptly. Soul core? Before he could react, the world before his eyes suddenly went dark. The next second, a strong sense of pulling surged from the depths of his consciousness, as if someone had grabbed his soul and forcibly dragged it into another space. The surroundings instantly fell silent. No house, no medicine furnace, no elder. There was only a gray, misty void pressing down like the deep sea, making it hard to breathe. Lin Yue stood in this unfamiliar space, his nerves instantly tense. He knew that real trouble had arrived. The corpse aura had not been expelled. Instead, it had invaded his sea of consciousness. This meant that the detoxification outside had turned into a life-and-death struggle within. Moreover, he had no way out. At the same time, in reality, the old man suddenly took 2 steps back, his face pale and frightening. The silver needle in his hand trembled slightly, the glow of spiritual energy at the tip flickering on and off, as if it could extinguish at any moment. How is this possible? The old man's voice was dry. The corpse energy isn't eroding his body, it's attacking his mental defenses. This situation he had only seen in a very few ancient texts in his lifetime. But in those records, without exception, all the people ended up going insane. Some turned into idiots on the spot, while others directly bled from their 7 orifices and died. What's even more terrifying is that Lin Yu's expression did not collapse. He just became quieter. So quiet it made people feel uneasy. The old man stared at him intently, feeling a strong sense of unease for the first time. This young man, the secrets he harbored might be even more dangerous than the netherworld corpse aura itself. At this moment, deep within Lin Yu's consciousness, something began to slowly emerge from the gray void. The toxic stream was collapsing inward frantically, finally condensing into a pitch-black thin line, like an invisible blade, directly piercing into Lin Yu's meridians. The meridians could not withstand such a force and were almost torn apart along the way. The toxic energy did not stop. Instead, it surged through the meridians into his mind, crashing violently against his mental defenses. Lin Yu's entire body trembled sharply. His gaze instantly lost focus, and his pupils began to dilate. That was not ordinary pain. It was a searing agony that pierced deep into the nerves, as if someone had thrown his bones, flesh, and consciousness into a fire to burn. His left hand gripped the animal hide mat beneath him tightly, his fingertips turning pale from the force. His nails tore through the rough surface and dug straight into the wooden board. Splinters pierced his fingers, and blood began to flow, yet he showed no reaction at all. The elder beside him immediately sensed something was wrong. His face darkened, and his right hand suddenly tightened, gripping the intricately patterned silver needle. He poured almost all his strength into it, white spiritual light enveloping the needle, attempting to forcibly suppress the rampaging poison. The moment the silver needle pierced the skin, an even more violent force erupted directly from Lin Yu's body. That force not only shattered the spiritual light on the needle tip, but also rebounded along the needle, counterattacking. The old man's tiger's mouth split open, and blood instantly splattered out. With a sharp clang, the silver needle was flung into the air, twisting into a bizarre angle mid-flight before finally embedding itself fiercely into the decayed ceiling. The old man took 2 steps back, staring intently at Lin Yu's rapidly paling face, his gaze showing true gravity for the first time. No way. He gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse and strained. I can't suppress it. This thing is no longer confined to the physical body. It's burrowing into the soul. Silver needles can only seal the meridians, but they can't deal with the soul. He looked at Lin Yue lying on the ground, his eyes filled with a trace of regret and a hint of helplessness. Kid, from here on out, you'll have to rely on yourself. It's not trying to escape. Instead, it's drilling into your soul. That means there must be something inside attracting it. The old man paused, his voice lowered further. If that thing can't hold on, your soul will be directly torn apart, leaving not even a trace behind, let alone any chance to start over. But Lin Yue could no longer hear him. His consciousness was sinking continuously, as if thrown into a bottomless black well. That is his sea of consciousness. No light, no sound, only a cold and lifeless silence. He looked down and saw his soul wrapped in gray-black threads, which squirmed like living creatures, burrowing inward one by one. With each deeper penetration, a portion of his spiritual power was forcibly devoured. Not far away, thick corpse aura churned and gathered, eventually forming a pale, twisted human face. It was the spiritual energy imprint left by the burial ritual completely activated at this moment. It didn't just want to destroy Lin Yu's body. It also wanted to seize this body and devour his entire soul in the process. The face opened its mouth and let out a cold, piercing laugh. Give up. Your mental strength is too weak. Just obediently turn into my nourishment. I will use your body to turn Xinjiang City into a dead city. Lin Yu's soul was being squeezed tighter and tighter, and his consciousness began to blur. Waves of intense pain struck him, as if trying to grind his sanity away inch by inch. Yet, as he looked at that twisted face, the corners of his mouth slowly pulled into a cold smile. Want to swallow me? Aren't you afraid of breaking your own teeth? He didn't continue defending. Instead, he actively let go of all resistance. In the next second, he forcibly compressed his remaining consciousness, condensing it into an extremely sharp spike. Then he stabbed out fiercely. The sharp cone directly pierced the gray-black threads entwined around the soul. Each time one was severed, it felt as if a tear was ripped deep within his soul, the pain nearly unbearable. But Lin Yue did not stop. He gritted his teeth and stabbed fiercely again and again, as if racing against death. He was gambling, betting that he could hold on until the very end. Just as his soul power was about to be exhausted, a deep rumble suddenly echoed from the depths of his sea of consciousness. Immediately after, a crack split open in the void. An exceptionally pure, silver-white light poured out from the crack. That aura was precisely the power that had merged into his body during the inheritance of the ancient temple. It had always been dormant deep within the soul. When the body was injured, it showed no reaction. But now, as Lin Yue's soul was on the verge of being torn apart, it was finally awakened. The moment the silvery white light touched the ghostly corpse aura, the gray-black threads immediately emitted a sharp screech, as if encountering their natural nemesis, frantically retreating. The phantom of the nether burial twisted instantly, letting out a roar of extreme unwillingness, and then exploded with a thunderous blast in the silver light. At the same time, a blue light screen appeared in the consciousness space. Detected dormant inheritance mark energy in the host's soul core area. This energy has been activated by external invaders and is executing autonomous purification. Silvery white light quickly spread across the entire sea of consciousness. Under the illumination of the light, the ghostly corpse aura burned furiously and was instantly evaporated completely. The gray-black threads parasitizing the soul body also broke one by one, eventually dissolving into nothingness. A gentle force subsequently enveloped Lin Yue's soul, and his nearly depleted mental strength began to slowly recover. Inside the tin-roofed house, the elder suddenly widened his cloudy eyes, staring intently at Lin Yue's right arm. The dark red, poisonous marks, which had been ferociously rampaging, were fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skin regained its original color, even faintly exuding a layer of gentle luster. Gray-black mist was forcibly expelled from the pores of Lin Yue's right arm. The moment it came into contact with the air, it emitted a sizzling sound before completely dissipating. The old man froze entirely. He had practiced medicine for 40 years and had encountered countless strange illnesses and poisons, but he had never seen anyone capable of purifying the nether corpse aura on a soul level by themselves. What shocked him even more was the trace of silvery white aura emanating from Lin Yue's body. Awakened individuals nowadays mostly possess psychic energy with distinct attributes, either fire or lightning, wind or ice. Even enhancement types have their own unique fluctuations. But this silvery white power had no attributes at all. It lacked the ferocity of fire, the dominance of lightning, and the sharpness of elements. It has only one sensation, and that is absolute suppression. This power is definitely not any known psychic ability of today. The old man's fingers trembled slightly. He had encountered many strange and peculiar forces in his life, but the energy before him was something he had only seen mentioned briefly in a fragment of an ancient manuscript. This was no ordinary spiritual energy. It was a far older and more dangerous legacy. Ancient legacy, the old man murmured softly, his voice dry and raspy, as if sand were stuck in his throat. When he looked at Lin Yue again, his gaze had completely changed. The previous condescending disdain had completely vanished. In its place was deep vigilance, and even a hint of barely concealed apprehension. "Who exactly are you?" the elder asked in a lowered voice. Lin Yue did not answer immediately. He slowly opened his eyes. The confusion and pain within them had faded, replaced by a clear calmness. When he looked down at his right arm, the dark red, poisonous markings from before had completely disappeared. Beneath the skin, only a faint trace of silvery light remained, flowing deep within the flesh for a few seconds before fully sinking into his body. The feeling of weakness from being gradually drained of vitality also disappeared. His current physical condition is even better than before he was poisoned. The light screen in front of him refreshed again. Status: Nether Corpse Chi has been completely cleared. Extra gain: the inheritance mark in the core area of the soul has been activated, increasing the awakening level from 0.1% to 2.3%. Current unlocked ability: expanded soul perception range. Lin Yue clenched his fist, and a crisp series of cracks immediately echoed from his knuckles. Not only had his right arm recovered, but it had also become even stronger. More importantly, his perception had become extraordinarily sharp. Now, he didn't even need to look to clearly capture the trajectory of every droplet of medicinal liquid falling in the room, and he could also sense the Elder's uneven heartbeat. The deadly poison left by the burial did not kill him. Instead, it acted like a key, unlocking something that had long been dormant within him. Lin Yue stood up, stretched his shoulders, and then turned to look at the old man. The poison is gone. His tone was very calm. The old man took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart. He raised his hand to brush off the dust, trying his best to appear composed. "It wasn't me who neutralized it," he said hoarsely. "It was something inside your own body that suppressed the poison. That bowl of medicine I gave you was at best just a catalyst." As he spoke, he glanced at the 3 A-grade psionic cores on the ground, flicked his sleeve, and collected them directly. "However, I won't hesitate to accept these 3 cores." His tone shifted, and his expression suddenly turned serious. "Kid, you'd better keep that power of yours well hidden." The old man stared at Lin Yue, his tone more solemn than ever. "If certain people catch a whiff of it, the trouble you'll face will be far worse than 10 nether burials." Lin Yue didn't respond to this. He simply gazed quietly at the tiny black tattoo on the back of the old man's left hand. A closed eye. The life and death confrontation just now gave him a judgment. This old man's identity is unclear, his origins a mystery, but at least at that moment, he was genuinely trying to save someone. Someone willing to lend a hand to save you, even if not entirely trustworthy, is at least worth testing. Lin Yue raised his left hand and pulled out a note from the inner side of his tactical suit. It was something he had retrieved from Lu Jinxiong's wristband. He flipped over the note and held the blood-red vertical pupil pattern directly in front of the old man. The black pupil when closed, the blood pupil when open. Lin Yue stared into his eyes and said word by word, "You recognize this symbol." The moment the old man saw the pattern clearly, it was as if he had been struck by lightning, his pupils contracting sharply into pinpoints. His wrinkled face instantly lost all color, turning deathly pale. The next second, the old man suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Yue's wrist with astonishing strength, as if he wanted to crush his bones. "Where did you get this?" For the first time, the old man's voice revealed an uncontrollable fear. Lin Yue lowered his head and glanced at his trembling hand, without answering. The old man seemed to have been burned, abruptly letting go of his hand and staggering 2 steps backward. He glanced back and forth at the blood-red vertical pupil on the note, then lowered his head to look at the closed-eye tattoo on the back of his hand. His face grew increasingly grim, and even his breathing became rapid. "Blood Pupil Society." He squeezed the words out through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping. How could they appear in Xinjiang City? Weren't these lunatics wiped out by the Federal Army long ago? He paused, his Adam's apple moving heavily. If what's on this note is true, then no one in this city will be able to escape. Lin Yue frowned and was about to ask further when a sudden, piercing collision sound came from outside. Gwa-la-la-la. The white bone wind chime hanging under the eaves began to sway wildly. The problem is there is no wind at all in this narrow underground alley. Yet the wind chimes seemed to be forcibly torn by something, emitting sharp and urgent sounds that made one's scalp tingle. Immediately afterward, the glass containers on the iron rack inside the room began to tremble slightly, and the severed limbs soaked in the potion floated up and down with the shaking, as if disturbed by some invisible force. The air suddenly turned cold. It wasn't ordinary cooling, but the kind that chills you to the bone, as if something were crawling out of the darkness. The old man's face changed instantly, and the forced composure he had just displayed completely crumbled. He suddenly turned his head, staring intently at the tightly closed iron door, his right hand quietly reaching for the pouch at his waist. "Someone's coming." His voice was taut. Paused for a moment, he added a sentence. "And not just one." Guac-la-la-la. The clashing sound of the bone wind chimes grew increasingly urgent, like a death knell heralding the approach of doom. The next second, the rusty iron door was forcibly smashed open by a tremendous force, the twisted metal slamming heavily into the walls on either side, emitting a piercing metallic screech. In the dark alley outside the door, 3 figures stood. The one leading the group was tall and thin, wearing a ghastly white birdbeak mask. On the forehead of the mask, a blood-red vertical pupil was strikingly painted. The pattern on the note in Lin Yue's hand was exactly the same. Behind him stood 2 awakened individuals fully clad in black tactical gear. The aura of those 2 was steady, and their psionic fluctuations were clearly much stronger than those of the Black Tiger Gang's lackeys, at least level 30 experts. The birdbeak masked man tilted his head slightly, his gaze bypassing Lin Yue and landing directly on the elder behind him. Senior Gue Guzi, it's been 20 years. His voice was thin and chilling, like a venomous snake slithering across the ground. You, the traitor of the Blood Eye Society, have you decided how you want to die? After speaking, he seemed to only just notice Lin Yue, lazily casting a glance his way. That gaze was light and dismissive, not like looking at a person, but more like looking at a bug in the way. Consider this kid beside you unlucky. Today, you'll both take the same road. The old man was so thin that he was nothing but skin and bones, yet his body suddenly tensed up at that moment. A chilling, murderous intent surged in his cloudy eyes. He took a step forward, placing himself firmly in front of Lin Yue, shielding the young man behind him. Kid, you shouldn't have taken out that note just now, the old man said in a low voice, speaking rapidly. That's a tracking mark from the Blood Eye Society. If it's exposed to the air for more than 10 seconds, they can trace the scent to find us. Lin Yue's gaze darkened. It turns out that the inconspicuous piece of paper was not an ordinary sheet, but a tracker. In other words, from the moment he took it out of Lu Zhenxiong's storage wristband, their location had already been exposed. I used to be a poison master for the Blood Eye Society. The old man stared at the 3 people outside the door, his voice filled with uncontrollable hatred. I fled for 20 years, and still, these lunatics caught up with me. As soon as the words fell, the masked man raised his right hand and flicked his index finger lightly. The next second, 2 black-clad awakeners lunged forward simultaneously. One flipped his palm, and dark red psionic energy quickly condensed into a short blade, aiming directly at the elderly man. They knew very well that dealing with the most dangerous target first was the safest approach. The other let out a cold laugh and circled toward Lin Yue. His figure moved so fast, it almost turned into a black blur, raising his hand to fling 3 ghostly blue darts at sharp angles, completely cutting off all of Lin Yue's escape routes. In their eyes, Lin Yue was just a teenager. Children of this age are not worth taking seriously. Just kill them casually. But they underestimated Lin Yue. At the very moment the dart was thrown, Lin Yue moved. With a reverse grip of his left hand, he instantly pressed the quick-release mechanism of the weapon case behind him, and the Silver Soul rifle fell directly into his palm. At the same time, a completely new sense of perception spread out from him as the center. It was neither simple vision nor hearing, but a sharper, more direct soul perception. Within 15 meters, every movement of the 2 assassins was captured by him with perfect clarity. Even the angle of the spinning darts and the arc of their flight seemed to slow down, fully appearing in his mind. Lin Yue didn't even look at the man in black chasing him. He raised his gun, but aimed at the other side instead, the enemy who was charging at full speed toward the ghost goo. Bang! The psychic bullet tore through the air and struck precisely into the man's right shoulder. The opponent was in the midst of a sprint, unable to stop or dodge in time. The impact of the bullet forcibly shattered his shoulder blade, and the dark red dagger in his hand instantly disintegrated into a scattering of light particles. The man in black screamed miserably, his entire body crashing hard into the nearby medicine shelf, shattering bottles all over the floor. Almost at the same time, 3 poison darts were already in front of Lin Yue. Lin Yue tilted his head slightly, the movement so subtle it was almost imperceptible, yet perfectly avoided the 3 deadly attacks. Then, with a twist of his wrist, the muzzle of his gun shifted smoothly to the left. Bang! The second bullet hit the target squarely in the chest. The immense impact instantly knocked the man to the ground, leaving a bowl-sized hole in the tactical vest on his chest. The man in black didn't even have time to scream before he was dead. From the moment the two sprang into action to the moment they were both down, it took less than 5 seconds. Inside the tin-roofed house, it was eerily quiet. The masked man's movements froze. He watched with his own eyes as two of his level 30 subordinates were cleanly and decisively taken down with 2 shots by a boy he hadn't even considered worth noticing. That sense of timing, that composure when taking action, was nothing like what someone of this age should possess. He remained silent for 2 seconds before slowly speaking. Interesting. His voice was no longer soft and effeminate. Instead, it was as cold as ice. I misjudged. You're so young, yet you possess such abilities. What a pity. Before he could finish speaking, a terrifying surge of psychic energy erupted from within him. The glass containers in the room shattered one after another, potions splashing everywhere, leaving the floor in complete disarray. This was the kind of oppressive aura that only advanced awakeners above level 40 could possibly possess. The masked man clenched his right hand in the air, and a massive blood-red phantom of an eye quickly formed midair. That eye had no eyelids, no whites, only a murky crimson, staring intently at Lin Yue. The next second, an invisible mental shock pressed down like a tsunami. Lin Yue suddenly felt a sharp pain deep in his mind, as if a knife had been directly plunged into his consciousness. The world before his eyes was instantly engulfed in blood red, and his vision began to blur. His body lost control, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. This was a crushing blow on the soul level. Go to hell. The masked man's 5 fingers slowly clenched. That blood-red pupil was about to completely shatter Lin Yue's consciousness. But at this moment, the ghost Guzi made his move. The old man kicked over the brass 3-legged cauldron in front of him, and the dark green poison residue at the bottom splashed up violently, transforming into a poisonous arrow that shot straight toward the masked man's face. At the same time, Ghost Guzi fiercely bit through the tip of his tongue, spitting a mouthful of vital blood onto the closed-eye tattoo on the back of his left hand. As soon as the blood landed, the tattoo seemed to come alive, and the previously tightly shut eye began to slowly open. Goo poison backlash. The old man let out a piercing roar of fury. In the next moment, an intensely thick, dark green, poisonous mist erupted from every pore of his body, instantly filling the entire tin house. The masked man was forced to interrupt his psychic attack, retreating rapidly while thrusting his hands forward to forcibly erect a blood-red psionic shield. The poisonous mist collided with the shield, immediately producing a sizzling sound of corrosion. The man in black outside, whose scapula had been shattered, had no time to escape. As the poisonous mist entered his body, the exposed skin quickly festered, turning into pus. Before he could even let out a complete scream, he had already turned into a foul-smelling pool of blood. The mental pressure on Lin Yue finally disappeared. He gasped heavily, veins bulging on his forehead, his whole body tense, as if he had been pulled out of water, drenched from head to toe. But at the moment the poisonous mist invaded his body's surface, the silver-white radiance deep within his soul core automatically lit up, forming an extremely thin protective membrane on his body's surface, blocking the dark green toxin outside. Gue Guzi had almost exhausted all his cultivation and spiritual power to release this poisonous mist. He wasn't doing it to kill the enemy. He was creating the only chance for Lin Yue to counterattack. Lin Yue suddenly raised his head, his soul perception piercing through the poisonous mist, firmly locking onto the masked man's position. He raised the silver soul rifle. At that very moment, the silvery white light from the depths of the soul core surged through the meridians into his arm, directly pouring into the body of the silver soul rifle. A silver glow suddenly lit up. On the surface of the soul's dark gray barrel, a complex and ancient silvery white pattern suddenly appeared. The energy of the legacy mark resonates with a legacy weapon, Silver Soul. The current bullet gains an additional ancient purification effect. Lin Yue's gaze instantly turned cold. Without hesitation, he firmly pulled the trigger with his index finger. Bang! This shot was no longer a dull explosion but a sharp, almost piercing hum. A bullet trailing a silver-white tail flame tore through the thick poisonous mist like a streak of white lightning, forcibly carving out a straight path in the air. The masked man's pupils suddenly contracted. He sensed danger, and it was a fatal danger. The power contained in that bullet was enough to take his life. Almost instinctively, he frantically activated the psionic energy within him, forcibly pushing the blood-red shield to its limit. But in the next second, the silver-white bullet collided with the blood-red shield. As soon as the two forces made contact, the blood-red shield disintegrated instantly, like ice meeting boiling water, rapidly shattering. The so-called ancient purification naturally possesses an exceptionally strong restraint against such dark, forbidden, and tainted forces. The bullet pierced through the shield, grazing the masked man's right forearm as it flew past, tearing away a large chunk of flesh, and finally smashed heavily into the brick wall behind. Ugh! The masked man let out a muffled groan, staggering backward. The bird beak mask on his face was also shattered, splitting open a long crack in the middle, revealing half of a pale, twisted face. He clutched his bleeding right arm tightly, staring intently at Lin Yue. The condescending disdain from earlier had completely vanished. What replaced it was fear, shock, and a kind of madness born from being cornered with no way out. Ancient inheritance. You actually obtained the ancient inheritance. The masked man's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper scraping. It was as if he suddenly realized something, and his gaze turned fiery and ferocious. That useless Lu Jinxion. So he died at your hands. He did not strike again, because he knew very well that if the fight continued, he might not leave alive. The next second, his figure began to turn illusory and distorted, with ripples like water waves spreading through the surrounding space. This was advanced spatial evasion. Lin Yue's gaze darkened, and he immediately raised his gun, but it was already too late. Kid, even if you have ancient inheritance, it won't change anything. The voice of the masked man emerged from the void, cold as if it had crawled out from a pile of corpses. The Dragonspine Project has been initiated. 7 days from now, this city will welcome the true gate. Your legacy will become the finest offering to the blood god. As the words fell, the ripples gradually subsided. The masked man vanished completely. The tin-roofed house fell silent once again. The dark green, poisonous mist began to dissipate rapidly after losing its psionic support, like a nightmare thinned by the wind. Lin Yue lowered his gun and turned to look at the Gosku master lying on the ground. The old man leaned against the iron frame, slumped on the ground, his entire body completely withered, like an old tree branch drained of all moisture. The goo poison backlash technique he just used had almost burned his life away along with it. Lin Yue walked over and crouched beside him. Guzi coughed up a mouthful of black blood, shook his head with difficulty, and his voice was so low it was almost inaudible. This old life of mine has reached its end. He trembled as he raised his right hand, took out a palm-sized beast-hide scroll from his chest, and laboriously stuffed it into Lin Yue's hand. This is the work of my lifetime. He took a few breaths before continuing haltingly. The craft of poison-making isn't exactly an honorable trade, but when it's truly needed, it has its uses. A muffled sound came from his throat, as if he wanted to say more, but in the end, he barely managed to utter a few words. I had planned to take it to the grave. Now it's yours. Lin Yue gripped the scroll tightly, his knuckles slightly pale. He knew this was no ordinary relic. It was more like an old man using his last breath to entrust all his hope. Guzi tightly gripped Lin Yue's wrist, the pressure on his bones causing sharp pain. The blood I will return, it's no coincidence. The elder gasped, his gaze already beginning to blur. What Eaglebeak said about 7 days might be true. After saying this, his lips only moved slightly, but no sound came out. The hand that was holding Lin Yue finally slid down weakly. Guzi closed his eyes. His breathing completely stopped. Lin Yue remained silent for a long time before slowly laying the old man's corpse flat. Then he picked up a piece of cloth from the ground and gently covered the face that was so withered it had almost lost its human shape. He said nothing, but he knew very well in his heart that for the next 7 days, no one would give him a way out. Lin Yue left the black market and returned to the city. The night wind, mixed with fine rain, blew against his face, its chills sobering. He stopped at the street corner and raised his hand to pull off the tattered cloth wrapped around his right arm. The black poison marks that had originally spread to his shoulder had completely receded. A faint silver sheen even seemed to shimmer subtly on the surface of his skin. The legacy mark absorbed the toxic spiritual energy from the netherworld corpse aura, then disassembled it and fed it back into the soul core. Lin Yue lowered his head and looked at his own fist. Power flowed through his body, completely different from before. That kind of change was hard to describe. It's like an invisible thin membrane has formed in his mind. Through that membrane, he can even faintly sense the weak and restless life force of a stray cat in the alley more than 10 meters away. This is not an illusion. This is soul perception. The power of heritage is gradually awakening. To avoid the spies who might still be watching him, Lin Yue did not return to the city center, but instead crossed 3 blocks and went to a small and deep in the slums of the western city. He paid for a few days' stay and pushed open the door to the narrow room. He locked the door from the inside and pulled shut the dusty curtains. The room suddenly darkened, with only the old bedside lamp still emitting a dim yellow light. Lin Yue sat on the edge of the spring-sunken bed, took out the beast-hide scroll that Gue Guzi had stuffed into his arms before dying, and slowly unfolded it. The first half of the scroll was densely filled with Gue Guzi's lifetime of poison refining formulas and antidote insights. Lin Yue glanced at those names. Bone decay, powder, blood ignition agent, soul devouring mist. The materials, refining steps, and activation methods for each poison were described in great detail. The edges of the pages were filled with numerous edits and annotations, clearly the result of repeated experimentation, not something casually written. Lin Yue's gaze shifted slightly. He quickly realized that these things were not waste paper. The gunner's attack style has always emphasized directness, overwhelming force, and explosiveness. But if these deadly toxins were integrated into psionic ammunition or high-explosive grenades, the effect would undoubtedly be far more devastating than simply firing a gun. This is not just an additional method. This turns the originally straightforward firepower into a more ruthless, harder to defend, and deadlier killing move. Lin Yue knew in his heart that survival wasn't about brute force, but about killing the enemy more intelligently. If he ever truly gets the chance in the future, he could completely turn this skill into his second path. Continuing to flip through, Lin Yue's gaze gradually stopped deeper within the scroll. Lin Yue's movements stopped at the last moment. He looked at the hand-drawn map of Qingjiang City's underground pipe network in the scroll, his gaze gradually sinking. The map depicted densely packed underground passages and many abandoned facilities. But what truly caught his attention were the 3 locations circled in red. The abandoned underground subway station in the Western District, abandoned underground laboratory in the northern suburbs, abandoned underground sewage treatment plant in the Eastern District. Next to each red circle, there's a blood-red vertical pupil drawn. Lin Yue understood almost immediately. The ghost Guzi, the one who defected from the Blood Eye Society, has been hiding in the worst, most desolate underground black market for the past 20 years, not merely to survive. He has been secretly investigating the Blood Eye Society's strongholds left behind in Qingjiang City. At the very bottom of the scroll, there's a message written in dark red ink. The handwriting is messy, as if the writer had hastily scribbled it under extreme tension. Whoever obtains this scroll must immediately gather the most trustworthy people and eliminate the Blood Eye Society's hidden agents one by one to stop the Dragon Spine plan. Remember, do not trust any companion lightly. Otherwise, if a single step is miscalculated, the backlash will come instantly, and Xinjiang City will turn into hell. Lin Yue stared at the line of text and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Trust? As an F-level gunner from the bottom rung of society, he had never truly possessed such a thing. His parents passed away early, and he was adopted by Lu Zhenxiang. It seemed like he had found support, but in reality, he was nothing more than a stepping stone for Lu Manyu to climb higher. Once he lost his value, the Lu family mercilessly kicked him out, even attempting to eliminate him directly in the wilderness. In such a large city like Xinjiang, he didn't have a single person he could trust enough to turn his back to. Lin Yue pulled a lighter from his tactical belt, pressed it lightly, and a flame sprang up. He brought the flame to the bottom of the scroll, watching as the message was slowly burned to ashes. The orange-red glow reflected on his face, yet it revealed no warmth. He doesn't need to trust anyone. He only trusts the gun in his hand. No matter what the so-called gate truly is, or what kind of conspiracy lies behind the Dragon Spine project. Since no one is worth trusting, then eliminate all potential threats in advance. Lin Yue put away the scroll, placed it into his storage bracelet, then stood up and casually drew Silver Soul. The silver-gray gun barrel glimmered with a cold sheen under the dim light, like a piece of lifeless metal bone. He glanced at the weapon's evolution value. 19/100. Still a long way to go. In other words, he still needs to devour a large number of souls ranked B or above for the Silver Soul to complete its next transformation. Lin Yue skillfully opened the cylinder, confirmed that the ammunition was fully loaded, and then closed it again. Next, he flicked his thumb, and the hammer made a crisp, light sound. The sound wasn't loud. It felt like a declaration. Let's start with point 1. He finished speaking in a low voice, and his gaze turned completely cold. Qingjiang City, Lu family villa. The living room was brightly lit, dazzlingly so. Wang Lan, dressed in a silk robe and holding a glass of expensive red wine, stood in front of the massive floor-to-ceiling window, her face carrying a hint of confidence. According to the original plan, Lu Jinxiong should have already obtained the treasure from the ancient ruins by now. As long as that inheritance is secured, Lu Manyu will be able to smoothly obtain the guaranteed admission to the top Awakener University. By then, not only will the Lu family stabilize their position, but they will also seize this opportunity to surpass all their rivals in one fell swoop, truly becoming the ruler of Qingjiang City. Wang Lan was immersed in the future she had envisioned when suddenly, bang! A loud explosion shook the entire villa. This was followed by an even more violent blast. The two 3-meter-tall solid wood carved doors were forcibly blown open. Heavy wooden blocks mixed with twisted metal door hinges crashed into the living room like cannonballs. The luxurious wool carpet was torn apart, and the antique vase placed nearby shattered into pieces. Wang Lan screamed, the wine glass in her hand slipping out of her grasp. Glass shards and crimson wine splattered together, landing on her ankles, cold and stinging. Her face turned deathly pale in an instant. She staggered backward repeatedly before collapsing onto the leather sofa, completely stunned. The night wind swept in through the blasted doorway, causing the curtains in the living room to sway gently. A figure cloaked entirely in a tattered black cape slowly stepped inside. The person leaned on two black metal crutches with a visibly deformed left leg, limping as though they might collapse at any moment. Yet, despite their seemingly wretched appearance, they exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression that made it hard to breathe. He raised a hand to pull back his hood, revealing a face so pale it was almost corpse-like, smeared with large patches of blood and dark, venomous markings. It was the leader of the Night Owls who had narrowly escaped from the ancient ruins, mourning burial. He was indeed seriously injured, even teetering on the brink of death. Yet despite this, the oppressive aura of a level 40 awakened still made the air in the entire living room feel as though it had solidified. Wang Lan's voice changed pitch, shouting in terror, Who? Who are you? Where are the security guards? Where have all the security guards outside gone? Mourning Burial did not answer. He merely lifted that face covered in dark patterns, staring at Wang Lan with an almost maddening coldness in his eyes. Stop shouting. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping. Those useless fools outside. I've taken care of them all. Wang Lan's breath stopped instantly. Ming Zong walked step by step to the sofa, his crutches striking the marble floor, producing heavy and slow thuds. Each thud felt like it was striking Wang Lan's heart. Lu Jinxiong is dead, he said. Wang Lan's pupils contracted sharply, her whole body frozen in place, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her from head to toe. Impossible, she shrieked. You're lying. Jinxiong brought the family's elite and carried the secret technique scroll. How could he? Servu yi, han bai shuon, meng hangya. Ming Zong interrupted her directly, raised a finger, and coldly reported one name after another. Not a single one came out. That ruin swallowed everyone. Wang Lan's mind went completely blank. She shook her head desperately, as if trying to shake these words out of her mind. Impossible. How could the Lu family fall? This is absolutely impossible. But in the next second, Ming Zong suddenly propped himself up with his cane, reached out a hand, and fiercely grabbed her by the neck. Wang Lan didn't even have time to struggle before he forcibly lifted her off the sofa. The strength of a level 40 awakened was something an ordinary woman could never contend with. Wang Lan's feet left the ground as she kicked frantically, her face quickly turning from pale to purplish red. Her hands futilely tried to pry off Ming Zhang's iron grip-like hand, but it was completely useless. Listen carefully. Ming Zhang leaned closer to her, his voice deep and chilling, carrying a heavy scent of blood. The thing in the ruins has been taken. Wang Lan's eyes widened more and more, her breathing becoming increasingly labored. The one who took it is none other than the useless trash your Lu family discarded, Lin Yue. Ming Zhang stared at her and spoke word by word. You've provoked someone who cannot be easily dismissed. You've provoked a true monster. The sound coming from the throat was intermittent, like a broken bellows. Ming Zhang let go of his hand. Wang Lan fell heavily onto the carpet, clutching her neck tightly with both hands, coughing desperately. Her face was smeared with tears and snot, and the so-called nobility and dignity she had earlier were completely shattered. Ming Zhang slowly straightened up, his cane striking the ground heavily. He did not immediately make another move, but quickly calculated his next step in his mind. Now, the four major families of Qingjiang City are leaderless, and this is the best opportunity. As long as Night Owl takes advantage of the chaos to seize control of the city's surface forces, once the Blood Eye Society's Dragon Spine plan is fully launched, Qingjiang City will inevitably fall into their hands. Thinking of this, he lowered his head and used the tip of his cane to lift Wang Lan's chin, forcing her to raise her head. Now, the Lu family has only two paths. Ming Zhang's voice was icy. First, cooperate with us, the Night Owls, and bow to the Blood Eye Society. Whatever you desire, power, money, or even greater strength, the Blood Eye Society can provide it all. He paused, a cruel glint flashing in his single eye. Second, I'll snap your neck right now and send you to meet Lu Jinxiong. After tonight, the Lu family will be completely finished. Wang Lan trembled all over. The man before her seemed as if he had crawled out of hell. She finally broke down, nodding in despair. The fear of death crushed her reason, while her greed for power wildly swelled in this hopelessness. As long as she could kill Lin Yue, as long as she could preserve the Lu family, it didn't matter who she had to serve like a dog. At the same time, underground in the Western District, an abandoned subway station. This used to be the earliest transportation hub in Qingjiang City, but was later abandoned and sealed off, with no one coming here anymore. But now, this place has become the Blood Eye Society's #1 stronghold, as well as Night Owl's lair in Qingjiang. Lin Yue crouched behind a 10-meter-high ventilation duct, suppressing his breath to the lowest level. He looked down through the gaps in the blinds. The platform below was very wide, illuminated by several sets of high-powered searchlights, casting a stark white light with almost no blind spots. A few rusty train cars were parked on the tracks. Over 30 awakened individuals dressed in black tactical uniforms were moving back and forth on the platform, each with a blood-red vertical pupil embroidered on their collars. They were loading boxes of dark red crystals into the carriage. Lin Yue glanced over, and his extraordinary perception immediately spread out. Most of them were only around level 20, with the real threats being the two leaders at the edge of the platform, both above level 30. To Lin Yue, these people weren't trouble, just a group of targets that deserved to die. He raised his right hand, the Silver Soul revolver spun once in his palm and was firmly grasped. Over 30 members of the Blood Eye Society, over 30 souls steeped in sin. He grabbed the heavily corroded edge of the blinds with his left hand and exerted force. The rusty screws snapped instantly. The moment the iron fence fell, Lin Yue leaped down directly. In midair, the muzzle of the Silver Soul was already aimed at the nearest level, 30 boss below. His index finger pulled the trigger. Late at night, the night sky of Qingjiang City was completely torn apart by the piercing sound of alarms. The news of the four family heads dying in the wilderness spread across the city like a virus. The city's defense forces' heavy armored vehicles roared onto the main roads, beginning a full takeover of all major traffic routes, and a lockdown order was issued. But this couldn't suppress the internal strife within the four families. Once the backbone was broken, all the branches immediately began vying for power, competing for the position of family head and core assets, directly clashing in the urban area. Fires broke out across the commercial street in the Eastern District, while muffled thunder-like psionic explosions kept echoing from a southern suburban manor. The entire city descended into chaos. Meanwhile, in this abandoned subway station buried deep underground in the Western District, the slaughter had only just begun. Lin Yue leapt down from the 10-meter-high ventilation opening. Gravity caused the hem of his trench coat to flutter noisily. While still mid-air, the Silver Soul revolver had already steadily locked onto a level 30 boss at the edge of the platform. The man was bowing his head to check the cargo list, completely unaware that the Grim Reaper had already descended above him. Bang! Gunshots exploded in the empty underground platform. A faintly glowing psionic bullet instantly pierced through the leader's skull. Brain matter mixed with shattered bones splattered out, spraying directly onto the rusty tracks behind. The corpse tilted backward, crashing heavily onto the wooden crate. Lin Yue landed, knees slightly bent, steadily absorbing the impact. Successfully hunted a Grade B soul, triggering the Soul Devourer transformation trait. Silver Soul Weapon Transformation Value 20/100. The 30-plus members of the Blood Eye Society on the platform were all stunned. The sudden change happened so quickly that their brains couldn't even react. Another level, 30 boss, was the first to react. He kicked away the debris in front of him, drew a pitch-black psionic submachine gun from his waist with his right hand, aimed the muzzle directly at Lin Yue, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Hot-tot-tot-tot-tot-tot. Dense psionic bullets tore through the air, creating a series of deep pits on the concrete ground, with shards of stone flying everywhere. But Lin Yue remained completely calm. He suddenly exerted force under his feet, advancing instead of retreating, directly crashing into the middle of two level 20 small fry who hadn't yet reacted. Both his hands shot out simultaneously, grabbing the back collars of the two men respectively. With a sharp lift of his arms, he forcibly hoisted them up to shield himself. The firepower net of the submachine gun instantly swept over. The psionic bullets mercilessly pierced into the bodies of the two men. Flesh torn, bones broken, the sounds mixed together, making one's scalp tingle. The two didn't even have time to scream before their bodies were turned into sieves, blood spraying wildly. Lin Yue hid behind the two warm corpses, his gaze as cold as ice. Lin Yue's entire body was almost pressed between the cold metal and the corpses, even his breathing reduced to the bare minimum. He is waiting for that moment. He has already calculated the firing rate of the submachine gun and the number of bullets left in the magazine. The more fiercely the opponent fires, the shorter the pause. But even the briefest gap is enough for Lin Yue. The gunshot indeed had an almost imperceptible pause. This is the moment. Lin Yue gripped the Silver Soul with his right hand and suddenly thrust it out from the gap between the two corpses. The gun was held level, his movements clean and decisive, without a trace of excess. He didn't need to aim again. The newly awakened soul perception had long acted like an invisible hand, firmly locking onto the leader's forehead. Bang! The second bullet tore through the air, carrying cold, unyielding killing intent, and precisely pierced the leader's forehead. The leader's head exploded on the spot, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The headless corpse swayed twice before falling heavily backward onto the railway tracks, producing a dull thud. Successfully hunted a B-level soul, triggering the Soul Devourer transformation trait. The Silver Soul Weapon Transformation Value 21/100. Lin Yue released his grip, his expression devoid of any emotion. The two bodies riddled with holes finally lost their support and collapsed limply into the pool of blood. The members of the Blood Eye Society on the platform were completely frozen. Two level 30 leaders were consecutively shot in the head in less than 10 seconds. This kind of event was already beyond the scope of their comprehension. Fear began to spread rapidly among the crowd, like cold water. "He's just one man," a burly man suddenly roared, as if trying to suppress the panic in his heart with his voice. "How many bullets can he have his gun? Let's rush him together. Whoever takes him down gets the squad leader position." This sentence was like a matchstick, instantly igniting those who had been hesitating. With great rewards, there are indeed people willing to risk their lives. A dozen members, confident in their close combat skills, charged at Lin Yue with reddened eyes, brandishing psionic weapons. They only saw the immediate benefits before them, unaware that what they were rushing toward was not prey, but the Grim Reaper. A distance of over 10 meters is indeed just a blink of an eye for an awakened. But for Lin Yue, it was more than enough to see this group of people clearly. He watched the few people charging at the front, a faint, cold sneer tugging at the corner of his mouth. The next second, he flipped his left hand, and the silver soul smoothly slid into the holster at his lower back. The movement was so swift it seemed as if he had practiced it countless times before. Immediately afterward, he reached back with both hands and drew another heavy weapon, the Storm K2 shotgun. Lin Yue steadily held the gun level, aiming the muzzle at the densest part of the crowd without the slightest hesitation, and directly pulled the trigger. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly erupted in the underground platform. The Storm K2 spewed a half-meter-long dark red tongue of fire, like an enraged beast fiercely tearing through the air ahead. Hundreds of tiny steel beads, infused with violent psionic energy, transformed into a fan-shaped barrage of death, sweeping outward. The 5 Blood Eye Society members of the front bore the brunt, their entire bodies slamming into what felt like an invisible iron wall. Their bodies jolted violently, their tactical suits instantly shattered, and their flesh was forcibly torn apart. The immense impact sent them flying backward. The person was already torn apart in midair, with severed limbs and broken arms accompanied by a thick mist of blood raining down like droplets onto the ground. No one could withstand this shot. Lin Yue did not stop. He continued firing, his movements steady as if carrying out a pre-written reckoning. Boom! 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 The entire underground platform was lit intermittently by the muzzle flashes, like the flickering flames of hell. The deafening gunfire drowned out all wails, as well as any trace of luck. This is not a battle at all. This is a complete massacre. The dozen or so members of the Blood Eye Society who charged forward didn't even get within 5 meters of Lin Yue before they were all reduced to pieces of flesh on the ground. The stench of blood quickly exploded in the enclosed space, so thick it was nauseating. The ground was quickly covered with blood, flesh, and torn clothing, and the platform resembled a slaughterhouse that had just been emptied. Finally, the gunfire ceased. Lin Yue stood in place, the muzzle of the gun pointing diagonally at the ground. From the scorching barrel, a wisp of smoke slowly rose, like a beast that had just finished exhaling. At the back of the platform, the remaining dozen or so members of the Blood Eye Society were completely broken. Their hands holding weapons trembled so much that they could barely keep their grip. The ground, covered with corpses and shredded flesh, had utterly crushed their last shred of courage. And the figure standing in the center of the blood pool, shrouded in black tactical gear, was no longer seen as an enemy in their eyes, but as an incomprehensible monster. "Don't kill me." The burly man who had previously shouted about taking Lin Yue's head to exchange for the captain's position was the first to kneel down with a thud. His knees buckled, and his whole body crashed heavily onto the ground, his voice filled with fear. "Spare us, master. We didn't want to do this." He began frantically kowtowing, his forehead hitting the concrete floor with loud thuds. "We are all people who have awakened low-level life professions and can't survive in Xinjiang City. The Blood Eye Society forced us to join. If we didn't join, we'd die. Please spare us. Please show mercy." The rest of the group finally couldn't hold on any longer. A dozen weapons fell to the ground one after another, producing a chaotic clattering sound. They knelt in unison, their cries and pleas for mercy blending together, like a pack of stray dogs driven to a dead end. Lin Yue watched them coldly, without saying a word. He never believed in the tears of these people. What truly brought them to their knees was not remorse, but fear. Since these people had taken the resources of the Blood Eye Society and enjoyed its benefits, they should understand that sooner or later they would have to pay the price for it all. He raised the Storm K2, ready to put an end to this meaningless farce. At that moment, the burly man kneeling at the very front suddenly had his plea for mercy stuck in his throat. His face instantly turned deathly pale, and he clutched his neck tightly with both hands, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. Veins popped out, and his entire face twisted into a grimace. Help!" He struggled to open his mouth, but before he could finish speaking, a large mouthful of thick black blood suddenly spurted out. Immediately afterward, his body convulsed violently twice, and he collapsed straight to the ground. Large patches of dark purple blotches quickly appeared on the surface of his skin, as if toxins were frantically devouring his body. it wasn't just him. The remaining dozen or so members of the Blood Eye Society exhibited the same symptoms almost simultaneously. Their pleas for mercy were all choked in their throats. In just 3 seconds, more than a dozen people spat blood and collapsed to the ground lifeless. The platform returned to dead silence once again. Only the crackling sound of the spotlight's electric current echoed in the empty space. Lin Yue slowly lowered the gun, his brows slightly furrowed. He walked up to a corpse that had just died not long ago and used the barrel of his gun to lift the collar. On the corpse's neck, there was an extremely fine black line, slowly spreading along the blood vessels toward the heart. He immediately understood. This was an extremely malicious restriction. These low-level members of the Blood Eye Society had long been implanted with deadly poison in their bodies. The moment they harbor thoughts of surrender or betrayal, the toxin would be instantly triggered by abnormal fluctuations in their nervous system, taking their lives within seconds. In Lin Yue's mind, the image of Lu Zhenxiong being tortured to death by the restriction immediately surfaced. The method is different, but the essence is the same. They all treat people as tools, mercilessly destroying them after squeezing out the last bit of value. Lin Yue let out a cold laugh. That old fox Lu Zhenxiong, who appears to be one of the 4 major families in Qingjiang City, has long been secretly colluding with the Blood Eye Society. On the surface, he seems prestigious, but in reality, he has sold himself to an even darker force. He no longer looked at the corpses and turned to walk toward the level 30 boss who had been shot in the head with the second bullet. Lin Yue bent down and picked up the black psionic submachine gun from the pool of blood. The gun was heavy, and its material was clearly not ordinary metal, but a high-strength alloy. Equipment name, Assault ERT. Category, submachine gun. Quality, grade B. Feature, high rate of fire with slight armor-piercing effect. This gun is not top tier, but for him right now, it's just right. It can make up for the lack of mid-range firepower, giving him more stability in the upcoming battles. After clearing the battlefield, Lin Yue's gaze fell on the few rusty train cars by the tracks. The carriage door was open, and it was filled with wooden crates. Those people earlier were clearly moving these items. Lin Yue leapt into the carriage, grabbed a crowbar nearby, and directly smashed open the lid of one wooden crate. Inside the crate were neatly stacked dark red crystals. Each piece was the size of a fist, with a rough surface, but inside, faint red fibrous substances seemed to flow slowly. He picked up one piece. It felt cool to the touch. Lin Yue tried to probe a trace of spiritual power into it, only to find that the energy within these crystals was extremely weak, even inferior to the lowest grade E-level energy core. This stuff can hardly be considered a resource. It's more like worthless industrial waste. But why would the Blood Eye Society transport them here? Lin Yue held the crystal stone, and the words of the bird-beak masked man resurfaced in his mind. 7 days later, this city will welcome the true door. The Blood Eye Society wouldn't go to such great lengths to set up so many covert operations in Qingjiang City just to transport a pile of waste. There must be something wrong here. These crystals might be consumables for some kind of large-scale device. Or perhaps they're the fundamental materials for constructing that gate. Lin Yue placed a crystal into the storage bracelet, preparing to take it back for Old, due to examine and determine what it was. The rest, destroy them all. Just as he was about to retrieve a high-explosive grenade from the storage bracelet to completely blow up these boxes, a cold, sticky aura suddenly spread out from the depths of the subway station tunnel. Lin Yue's movements paused, and his gaze instantly turned cold. In the darkness, a heavy knocking sound of thud-thud echoed. The sound was slow and steady, like some heavy object striking the ground, approaching step by step. Thud-thud. In the dim, underground tunnel, the heavy sound of metal clanging echoed continuously. Ming Zong, leaning on crutches and dragging his twisted and deformed left leg, emerged from a hidden passage beside the subway station. He had just forced Wang Lan to surrender at the Liu family villa and spread the news of the annihilation of the 4 great family heads. Now, the situation above ground in Qingjiang City was in complete chaos, and all of this was exactly what he wanted. As long as the batch of crystals from Base 1 is successfully shipped, Night Owl can leverage the power of the Blood Eye Society to seize the remaining assets of the 4 great families amidst the chaos. By then, they won't need to engage in direct combat to easily take over most of the underground resources in Qingjiang City. He was very satisfied with this opening move. But the moment Nether Burial stepped onto the platform, his footsteps suddenly halted. The overwhelming stench of blood, so strong it made one nauseous, rushed straight into his nostrils. The searchlight was still on, its ghastly white light illuminating the entire platform with stark clarity. On the ground, over 30 bodies in black tactical uniforms lay scattered in disarray. Severed limbs, broken arms, and shattered organs were mixed together, staining the gray-white concrete floor a dark red. Mingzong's pupils suddenly contracted, and the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. Leaning on his cane, he walked forward step by step, his gaze sweeping over the chaos on the ground. Bullet holes. Bullet holes were everywhere. The ground, the load-bearing columns, the surfaces of wooden crates, all were marked with traces left by gunfire. His expression darkened bit by bit, and then he walked over to the relatively intact dozen or so corpses near the edge of the platform. These people had bulging eyes, thick black blood still lingering in their mouths and noses, and their skin was covered with dark purple blotches. Goo poison restriction. This is the most ruthless and poisonous method the Blood Eye Society uses to control its members. The restriction is only activated when the host develops a strong desire to surrender or harbors intentions of betrayal, directly taking their life. Yet these people before us would rather abandon the restriction and collectively surrender. How terrifying must their opponent be? Ming Zong slowly straightened his body, his mind quickly replaying the scene. From the damaged vent louvers to the precise headshot positions of the two leaders, and then to the bodies shattered by the shotgun, every detail pointed to one thing. The attacker was alone. Moreover, they only used firearms from start to finish. The entire massacre would not take more than 2 minutes. An awakened one with a gun, wiping out a whole team alone, and doing it so cleanly and efficiently. Ming Zhang's back suddenly felt a chill. A young, calm, expressionless face instantly surfaced in his mind. Lin Yue. His chapped lips squeezed out these 2 words, his voice as cold as ice. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, Ming Zong caught sight of a freight car on the tracks. The car door was wide open, and the wooden crate lids inside had all been pried off, with dark red crystals scattered all over the ground. His gaze quickly settled on the bottom of the outermost wooden crate. A piece of black square plastic was attached there. On the plastic was a tiny LCD screen with red numbers constantly flashing. 02, 01, a high-explosive time bomb. Ming Zhang's pupils suddenly shrank to a point, and his scalp instantly went numb. He didn't even have time to think, instinctively draining all the remaining spiritual energy in his body. The overwhelming pressure of an S-class awakener erupted, and a thick blood-red spiritual energy shield instantly formed in front of him. At the same time, he fiercely pushed the ground with his crutches, retreating madly backward. The next second, boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted in the enclosed underground space. The high-explosive C4 was just a trigger. The truly lethal factor was those dark red crystals. Although the energy within them was weak, under extreme heat and pressure, they still triggered a chain reaction explosion in an instant. The entire train car instantly exploded into an expanding fireball, with blinding red light engulfing the entire platform. The heat wave, like an invisible giant hand, swept wildly in all directions, carrying metal fragments, bricks, and flames. The support columns were violently cracked, and large chunks of concrete from the platform's ceiling collapsed heavily onto the ground. Ming Zong had barely retreated 10 meters before being directly hit by the shockwave. The blood-red shield he had raised lasted only half a second before shattering like fragile glass. Puff. Ming Zong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body flung backward, tumbling twice in the air before crashing through the dilapidated ticket booth at the end of the platform, and was then buried under a pile of broken bricks and rubble. Flames spread across the ground, igniting the corpses on the platform as well. The stench of burning flesh mixed with the heat, making it almost impossible to breathe. A few seconds later, the debris was pushed aside. Ming Zong crawled out in a sorry state, his black cloak long since burned to ashes, leaving his battered and torn body exposed. The severe injuries he sustained in the ruins split open again, and the black, poisonous patterns, as if alive, frantically climbed up his neck, almost covering half of his face. But he was still alive, and he had only one cane left. Mingzong leaned on a single crutch, staring intently at the raging sea of flames ahead. The fear in his eyes was gone, leaving only an uncontrollable rage, as if it could burn through his entire being at any moment. Little brat. He gritted his teeth, forcing his nearly broken body to hold on, and raised his left wrist. The screen of the wrist communicator was already cracked, but it could still barely function. He connected to an encrypted channel. Outpost 1 has been attacked. All personnel are dead. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping. The attackers are likely heading to the next outpost. Notify Outpost 2 and 3 immediately to enter maximum alert. A faint crackling of static came from the other end of the communicator. After a few seconds, a deep, cold, and firm female voice spoke. Lord Mingzong, the third batch of seed fusion experiments is underway at base number 2. This is the most critical moment and cannot be interrupted. Mingzong's face twisted instantly. Then send the test subjects in, he roared, aggravating his wound and coughing up a mouthful of blood-streaked saliva. Activate the BloodNet protocol. It's a perfect opportunity to test the combat effectiveness of the finished product. Understood. Communication cut off. Nether Burial stood before the ground full of flames, his face as grim as a demon crawling out of hell. This time, he wasn't just angry. It was more about unease. The intruder wasn't an ordinary trespasser, but a hunter specifically targeting the Blood Eye Society. Such a person would never stop at base 1, and the only thing he could do now was to bet all the cards he could play. The abandoned drainage network beneath Qingjiang City, connecting the western district to the northern suburbs. This place hasn't seen daylight for years, and the air is filled with the stench of rotting fermentation, like a layer of sludge clinging to the throat. Lin Yue carried the ERT submachine gun and advanced quickly in the dark, his footsteps so light they were almost inaudible. The transformation value of Silver Soul remained at 21/100. The people at base 1 were not even qualified to be B-level awakeners. To him, they were merely appetizers. The real prey that could further evolve Silver Soul had to be of a higher tier. He had just passed through a narrow concrete pipe when his footsteps suddenly halted. The soul's perception caught a trace of anomaly. Lin Yue raised the tactical flashlight mounted on the gun barrel, the beam sweeping across the right side of the pipe wall. On the thick steel pipe wall, 5 parallel deep marks were prominently visible. The steel was bent outward, the cuts rough, as if something had forcibly torn it apart. This could never be marks left by human fingernails. The spacing of those 5 marks far exceeds the width of a normal human hand, more like claw marks left by some large beast. What's even more bizarre is that the edges of the marks still have a layer of dark red mucus. Lin Yue drew out the shadow fong and used the tip of the blade to pick up a bit. A strong, pungent stench immediately rushed into the nostrils. The mucus on the tip of the blade was still wriggling extremely slowly under the flashlight, as if it hadn't completely died, even carrying a certain primitive vitality, trying to crawl up along the blade. Lin Yue's gaze turned cold, and with a flick of his wrist, he flung the mucus into the sewage. SSS. The mucus had just come into contact with the sewage when a puff of white smoke immediately rose, corroding the water's surface into a brief vacuum vortex. This thing was unlike any wilderness creature he had ever seen. Lin Yue's expression turned completely grim. It seemed that the Blood Eye Society was hiding more than just those dark red crystals beneath the city. They were also secretly researching other things. Those clandestine experiments were even more dangerous than he had imagined. And this was exactly the place he was looking for. 20 minutes later, Lin Yue followed the secret passage and arrived at the outskirts of the abandoned underground laboratory in the northern suburbs. This place was originally the underground garage of a chemical plant, but it has now been transformed into a sturdy checkpoint. Sandbags were stacked to form a bunker, and 2 searchlights crisscrossed, sweeping the passage ahead, illuminating the entrance without leaving a single blind spot. At the center of the checkpoint, a military-green modified armor vehicle was parked. Mounted on the roof was a menacing 6-barrel heavy machine gun, its dark muzzle pointed directly at the entrance, like an iron beast ready to bite at any moment. The sturdy ammunition belt extended from the side ammo box, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Lin Yue crouched behind the vent grill, observing everything below from a vantage point. 6 fully armed blood-eye guild guards were divided into 2 groups, patrolling back and forth in front of the entrance. Lin Yue's gaze quickly locked onto the faces of these guards. Something's wrong. The lower-level members at Base 1 had mostly numb and vacant expressions, like a group of people who had long lost their direction. But the 6 guards in front of him were different. Their expressions were tense, as if they might snap at any moment, with a lingering layer of fear deeply buried in their eyes. What caught Lin Yue's attention even more was their gaze. When patrolling, they hardly glanced at the dark areas around the garage's perimeter, but instead frequently turned back to look at the heavy alloy door behind them. Behind that door lies the core laboratory of Outpost Number 2. What they are guarding against is not the enemies outside, but the things inside the door. Lin Yue squinted his eyes and silently took down the chaser A3, screwing the confiscated silencer onto the muzzle. Lin Yue raised his hand to attach the silencer, with only one thought in his mind. Take out the guards outside first, then go in to find a laboratory. But just 1 second before he was about to act, a chilling scream suddenly erupted from behind the alloy door. The sound didn't resemble a simple human cry, nor the roar of a beast. It was more like a person being torn apart alive, forced into a state of uncontrollable agony. In that brief moment, the scream carried both despair and an abnormal kind of madness. The 6 guards in the outpost all shuddered in fear. One of them even took 2 steps back, his back slamming heavily against the sandbags, and the rifle in his hand almost misfired. And another one failed, someone said in a low voice, trembling as they spoke. "Shut up. Do you want to die?" Another immediately cursed back in a hushed tone, but his face was also pale with fright. Lin Yue crouched in the darkness, as calm as a stone. He pressed his eye against the sniper scope, peering through the narrow gap of the alloy door. All he could see was a streak of dark red, viscous liquid slowly seeping out through the gap. He didn't waste time guessing what was happening inside. In places like this, the answer was usually the same. Someone was dying in there, and dying horribly. Lin Yue pulled the trigger. Poof! The silencer muffled the gunshot to the point where it was almost like a dull thud. The guard on the left suddenly jerked his head back, his entire body collapsing to the ground without even a chance to react. Ooh! Enemy attack. The remaining person had just shouted when the second bullet had already arrived. Thud! Another guard fell on the spot. At this point, the remaining 4 were completely panicked. They instinctively fired randomly into the darkness, the muzzle flashes flickering chaotically in the passage, but such panicked shooting couldn't touch Lin Yue in the slightest. Lin Yue's expression remained unchanged. Pull the bolt, load, lock, fire. The movements were seamless, like repeating a mechanical routine practiced thousands of times. Poof, 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 poof. After a few soft sounds, the last guard's body stiffened and fell heavily onto the sandbags. The entire checkpoint instantly fell silent. The 6 people who were alive just moments ago now all lay on the ground, unable to make any sound. Lin Yue leapt down from his hiding spot, landing without making a single unnecessary sound. He glanced at the corpses, his gaze quickly settling on the 6-barrel heavy machine gun atop the armored vehicle. What he lacked most right now was this kind of firepower weapon capable of dominating the scene in a short time. This thing was perfect. Lin Yue stepped forward, placing his palm against the cold metal shell. The next second, the massive heavy machine gun vanished into thin air, stored in his storage wristband. After finishing this, he retrieved a black magnetic card from the tactical vest of the nearest corpse and turned to walk toward the sealed blast-proof door. Behind the door, there was an unsettling smell emanating. Lin Yue placed the magnetic card against the sensor area. Beep! The explosion-proof door emitted a dull mechanical sound, then slowly slid open to the side. A stench mixed with formalin, the smell of blood, and the odor of decaying protein suddenly rushed out. Lin Yue frowned, his stomach churning. Behind the door was a pale white corridor, the lights glaringly bright but devoid of any warmth of the living. On both sides of the corridor were individual cells separated by thick tempered glass. In each cell, there was one or several awakened individuals, but they no longer looked human. Some were barely clothed, their bodies covered with dense needle marks and roughly stitched scars, as if they had been subjected to countless experiments. Some had their hands and feet tightly bound by psychic suppression shackles, their flesh bruised and blackened, with festering wounds that sent chills down one's spine at a glance. Lin Yue paused for a moment. In the cell on the left, a man curled up in the corner, his right arm mutated into something resembling a thick tree trunk. Dark red keratin scales stretched his skin to the point of splitting, with flesh and blood exposed in a horrifying sight. In the cell on the right, a woman clung to the ceiling like a spider, several ghastly white bone spikes forcibly protruding from her back, tearing through flesh and skin. This place is not a laboratory at all. This is a slaughterhouse for mass-producing monsters. Lin Yue was well aware that the Blood Eye Society had completely abandoned any sense of morality. A place like this wouldn't be undeserved if it were destroyed. At the end of the corridor, there was a half-open iron door with a sign crudely marked Waste Disposal. Lin Yue pushed the door open and entered. In the center of the room stood a massive underground incinerator taking up most of the space. The furnace mouth was open, filled with severed limbs piled up like a small mountain. The limbs were twisted and deformed, with crystallized flesh and blood at the severed ends, appearing less like corpses and more like failed products of some forceful transformation. On the nearby control panel, a black experimental log was casually tossed aside. Lin Yue flipped through a few pages, his expression gradually darkening. The journal clearly recorded. The Blood Eye Society was using a dark red crystal to extract a special substance, then forcibly injecting it into living bodies in an attempt to create higher-level mutants. This project was referred to by them as the Seed Plan, and the Seed Plan was merely a preliminary step to the Dragon Spine Plan. What's even more infuriating is that almost all the test subjects were desperate low-level awakened from Xinjiang City. These people were already miserable enough. But here, they didn't even have the right to be treated as human beings. On the last page of the log, there was a red annotation. Material loss rate is too high. Success rate is less than 3%. Lin Yue closed the journal, his gaze turning completely cold. These people are not conducting research. They're using living people for practice. Just as he was about to move forward, a sharp pain suddenly shot through the depths of his soul, as if some danger was approaching. Lin Yue almost instinctively lunged forward to the side, rolling to dodge. Screech! A dark red, psionic beam nearly grazed his lower back as it blasted past. The spot where he had just been standing, the control panel was instantly blown to pieces, with metal fragments scattering everywhere. The next second, 8 fully armed Blood Eye Society fighters rushed out from the depths of the corridor. They moved in a tactical formation, their actions swift, clearly not ordinary guards. Leading the group was a woman around 30 years old. She was dressed in a form-fitting tactical suit, her gaze as cold as a blade, clearly not an easy opponent to deal with. Lin Yue slowly straightened his body, the muzzle of the gun in his hand slightly raised. The real trouble is only just beginning. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yue raised the muzzle and pulled the trigger directly. He was well aware that the 2 monsters before him were not ordinary enemies. They had been completely transformed into killing machines, with strength, speed, and regenerative abilities far beyond those of ordinary people. If it were anyone else, they would have been obliterated without a trace by now. Lin Yue is different. He has experienced too many life-and-death situations and has come to understand one truth more and more clearly. In a place like this, taking a step back means death, and showing mercy means death even more. When the first shot was fired, the dark red shield on the monster's body trembled violently, like ripples on water shattered by a stone. Lin Yue's eyes turned cold, and he immediately fired 2 more shots. Bang! Bang! The moment the third shot landed, the seemingly indestructible defense finally collapsed. The mutant charging at the front suddenly froze, letting out a heart-wrenching roar from its throat. Its entire body seemed to be drained of all strength and collapsed heavily to the ground. The absurdly thick muscles on its body rapidly shriveled, leaving behind only a gaunt corpse. The monster behind it saw this, and the remaining madness in its eyes instantly turned into fear. Instinctively, it wanted to retreat, but Lin Yue had already turned his gun and sent 3 clean and decisive shots its way. The second monster didn't even have a chance to struggle. Its chest was completely pierced through. Its massive body swayed a few times before crashing to the ground. The corridor was eerily quiet for a moment. The female researcher stood at the back, the sneer on her face gradually freezing before disappearing completely. She had originally thought that these 2 S-class experimental subjects would be enough to tear Lin Yue to pieces, But the result was like a slap in the face, landing hard on her. She finally panicked. Those research achievements she had been so proud of, those perfect creations built with countless resources, hadn't even lasted 10 seconds in front of Lin Yue. This is not a battle. It's a one-sided crush. She turned and ran, without even the courage to look back. Lin Yue did not immediately chase after her. He stood in place, his gaze sweeping over the two corpses, with not a shred of pity in his heart. This world had long taught him a cruel truth. Some people, once they crossed the line for ambition, no longer deserve to be regarded as human. The system prompt popped up at this moment. Lin Yue looked at the reward notification, his expression shifting slightly. Experience rewards, transformation value increase, and even a direct level up. This proved that his judgment was correct. Killing these forcibly modified monsters was not only self-preservation, but also cleaning up the trash for this world. He wasted no time and immediately stepped forward to pursue deeper into the laboratory. Since that female researcher dared to flee, it meant there was something even more dangerous waiting for him ahead. What he needed to do was to turn this hunt into a more thorough reckoning before the other party fully reacted. The moment the roulette stopped, Lin Yue almost doubted his own eyes. What he drew turned out to be a mythical passive. Rear seat, Eternal Forge. This thing had no flashy attack effects, nor any exaggerated phrases like one-shot kill. But Lin Yue knew very well that for a gunner, this ability was more valuable than most active skills. The stronger the gun, the more terrifying the recoil. High-powered psionic firearms, especially heavy sniper rifles and large-caliber machine guns, experience muzzle rise and trajectory deviation when fired. The more continuous the shooting, the easier it is to miss. Even advanced awakeners have to exert effort to control the recoil. But now it's different. As long as he holds the gun, all recoil will be forcibly eliminated. This means that he can finally truly control the near-violent firepower of the inherited weapon, Silver Soul. Lin Yue suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued to chase forward. The passage was very quiet, with only the sound of the female researcher's panicked footsteps echoing between the metal walls as she fled. She was running so hastily that even her breathing was erratic, clearly in a complete panic. But Lin Yue was not in a hurry. He had already locked onto her route. She couldn't escape. At the end of the passage was a heavy isolation door marked with a biohazard symbol. The door wasn't fully closed, and a piercing red light leaked through the gap, as if some kind of alarm light was flashing incessantly. Lin Yue turned sideways and squeezed through the gap in the door. Behind the door was a massive circular laboratory, nearly the size of 2 basketball courts. In the center of the laboratory stood a reinforced glass cultivation tank over 5 meters tall, filled with dark red liquid churning violently, thick like blood. Countless pipelines of varying thicknesses connected to the tank from all directions, continuously delivering various chemicals into it. The female researcher stood behind the main control console in front of the cultivation tank. Her white lab coat was already in shambles, stained with ashes and blood, and her hair was disheveled. There was no trace of her previous lofty demeanor. She looked at Lin Yue, her eyes a mix of fear and madness, her entire face contorted. "It's you who ruined everything," she shouted hoarsely. "For the Dragon Spine Project, our Blood Eye Society has poured 3 whole years of resources into this place. 3 years. Even if I have to reveal all my trump cards today, don't think you'll leave here alive." Lin Yue did not respond. He simply raised his right arm calmly, aiming the gun at her. In his eyes, this woman was already a dead person. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, the female researcher suddenly lunged toward the control panel and pressed the red button protected by the anti-misoperation cover. The next second, a piercing depressurization sound echoed through the laboratory. The valve at the bottom of the central cultivation tank abruptly opened, and the dark red nutrient solution gushed out like a breached dam, quickly draining away through the floor's drainage grates. As the liquid level dropped, the thing that had been curled up in the shadows at the bottom of the tank gradually came into view. It was a creature resembling a human female in appearance. But just one glance was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Her skin was as pale as death, almost devoid of any color, and one could faintly see the dark red, almost black blood flowing sluggishly beneath it. Her limbs were slender, her skeletal frame deformed, and her spine was grotesquely hunched, as if it had been forcibly modified countless times. The most terrifying part was her back. 8 bone blades, over a meter long, pierced through the flesh, their edges glinting with a ghostly blue light, resembling some kind of weapon designed specifically to shred prey. She didn't look human, more like a humanoid monster pieced together. At that moment, she slowly lifted her head. Those eyes had no whites, no pupils, only a sea of blood red swirling with murderous intent. Lin Yue quickly saw a prompt appear before his eyes. Target locked. Perfect Goddess. Experiment number 01. Energy level. Peak S-Class. Analyze traits. High-speed active regeneration. Bone blade strangulation array. High-frequency blink. The female researcher behind the bulletproof glass seemed to have finally regained some confidence, letting out a sharp laugh. Do you see? This is our true masterpiece, she shouted almost hysterically. You have no idea what you're up against. As soon as she finished speaking, Subject 01 moved, fast as a streak of white lightning. Lin Yue only felt a blur before his eyes, and that twisted body had already crossed a distance of 30 meters, appearing directly above his head. The next second, 8 bone blades slashed down simultaneously. They intertwined into an impenetrable web of death, descending straight toward Lin Yue. The air was forcibly torn apart, emitting a sharp, explosive sound. Lin Yue did not take it head-on. He tapped his toes lightly, and his figure immediately slid back several meters, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Several bone blades slashed through the air, fiercely smashing into the spot where he had just been standing. The alloy floor was sliced open like paper, fragments scattered everywhere, and sparks erupted. The female researcher laughed even louder. It's useless. Her regeneration ability has already reached the top level. Even if she's shattered, she can recover in an extremely short time. She stared at Lin Yue, her eyes filled with malicious glee. You can't kill her. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Yue had already raised his gun. The muzzle of the silver gun followed the figure of number 01, firing 3 consecutive shots. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound of gunfire exploded in the laboratory. 3 psionic bullets wrapped in a ghostly blue glow hit number 01's chest with precision. The high-speed impact caused her forward pounce to noticeably falter. The female researcher behind the bulletproof glass froze for a moment, then laughed even more maniacally. Useless. You're completely useless. Her regenerative ability. Just as she was about to continue mocking, Lin Yue had already raised the gun again, his gaze icy and devoid of any emotion. He knew very well. The real battle is just beginning now. Around the 3 deep bullet holes on number 01's body, dark red granulation tissue rapidly spread over the entire body like wildly growing vines. In the blink of an eye, the torn flesh and shattered bones had completely healed, leaving not even a single scar. She let out a piercing, inhuman scream as the bone blades on her back suddenly extended again, preparing to lunge at Lin Yue for a second round of attacks. Lin Yue watched all of this, his face devoid of any emotion. In the face of a rule power of weakness stare, combined with 3 consecutive shots, no matter how strong the monster is, it is merely walking toward death. At that moment, deep within number 01's freshly healed body, a faint cracking sound suddenly echoed, as if something had been forcibly snapped. Her scream abruptly got stuck in her throat. In those eyes as red as pure blood, a trace of human confusion and panic unexpectedly flashed. Immediately after, the seemingly indestructible pale skin on her body began to crack on a large scale, rapidly collapsing like shattered porcelain. Uncontrolled dark red energy gushed out wildly from the cracks, like long-repressed steam finally finding an outlet. Impossible. This is impossible. Her cell regeneration gene is unique. She can't be killed. The female researcher suddenly lunged at the bulletproof glass, her entire face twisted in terror, her eyes almost bulging out. The next second, bang! After a dull thud, the massive body of number 01 collapsed heavily like a pile of mud. The bone blade on its back lost its vitality and drooped limply to the ground. It twitched twice before completely turning into a cold skeleton. Successfully killed an S-Class peak mutant. Soul Devourer transformation trait triggered. Experience points plus 35,000. Soul weapon evolution value 24/100. The laboratory instantly fell into a terrifying silence. The female researcher slumped behind the console, her entire body trembling. She had always believed she had created the most perfect work, even considering it her ultimate masterpiece. But now this so-called perfect goddess had been shot dead by Lin Yue with just 3 bullets. She finally understood that the man before her was not just a hunter. He was more like a calm, ruthless, and merciless Grim Reaper. Lin Yue stepped through the spilled nutrient solution and puddles on the ground, walking forward step by step, his leather boots making crisp clack sounds. He leisurely spun the cylinder of the silver soul, then raised the muzzle again, aiming it at the woman behind the control panel. The woman's face turned deathly pale. She collapsed to the ground, watching as the dark muzzle of the gun was already aimed at the center of her forehead, and her last psychological defense completely crumbled. Without Base 01, Base 02 was as good as fallen. She knew all too well how blood I would treat failures. That was not a simple execution, but a torment more terrifying than death. Falling into their hands is truly a fate worse than death. No, I can't fail. The Dragon Spine project cannot fail. She suddenly seemed to remember something and abruptly got up from the ground, frantically pulling open the hidden compartment beneath the console. Inside lay a refrigerated syringe, quietly resting. Inside the metal tube wall, there was a small tube of dark red original liquid, so thick it was almost black. It was the purified nether crystal essence, originally prepared as a raw reagent for the next stage of experimental subjects. Without dilution, direct injection into the human body results in a 100% mortality rate. But she had no other choice left. It's you who forced me. Even if I die, I'll drag you to hell with me. The female researcher let out a piercing scream, directly removed the protective cap of the syringe, and stabbed the needle fiercely into her carotid artery. The thick raw solution surged wildly into her body. The mutation erupted almost instantaneously. The veins on her neck bulged one by one, quickly turning into a terrifying purplish-black color. The originally well-fitted white coat was torn apart by the constantly swelling and deforming muscles, and her bones began to dislocate, emitting a series of hair-raising, cracking sounds. She writhed on the ground in agony, her skin peeling off in patches like melting wax, revealing the bright red muscle tissue underneath. Even more horrifying, her mutated body instinctively began searching for a source of energy. The closest to her was the already desiccated remains of Subject 01. Several dark red flesh tendrils suddenly shot out from her back, forcibly piercing into the abandoned pipelines connected to the wreckage, attempting to devour the residual energy of the corpse and merge it with herself. Ah! A piercing scream, so harrowing it didn't sound human, echoed throughout the entire underground space. The power of rapid regeneration and the violent crystalline energy clashed wildly within her body. The two forces repelled each other, causing her body to become even more twisted and terrifying. Lin Yue watched the scene, his gaze as cold as ice. It's time to end this. He gripped Silver Soul with one hand and pulled the trigger repeatedly at the woman undergoing the mutation. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, he clearly felt the terrifying change brought by eternal recoil. If it were in the past, even if he tried his best to suppress the recoil from continuous shooting, the muzzle would still be forced upward. But now it's different. The moment the bullet was fired, the violent impact that reached the wrist was instantly neutralized, leaving not even a trace of vibration. The gun remained steady as if nailed in place. The trajectories of the 3 bullets overlapped completely, forming a straight line of death that pierced precisely into the woman's collapsing body. Weakness gaze triggered again. Bone! That extremely unstable crystal core energy completely exploded the moment it was struck by the bullet. The screams came to an abrupt halt. The mass of twisted flesh that had not yet completed its transformation was torn to shreds in the explosion. The fully formed flesh monster exploded from the inside like an overpressurized cooker. Dark, red energy blasts, mixed with shattered flesh and severed limbs, swept wildly in all directions. The entire console was blown away on the spot, with metal parts scattering everywhere. Lin Yue was struck hard by the impact, tumbling backward with the force. The faint blue kinetic barrier on his body flickered wildly, forcibly blocking the most lethal part of the shockwave. Silver Soul Weapon Evolution Value 25/100. Lin Yue steadied himself, slowly stood up, and exhaled a breath of turbid air. If it weren't for this layer of kinetic barrier, the close-range explosion just now would have cost him half his life, even if it didn't kill him. Meanwhile, in another secret base buried underground, Nether Burial stared at the main control screen, his face gradually darkening. On the screen, the green signals representing base number 2 kept going out, leaving only a glaring blood-red warning. His eyes slowly widened, and his heart felt as if it had plunged into an icy abyss. Base number 2 had been completely uprooted. The Dragon Spine project, prepared for decades, was utterly finished. Decades of hard work were destroyed in an instant. Worse still, the Blood Eye Society's supreme leader would never listen to any explanation. What they wanted was never a reason, only the result. He could already imagine what kind of fate awaited him next. Ming Zhang's hand, gripping the cane too tightly, turned pale, and his withered lips trembled slightly. Lin Yue, the few high-ranking members of the Blood Eye Society, standing in the shadows, all held their breath, not daring to make a sound. This lunatic who suddenly appeared out of nowhere actually destroyed their decades-long plans overnight. Ming Zhang let out a deeply suppressed growl from his throat, his cane striking heavily against the alloy floor, producing a muffled sound. After a long time, a man dressed in a captain's uniform finally mustered the courage to step forward and asked in a low voice, "Lord Ming Zhang, what should we do next?" Ming Zhang closed his bloodshot eyes and took a deep breath of the damp, chilling air. "Withdraw." His voice was hoarse, yet carried a fierce determination. "Destroy all nether blood crystals and the core of the formation immediately, right here." Here he opened his eyes, filled with ruthless killing intent. "Activate the self-destruct program for base 2 immediately and lock the countdown at 60 seconds. I want him to be buried with base 2. Yes." Second base, underground laboratory. The blinding red alarm light suddenly tore through the darkness in the corridor. A cold, mechanical, synthesized voice echoed simultaneously from all directions. "Alert! Highest authority command injection detected. Underlying self-destruct program activated. Detonation countdown. 60, 59, 58. Lin Yue's gaze darkened, red light flickering continuously in his pupils. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed out of the laboratory, sprinting back along the passage he had come through at full speed. Boom! A thunderous rumble echoed from deep underground, and the load-bearing structure of the entire underground laboratory began to collapse on a large scale. Chunks of the concrete dome overhead peeled off one after another. Thick steel bars twisted and snapped, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Yue pushed his speed to the limit, the kinetic barrier deflecting all the flying debris. When he reached the outermost corridor, he found his path completely blocked by a massive collapsed load-bearing wall, leaving no way through. Time was as tight as a string about to snap. Lin Yue yanked 2 high-explosive grenades from his tactical belt and precisely stuffed them into the crevice at the base of the rocks. Boom! Boom! 2 blazing bursts of fire suddenly erupted, and the heavy concrete wall was blasted with spiderweb-like cracks before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Lin Yue stepped over the flying debris, forcing his way through the passage. But the flames behind him had already turned into an uncontrollable crimson dragon, enveloped in a heat wave capable of melting steel, roaring as it surged forward. 3, 2, 1. In the instant before the countdown reached 0, the firelight nearly consumed the entire corridor. Lin Yue suddenly kicked the ground, using the force of the explosion to propel himself like a bullet out of the gap in the alloy gate. Chapter 74. The Truth of the Nether Blood Crystal and the Blood Gate. At dawn, the sky over Xinjiang City was still shrouded in a layer of grayish smoke and dust. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and burning, as if the entire city had been roasted by fire all night. Lin Yue did not stop. Taking advantage of the last bit of darkness before dawn, he arrived at the abandoned sewage treatment plant in the Eastern District, searching for the 3rd secret hideout. But to his surprise, the place was eerily quiet. There were no patrolling guards, nor hidden sentries. The rusty iron gate was wide open, and the inside was completely empty. Lin Yue held the gun, pressed against the corner of the wall, and slowly moved in. The massive sewage treatment pool had long dried up, and the bottom of the pool had been artificially cleared into a large open space. The ground was covered with dark red paint, with twisted and eerie lines forming an extremely complex hexagram magic array. At several key points of the array, only a few empty wooden boxes remained. The place has been emptied. The Blood Eye Society has withdrawn. They obviously received the news of the destruction of base number 2 and realized that staying here would only lead to being completely wiped out, so they decisively abandoned this base. Lin Yue put away his gun and did not linger any longer. Overnight, he wiped out 2 strongholds of the Blood Eye Society and casually leveled up. This deal was at least not a loss. The sky had completely brightened. After an entire night of martial law and heavy-handed suppression, the City Defense Forces and the Awakeners Association finally brought the out-of-control urban area under control. But the real chaos is only just beginning. The successive downfall of the upper echelons of the 4 great families directly tore open a power vacuum, followed by a bloody internal struggle. The infighting among the 4 great families raged on from midnight until dawn. Among them, the Liu family situation was the worst. After Liu Jinxiong's death, the direct bloodline was already reduced to only Liu Manyu remained trapped in the trial dungeon for academic advancement, unable to come out. The Liu family's power almost unexpectedly fell into the hands of a distant cousin of Liu Jinxiong. That man appeared out of nowhere, brought a group of people, and quickly took control of the situation. Those collateral relatives who usually didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of Liu Jinxiong were now all standing tall, putting on the airs of owners, starting to inventory the family assets as if dividing up a piece of meat they had long set their sights on. Wang Lan sat in the chaotic living room of the villa, her face dark and her gaze icy. She watched those collateral relatives, who usually didn't dare to say a word more than necessary, now strutting around arrogantly and gesturing wildly, and felt nothing but disgust in her heart. But she did not lose her temper. She just tightly clutched the hem of her clothes, forcing herself to calm down. She knew very well that even if this group of fools temporarily took over the Liu family, they were nothing more than a dog raised by the Blood Eye Society. If something really went wrong, they would be the first ones pushed out to take the blame. The only thing she was waiting for now was her daughter, Liu Manyu. As long as Liu Manyu emerged from the advancement trial dungeon, returned with the status of a top academy student and the strength of a high-level awakener, then these people who had taken advantage of the chaos to climb onto the table today would be dealt with one by one. At dawn, Lin Yue returned to the surface world. He did not go back to the small inn, but went straight to Tianbao Tower. Old Du was brewing tea in the small tea room at the back hall. The old man moved neither hurriedly nor slowly, his expression calm, as if the earth-shattering changes outside had nothing to do with him. Seeing Lin Yue push the door open and come in, old Du put down his teacup and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Oh, young friend Lin, is the matter settled?" Lin Yue sat down across from him without wasting words, directly taking out a piece of nether blood crystal from his storage ring and placing it on the tea table. That dark red crystal glimmered with an eerie light under the lamp, resembling solidified blood forcibly sealed within, sending a chill down one's spine. "Mr. Du, could you help me take a look at this?" Mr. Du picked up the blood crystal and examined it closely for a few moments. The next second, his expression changed drastically. "Nether blood crystal?" He looked up at Lin Yue, with not a trace of the earlier calmness in his tone. "This item is a class, a prohibited object explicitly banned by Longxia Kingdom, an evil artifact only used in forbidden rituals." Lin Yue's gaze darkened. "What ceremony?" Old Du gently placed the blood crystal back on the table, leaned into the back of his chair, and remained silent for a long while before slowly speaking. "The nether blood crystal is forcibly refined from the flesh, blood, and souls of living people. The piece in your hand cost at least 10 lives." He spoke while raising his hand to point at the blood crystal on the table, his expression growing increasingly grave. "Anyone found possessing or using it, once verified, will face the death penalty." Old Du paused, as if deliberating whether to state the following words so bluntly. "As for the ritual you asked about," he lowered his voice. "According to legend, there is a forbidden ritual called the Blood Gate that can forcibly open a passage to another dimension and summon extremely dangerous entities. and the nether blood crystal is the most crucial material for constructing the blood gate. He stopped speaking at this point and did not continue. Lin Yue already understood. Blood gate. In his mind, the words spoken by the man with the bird beak mask instantly surfaced. 7 days later, this city will welcome the true door. So, this is what they were talking about. Elder Du looked at Lin Yue, his gaze heavy. Where did you get this thing? An abandoned underground subway station. Lin Yue answered briefly, without elaborating. Elder Du nodded and did not continue to ask further. He is an old hand, knowing what to ask and what not to ask. After a while, as if something had occurred to him, he asked, "By the way, has the Netherworld corpse aura on you been resolved?" Lin Yue nodded. Only then did old Du let out a long sigh of relief and lean back against the chair. That old ghost is still the capable one. This Netherworld corpse chi is extremely vicious, and there aren't many in the entire Longxia who can truly resolve it. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, asking casually, "How is he now? I haven't heard any news about him in a long time." Lin Yue was silent for a moment. Dead. Old Du's hand paused mid-action. The teacup stopped mid-air, not put down for a long time. Dead. He slowly placed the teacup back on the table, the expression in his eyes gradually darkening. How could this? Lin Yue then briefly recounted how Guzi used life for life to forcibly kill the Blood Eye Society assassin. The tea room remained quiet for a long time. Elder Du lowered his head, his thin, bony fingers repeatedly stroking the edge of the teacup, as if trying to suppress the emotions within his heart. After a long time, he finally raised his head. The trace of sorrow from earlier had already been suppressed by him, replaced by an even deeper gravity. He had a close relationship with Guzi and naturally had heard about the Blood Eye Society. Guzi had once said that the Blood Eye Society would make a comeback, even planning to use the entire Xinjiang city as a breakthrough point to gradually swallow the whole Longxia. Now, the nether blood crystal has reappeared in the world, and Guzi is already dead. Old Du knew very well that what Xinjiang city was about to face was far from an ordinary trouble, and this young man before him, in just a few short hours, had completely dismantled the decades-long operations of the Blood Eye Society in Xinjiang city. He pondered for a moment and finally spoke. "I will immediately report this matter to the Awakeners Association. The threat posed by the Blood Eye Society is too great and must be dealt with as soon as possible, or will only become more troublesome in the future." After speaking, he looked at Lin Yue again. "What are your plans next?" Lin Yue thought for a moment. "Rest for a day or two, then make the next arrangements." Old Du glanced at him and nodded. "Your current strength is already considered very strong among your peers. But if you truly want to face the Blood Eye Society, it's still far from enough." As he spoke, he took out a crystal emitting a faint golden glow from his chest and pushed it in front of Lin Yue. Lin Yue accepted the key and politely thanked Old Du. Old Du looked at him and couldn't help but offer a few more words of advice. The message was simple. You're still young, and the most important thing right now isn't to keep rushing into the wilderness. No matter how dangerous the outside world is, you shouldn't stake your entire future on the edge of a blade. While the major academies are still recruiting, you should seize this opportunity for the entrance trials. With Lin Yue's current abilities, achieving a good result wouldn't be difficult. Lin Yue understood that these words were well-intentioned, so he didn't argue. He simply nodded earnestly and kept the advice in mind. For him, becoming stronger was certainly important, but if he could successfully enter a better academy, his future path would be more secure. After bidding farewell to Old Du, he turned and left. At the same time, deep in the wilderness, hundreds of meters underground, the headquarters of the Blood Eye Society, a stone chamber as cold and desolate as a tomb buried beneath the earth. The walls were covered with dark red blood patterns, resembling dried bloodstains or some kind of living curse. At the end of the stone chamber, a black throne stood silently, its surface patterns writhing slowly, as if blood were flowing within. On the throne, a pair of scarlet eyes coldly gazed downward. Ming Zong and Eagle Beak knelt in the center of the stone chamber, their heads nearly touching the ground. These two peak S-class powerhouses were suppressing their breathing to the lightest possible level, not daring to lift their heads. They're not unwilling to explain, they simply don't dare, because they all know that the person sitting on the throne never accepts excuses for failure. A deep voice slowly echoed, cold as if it were a wind blowing from the depths of hell. Are you saying that the Dragon Ridge project was ruined by an F-class gunner? Mourning Burial and Eagle Beak's bodies trembled simultaneously, nodding frantically, their lips quivering, yet unable to utter a single word. The person on the throne was silent for a few seconds, as if confirming whether they had misheard. Two peak S-classes. His voice remained calm, but it sounded more like he was suppressing his anger. And yet you can't even deal with an F-class. Another brief silence followed. You all well done. As soon as these three words were spoken, two dark red beams of light shot out violently from the direction of the throne, striking precisely on Mingzong and Eaglebeak. There was no warning, no buffer. The two let out piercing screams simultaneously, their entire bodies feeling as if they had been thrown into a scorching furnace. The pain was not just the tearing of flesh, but felt as though every bone and nerve was forcibly dismantled and then burned anew. They collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably, their bodies twisting in agony. Dark red blisters rapidly surfaced on their skin, swelling, bursting, collapsing, and then swelling again in the next instant. Flesh churned and reformed beneath the skin, as if an invisible hand repeatedly crushed and reshaped them. This is not a simple punishment, but one of the Blood Eye Society's most brutal penalties, blood refinement. It doesn't take your life immediately, but it makes you suffer a pain worse than death. What it does is refine a person's flesh and blood inch by inch, then let it regenerate inch by inch, only to refine it again. The entire process won't let you pass out. It forces you to remain conscious and fully endure the agony of your nerves being burned off and reconnected over and over. An hour later, the beam of light finally dissipated. Mingzong and Ingze lay on the ground like two heaps of mud, their clothes soaked through with blood, and the ground stained with two glaring patches of dark red. They could barely muster the strength to lift their hands, only able to breathe painfully, their chests heaving as if about to burst. The eyes on the throne lightly swept over them, with no trace of emotion in the tone. This time it ends here. Next time, I want you to personally bring back Lin Yue's head. Yes. Mingzong clenched his teeth and forced this word out from his throat. He forced himself to lift his head, and his eyes no longer held mere anger, but an almost uncontrollable hatred. Lin Yue, he has marked this debt. In this lifetime, it will not end until death. Lin Yue stood by the bed, looking down at the S-class heavy machine gun, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. Its power is exaggerated, its firing rate is also exaggerated, and the only problem is its ridiculously high recoil. For normal awakened individuals, let alone using it single-handedly, even if it's fixed to the ground, firing for a few seconds could cause injuries from the shock. For most people, this thing is nothing more than a deadly weapon to be observed from afar. But for Lin Yue, the situation is completely different. He extended both hands, firmly gripping the cold, heavy gun barrel, spread his feet, engaged his waist and back, and forcibly lifted it. Heavy, extremely heavy. The muscles in his arms instantly tensed, veins bulging one by one. Even his breathing became noticeably quicker. It's really not just ordinarily heavy. He muttered under his breath and finally put the heavy machine gun back. But the smile on his face didn't fade. Instead, it grew even wider. The recoil that others fear the most simply doesn't exist for him. His god-level passive ability can completely eliminate recoil. Coupled with another god-level passive ability, bullets never need to be replenished, and firepower can continue uninterrupted. What this means, Lin Yue understands better than anyone. As long as his strength improves a bit more, one day, he will be able to hold this heavy machine gun, as heavy as an iron mountain, as steadily as an ordinary rifle. By that time, a 6-barrel heavy machine gun that doesn't need to be fixed, won't retreat, and doesn't require reloading will become a true nightmare on the battlefield. Just thinking about that scene made Lin Yue feel a surge of heat all over his body, and his heart started beating faster. He reached out and patted the gun barrel, then stored it in his storage wristband. In the afternoon, he happened to be heading to the trial dungeon hall in the eastern part of the city. That place is the most developed dungeon entrance area in Qingjiang City, filled with numerous monsters in large quantities and of sufficient strength. For others, it is a testing ground. For Lin Yue, it is the best shooting range and the most suitable place to test new weapons. Additionally, he could farm experience and continue accumulating evolution points for Silver Soul. With this in mind, Lin Yue stopped hesitating and simply laid down for a nap. After noon, the streets of Qingjiang City became lively again. Lin Yue first went to the corner bun shop, ate 10 meat buns in a row, and drank 2 large bowls of red bean porridge. Only after filling his stomach to the brim did he leisurely head toward the east side of the city. These days marked the annual advancement trial season in Longsha Kingdom. The area outside the trial instance hall was already packed with people. Students, parents, and accompanying teachers were all gathered together. The air was filled with tension and anticipation, resembling the scene outside an exam hall on test day. In the center of the hall, a massive floating light screen continuously displayed the admission standards of various top universities. For ordinary Awakeners universities, the minimum requirement was level 10. To get into the 4 most prestigious academies in Longxia, the threshold was even higher, at least level 13. Groups of students gathered in 2s and 3s nearby, lowering their voices as they discussed how to coordinate later. Bro, once we get in, you have to protect me. I'm just a tiny bit away from reaching level 10. This time, everything depends on this run. Don't worry about the damage output. My healing is already at level 2. Just make sure you don't get one-shot by the monsters. Have you timed your shield cooldown properly? Don't mess up at the critical moment. Hearing these words, Lin Yue simply walked calmly through the crowd. His current level has long been firmly above the admission threshold of top universities. But he knows very well that he and these peers have already embarked on 2 completely different paths. For them, the most important things are exams, advancing in education, and entering a safe place. But for Lin Yue, the stable life inside the ivory tower has never been what he wanted. What he wanted was a more dangerous place, more direct combat, and more brutal growth. The wilderness, blood, monsters, and battles were his true destination. So, while others queued up in the beginner trial zone, he headed straight for the relatively quiet advanced zone. Lin Yue stood in front of an idle system terminal, took the trial dungeon key out of his pocket, and inserted it. A few seconds later, the screen lit up with a blue glow, and the list of available dungeons appeared. The choice for advanced dungeons was simple, with only one name: Beast Tide Canyon, S-level instance. Lin Yue didn't hesitate at all and directly reached out to tap on it. He needed a large number of monsters, the more the better. Only in this way can the full power of that heavy machine gun be unleashed, and only in this way can his god-level passive skill quickly stack to a higher level. He then selected the single-player challenge mode. The next second, the confirm button was pressed. A cold mechanical female voice immediately echoed throughout the entire hall, its sound reaching every corner. Warning, extreme danger warning. Trial participant Lin Yue has chosen to challenge the S-rank dungeon Beast Tide Canyon alone. This dungeon is an extremely dangerous area, with a historical death rate as high as over 90%. Detected that you have chosen single-player mode. Survival rate is less than 1%. Please confirm carefully. Do you wish to proceed? This sudden announcement echoed throughout the venue like a bucket of ice water, instantly quelling the commotion in the hall. The next second, the entire hall erupted. Everyone was stunned. Then they all turned to look at the advanced area, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Did I hear that right? Solo challenge of an S-level dungeon. Is this person crazy? Does he have a death wish? Lin Yue? Why does this name sound so familiar? Isn't he the one who scored 150,000 points in the rookie exam? Even if you're the top rank, you can't play around like this. That's Beast Tide Canyon. In the crowd, a man wearing heavy armor with a scar on his face gulped hard and shouted at the top of his lungs. I've heard of that place. The monsters there are terrifyingly numerous. You can't possibly kill them all. The moment you show up, tens of thousands of high-level monsters will swarm at you and completely overwhelm you. The most fatal thing isn't even these. The truly terrifying part is the final boss, which comes with a 5-minute invincibility state as soon as it appears. 5 minutes, guys. With this kind of monster density, forget 5 minutes. Just 30 seconds is enough to die several times over. After hearing this, the sound of people gasping in shock echoed all around. Everyone felt that soloing this S-rank dungeon with an invincibility mechanic was no different from offering up their own necks. Lin Yue's face showed not the slightest hesitation. He paid no attention to the people behind him watching for amusement. With a firm press of his finger, he directly hit the confirm button. In the next second, a dazzling white teleportation beam descended from the sky, instantly enveloping him completely. A flash of light, and Lin Yu's figure completely disappeared from the hall. The hall remained silent for 3 seconds. Then it erupted completely. Really went in? This guy really isn't afraid of death. Done. Another record of death in the dungeon. Having the guts to solo Beast Tide Canyon. I respect that. Unfortunately, this kind of courage is a bit over the top. No one believed he could make it out alive. In everyone's eyes, this wasn't bravery, it was recklessness, a gamble with his life. At this moment, the teleportation array area on the other side of the hall began to flicker intensely. A woman dressed in a white, high-end custom combat suit stumbled out of the teleportation array. It was none other than Lin Yue. Her face was pale, her eyes filled with unmistakable exhaustion, and her forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. The hair she usually kept meticulously groomed was now slightly disheveled. Yet her gaze remained as stubborn and unyielding as ever. These past 2 days, she had almost driven herself crazy. Apart from eating, sleeping, and going to the bathroom, she spent all her remaining time in the trial dungeon. She paid no attention to what was happening outside. The news of her father Liu Zhenxiong's death in the ancient ruins and the major reshuffling of Qingjiang City's 4 great families. She knew nothing about it. There was only one thing on her mind: leveling up, desperately leveling up, reaching level 13 as soon as possible. As long as she keeps grinding at this pace and pushes through for 2 more days and nights, she has a chance to break through to level 13, comfortably reaching the admission threshold for the top 4 elite academies in Longxia. Lin Yue plopped down onto the resting area, took the towel handed to her by the staff, and casually wiped the sweat off her face. Just as she was about to unscrew her water bottle to take a drink, a sudden commotion erupted around her. Instinctively, she looked up, her gaze cutting through the crowd and glancing toward the advanced zone. Just one glance. She seemed to see a familiar figure, standing straight, dressed in black tactical gear, positioned in front of the terminal. But in the next second, a white light descended, and that figure was engulfed by the teleportation glow, disappearing without a trace. Lin Yue's hand, holding the kettle, froze mid-air. Lin Yue, this name almost slipped out of her mouth instinctively. But as soon as she said it, she was momentarily stunned, then smiled softly. How could it possibly be him? Lin Yue? The person who ventured alone into the bone storm has probably been ground into bone fragments and is long dead. I must have been too intense in grinding monsters these past 2 days, too stressed and misjudged. She shook her head, dismissing the absurd thought. Then, she took out a bottle of high-grade mental recovery potion from her storage space. This thing isn't cheap, but right now, she doesn't have time to feel bad about the money. She twisted off the cap and took a gulp. The icy liquid slid down her throat, instantly alleviating much of her fatigue. Lin Yue stretched her sore neck, her gaze regaining its determination. She stood up, walked to the system terminal, and inserted the replica key. The moment the screen lit up, her fingers paused above the options. Still a B level this time? No. She hesitated for only 2 seconds before moving her finger up one slot and directly selecting the A-level instance. Getting into the 4 great academies has never been about luck. Lin Yue landed firmly on both feet with hard, rough rocks beneath him. He had just opened his eyes when a strong, pungent stench assaulted him, so overwhelming it almost made him nauseous. The place was filled with the aura of wild beasts, signaling that danger was already close at hand. Looking around, he saw a desolate canyon dyed in dark red. The cliffs on both sides were towering and steep, like 2 silent giant walls, barren and devoid of vegetation. The sky was weighed down by thick gray fog, the light was dim, and the air was so oppressive it felt suffocating. But what made his scalp tingle the most was the vast canyon plain ahead. It was packed with countless dark shadows, so many that the end was impossible to see. These were no ordinary beasts, but hordes of mutated creatures. The twin-headed blood wolves were massive, resembling off-road vehicles. The armored rhinos were even more exaggerated, like heavy tanks sprawled across the ground, and the frenzied lion scorpions, with their tail tips glowing a sinister red, exuded a bloodthirsty aura. Apart from that, there were more nameless monsters mixed in, crowding together like a black tide, ready to engulf everything at any moment. Lin Yue only took a quick glance and immediately knew that all these monsters were A rank, uniformly at level 15. If it were someone else, they would probably have gone weak in the knees at the sight of such a scene. After all, this trial dungeon doesn't drop equipment or materials, only experience, which doesn't seem very worthwhile. Kellen, you didn't care. What he has always wanted is not the profit from 1 or 2 monsters. What he wants is quantity. He wants enough prey. As long as there are enough monsters, his passive can stack crazily. As long as the passive stacks up, his strength will skyrocket like a snowball. This is what he truly desires. Lin Yue no longer hesitated. With a swift wave of his right hand, the storage wristband emitted a dark golden glow. In the next moment, a heavy firearm slammed onto the rocky ground, producing a dull thud. Roarer 67 Malawian kwaches. The cold metallic sheen was particularly glaring in the dim light, like a steel beast ready to devour at any moment. Lin Yue did not seek cover, nor did he take a detour. He certainly did not play any unnecessary tactics. He stood firmly with his legs slightly apart, as if nailed to the ground. His hands tightly gripped the gun, the 6 thick barrels directly aimed at the endless sea of beasts ahead. In the distance, the mutated beasts were still wandering around. They clearly hadn't noticed that an unexpected person had appeared here. Lin Yue looked at them, a cold smile slowly curling at the corner of his mouth. To others, this was a place of certain doom. But for him, this was a ready-made pool of experience delivered to his doorstep. He took a deep breath and suddenly shouted loudly, "Stop standing there in a daze. Line up one by one to meet your death." This sentence was like a matchstick, instantly igniting the entire beast tide. The originally restless and wandering mutated beast horde suddenly froze in unison. Immediately after, tens of thousands of bloodthirsty scarlet eyes simultaneously turned, locking onto Lin Yue. The next second, the ground began to tremble. The beast tide moved. A dense swarm of monsters charged madly, like a flood breaking through a dam, rushing toward him with an overwhelming force. But Lin Yue did not retreat, not a single step back. His gaze was icy, yet the corner of his mouth carried a hint of a nearly maniacal smile as his finger decisively pulled the trigger. Ding! Host has been detected equipping the firearm Roarer 67 Malawian kwaches, S-Class. Mythical passive skill Infinite Ammo automatically activated. Current ammo, Infinity. The gun barrel instantly began to spin at high speed. At first, there was only a low hum, which quickly turned into a piercing roar and finally transformed into an ear-splitting shriek. The next second, the entire canyon lit up. The deafening gunshots shattered the gloomy sky, tongues of fire frantically spewing from the muzzle, forming a dazzling golden wall of light. Shell casings poured down like raindrops from the ejection port, striking the charred ground with a series of crisp, rapid sounds. Almost simultaneously, the god-tier passive skill, Eternal Recoil, was triggered. The recoil, powerful enough to tear an ordinary person's arm apart, was instantly smoothed out as if an invisible giant hand had forcibly suppressed at the moment it reached Lin Yue's wrist. The gun remained terrifyingly steady. Don't mention shaking, there wasn't even the slightest deviation. Lin Yue didn't even need to deliberately control the recoil. He only needed to keep adjusting the direction. The rest was left to firepower. Dense trajectories intertwined ahead, like a golden net of death tightening relentlessly, enveloping the charging beast tide. The mutant beast in the front row was instantly torn apart as soon as it touched the bullet. No struggle, no scream, not even any time to react. Severed limbs, shattered flesh, and broken bones flew through the air, while a mist of blood instantly covered the front. Even the iron-armored rhinos, known for their defensive prowess, were as fragile as paper before the firepower of the roarer. Their proud, sturdy armor couldn't hold for even half a second before being forcibly pierced through. The notifications in front of Lin Yue's eyes kept refreshing frantically. Killed level 15 iron-armored rhino *1, experience plus 200. Kill level 15 venomtail scorpion *1, experience plus 200. Kill level 15 two-headed blood wolf *1, experience plus 200. But what excited him more than the experience were the continuously stacking passive effects. Gun extension effect triggered, firearm effective range plus. Damage amplification effect triggered, firearm damage plus. Life amplification effect triggered, constitution attribute plus. Extraordinary Perception Effect triggered, Perception Attribute plus. Kinetic Barrier Effect triggered, Layers plus. Power Amplification Effect triggered, Strength Attribute plus. Agility Focus Effect triggered, Agility Attribute plus. Each time he kills a monster, his passive stacks increase by 1 layer. With each additional layer, his strength increases further. The more he kills, the stronger he becomes. The stronger he becomes, the more he can kill. This is the most terrifying aspect of the god-level passive ability. No upper limit. The massacre has only just begun. The beast tide is still surging forward continuously, a dense black mass with no end in sight. Yet Lin Yue remains standing in place. 6 barrels spun wildly, with tongues of fire never ceasing for a moment. He was like an indomitable steel fortress, calm, ruthless, and merciless. He stood at the entrance of a canyon, like an unyielding fortress. The weapon in his hand continuously spewed tongues of fire, the ammunition almost never ceasing, forcibly creating an impenetrable line of death ahead. Any living creature that charged forward would be instantly torn apart, without even a chance to get close. The experience bar began to rise rapidly. Lin Yue stared at the constantly jumping numbers, his breathing becoming rapid. Finally, congratulations to the host for leveling up to LV14. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a chance to draw a god-level passive skill. Would you like to draw now? The moment he saw the prompt, Lin Yue's smile deepened. Level 14. But in the canyon, the beast tide hadn't even been wiped out by 1/10. This time, he made a fortune.